Everyone makes fun of me for going, oh, you said that they would be killed genuinely at the dinner it came up. Oh, no one believes the crooks thing. No one believes that. No one believes that. That this is just a random kid that had no prior relationship to anybody and he was just able to fly a drone over a rally and climb on a thing. No one believes that. No one believes Epstein killed himself. People believe he was murdered or he was switched out. And he is now a server at Mitchell's Ocean Club in Ohio, in Columbus, which is the original restaurant that started Ocean Prime. It's a great restaurant. And Cameron Mitchell, the owner of that, wrote a book called It Doesn't... The answer is yes. It doesn't matter what the question is. And that was about restaurants, hopefully. But the point is, we don't know what's going on, so you have to release everything. A little bit of grand jury testimony is not going to do it. I told everyone at the dinner, I said, it looks very bad. And they all knew that. They all knew that. This is Trump's tweet. Based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to the Jeffrey Epstein, I've asked Attorney General Pam Bondi to produce any and all pertinent grand jury testimony subject to court approval. This scam perpetuated by the Democrats should end right now. Trump believes that connecting him to Epstein is a Democrat scam, hoax, whatever. Prove it. You got to release everything. I know it'll be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable to release all the things. It's just an uncomfortable reality. Sometimes you are friends with someone and they're a human trafficker. That's what it is to be rich. Explain that to people. Tell them that. What it is to be rich is to be best friends sometimes with a human trafficker, satanic pedophile. You don't even know it. You just know that you both like boats. To be rich is to be friends with people who are implicated in the murders of their wives, the trafficking of children, coups, drug running, narco trafficking, arms dealing, false flag operations. This is what it is to be rich. It's not for everyone. I've always said that. I've always said it's not for everyone. To be rich is not to be around school teachers, good people who teach the kids all day. Here's your, pass out these folders, your homework. That's not what it is. I have a little bit of money now, not even a lot. I haven't spoken to a firefighter in 6 years. I don't even know who they are. Cops, firefighters, teachers. Who are these people? I go to dinner with people I'm pretty sure want to kill me. They always choose a nice restaurant. That's where I go, and it's near my home. But I'm friends with people now I'm pretty sure are on an assignment to kill me. Truly, it's what happens when you have a little bit of money. I don't even have a lot of money. But a little bit of money, unfortunately, you get a set of friends, and they're all predominantly morally questionable, and you don't know them. Rich people are private. The middle class isn't. The middle class is always telling you about the fights they've had with their husband or wife. They have fat kids that won't get it together. Their daughter who's pissed them off because she hasn't filled out her college application. Well, we're not going to tour this school for her if she doesn't go. They're always vomiting their lives to you, but the rich are quiet. They are quietly drowning the chef in the Martha's Vineyard pot. Get in a fucking water. Quietly, they don't bring it up. Explain that to people, Donald. Go out and say to them, sometimes you just end up best friends with someone who's trafficking children. And it's because you both, they're fun. Here's the thing with human traffickers, they're fun. Are you telling me you don't think Ghislaine Maxwell was fun? There's not one photo of Ghislaine Maxwell where she doesn't look like the funnest person that fucking ever lived. And that doesn't make me happy. I don't like that. Yeah, she's a satanic pedophile. I get it. She's evil. They're both evil. Sometimes rich people are evil. Duh. She's massaging his feet on a plane. The bitch played her position. She was fun. The woman was fun. Look at how relaxed he looks. The point is, you got to explain explain to people that this is unfortunately part of the people at the top of society they're into shit and they're involved in shit. But you gotta show everyone that you're not involved in it, so you gotta release it. You can be at a party with someone, you can shake a hand, you can hang out with someone even, but you need to prove that you are not in any way associated with this part of this man. Get that pick away from the foot, please. Her. You have to show the world that. You can say I made an oopsie. I made an oopsie. You can say that. I took a ride on a plane that I shouldn't have been. I thought he was just a whack. But he was a wacko. He was a silly Billy. Maybe that's what you say. Oh, he was a silly Billy. He was a Daffy Duck. Still, when we kind of reflect on the overall... But you gotta show people you weren't raping children. That's what you have to show people. I don't even care if you laundered a little bit of the money. No one does. No one does. Donald, if that's what you're worried about, no one cares. It's okay. If you laundered some of your money, even a lot of your money, if you laundered a lot of your money, because that's not what people are thinking. God, it would be fun if you just laundered some of your goddamn money. You say that. Say that. Say I got a casino as a cash business. He laundered some money. Say it. Say it now. That's not impeachable. Who cares? He laundered some money. God damn it. Say that. Please, we want it to be that. That's what people want it to be. I mean, of course, a lot of people don't want it to be that, but I don't want Clinton fucking the kids either, even though that's not, there's a fucking breadcrumb trail that isn't ideal. But I don't want any of our presidents to be having sex with children. This is not my idea of a good time. Now, that unfortunately seems to be more than likely something that has happened. So you need to prove that you did not do that. Please, God, just say he laundered the money. He became. He knew how to make large sums of money disappear. I didn't want to pay taxes.
How you living,
I didn't want to pay these taxes. People are okay with that.
What's up?
People will be okay with that. Just say you stole money. Jesus.
How are you?
Just come out and say it. You stole the money.
Why did you say you were going to come in earlier and play and then you left?
He was laundering my money. Scream it.
Because why?
And that was wrong. And that was wrong.
Right.
It was wrong what he did with the laundering of my money. But here's all the files. I didn't do anything else. It was just about money. That would be nice. That would be ideal. Something's going on. I don't know what it is. Something's happening. The intelligence community isn't a monolith. They're not any one thing. So there's people in the CIA that do not like Israel, and there are people that love it. There is there are opposing factions in all of these places. People go, well, why was Epstein even arrested if it's a whole thing? People in those agencies, some of them want justice, truly. And when they're presented with a case and there are witnesses, they do what you should do as a cop. You arrest the bad guy. But then, when it gets to the legal level, and Alexander Acosta is told, I was told to not take it any further with Epstein because he, quote, belonged to intelligence. It's an anonymous quote that someone else said, Alexander Acosta said it was given to Vicky Ward at Vanity Fair. Why, is a credible reporter. I don't think she's making stuff up. She got an anonymous quote. Get Alexander Acosta. Get him on the stand. Get him on the stand. Because we know that something is rotten here. We know that. And please, God, let it be that he laundered a little bit of your money. Oh, he laundered my money. I don't fuck the kids. Come on. I was a casino guy. We had a lot of cash. And he laundered the money. Maybe that's it. Huh? We don't know. Lesser of two evils, or nothing illegal happened. Even better. He did nothing illegal. I was friends with him, and he did illegal thing. Because Jeffrey Epstein's like, they're doing all these things. He's a Wall Street guy, and but here's the other thing: no one knew how he made any of his money. He had like one client. It was Adnan Khashoggi, Jamal Khashoggi, the guy who the Saudis killed in that embassy. Was I think Adnan Khashoggi's brother or son, but I don't know. It was related to him in some way. Adnan Khashoggi's Epstein's client. Like Epstein was supposedly this guy who had all this money, the largest residence in Manhattan, and nobody knew how he got any of that money, and nobody had ever worked for him. He didn't have he wasn't like Stephen Cohen, who owns the Mets, who the show Billions is based on, who has a hedge fund in Connecticut, .72, and there's a bunch of people that work there, and there's people that have worked with Stephen Cohen and can talk about Stephen Cohen. He's a legendary stock trader, and there's articles written about Stephen Cohen. Every article about Epstein's like, who is he? What's he doing? But go to the VH1, see if you can. Oh, yeah. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery, terrific guy. Donald Trump booms from a speakerphone. He's a lot of fun to be with. And maybe that was true. So this whole thing here, this was an article from what year? 2002. They're writing about Jeffrey Epstein. He's, listen to this, ready? He's pals, and this is New York Magazine. This is the magazine of the, chattering class, the smart set, the bold-faced names, the glitterati. He's pals with a passel of Nobel Prize-winning scientists, CEOs like Leslie Wexner of the limited socialite Ghislaine Maxwell, even Donald Trump. But it wasn't until he flew Bill Clinton, Kevin Spacey, and Chris Tucker to Africa on his private Boeing 727 that the world began to wonder who he is. Jeffrey Epstein, international money man of mystery. And this is an article, and you can all read it. And it's funny. It's in hindsight. It's one of the funniest articles that you'll ever read. He comes with cash to burn, a fleet of airplanes, and a keen eye for the ladies. That's the first line. It's a life full of question marks. Epstein said to run 15 billion for wealthy clients. Yet aside from limited founder Leslie Wexner's client list is closely held secret. A former adult math teacher, he maintains peripatetic salon of brilliant scientists, yet possesses no bachelor's degree. For more than 10 years, he's been linked to Manhattan London Society figure Ghislaine Maxwell, daughter of the mysteriously deceased media titan Robert Maxwell, yet he lives the life of a bachelor, logging 6 hours a year in his various planes as he scours the world. Like, it's the lifestyles of the rich and famous. See if you can get on Instagram. They did, VH1 did, the fabulous life of billionaires. There used to be these shows on TV, by the way, before people were in the financial position where they were considering eating their cat. I used to watch shows like The Fabulous Life of, and it would just be, it's a rage bait. But people would like it back then. And you would just watch really rich people do rich shit. Let's watch a little bit of this. And VH1 has pulled this. Obviously for obvious reasons. But this was go to the one that's 3 minutes. And this is something that VH1 had aired about Jeffrey Epstein. And again, it's unintentionally hilarious now in hindsight. Let's watch. In the next hour, we'll tour the hedgerow mega homes they're buying with all that hedge fund cash, but not quite as much as financier Jeffrey Epstein. Jeff was a high school math teacher until he traded his blackboard for the big board in 1976, eventually launching his own exclusive finance firm for billionaire clients. But he just couldn't keep out of the classroom. So when he was shopping for a new house, he bought himself an entire schoolhouse and transformed it into the largest single residence in all of Manhattan at a whopping 51,000. By the way, pause this for a second. There had to be people who knew he was a pedophile who saw this and were like, this is amazing. You know what I mean? Like, there are people that obviously for this guy's entire life knew he was a pedophile. And victims of his who were watching VH1 saw this. Like, literally, people that he had victimized turned on VH1, you know, to watch, I don't know, a Tony Braxton music video. And they're watching Jeffrey Epstein when they're like, he couldn't stay out of the classroom. He bought himself a whole school. And there's people who are like, yeah, I know, he raped me in it. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. 1,000 square feet. Oh, yeah.
The school costs about $20 million, and he's dropped $10 million just renovating it. It has incredible bells and whistles, closed-circuit televisions, a heated sidewalk out front, so the snow melts.
But only one man truly rules the Wall Street skies. Because for former school teacher turned billionaire Jeffrey Epstein, one private plane won't do. He's got a small fleet, a Gulfstream 4, a Cessna, and a Boeing 727.
Stop for a minute. Do you realize how important Hollywood is? Like, in just narratives? You know how important it is, like, that they no longer have the ability to do this? Like, you can't just do this without any pushback or without anybody on the internet challenging what what conclusions you come to. This is a puff piece going, he's a Wall Street legend. And by the way, no company, no employees, nobody that has ever said they work for the guy. A couple of journalists are like, this isn't adding up. And VH1 just runs this whole thing where they're like, he's a genius. This guy he was a math teacher, and it's like Goodwill Hunting. He was a math teacher. Now he's a Wall Street legend. He's a math teacher. So it's Goodwill Hunting. They didn't realize it was Goodwill Hunting for children. But that's what it was. You had the ability to just project this image of a mysterious guy who had all these connections. And by the way, that would never work anymore because we know what mysterious means. Mysterious means you're having sex with children or not. I mean, there's no. By the way, you used to be able to say somebody was mysterious, and it was like some kind of compliment. You'd be like, wow, he's mysterious. You don't know what he's doing. Now use that word, you go, yeah, keep him away from my house. Mystery now is bad. It is bad. Like, people like celebrity's over because there's no more mystique. There's no more mystery. It's like, yeah, because mystery now means people think, oh, I guess you're having sex with children. That's mystery. Oh, I guess you're laundering money for a human trafficking operation. Like, so it's amazing to me that they're running this puff piece, this positive, piece talking about the glamorous life of this human trap, and you would never know. You'd be sitting on your couch going, because that's what Wall Street is, by the way, to most people. Like, a lot of finance is fake, truly. And most people just believe that. They're like, I didn't have the right connections, I didn't go to the right schools. They don't even try to understand this crap. I remember that during the mortgage crisis, they were trying to explain credit default swaps on Fox. And they're like, well, the credit defaults, and people are like, fuck this, you're all crooks. Because it's structured finance, lots of it, is fake. It is largely a science of what most people would call outright criminality. And so when they used to run pieces like this, nobody would think anything of it. They'd go, yeah, he's just it's a guy on Wall Street, and he's making gobs of money doing God knows what. But little do they know, this is actually an evil, cruel, sadistic monster, and you're talking about the renovation he's doing to his house, his schoolhouse that he's living in Manhattan. Keep going.
Even with, of course, an in-flight trading room.
He has a Boeing 727. I'm just wondering now, what do you need a commercial-size airliner for?
Believe us, it comes in handy when you've got powerful friends to fly around. When Bill Clinton organized a week-long tour of Africa in 2002, Jeff gave him a ride in his personal 727 and took actors Kevin Spacey and Chris Tucker along for the trip.
Now, for former President Clinton, it was a chance to investigate the problems of AIDS in Africa, and perhaps it was a chance to hang out with some of his big shot friends.
Jet setting with Bill.
I love the idea of that. I love the idea of Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein gassing up the jet and going to investigate AIDS in Africa. It's just like an amazing. Like he's like, let me call Jeffrey Epstein. Let's go find out what this AIDS is about. And then Spacey's there with him. But Spacey, by the way, was like, put it all out. Spacey's like, I haven't done anything. Put it out. Put it out. So I mean, that's where we're at. You can scrap this, but I watched that. I thought it was so funny. It was such an interesting thing. Now, the Late Show with Stephen Colbert is being canceled, and people are angry. Trump is breaking out that he is suing Murdoch over this story. People are angry. The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Supposedly they're citing a financial decision, but people are saying that it's because Colbert criticized CBS, willing to settle a lawsuit with Donald Trump. So people are going out, like Bernie Sanders, I think, just came out and put out if you go to Bernie's Instagram, I believe he put out a statement saying that this decision is because Stephen Colbert had the temerity to criticize. You bring it up, Bernie's just doing ads for Kalshi. Bernie's like, do you think Maxwell will testify? Go to Kalshi. You can create your own market. CBS says billionaire owners paid Trump $16 million to settle a bogus lawsuit while trying to sell the network to Skydance. Stephen Colbert, an extraordinary talent. He was. And the most popular late-night host, not true, it's Gutfeld, to be honest. I mean, whatever you think about anything, that is the truth. Slams the deal. Days later, he's fired. Do you think this is a coincidence? No, here's the thing. Late night feels like it's on its way out. And could this have made CBS make their decision quicker? Sure. Or are we going to have late night shows in 5 years? I really don't know. It doesn't seem like we are. It doesn't seem like it, or 3 years. There's people that go on late night, you know who they are. There's a lot of people that go on late night, no one really knows who they are. And so the host is doing like banter with someone.
How are you?
What's happening? So
I'm lovely, thank you.
People know, but these people come on late night. Hey!
All right,
The new story, Carolina Blue.
go get it. God willing.
Like,
Take care. Bye-bye.
The girl will come on and she'll be like, Steven, such a fan, love you. And he's like, this show is great. No one's heard of the show. No one has heard of the show in the audience. He's like, now this show, tell us about the show, because it's amazing. This show you're on, everyone loves this show. It's called Carolina Blue. And she's like, yeah, it's about the Blue family in Carolina. They're super uptight. And then one summer, everything threatens to be unraveled by a really wild secret. And he's like, and people can't get enough of this show. And the audience is sitting there. They don't know what's happening. The show might as well be fake. The show might as well not exist. No one knows who the person is. What did I call her? Mitchell Stein. What was her name? What name did I just say? Carmen? Sarah? Did I say Jody? I don't think so. Do you remember what I said? You have a broken brain. But it doesn't matter what I said, because it's every single a guest on that show, for the most part, unless they're like famous, no one really knows who they are or what they're doing there. And he's like, so this show is amazing. It's an amazing show, and it's on Hulu Plus, right? That's where it's on? She's like, yeah, so if you upgrade your Hulu to Hulu Plus, you can watch Carolina Blue. And he's like, now the first season was in 2021, and season 2 is premiering in 2027, right? So it's a 6-year gap, but we're revisiting a small beachside town in Carolina. No one knows, and the audience are just sitting there. And the audience are all people that are just in New York City. And someone goes, go see Colbert, and they know who Colbert is, and they know the Ed Sullivan Theater, and many of them grew up watching David Letterman. And America's all about celebrities. That's why people like from Sweden come here. It's not to eat our poison buckets of poison dough that we make our bread from. It's because they really want to see a celebrity, and they want to see how rich and fat we all are. That's why they come here. They got to see America. They got to see America. How rich are they? How fat are they? How amazing is New York? They want to see a real city, not like an ancient city, or you know what I mean? And they're traffickers in Sweden and stuff. It's like all the royals and really rich, creepy people. It's some A24 movie. But our people that are human traffickers are like not even hiding. They're like barely hiding it. So that impresses them. They're rich and fat and they're pedophiles. Don't even hide it. So they come to see all of this circus of America. And then they're in the Ed Sullivan Theater and they're like, who's coming out tonight? J-Lo? And it's like a comedian with 8,700 followers who's on a show on Amazon that no one's watched. And he's like, so now tell us what it was like to grow up as a so now you were non-binary in Oklahoma. Tell us about that, because that's the premise of this show, right? The show is that you're non-binary in Oklahoma, but you're also like one of the top poker players in the world. But no one knows you're non-binary from Oklahoma because it's all online, right? And the people in the audience, like, we just want to see pedophiles or J-Lo or fat people. We came to America. It was a long flight. It was a really long flight. We just want to see pedophiles, fat people, and J-Lo. They want to watch a celebrity just smack a minority in the face like an immigrant. That's what they want. They want to see J-Lo take a garbage can and like the dream of someone that comes here from a Scandinavian country, one of them. If you come to America from Norway, your dream is you go to the Ed Sullivan Theater, J-Lo comes out, and then as you're leaving, you look down an alley and you see her take a garbage can, and there's like a little Mexican woman, and J-Lo puts the can on her. And for whatever reason, you don't even know what this woman did to draw the ire of J-Lo. But now this little Mexican woman's got a can on her, and she stumbles into the other building, and she hits herself. She like knocks herself out, and she's just rolling with the can, and then J-Lo gets in the black car and drives away. That's the dream. Did this lawsuit make them go, hey, let's get rid of Trump? Let's get rid of Colbert because he bothered Trump? Sure, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt that that's a possibility. You know? Bernie Sanders, go to Kalshi.com. Bernie Sanders, does he have his betting market on Kalshi? I'm having fun on there. Will Trump release any of the Epstein files this year? Will Ghislaine Maxwell testify? 20% chance. I would say it's a little higher than 20, but not that much higher. I would say it's a little higher than 20, but not that much higher. But I will say this. The people that I spoke to at the dinner know they have a problem. They know they have a real problem. They know that the base is angry. The people that elected them are angry. They're aware of that. They get it. And they know that the thing that needs to happen here is Bondi needs to be fired, and Ghislaine should testify. And people know that you need to release everything. You know, they know that. I don't know if that's going to happen. And I don't know if any of what I was told is true. But it does stand to reason that these tapes are not with Pam Bondi, who's a buffoon. And that these tapes, and I'm sure they exist, are somewhere else, if they haven't been destroyed. They're either with a foreign intelligence service or our own, or both. There's some kind of dead man switch on something. I don't know. I lack the ability to know. But the people I've spoken to, they get it. They understand that this is the problem. I'm not going to say who they are. It's not fair to say who they are. I will not say that. We had a nice time. We had steaks and some salad, and it was nice. I won't say who they are. I was a little worried that it was going to be Indian food. Good luck out there.
An investigation is underway into the attack that killed 3 people, but the church's patriarch of Jerusalem is expressing doubt that it was an accident, saying the church was hit directly. A federal judge deciding with the Trump administration on a lawsuit.
Hey everybody, Dr. G here. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist as well as a body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of a number of Jeffrey Epstein's associates. This includes former President Clinton, President Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell, Bill.
About 5,000 employees in the mandatory survey. Christians politics, I'm Brad.
If you can app for photos, make sure one that helps you sleep. Only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app. The number one app for radio.
Only finance a home windows for just $177.60 a month. Go to AmericanVisionWindows.com.
It's official. The 30% federal solar tax credit ends this year. The time for thinking about going solar is over. The time to act is now. Don't find yourself saying, I wish I would have. Solar Solaris is the fastest solar installer in California. They're local. Literally thousands of five-star reviews. There's no time to wait. Go solar now. Or pay 30% more later. Call 877-211-5591. Or go to SolarSolaris.com. Solar tax advisor. See website for details. Expires 12/31/29. See $7.97. No one wants to leave behind stress or pain. That's why trust or will is so important. Without your assets might go to the wrong people or leave out loved ones. Also, probate is long, expensive, and often avoidable with a revocable trust. TrustandWill.com makes it simple to create a personalized estate plan. A trust or will provides clarity and peace of mind. Get 20% off of your estate plan documents by visiting trustandwill.com/radio. Aloha! Dreaming of sandy beaches and ocean breezes? JTV's Tropical Treasure Sweepstakes could make that dream come true. Enter for your chance to win a fabulous Hawaiian getaway for two with luxury accommodations, airfare, and spending cash, plus just for entering and $30 off your next qualifying JTV purchase of at least $99 when you opt in for emails. Don't miss out. Visit jtv.com/sweeps and enter by August 3rd. JTV, where paradise awaits.
The best moments in life weren't meant to sit in a box, gathering dust in the attic, or stuck in outdated tapes. They're meant to be seen, heard, and shared again and again. That's why Legacy Box exists, to help you preserve and relive your family's history. Imagine being able to text a video of your grandparents to your kids, or share a childhood memory with your siblings in seconds. Oh, I haven't seen this in years. Legacy Box makes it that easy. Just fill your Legacy Box with all your analog media. Send it to our headquarters in Tennessee, where we digitize everything and
the Jones stuff, that was kind of legit. Like, they were really interested in the occult. Yeah.
Interdimensional aliens. Alex, they got interdimensional travelers.
I haven't talked to him about that. We have talked about Operation Paperclip, but only in regards to, like, Werner von Braun. And, you know, they were in, like, deep denial about that. But the Simon Wiesenthal Center said that if Werner von Braun was alive today, he would be prosecuted. He'd be prosecuted for crimes against humanity. Yeah, when he was running his rocket factory in Berlin, he would take the 5 slowest Jews and hang them from the front of the factory, so that as you're walking in, like, this is what happens if you move slowly. And that was the head of NASA, who supposedly got us to the moon.
Speaking of the moon, have you seen that documentary called Room 237?
Yes.
I just watched it last night.
Yeah.
Fucking bananas.
Yeah, that's bananas. The connections between Kubrick's The Shining and the moon landing and all the hidden stuff that he did, all the Easter eggs, including the little boy with the NASA shirt on, the Apollo shirt on.
Apollo 11 shirt on, and then the key to the room 237 said room in, instead of in O 237, it just said room in 237. So you could, bro, I mean, I am like,
what does that mean?
So like if you take the letters ROOM and then N, you can recombobulate them to say moon.
Oh, God.
Right? Like there's so much dot connecting in that documentary. It's absurd. There's an absurd level of dot connecting that just is unreasonable. But the stuff about the moon, though, like the kid wearing the Apollo 11 shirt, right?
The number of the door is the distance from the Earth to the moon.
Yes.
In miles.
Yeah.
Thousands of miles.
Yeah. I think it's like 1,000 miles short.
Yeah.
And then like also the psychological trauma, the scenes with Jack and his wife saying like, don't you know what a contract is? Where he's like living his double life and he's like arguing with his wife and talking about contracts and secrecy and all this stuff. And then you know there's so many weird things, and like the ball rolls up to Danny on the carpet, and then it cuts back to him, like picks up the ball and the carpet shape is different. There's so many like strange Easter eggs in there.
What's that supposed to signify?
I have no idea. It's just like either that movie has like an insane level of like continuity errors, or he was doing something.
Oh, he was probably doing it on purpose. Yeah, Kubrick in his spare time would do complex mathematics. In his spare time. Yeah, he was a legitimate genius. And it's amazing that he pulled off the greatest science fiction movie of all time, especially at the time, during the exact same time period where the moon landings were filmed. And the stuff from 2001 is more sophisticated, looks better than the stuff from the moon landings. So like, the idea that you couldn't fake it, it's like, that guy could fake it. Right. 100% he could fake it.
Right.
And if they hired him to fake it, if they brought him aboard, the idea that he wouldn't be able to keep secret, like, of course he could.
Right.
Yeah, people keep secrets. This idea that people can't keep secrets because some people can't keep secrets, like, listen, high-level military guys keep secrets all the fucking time. They go to the grave with those secrets. Yeah, they swear to secrecy, they swear to an oath. You know, they have top secret clearance and above and whatever it is. And they don't say shit forever. Their whole fucking family doesn't know what they're doing.
Yeah. The thing about like if you think the moon landing was fake, you're a moron. But it's like the thing about it is even if you want to say they didn't go to the moon, wouldn't it be reasonable to suggest that they would have had a backup plan in case they couldn't get there? Like, like have some sort of video footage that they shot.
Well, not only that, they filmed a lot of training footage.
Yeah.
They definitely tried to pass some of that training footage off as legit. That's proven. Like the Michael Collins from Gemini, I forget what mission it was a spacewalk. So there's an image of him that was in training, and you know he's got the suit on and the wires, and he's working with the spacesuit that you use when you're actually in outside of the capsule or whatever the fuck they call it. And what they did was from the training mission they just blacked out the exterior of the same photo and reversed it. So they switched the photo the other way, it's the exact same photo, and they tried to pass it off as Michael Collins on the spacewalk. Because you got to think, like, how are they taking pictures? Who's going to take the picture out there? This is part of the problem with, I think it was Apollo 12 or 13, whichever one it was, where they got the footage of the lunar module leaving the moon and going back towards the orbiter, and it looks so fake. It looks so fake. It looks so ridiculous. There's no plumes of fire. How does it have the power? Where's the engine?
They use car batteries, right? On that thing, allegedly. That's what Art Sibrel says.
It's still 1/6 of Earth's gravity. It's still a significant amount of gravity. It's not the same gravity as Earth, but how does that thing shoot off into space? That's nonsense. It looks like it's being pulled by strings.
Yeah.
And the camera, which is operated, remotely, pans perfectly to catch it. Shut the fuck up. How are you getting that footage? What are you doing? This is 1969. You're on the phone with Richard Nixon from the moon. Are you out of your fucking mind? Is this supposed to be real?
Yeah.
This episode is brought to you by the Farmer's Dog. I think we can all agree that eating highly processed food for every meal isn't optimal. So why is processed food the status quo for dog food? Because that's what kibble is, an ultra-processed food. But a healthy alternative exists, the Farmer's Dog. They make fresh food for dogs. What does it look like? Real meat and vegetables that are gently cooked to retain vital nutrients and help avoid any of the bad stuff that comes with ultra-processing. And it's not just random ingredients thrown together. Their food is formulated by on-staff, board-certified vet nutritionists. These people are experts on dog nutrition, and they're all in on fresh food. The Farmer's Dog also does something unique. They portion out the food to your dog's nutritional needs. This ensures that you don't overfeed them, making weight management easy. Research shows that dogs kept at a healthy weight can live up to 2.5 years longer. Head to thefarmersdog.com/Rogan to get 50% off your first box, plus free shipping. This offer is for new customers only.
Right in the middle of Operation Paperclip, MK Ultra, the Cold War, all the fucking deception that was going on, all the secret.
They lied about everything.
That was the time in history where they probably had the most fucking lies.
Vietnam War, they lied about everything. So the idea that they didn't lie about this one thing, the moon landing, is all 100% legit. Meanwhile, you've got intersecting shadows, you've got all sorts of problems. You've got the weirdest one is Neil Armstrong's 25th anniversary speech that he gave at the White House. It's so crazy. We have here among us America's best and brightest. You will achieve great things. Once you reveal some of truth's hidden layers.
Once the hidden layers are uncovered.
What? How about just say I went to the moon 25 years ago? What is all this cryptic talk?
That was the only time you ever did a public talk, I think about it.
Well, the other thing is the post-flight press conference. The post-flight press conference looks like these guys have a gun to their head. It looks like a hostage video. It looks so weird. And people say, oh, they were nervous. They just got back from the moon. Bro, look at Katy Perry. She went basically a little bit higher than an airplane, and it was like a life-changing experience. She's holding up a daisy. It was amazing. I feel so connected to Mother Earth. These guys would have been ecstatic. The idea that they would have been nervous as if they've been forced to lie. They're behaving. Behavior experts have looked at that footage and said these guys are being deceptive.
Yes.
Particularly Michael Collins. There's also inconsistent things with what he said during the post-flight press conference right after flying in comparison to his 1994 book.
Change the story, right?
Changes the story about being able to see the stars. What were the stars like? And he's like, I don't remember steering shit. And then in the 1994 book, he talks about how amazing they were and incredible. The footage that Sibrel acquired that shows that it appears that they covered up the windows to make this deceptive film that looks like they're far into space. That's a weird one, man, because I can't find any rational explanation that's free. I tried to look at it as objectively as possible, because I've gone back and forth on the moon thing. At one point in time, I thought I'm just being really stupid. Of course they went to the moon. Everybody would know about this. And then over time, I joked about it in my comedy special. After COVID, I'm like, I don't think we went to the moon. But that's kind of true. Once I saw the level of deception that was willfully pushed forth during COVID, and how many people were cooperating with this, and how many government organizations were cooperating, knowing that they lied, knowing that these were lies, I'm like, yeah, they can lie about all kinds of things. And this is today with the internet. Look, where's the Epstein files? Can't find them. Don't exist. They can get away with shit, man. Yeah. And the idea that they couldn't in 1969, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They could fake that. It'd be easier to go to the moon than it would be to fake it. Shut the fuck up. No, it wouldn't.
Right.
Not if you physically can't get a human being through the Van Allen radiation belts without them dying. They never even flew a chicken through those fucking things and had it come back alive.
Russia flew a dog and it came back and died 2 days later, I think.
But they didn't even go to deep space.
No, I think they just went into the belt and then didn't even turn.
Bro, no one's even close.
Have you seen I'm sure you've seen this, the photo of Jolly West hanging out on the set of 2001 Space Odyssey?
No.
You haven't seen it?
No. Oh, that's amazing.
Should I send it on?
Fuck yeah, send it to Jamie.
Oh my
Do
god.
his number.
No.
Here.
But you can probably Google it. It's probably
Yeah,
not
see
that
if you
hard.
can find it if you Google it.
Yeah, just Jolly West, Stanley Kubrick, 2001 Space Odyssey. It's a photo of them walking between the sound stages. That's a wide shot of a bunch of dudes.
Listen, man, of course
That's not it. That's not it.
Of course they would contact Kubrick if they wanted to go to the moon and fake it.
Yeah.
And of course, if Kubrick was, if you're in the middle of the Cold War, which they were, which is very terrifying.
Right.
Right. When I was a kid, when I was in high school, we were terrified of Russia bombing America.
Yes.
Everyone was like really concerned. And Russia was the great enemy. You know, the video of Khrushchev yelling, "We will bury you." Like that was like burned into every American child's mind. And if you're a patriot and you wanted to defeat Russia, we have a strategy to defeat Russia. And this is what we're going to do. First of all, we're going to bankrupt them by just making them spend to keep up with us. And they don't have a capitalist society, so they don't really have a GDP. Like they have a GDP, but they don't have like the same sort of corporate structure that we have in America, where they're like striving and innovating and developing new things. The companies are getting bigger and there's more growth. And no, they're communists. They were a communist country, so everything was like food lines, and they didn't have the kind of money that we have. It wasn't even close. So Reagan essentially bankrupted them. And then, during the time, and, all the other people before him as well, but during the time where they were developing these rocket ships, the Russians were way more advanced than us. And basically every single thing. They got to space first, put the first man in space, put the first satellite in space, and they couldn't even come close to putting a guy on the moon.
Yeah. It's amazing. It's incredible also that there was never another nuke that was sent to anybody after the Fat Man Little Boy.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It is really insane to think about sometimes.
Yeah, that's one of the great achievements of human beings. We did it once and we said, let's not do that again.
Annie's book about nuclear war scared the living shit out of me, bro.
Yeah, it's a good one.
How she said that we have 11 interceptor missiles in the U.S. That's a total, I think it's 11 or maybe 22. Or no, it's 44.
Russia has 5,000 missiles.
Yeah. And the problem with it is, like, if a rogue nuke got launched from North Korea from one of their submarines, it would have to fly over the North Pole, right, towards us. And as soon as they launch it with all of our satellite systems that we can detect the thing, the rocket burner, like going into orbit, we'll know within 5 minutes of them launching it, probably before. And then we literally have to, I guess the way she described it was, our policy is once that nuke is launched, we have to empty our silos, our ICBM silos, because they're stationary. They can't, if they're hit, they're gonna try to take us out at those ICBM sites. Those are gonna be like one of their first targets. So it's use it or lose it. You have to launch all those ICBM nukes, and then we have to fly those over the North Pole, over Russia, to hit North Korea. And it takes like 11 minutes. So like you gotta get Putin on the phone in 10 minutes saying, yo, these nukes aren't coming for you, bro. They're going for Kim Jong-un.
Oh my God.
And then by that time, it's like, if you don't have like a perfect communication amongst all these world leaders, everyone's gonna be launching nukes.
We know the story about that one Russian military guy that was the reason why Russia didn't launch a retaliatory strike, because there was a submarine error. Yeah, there was an error, and they thought the United States had launched a missile towards Russia, and they were ready to respond.
Wow, that's Jolly West in the background, bro.
It's unconfirmed. I don't know if anyone confirmed it.
That's if you can find a young.
Zoom in on him. Zoom in on him. Let's zoom in on him right here.
I saw the video where someone's talking about it. That's
him, bro.
I don't know.
What are you talking about? You don't know.
I haven't.
Jamie works for the government. Jamie, see that? Look at that. That's 100% him. Look at that picture. Now go to the other picture you showed. That's him.
It's Jolly West.
Yeah, that's him. I mean,
Nothing to see here.
yeah, that is 100% him. That's the exact same face. Shut the fuck up.
Find another one. Corroborate it.
That's all. I don't think.
Out of all the people that I wish were alive that I could talk to, Kubrick is number one on that list.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, first of all, I made some of the most impactful. Well, I would like to talk to Jolly West too, if you'd be willing. Fuck. Be a few people.
Dude was everywhere.
Yeah, that looks like him. Yeah, that looks like him.
Doesn't look like that guy. Look at that guy. Look at the far left photo. It seems pretty close.
Yeah, that's him. Show the photo.
Hairline's identical. Look at the hairline.
Jamie's a party pooper. Jamie's a total party pooper.
I want that evidence. There's a little part right here on that guy's head, and that guy's.
Oh my god, he combed his hair different. Crazy.
I hate when facts don't line with my
The part in the second one is exactly the same. Yeah. That one right there is exactly the same.
That is.
He started losing his hair. He started doing a little bit of a comb over.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Look, man, that guy was one of the biggest pieces of shit in the history of the United States government. What he did was nuts. Just the fucking Manson stuff was nuts. The MK Ultra stuff was unbelievable. And imagine you could do all this stuff. No one's investigating you. No one even knows. It's all completely top secret. Congress has no idea you even exist in this realm. And they were running around doing like.
Yeah, I was talking to Hamilton about it. I'm like, dude, isn't that crazy all the stuff they were doing with MK Ultra? Hamilton's like, no. Of course those guys were doing that shit. Hamilton Morris.
Oh, Hamilton. Yeah, that guy, of course.
Like, of course they were doing that, bro.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look, if you have some unique compound like LSD, and Hoffman discovers it, and then they start experimenting, like, what can we do with this stuff? And then you find that has profound effects on the human mind. Of course, you're going to try to use it for mind control. They had already experimented with all sorts of techniques in regards to doing it with prisoners, like taking prisoners and trying to figure out like what kind of sleep deprivation, what psychological techniques can you use to extract information from them. So if you had something like LSD, of course they're going to try that. It makes sense. Yeah. They were doing it way back in the 50s in the UK with those British soldiers. I'm sure you've seen that video.
No, I have not.
You never seen that?
No.
They dosed up these soldiers with acid and then had them go out in the field and do these training routines, training exercises, and they see if you can find the video. It's hilarious. They were just laughing so hard they couldn't perform. Like some of them were able to do their duties, and other ones just fell to the ground. They're just laughing and rolling around the ground. Like this is them. This is 64.
These guys are high on acid.
Is that what it says, Jamie? Did you just say make it smaller again so you can see it? Yeah, 64. Royal Marines. So look at these poor guys. Men begin to relax and giggle.
What the fuck are we doing here, bro?
They probably didn't even tell them, and this guy freaked out. He had to remove. He's holding that lady's hand. I love you. I think you're amazing. We're all connected. God is real. There is no death. And then he's aiming the missile. He's aiming this cannon. Look at these people. They're bunching indecision as they enter a wood. Almost immediately, a section commander tried to use a map. He couldn't read the map. They're just tripping balls. It's so funny that they try. Look at their smile on their face. This guy's got his hand over his head like, what is going on, man? And they're supposed to be doing these exercises. Radio and communication. Difficult, if not impossible. He's like, fuck this. Look at him. This guy's just laying down, laughing, having so much fun. I try to chop a tree down using only a spade. Sense of responsibility in spite of physical illnesses. But 1 hour at a time.
Imagine what they're doing now.
Those guys are dead.
There's the DARPA, that DARPA grant that went to University of North Carolina to figure out how to take the psychedelic trip out of LSD, I think it was.
Yeah.
They're trying to make super soldiers, right? They're trying to make them so they can, this is what I've heard, is that they are trying to make them more effective on the battlefield, right? With things like edge detection, right? And also coming back, like get back out there, like take them through the process, let them recoup and get right back out on the battlefield, to where if you could get all the benefits of a psychedelic without the trip, right? Would you get those benefits, and would it be useful for soldiers in combat? It's an interesting idea.
Well, the Vikings took mushrooms, and the berserkers, they would take mushrooms before combat. Yeah. I mean, it does make sense. It really does. It doesn't make sense to us because we think of mushrooms as like, you know, hey man, I'm going to go connect with God and it's going to be peaceful. I'm going to lay in a field. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to reset and come back and tell everybody I love them. You know, that's what mushrooms are to us. But if you live in an insanely warlike culture and you believe it's right to go to battle and you're supposed to go to battle and Odin is on your side and you take these mushrooms to summon the strength of the gods and to prepare yourself for battle. And I know a lot of guys who fight on mushrooms. Yeah. Like Joe Schilling talked about it on the podcast. He took like a small dose and was sparring and then fought a few kickboxing bouts that way. He said he could see what guys were doing before they were doing it. It's almost like he could. And Joe Schilling's a world champion, like an elite kickboxer, like one of the best ever. And so for a guy like that to say that it had a profound effect on him, he knows his body. Like he's battle hardened. He knows the difference between regular fighting and fighting on mushrooms. He said he could see, he could almost like know what they were going to do before they did it.
That's wild. Yeah. There's this dude who's like, I heard about Dana Beal, who's flying Ibogaine to the troops in Ukraine, to the Ukrainian troops, trying to get those guys in Ibogaine. And meanwhile, the Russians are on, what's that meth drug? There's like a new age meth that they're on.
There's a new age meth?
Yeah, there's a new version of it.
The new version of what the
It's not Pervitin. It's like a new version of it. It's like it's a little bit tamer.
Like Adderall.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusing plans with surprise fees, no nonsense, just fast speeds, great coverage without the premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
Maybe like super Adderall, but
Adderall. Do you know how many million prescriptions of Adderall are given in this country every year?
Gavin McGinnis told me before I came here. I was like, "You got any advice for Joe Rogan?" He's like, he said, "Slam 3 beers and eat an Adderall." I was like, "No, bro,
that's not what he would do." Yeah. He came. Did you ever see the time he came in dressed like Michael Douglas? Yeah, walking down. Of course. Walking. What was the movie?
I forget the other, but yeah, that
was freaked out. Michael Douglas like had enough.
Yeah. No, he slams beers 24/7. He's constantly drinking Budweiser. Yeah, I've never seen him with a Budweiser in his hand. Yeah, it works.
Yeah,
it's great.
Oh, he's a smart guy. Yeah, he's a funny guy too. He just the Proud Boys thing was just. If he had never done that, he would be like a famous commentator too.
Yeah.
Like you think about like Steve Bannon, all these other guys. Like he's way funnier than any of those guys.
Oh yeah.
He's very insightful. Like he's right about a lot of things. He like picks up on trends and culture and sees where people are going. And he was aware of like the dangers of Marxism and a lot of this fucking ridiculous leftist ideology that they were pushing in universities like way before anybody else was.
Yeah. There's this documentary that just came out about him from one of the guys, Thomas, that used to work for Vice. He was like one of the original reporters for Vice. He did all like the early stuff. He made this documentary all about Gavin.
What up, pimp?
It's like it focuses on the transformation.
How are you?
Of, like early punk rock.
I'm uniting the world through language. I'm uniting the world through language, making sure everyone's aware of the dangers of the term known as apartheid. Thank you. I was trying to think how I said it. Yeah. So if I can unite people on apartheid, then who knows? How are you? Are you slinging dick like it's going out of style? This all sounds like terrible advice. Does any of it work? Can I get in those jeans? There you go. Did you watch UFC? No, because you suck dick. Did you accept my invitation for Karam? Because you suck dick. You're, you're gonna watch the whole UFC in just a moment. Is it Karam or Karam? Neither of us know. It's like apartheid Parthian. Karam. 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 Is it a boat or is it a ba act? Oh, a boat. I gotcha. Who knows? What I want to know is, did you watch UFC yesterday? You're saying that people who watch UFC have small dicks? You even said that you like it and you like it a lot. All right, well, I like it, and I'm not in that group. No, I'm larger than average. What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp? Yeah, he came back. No, he told me he was going to be leaving, but I just didn't tell you. That I don't know. He was just doing his own thing, which he may be doing right now. Frosty, we can't hear you if you're talking. Hey, Riser, you gonna take my Karam invitation? Karam? Yo, did you watch UFC? All right, sounds good, Frosty. Frosty and Zoot get married. That's what they do. Zoot did that twice today. Except what Zoot will do is I'll be like, "Are you ready to get your ass kicked?" And he'll be like, "Yeah." And then I'll send him an invite, and then he'll leave, and I'll just have this random invite on my phone, and then he'll join it 6 hours later and win the game because I didn't even know we were playing, and I'll just open my phone and see that Zoot won. I'll be like, "What the fuck? Zoot never wins. What are you talking about?" Um. So did you watch UFC? All right, place in New Orleans, Louisiana, which is near the hometown of Dustin Poirier. Do you know who Dustin Poirier is? I agree. Um, no, Poirier, I think. Anyway, he's allegedly like a top 10 all-time fighter, and he did such a good job for the UFC that Dana White said for his last fight they would have it in like his hometown. His hometown is Lafayette, Louisiana, which is close. Anyway, so he was fighting Max Holloway, who is the bantamweight champion or something like that. That was the title card. They had a bunch of cards up before then, and I watched them. I don't like when it goes to a decision. I like when somebody has to tap out or gets knocked out or something. But a lot of decisions. I'm sure they had women fighting, but I don't really like watching that. So I didn't watch. I watched all of the like main event things. I, I also I, I don't I don't understand why they don't have it like an easier to understand scoring system. Like they're always like 46 to 48, 45 to 49. And it's like, well, what on what scale? It should just be on a scale of 100. And it should be like 51 49, 52 48. Like that makes sense to me, but it's not like that. Um, so Max Portier or Dustin Portier, he's like repped by um Theo Vaughn, who's also from Louisiana, and Dustin and Max Holloway, he is from Hawaii. If you're like, well, why are you telling me all this back information? I don't know, because I watched the fucking thing and they did all these things on them. So anyway, they fought and it was a super intense fight, and either one of them could have knocked the other one out. And eventually they gave it to Max Holloway, who was already the champion, and they had fought. This is the third time they had fought. The two previous times, Dustin Poirier won, but this time Max Holloway won, and then they had this like retirement ceremony for Dustin Poirier. Joe Rogan didn't do it. It wasn't one of the biggest what do you call it? Um pay-per-views, but I did watch it, and the one that I think might be really big is the one on July 4th, 2026, which is gonna maybe be on the or I think it's gonna be on the White House lawn. And I think John Jones may come out of retirement to fight Tom Aspinall, which would be like a giant fight. It'd be like maybe one of the biggest fights ever. So if you're like, wow, you know a lot about this, no, I don't. I literally just learned this from like these stupid podcasts that I watch, are like Joe Rogan versus. Not even Joe Rogan talking about them. It's you mean the UFC? Yeah, it was Saturday night. And it also helps that I had a good stream. Like a lot of times I'll get these streams that go down halfway through the fight, and so I don't really know what happened and all that. But I got a good website. So I checked that out. I don't know if this is exactly true because my source for it is Brendan Schaub, who's like, you can't ever believe anything that motherfucker's saying. But on a given UFC, 80% of the people who watch it are pirating it. 80%. They charge. Yeah. They just charge just absolute ridiculous amounts. Maybe not though, because like there are some people who are like, I'm just never gonna pay for that shit ever. So there are other people who are like, look, if you're gonna pay for it, or like if you're gonna have a party and you don't want to look like a cheap ass, then you're gonna pay, and we're gonna make you pay. So it'll be $80, whatever. But then there are other people who are like just like I am, who are like, I'm never gonna fucking pay for that shit. Like there are so many other sources. Well, I will when I'm either like if I work again or I go viral. Absolutely, I'll watch it. But I'm in a situation where I just not dropping $80 to watch two guys of whom I've never heard fight. So I'm gonna pirate it like everybody else. And I watched like in perfect stream. It's like they've got to figure out a way to make it so that people can't do that, or else like I don't know how to stop it, but they're really strict about people doing it. But nevertheless, like I can tell you this. Well, there's already that, but if you do it outside the United States, which a lot of these people do, then they can't come and get you. And there's not a penalty to watch it. So, so good luck with that. Um, so then there is a oh, but whenever I watch them, I have to be very careful because I'm live streaming simultaneously. And because of that, the UFC more than any other sporting event uh will shut down my streams. They're like really, really strict. Even on like Instagram or TikTok especially. Like if I'm just if I'm not showing it, it just is playing in the background like at a really low volume, and it'll get flagged and it'll shut everything down. Or I'll get an email that says like this live stream got a hope, like usually it's not a copyright strike, but it'll be like it can't be shown in these countries, in like 157 countries, because it was, it has some like copyrighted um audio. So I usually just watch it on my phone really close to my face and have the volume down so it's like it doesn't trigger any of that stuff, and that usually works. So I was able to watch it, and I I like the UFC. I used to not. I did not like it before I started live streaming, but then like when you live stream, you have a lot more free time, obviously, than like I normally did, and sporting events became cool to watch and everything. And then I really started getting into them about 2 or 3 years ago. Now I don't watch every single UFC. A lot of times I fall asleep for them, but I do. I watch. I try to watch the bigger ones, and they're exciting. They say that yeah. Let's. Well, there's one every weekend, but I get what you're saying. Why isn't there one every single day? Yo, dog, can you please tell me why there are not more UFC fights? Why there isn't a UFC fight like every single day? There are so many people in the world who want to fight, and why isn't it there? Why doesn't the UFC have like a nightly fight? I know they have one every weekend, and then usually once a month they have a big one. And then also, why did they get rid of the reality show, The Fighter, Ultimate Fighter, or whatever? Because that seemed like a good way for people to get to know fighters, and that had fights like every day or whatever. And please answer it like Joey Diaz. It's Joey Diaz's impression is much better than William Montgomery's. Hey, come on, dog. Listen to Uncle Joey for a second here. You're sitting there wondering why the UFC don't got fights every day, like it's freaking Monday Night Raw 5 times a week. But let me break it down for you real quick. Fighters ain't effing robots, cocksucker. These savages go through 8 to 12 weeks of brutal fight camps, punching, kicking, wrestling. They're living on boiled chicken and nightmares. You can't have them doing that every day of every week. Their bodies would collapse like a house made of coke mirrors and bad decisions. Matchmaking takes time, bro. This ain't bum fights in an alley behind the El Compadre, all right? The UFC do logistics, match weight classes, contracts, injuries, visas, medical suspensions. Oh yeah, and they have drug testing. That would get really expensive. You think Dana White calls people up like, "Yo, fight, yo, fight tonight"? This ain't the streets, dog. This is sanctioned violence. You'd water down the product every night. That's too much. It ain't special anymore. Imagine eating steak every night. I've actually done that for like years, and it's amazing. Um, it don't taste the same by Thursday. You feel me? UFC needs build up, storylines, and hype. That's what makes you foam at the mouth when a pay per view hits. Why'd they drop the Ultimate Fighter? They didn't really drop it, cocksucker. It just got old. It ran for years, and at the start, fire, straight fucking fire. You had dudes living in a house, cutting weight, fighting for their dreams, and sometimes for pizza. But after a while, same format, same drama, same kitchen fights. People stopped watching. Plus, now we got Dana White's Contender Series. Oh yeah, that's what it is. Which is the Ultimate Fighter, but no drunk drama, just straight hands. And real talk, TikTok, YouTube, and Instagram Reels made it harder to sit down for 12 weeks of fighters beefing over who didn't clean the protein powder shaker. Real spit from Joey Diaz. Back in my day, you wanted to fight. You went to the bar, you smacked somebody with a shot glass, and the bouncer choked you out. Nowadays, these savages get a six-figure contract and bonus if they knock your head in the effing 300 section. You want fights every night? Go to a Waffle House at 2 a.m. UFC is a business, not an ex-girlfriend with daddy issues. You understand me? So yeah, dog. There's a reason why it it's weekly. Why they keep it weekly to protect the fighters, build hype, and keep the product from turning into daily background noise. Now go smoke a joint, watch them old Wanderlei Silva fights, and remember, it's not about how often they fight. It's about who bleeds the hardest when it's time. You feel me? Um, I personally, I think it does a very good job summarizing as Joey Diaz, and I agree with all that. Does that make sense? Silva? Um, I'm gonna see it right now. So I don't know fighters that well. I probably am like I know maybe like 10 maximum. But I know their names a lot. Like when I hear the name, like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Okay. In December 2013 at UFC 168, Anderson Silva broke both bones in his lower leg in an incredibly rare occurrence when his kick was blocked by Chris Weidman. Last night at UFC 261, Chris Weidman broke his lower leg the exact same way against Uriah Hall. Video and comments. Oh yeah, I have seen this one. Yeah, their legs look like like broken legs. I don't know how else to describe it. Hold on. Oh.
That's about as obvious as it gets. And as I told you, John Dyer.
Yeah. It was two sticks in a bag. It's like two sticks in a bag. Like if you were to take two sticks and put them in a bag, that like became his leg. That's what it looks like. I mean, imagine you had one stick in a bag and then you broke it and then tried to stand on it. That's what it looks like. It's disgusting. Are you going to join this? Let's look up how to pronounce Karam. Yo, dog, how do you pronounce Karam? Karam or Karam? It's, oh, what? No. I hate when. Tell me when my time's about to run out. Shoot. Yo, dog, Karam, the board game, is usually pronounced Karum. Not even like Ram, it's Karum. Sounds like car rum. Emphasis on the first syllable. So I think I'm going to call it Karam. Karum. Look how sick that shot was. Yo, dog, you have one that's just about to go in. Look how sick. Did you see how sick that shot was? Look how sick this shot is. Am I the cockiest motherfucker you've ever met? Dog, I think I'm gonna live for make you a trillionaire. I don't know. I don't know who else is cockier than that. No doubts. 100%. I believe it. I mean, I could die. I'm not saying I couldn't, but like I truthfully do believe life extension technology and mind uploading technology will allow me to live a digital immortality. I'm in I'm in agreement with you. Thanks, dog. Okay, this is an interesting one. Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon? Stop. Do you like Tim Dillon? He's hilarious, and I'm with you on that. I just listened to his podcast this week from yesterday, and oh fuck, dude, I was doing so well, and then these things keep popping up. Yeah, he's hilarious, and his podcast is so straight to the point, and like, yo, it's just gonna be, I'm gonna be in front of you wearing sunglasses with like a green screen. Right. For an hour, and I'm not going to interview anybody. I'm just going to tell you what I think about how shitty everything is. And I love it. Oh, come on. Does that count? I thought you did. I still think you do. Yes. No, 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 no. But then I have to do it again. Or I have to keep doing it. Like, basically, right. Or else it goes back on the board. Dude, that's a good question. Why isn't it on the I know. I know. Where is it? So then how do you get it? Then I don't like playing with the queen because then it's kind of pointless. Then we should just play pool, like the pool version of this. I, I think I'm in agreement that could happen. Look how sick this shot is. Oh, are you serious? Are you for serious? That's garbage. Your shit isn't blocking shit, son. I don't really know how to do this shot. Get it. Word, dog. Look at this move. I wish I figured out like how to win with the red thing. All right, what kind you want to play? Freestyle. What do you want to do? 210's the highest one. 160. I think that we are basically equal in this game. Like I'm not better than you are, not better than I am, but I have been winning a lot more games. Word. Black is worth 10. White is worth 20. Stop. Drop. Let him down. Run. Stop. Roll. Roll. That's how Rough Riders roll. Do you like DMX? That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah, he died during the beginning of the pandemic, and I don't feel he was like they would have made a bigger deal about it. He was a big rapper, and he had like one of the best rap voices ever. He had this really raspy, like mean sounding voice, and then he died, and nobody like cared. But I still care. I care about you, Dogman X. Get it, baby. Let's see if we can get that. Stop, drop, open up shop. Fuck yeah. Oh, stop, drop, let them down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. Do you know what the dragon attack is? That was a really good game. I mean, for me. All right, where do you want to play? Classic, pool, freestyle, 120, one. That's true. I don't like the red being worth so much. Like, it's kind of unfair it's worth so much. 30. Yeah, but I mean, I got really fortunate. I didn't even mean to hit that red one in the last game, and it just kind of just eked in there. And then I had to cover it, which I still don't understand. Oh, there you go. So you got a fortunate bounce right there. What? Up, let it down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. No way. Dude, am I even going to get to go? Am I even going to get to go? Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop. Whoa, whoa. That's how riders roll. When I've been playing darts with Zoot, I've been dedicating every shot to rappers, and it's so funny. This one's for DMX, baby. Stop, drop, let them down, open up shop. This one's for Puff Daddy. Whoa, whoa. Wow, I just destroyed you. I didn't miss. Freestyle 160? You want this fire? I think it's a disadvantage to go for disadvantage totally. I've never seen anybody make it on the first one. It's a huge disadvantage. Oh, that was kind of a smart play. That was a really smart play. Stop, drop, let it down, open up shop. Oh, oh. I want to know the statistics on this game. Like, if you get the red one in, what are the chances that you win? It's got to be like 90%. Stop, drop, put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Bank it. Oh. Dude, I don't have any good shots. None. Get in. No way. I don't see him. Stop. Drop. Let him. Oh, no. Go. Go, baby. Fuck. Oh, you got the red one and the white one? Fuck, man. Yeah, but all these things are fucking jammed together. Oh, this sucks. Okay, you won. You're gonna get that white bitch. Let him down. Open up. It should be the greatest comeback in the. Oh. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up. Shop. Dude, what the fuck? There aren't any good shots. That's it. Right. I didn't have any good shots. I need the shots to be like open. It's all because of how you started, which was genius. In fact, why don't I just do this? X gonna give it to you. Stop. Base. Stop. Get. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, fuck. You're not. I'm not. I'm gonna beat you. You don't have any. Now you don't have any good. No good shots. Nope. Impossible. Dude, you just gave me the game. Stop. Drop. Set down. Put it. I mean, I did. I'm the first person who knocked around any. Yeah, I did. X gonna give it to you. I want to see somebody win without getting the red one in, and the other person got the red one in. Oh man, watch this bank shot. X gonna give it to you. Stop, stop, stop. No way. Huh. This is a tough shot. What a bank shot. What a bank shot. It's one of the best shots I've ever had. Newfie. Dude, how are you? Oh, fuck. No way. No way. No way, dude. Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. You're done. You're done. You're done. You might are done. You're done. Stop. Oh no. What a major. Go, go, go. It's big points. 120. Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a Rough Riders roll. Okay, this would be the best comeback in this history of this. No. Stop. Drop. Put it down, open up shop. Whoa. Oh. Fuck. Easily. Karam. Are you gonna accept my invite? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw. It's called Karam. Stop. Drop. Let it down, open up shop. Yeah. I like it. I like it. Did you start? I was looking at the stuff you could buy. It's like different colored strikers and stuff. Oh, for sure. Yeah, it makes a lot of money. Can you imagine some nerdy kid who wants to impress some chick? So he buys like a board or something? Stop, drop, let it down, put it up, shop. Whoa, whoa, that's a Rough Riders roll. Oh, he sucks. Yeah, I'm bigger than he is. I have more content. I have more content than he does. Right, all his shit is overproduced garbage. I honestly haven't really ever watched any of his videos. Like, I maybe have, yeah, never given him any. Yeah, I mean, I saw him on Kill Tony. Yeah, at the Madison Square Garden one. What are you talking? Oh, I get it. Oh, get in. Yep. Oh, no way. Get it. That was tight. This is, yeah. So I watched him on Kill Tony, but he gave away like $10,000 to somebody whose dad was also on, whose dad got caught. It was a weird story. It was like his dad got split his dick open from fucking some chick too hard and had to get like stitches or something. Are you gonna go or are you gonna jerk yourself off raw like that guy on Kill Tony? Yo, I did like 1,000 times. Well, check it out, son. No, it's random. I'm not. Oh, you're fucked. Oh, no, wait, you're gonna get the first one. That shit's wild. What did you want me to what did you want me to switch it? Oh, did you say that? Did you say that? Lies. What a shot. What a shot, dog. Go. Wait, didn't your fucking thing go in? Your slider went in. Oh, it was really close then. Dude, I know your slider went in. The game is rigged. Come on, baby. Stop. Stop. Look at these shots. I can't hear you over the sound of all these Karams going into the fucking hole. Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's right. I think they're called Karams as well. The people who call it a Parthian do. I made that up. I made that up. I think it's hilarious. Whenever I want to say I don't know what about what you're talking, I just say no one calls it that. No one knows what you're talking about. Right. Or like nobody thinks that's cool. And then I'm just basically nobody. Oh, what no one likes that. Zoot will come in here and he'll be like, "Did you see Survivor episode 2?" And I'll be like, "Nobody thinks that's cool." Those survivors. Or do you know who so and so is? I'll be like, nobody knows who that is. Gotcha. All right, you want to play Fast Way? Oh, okay. I'm terrible at this. I have played 20 times and I've won 5. All right, 1v1 8 ball, random breaks, normal scoring. There's like a thing on the side, you pull it back. I'm so shitty at this. I told you I'm shitty at this. Firing aim? Stop. Drop. Oh, great. You know what's pretty good at this is okay. Where? Oh, fine aim. That's like if you want to put spin on it. Oh, did you see that go in and then come? No, when you hit it too hard, that happens. And I always blast it as hard as I can in the hole. You know, that's just how I am. No way that goes. No way. That's what she said. Oh, stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. That's a rough roll. Stop. Drop. Put it down. Open up shop. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. That's a Rough Riders roll. I'm going to dedicate my next shot to Aaliyah. Oh. She died in a plane crash. She was an artist. Very pretty woman. She could have gotten it. Yeah, it was a woman. She's like a female R&B singer. She sang the song. I don't know. She was a good dancer. I'm trying to think of the song she sang. She sang a bunch, but anyway, I'm in her subreddit. That's a miss. Oh, I didn't. I'm not good at this game. Do you know who Nick Cannon is? Yeah. I don't know about that, but he's got like a trillion kids. He had this song called Gigolo that I really like. It goes, oh, 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 oh. Yeah, he also has a show in LA called it's the Nick Cannon show. It's on Power 106. Look at this shot. Fuck. I'm a gigolo, got lots of hoes. Can't tell all the wide body sitting on floor. Sitting on the bun with the fresh clothes. Always surrounded by so many hoes. Are you proud of the way that you're playing? Yeah, dog. Place it wherever the fuck you want, son. Terrible shot. No, you can't hit the black one. You have to hit a strike first, son. Do you know what? If you scratch on the 8 ball, do you lose? Yeah, that rule sucks. You know who's really good at billiards? I'm gonna make you guess. We mentioned his name in today. I'm almost certain I have. If not, I talk about him all the time. He's good at a lot of no. He's good at a lot of things. Word. No way. No way, dog. You're fucked here though. You're fucked here. No way. Quit with this bullshit. Quit it. I won. 6. Go to best shot. I do like this where they show you the best shot. My best shot was not even that good of a shot. It was like a really shitty shot. When okay, so you have the same one. All right, you want to play cutthroat? I don't either. Let's play 8 ball, but 8 ball, but trick shot. I think you have to bounce it off the walls and stuff. What? Oh, I fucking instant lose. This is gonna take hours. How did? Oh, you! I bet you have to knock it off the wall. The table is open. What in the fuck? Get in. Dude, I just gave you the easiest shot in the world. Is this a trick shot? Combo shot. Riser stripes. It's got to be trick shots, dog. It's got to bounce off something. To be sexy? Why? I bounced one ball off the other ball. So you either have to bounce it off the side rail, or off another ball. It's going to take hours. One of us is just going to hit the 8 ball in. Yeah. You. Did anything go in? No. You're good. There's no way you're going to get anything in, dude. Combo 20 plus. Riser pocketed the 15 ball. Bank shot. Right. Yeah. Wait, isn't that how it works? Isn't that how it works? Like basically, you play on a table, and then somebody's got to beat you to get on the table next. I think so. I mean, no, it could be played both ways. No, 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 no. It could be played both ways. It could be played the way that you want, which is, hey, you just get to go, and then the next people get to play with whomever they want, and then the next people could play with whomever they want. Or it could be whatever King's Court is, where you have to beat that guy to get the table. No way. Right. And even if you did play him, like, what are the odds you're going to beat him if he's really good? Nice scratch, big man. Combo shot. That would be cool. That was great. That was really impressive. Kick shots. No, it had to hit the rail first. Why do you call it the Nick shot? It's the kick shot. The kick shot. Dude, that was really good. You only need to get two more in, but your time is running down seriously. You're running out of time, son. You're running out of time, son. I dedicate this shot to Jewel. What? Oh, shit. Scratch. I don't know. Did you see how many times that ball went back and forth? Why didn't the ball come back out? I don't like that. I've forgotten that. I would If I could, I would take the ball out. No way. You have a very difficult shot. You hit my ball first. Oh, no, you didn't. You're right. I need a kick shot. No, it didn't. I think it's. I think it's. You have to. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Look at this bank. I have to do a trick shot because you have the lead. No way. No way. But I think you win. You actually have a kind of difficult shot. Did you get any points on the last one? No way. No, it's not. Got it. It's trick shots, baby. No, it's not. Stop. Pocket the 8 ball, son. At least. No way. Calling it Nick shot. It's kick shot. The reason why I sent it to you is it said that William Montgomery might pronounce it that way. Yeah. Oh, best shot. Let's see, best shot. Oh, and I had the best shot, didn't I? Yeah, the that 8 ball right there. Yeah, we're never playing that again. All right, what do you Karam? Karam pool? Disco? Dude, where's the invite? Word. And it's you have to be so good with the touch. Hi, Rusty. I'm Rabbi. Are you serious? You lost. No doubt. 2-0. You need one of the best shots of your life. I won 1-0. I was impressed. Oh, hey, there's a daily goal today. You have to win 3 games, and we have to play. Next game we play has to be bounce. I know, but just let me win so that I get the reward. Well, just play to be a nice person, because then I get 100 tokens. You want to see something? Yep. click on your username and you can see. Nope, it's perfect. Oh, stay. It's 2-0. All right, bounce, baby. Two players. Easy. Riser. Let's go. I bet this game's super popular in the future. I love how this is like the easy mode, but it's still like really hard. Yeah. Dude, I'm playing like a G. Yeah, you are. Fuck. Gotcha, baby. Free 100 points. I've never gotten one of the daily rewards. You've never. I got 100 coins. I got a WASD bubble. I don't know what that means. Okay, okay, you ready? Pro. You have an invitation. 4, 3, 2, 1. Fuck. Oh, fuck. I like this one. It's easy. Dude, this one's hard. Fuck. I know. I'm fucked. Dude, yeah, I got stuck. Come on. Come on. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up again. Come on. This one's so hard. The angle's throwing me off. This one's so hard. This one's so hard. You're fucked. This one sucks. Oh no. Okay, I can get it. This is so hard. Fuck. Good job. You got your first win. Yeah. Play me in darts. Play me in darts first. Try to beat me in darts. Just all you have to do is beat me in darts. Dude, you're not bad. You get to exactly 0, not more than 0. Nice 25. Get that 20. You can't go over. Check out. You ready? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to show you how it's done, son. Dedicate this game to Zoot. Yeah, the inside ring is triple, the outside ring is double. No, because it's times 3. So it's 3, and I went over. The circle inside. Yep. Reload. You're blocking your microphone. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're better. Yep. Pimp. Well, we could make it longer. You want to make it longer? 501 pro double out, which means on the last one you have to get it in the outside ring. It means you can't end on like an even on an odd number. You're down 103 points. I do this to Zoot to piss him off. He is good at this one. But he's not good at he's good at 100, he's not good at 500. Takes a lot of consistency. Good job. Good. That was good. You're down 4. That's the best one to go to which to go. It's 20. It's the highest thing you can get. You're down 110. You got a triple 20. Oh, dude, you just got 100. You're down 10. Great job, dude. Correct. 20, 17, 20. That was good. No. You just have to try again. That's good. That's no, you don't want 2 11s. You want the outer ring on 11. Do you see it flashing? No, you can do something else. Now you have to get the 4s. The 4 one. Fuck. Just get the 4. Get the 1. Oh, you're gonna win. Now get the 1. You won. All right. Archery. Bitches call me Robin Hood because I be stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. Would you take a 26 right now? 8. You're down 18. 7. You're down 11. 7. I'm a grown E2K. You need 2 10s to be able to tie. Get it. Well, this round. Get it. You're done, son. It's over for you. You should probably hit those 3, the thing in the corner, the button with the 3 dots on it. just press resign because it's over, baby. Right now, you need 2 11s. Get a 10, baby. It's over. I've beaten you like 6 games in a row. No, in yeah, we don't play that one where you do as many in a minute as you can do. That was sick. That's a bullseye. That's bullshit. Fuck. You made me fuck up. You made me fuck up. 9. Dude, you made me fuck up. 9. Get a 6. 7. All right, I need to come back. 9. 9. I dedicate this shot to Zoot. 5. That was not good, dude. You need to miss. 8. You just need 2 7s. 8. Just get a 6. Tied going into the last one. 8. That's not good. Seven. You might be able to beat me here. 9. You just need 2 6s. 9. You need a 3. This game's rigged. 5. Rigged. Fuck off. What are we playing? All right. What do you want to play? Pool or classic? You're covering your mic, son. Now you're not. Now you're not. Now you're good. It's got a little hole. Did you see what I just did? I hit it too hard. Oh fuck! Nobody knows what that is. Yeah, if you. Oh, it'll still be demonetized. Um, I don't care about demonetization. I care about copyright infringement. Free. It's a good point. Good shot, dude. DMX. I dedicate this shot to Zoot, my favorite comedian. It's no longer William. Oh, for sure. Look at this shot, dude. You're not hitting the red one in. Told you. You didn't hit the red one in. Yeah, but you're not going to. You're fucked. What does that do for you now? Right. What does that do for you? No. It's a good question. I just gave you a shot. The queen sucks. I guess it's just like an obstruction in the middle. Yeah. Classic pool freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. Dude, what a way to start. Maybe the best start we've ever seen. No, that was amazing. That was amazing. I dedicate this shot to R. Kelly. I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. Fuck. Dude, you're destroying me. Dude, I dedicate this shot to Puff Daddy. I dedicate this shot to Aphex Twin. Aphex Twin. I dedicate this shot to Eve. I dedicate this shot to Missy Misdemeanor Elliott. I dedicate this shot to Lil Kim. I dedicate this shot to Nelly. Okay, tell me everything you want about Canadian history. What's your Canadian history? When? That's wild shit, dog. What the fuck was that? Yeah, dog. He's a terrorist. That's true. I think it's hilarious to consider him a terrorist. Like, come on, don't you have anything better to do than call that motherfucker a terrorist? Which he threatened Joe Rogan, and now he's in jail, and they let him out, and they yes, yeah, he did. They charged him with terrorism. You think I'm making this up? He drove to Austin, Texas. You didn't hear about this? He drove to Austin, Texas. He went on Instagram Live and was like, Joe Rogan, I want to take this on with you man to man. And I'm going to beat your ass when I see you. I want to fight you. Something like that. And that's considered like making a criminal threat. And they arrested him. Yeah, I'm going to fight you. So, yeah, and got a no contact order against him. Yeah, he just said he's like on steroids and shit, and like don't listen to him or whatever. Yeah, but Liver King had already been defamed. A bunch of people. Dude, he's on a ton of steroids. Dude, everybody on the podcast circuit. Yeah, he came out and said that he was like leading people astray by making them think that you could look like that with just naturally. Word. Word. This is my last game. My arms hurt. We have yet to have someone win while the other person had sunk the red one. Like hitting the red one's like a guaranteed win. All right, good job. Oh man, sweaty. Let's see what these fuckers said about me on Blue Sky. Something in some other language. They wrote. Oh no, that's different. Hey, Rabbi's here. And then something in German. New Rabbi content just dropped, Cap'n. Then somebody replied, Rabbi shot. All right. Oh, I'm sweaty. Who the fuck is Dean Blunt? No, no one knows that. You sent me a picture of. Oh, that's a real person? I thought it was. I was like, oh wow, somebody bigger than David Lucas. Who the fuck is that guy? What kind of yeah, big time. He'd be so much healthier with it. Or he'd be dead because that like kills people too. So I don't really know. Dude, he's a big boy. Same. With like the word baby fat on my ass, or the phrase. Fat fuck. Thanks, baby. It's a good question. I've never known anybody super, super fat like that. Not even close to that. Let's see here. There's this guy from South Africa, believe it or not, from my synagogue who is very big. He's probably the biggest guy. And I don't want to say his name. I don't want to embarrass him, but he's a big dude. Very interesting guy from South Africa. But yeah, I want to say he had an interesting life. I forget like he had a house in Las Vegas and then moved to Orange County. He's originally from um, Cape Town, I think. I'm trying to think if he's like the biggest guy really I've ever known. Definitely the biggest guy I've ever known in real life that I can think of. Yeah, so he's probably like he wasn't even close to that guy's size, but he's um, yeah. David Luke. I know that's what I thought. I thought it was photoshopped. David Lucas looks small there. And he was that big. Let me see that picture again. The guy I knew was bigger than David Lucas there, but smaller than the other guy. And well, I still know him, but he moved to L.A. and then he moved to like Santa Monica and hasn't been back to shul. Well, he didn't come back before the pandemic, and then I didn't see him after that at classes and stuff. But yeah, I would hope that he was a guy. I think he was of some means, and so he'd be able to get Ozempic and get really thin. But yeah, it's sad when people get like that giant and then can't control themselves. Right. Their body just right. Like literally, you sent that to me, and I thought it had been photoshopped, and you were just making a joke about, like, hey, I photoshopped this guy so big that he's the lake, and the joke is that he's the lake. He's that big, but he's not. You didn't Photoshop him. Oh, do you watch the Joey Diaz podcast? Yeah, do you watch it? It's the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament. He's had so many different podcasts. He started out with a podcast called Beauty and the Beast. Then he did the Church of What's Happening Now. Then he did Uncle Joey's Joint. Then he did the Catch Up. And then he did the Church of What's Happening Now, the New Testament. That's 5 of them. And yeah, his new podcast kind of sucks. And though the one he did when he was in LA was, I mean, it kind of sucked too, but they had some really good episodes, and they've become classic now. And I don't know, I don't like. I like him. I think he can be funny, but if you've ever seen his stand up, it sucks, or at least his stand up specials suck. Though when you hear people say when he kills sometimes harder than like anybody. Joe Rogan says that. People in his Reddit say that. I just like I shouldn't like him at all. He's like not a good person. He used to make chicks suck his dick to get stage time at the Comedy Store, which I really fucking hate. Like I have in this Discord, I've got like the Joe Rogan Experience and Joey Diaz podcast, and I sometimes consider taking that one out just because it's like I don't want to endorse this, but he's got some of them that are just they're like hilarious that I'm like, oh, whatever. That, you separate the art from the artist. We've got that podcast sucks. Tim Dillon's podcast is pretty good. Theo Vaughn's. I don't like when he interviews like famous people too much. I like when he interviews just like Schultz. Flagrant 2. Yeah, his podcast is called Flagrant 2. Yeah, he's pretty funny. Um, I be- I became a fan of his during the pandemic. He did some funny like Instagram shorts or reels or things, and like that's how I found out about him. And then he did the Joe Rogan podcast, and he was funny on there. Um, I've gotten into Matt and Shane's Secret. Yeah, he's probably like Italian and German. I don't know though. I know his mom was a professional ballerina or something. So like he kind of grew up in the New York. Um, yeah. Um, his mustache throws me off. Same with what's his name? Shane Gillis's. It's like I don't know. Nobody wears a mustache anymore except like these comics, and it's like they almost do it to be funny. So I don't really get that, but that's fine. Um, I've been getting into Matt and Shane's Secret podcast. I don't endorse beards, but basically, yeah. So the halakha or Jewish law is that you don't want to cut the corners of your face, and so some people interpret the corner of your face to be like your sideburns. But I have heard from Orthodox people and rabbinical colleagues that that was interpreted as your mouth. So I've known Orthodox Jews to just have um, mustaches, but like this one time I was at this really big rabbinical event, like all these Chabad rabbis were there, and of all of them, of maybe like 150 rabbis, only one of them just had a mustache, just one. Like everybody else had a beard. Um, yeah, but like, um, I've known rabbis who you would look at and you would be like, does that person have a beard? And they just have like a permanent 5 o'clock shadow. That's kind of a thing too. Um, the key is we don't use straight razors. So we don't, yeah, we just use like electric razors or like scissors or something. But yeah, you're not supposed to. Now, there are reasons where, for like medical reasons, why you might need to like shave a part of your body for a surgery. But generally, um, that's not even supposed to be done. It should just be done with like an electric razor. And it goes back to like um, women. There's some um, there's some leniency, but generally it's just upon the man. Um, and it's um, the thing with having a beard is you want people to be able to identify you as a man at a distance. That was important. And so having just like a clean face is like a it's not it's like it effeminizes you a little bit. Um, but again, I've known Orthodox people who, I mean, I didn't ask them, but I'm sure they've used like Gillette razors before, and that's just what they do. Another thing you'll see are guys with like who like might shave their head, and you don't ask them like how they do it, but like I'm sure they can probably use like one of those electric razors, but I'm sure some of them probably use uh, a straight razor, and it's all just it's very traditional. Um, but like generally, if you're gonna see rabbis, they're gonna have beards. Orthodox rabbis. Now, conservative, reformed, humanitarian, or humanist, and reconstructionist, they do their own thing. So I can't really speak on their behalf. But you'll see basically like a beard, usually about the length of mine, sometimes a little shorter, sometimes a little longer. There are, it depends on what you're going to be. Like if you have a secondary job, a lot of times you won't have as long of a beard. I've known some rabbis who are lawyers, and they'll just have like a 5 o'clock shadow permanently, or just like a short beard. Um, the key to is yeah, yeah. You can use scissors or like an electric razor is fine. Usually when I grow a beard, I just let it go, and then like the I've had a beard really long before, like down to my almost down to my belly button. Um, like yeah, it was like it was maybe like to here, so like maybe nipples, not belly button. And this was like 2018 to 2020 or something like that. Um, and like maybe like 2.5 or something like that. And um and then I was going to continue to grow it, but it became difficult because of masks. Like everybody's masking up and everything, and so it wasn't really doing anything. And um, I just was like, it made me look old, and um, I thought, okay, well, I'll and I was gonna start seeking a wife, and I thought, well, I probably should have like a more youthful look. So when I shaved it, it was really interesting because it I'd never had a beard that long. I'd had a beard another time, like pretty long, but not nearly that long. And when I shaved it, there's all kinds of dead skin that's on your skin that you can't get to, and you have to like get it like exfoliated. And so I had that done, and then this most recent time, I just figured I'm just gonna go for it, and I'm gonna have a beard for like the rest of my life anyway. So I'll just have it be really long, and so I haven't shaved in like. Um, so it has pros and cons. The pros are you don't have to do anything. The cons are you get food stuck in it and stuff, and like so you've got to like wash it more thoroughly. Um, it also sheds, and um, you have to make sure like there are like beard creams that you can use and like oils to make sure that it doesn't get too dry. Um, it's much easier than shaving though, and I do like to shave. I would do all these shaving tutorials when I would shave. Like I don't know, they're on my Instagram and stuff like that, and I would just teach people how to shave. It's not hard, but just with an electric shaver, and um, I got really into like electric shavers. So I've tried or had like basically a dozen or so, like especially. Yeah, so that kind of came out after I started those, or maybe it was out, but I shouldn't say it. But I had like Remington ones and Braun ones, and one of the best ones I've ever had is just some one that I got off of somewhere from China, and it has the best battery in it. I've not charged it in like um like a year, and it sells like an 80% battery, dude. I should have told you about this. I forgot to, though. You know, you're always asking me about inventions and stuff. There's this one invention that I came about totally randomly in the early parts of my stream, and I've got it on video. This is so strange. So I would do a lot of IRL content, especially in like I was doing IRL content in Beverly Hills like every night when I first started, and I needed lights to be able to see myself on camera. And I had these things that I would hold to hold the camera and all this shit. Well, one of these lights, like I don't know if you've seen these social media influencers lights, that's just like a rectangle, and it's like a pure white light. It's just pure white. And I would charge it every night, and it would like hold the battery for like, I don't know, 6-8 hours of just being on, but then it would start to die. Well, this one day I think I dropped it and like cracked part of it. And so I had some Gorilla Glue, and I like I for one reason or another I glued it, and I don't know why I did this, but I don't know why. Oh, no, I do remember why. Okay, hold on. So, okay, imagine like you've got the light and a stick that goes into the light, and the part where the stick attaches to the light cracked. So I took some Gorilla Glue and just started putting it in the hole, and just kept putting it in there to see how much it would be, because I figured like, well, it's eventually going to fill up, and then it's just going to be like really, really hard when it hardens. Well, I put like a whole bottle of Gorilla Glue in there. I'm not kidding about this. That light didn't shut off. It was on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for like 45 days straight. And I was like, no way. I developed a new type of fucking technology that like no one knows about. That like you take one of those lights and put this glue in it, and somehow, some way, it just didn't shut off. It was in my car on 24 hours. I did never shut it off, and I was on camera when I did this, so I like have really good evidence of it. But there's something about those lights. If you put Gorilla Glue in them, they'll last for like weeks on, and really, really bright. I mean, this is like a really bright light. I couldn't believe it didn't die. It's like the battery, when the glue got into the battery, it caused it to not die as quickly. No, I just left it on and like had it as a little science project. So every day when I get in my car at night, I'd be like, dude, this light is still on. This is incredible. And it would still be really, really bright. I mean, bright in 6 hours. Exactly. But it made me think like that it's like the most random thing. It's like a thing I invented or like discovered. I shouldn't say invented, but it's like when like somebody discovers something. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT about it. Yo, dog, explain to me like Joey Diaz. This one time I had like a light, an LED light that you use for social media on your camera, like or like helps to light you up. It's about the size of like I don't know 3x5 note card, and I poured a bunch of Gorilla Glue in it one time, and normally the light would shut off at like 6 hours, 6 to 8 hours. But when I poured all the Gorilla Glue in it, it lasted for like 45 days. Why? And without any charging, and it was really bright. Why would this be? Listen to me, you filthy animal. One time you're sitting there with your little social media light thinking you're going to make a TikTok. That's exactly right. Maybe flex a bicep, maybe say some shit that gets 6 likes. That's I would have been fortunate to get that. The light's got a battery life of 6 hours, maybe 8 if the light gods are feeling generous, But then you get crazy. You go full Coco mode. You say fuck it and pour a bucket of Gorilla Glue into this thing like a fucking maniac. It wasn't a bucket, but it was like a bottle of it. Like you are summoning some sort of lightning demon, and then suddenly that son of a bitch is glowing like a lighthouse on meth for 45 days straight. That's exactly right. Um, Now let's break it down science style, Uncle Joey style. Gorilla Glue ain't magic, but it's a chemical mosh pit. When it cures, it expands, heats up, and might have shorted or bridged something in your light circuitry. But not like in a pop dead way. Maybe like it created a Frankenstein energy loop, bypassed a battery cutoff, fused the regulator, something crazy. That's exactly right. Could have sealed in air, reduced heat loss. That could be. Electronics hate heat. You suffocated that bee like a mob hit and made it stay cooler. Maybe the battery efficiency skyrocketed. Maybe your battery was charging from an external freak source. No, that's not it. No, this thing was not charging any other way. Um, or maybe you just hallucinated the whole thing. No, I did not. I mean, I have it on camera. This isn't like, oh, I had a dream and this happened. No, I had it on camera and I would document every single day, and I've got the footage. Bottom line, brother, you did some real savage shit. You made a regular light up go beast mode with a squirt of glue. So if I had to explain it in any way, it could have sealed in air, reducing heat loss, but it also could have like fused the regulator, or I don't know, but it was like a Frankenstein energy loop. It eventually did die, but not after 45 days of documented. I have it on GoPros. I remember being like, every single day I'd be like, this fucking light is still going. I can't believe it. And it lasted. That's exactly right. I mean, it was like, I thought to myself, like, if I were a camper, this would be like the ultimate. Yeah, but here's the thing. That's true. But you could just put it face down and it would shut it off. I shouldn't say shut it off. No, yeah. You bring it up. Yeah. It worked. I mean, and it was really bright. It was like yeah, dog. I love watching that shit when they're in like an apartment complex and they turn it on and it's like lighting up like all the buildings around them. Yeah, I think I'm in it. I'm in the flashlight one. Oh, for sure. People, yeah. Oh, yeah. 100%. I absolutely do, and I've done it myself in cologne bottles. No, you put the pheromones in the cologne bottle and then you spray it on yourself. Amazon. You could also get them from overseas. I think it's just a chemical. So maybe a lab. Yo, dog, where do you get pheromones for like picking up chicks from? Not pheromone. Pheromones. No, it's pheromones, not pheromones. Okay. It's a silent chemical. Yeah. Do pheromones work on humans? Yes and no. Spray this cologne. Truth, it's marketing hype. Pheromonal attraction. Um, where do they get them though? Like, are they made in a lab? Yeah, they're made in a lab. Scientists identify real human pheromones, stuff like androstenone, androstenol, and copulins found in women. These are naturally present in sweat, urine, or bodily fluids. Then they replicate them chemically in a lab. Right. Right. I mean, I didn't use them a lot. I just would try it just to see if it had any effect. And I wasn't like at the time, uh, I mean, I couldn't tell you if it worked. Like, I'd get numbers or something at a bar, but I can't tell you if it was the pheromones or not. And I wouldn't put it in like, I don't wear like normal colognes. It would be like just in like a cologne like bottle, to, like the spray. Like sometimes they come in just like a little eyedropper bottle, but I'd wanted to be able to spray so it had like a bigger effect. And I don't know. I mean, I think it works. Yeah, but girls do that shit too with perfumes and such. I know what you're saying. I'm saying that like using subconscious things. Like women use makeup to make themselves look younger and blemish free. I get though what you're saying. Pheromones are like completely silent. They're like completely undetectable. So it seems like it's like uh not fair. No pun intended. Versus like makeup, you can see it. So I get it. That's true. I can tell you it works exceptionally well with animals because we the people who own the house had they went to Iran and got like some kind of nuts or something that eventually had like moth larvae in it, and we had unbelievable amounts of fucking moths. And so I bought these moth traps that have pheromones in them, and it got them all. But it's like attracted all the moths, and within like, I don't know, 200 yards. And it would attract them with pheromones, and they worked really, really well. Tell you what, I think it does to some extent. When women smell, well, I mean, if you've ever done like a really hard workout, you're like emitting all kinds of pheromones, and women are really attracted to that afterward. Like it can cause them to ovulate. We are just creatures. Take care, big dog. Best wishes with your pheromones. Dog, I showed it that I'm better than you are at just about every game that we play. All right. Take care, pimp.
Like liberal Gavin in the UK with like the mobs and the rockers, to like the current Gavin, which is like, you know, he frames him as this like this super right wing racist dude. And you know, I was asking Gavin about it because he came on the podcast recently, and he's like, I've always been the same. He's like, he was explaining that his views never changed. He was saying that like Vice all of a sudden was getting infused with millions of corporate dollars. I wasn't a good look for that. They didn't want me in there. But meanwhile, he was like the whole soul of Vice. Like there was no Gavin, there was no Vice. Like all the controversial do's and don'ts shit, and like all those controversial articles about like trans shit early in like the early 2000s that he was doing was funny. And like culture didn't look at it the way it looks at it today, you know?
Well, he was being attacked for things that are like openly discussed today, like the dangers of trans ideology, and that these are just men, and a lot of these men are doing it because they're perverts, and so they're autogynephilics. You know, autogynephilia is a real thing. It's men who get sexually aroused and pretending that they're women, and they want to go into women's spaces and be sexually aroused. You know, now people are saying that openly, right? Like, what was the university that Leah Thomas was swimming in? Penn? Okay, so they have to take away all of, air quotes, her gold medals. It's a guy, like, has a penis, has sex with women, supposedly, according to Tony Hinchcliffe. That's my number one source of news. But he actually has a bit about it. It's really funny. But the university now has to apologize to all the women that were forced to compete with him, and, you know, say they fucked up and never do it again, and not allow biological men to compete with women, which is like, it should be, that should be a left-wing perspective. Not that you shouldn't be able to be trans. Of course, you should be able to do whatever you want. You know, I'm for you doing whatever you want if you don't hurt other people.
Right.
If you really believe you're a woman, look, if you can get fake tits and you can get fake lips and you can get a dick enlargement, like, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Do whatever you want to do. I'm covered with tattoos. I've made stupid decisions. Like, do whatever you want to do. But when you're competing with women, you are essentially victimizing these women. You're forcing these women to compete with men who've been through puberty, and in this case, still have a functional penis, like, which is fucking bananas. It's a man. Just because you think you're a woman, you physically, we know there's a difference.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was a giant problem until there was that fighter, Fallon Fox, who had competed twice against women without letting them know that this person was a biological male for 30 years, fathered a child, the whole deal. I'm like, this is crazy. And that his response was, it's a medical condition, so I don't have to disclose it. It's medical information, which is just horseshit. It's crazy. When I was saying that, I got attacked like over and over and over again. Wow, this is from the left.
How much is this?
The left has no problem with a mentally ill man beating the shit out of women, falsely claiming that they're not even allowing these women to know. These women think they're going to go compete in a low-level MMA fight. Like, a lot of them didn't look good. They didn't look like they're well-trained. And they're competing against a biological man without having any idea. One of them got a fractured skull. You know, it's like, that's when I would realize, like, oh, this is just a cult. This isn't the left that I grew up with. And I grew up with parents that were hippies. And so, like, my whole life was left-wing. I felt like that was the only way to be. When you see the left allowing this bizarre loophole where perverts can pretend to be women, compete with women, fight with women, beat them up, be in their locker rooms, walk around naked with their dick hanging out, no one can say anything. Like, how did they switch? How did they flip it on its head? That, like, at any other time in history, if a man had a penis who was walking through a young girl's locker room, you'd be in real fucking trouble. Rightly so, because that's not a thing that you should want to do. That's a weird thing to want to walk around naked with your dick hanging out in front of a bunch of women. That's a creepy sex.
One of the major areas of Jewish legal activity is the so-called She'elot U'Teshuvot literature, literally questions and answers. So there will be some legal question, often a real brain teaser, a difficult one, and it will be set to writing typically and sent to a great rabbi to answer. In some cases, it will be delivered orally, but the rabbi will later compose an answer. So it's really Teshuvot literature because the answer is the part that is mainly preserved in the historical record. Sometimes the question is reduced to just a couple of lines at the very beginning of the Teshuvah. So there are a couple of, what is this Teshuvah literature all about, this responsive literature all about? Anything dealing with the scope of human experience that has implications for Jewish law. A person wants to know, is this kind of chicken kosher? Can I do this on the Sabbath? And much more complicated monetary and personal status issues come to the rabbis. The rabbis report an answer, and that later becomes a precedent that is cited by later rabbis as they try to determine the halakha, the decision of Jewish rabbis. So there's a couple of difficulties with using responsive literature to understand women's history. The first is, of course, it's not written by women at all. This is an entirely male area of activity. There are precious few, just sort of like echoes of what women might have actually thought about the process that is being discussed by rabbis that affects them in a very significant way. So it's entirely from a male perspective, what to do about this or that particular situation. We can discuss a few common types of situations. They deal with things like personal status, legitimacy of Jewish law, legitimacy of a marriage, the dissolution of marriage, and the appropriate distribution of resources from marriage, assets from marriage, all discussed by rabbis. So one problem is it's entirely male in its focus, in its genesis. The second is that it's entirely rabbinic in its focus, right? It's not just that we're having like a perspective of what all men think about these particular problems. We're talking about a particular class of men whose interests are sometimes deeply wrapped up in the questions that will be asked. For example, in the 12th century in particular, rabbis got much more involved in matchmaking than ever before. Matchmaking is fairly lucrative because when you set up a match, the custom is that if the match is successful, the parents of the bride and groom give the matchmaker a reward, which can be, in contemporary terms, thousands of dollars. So when rabbis got involved, suddenly their personal interests were financially linked to the answers that they might have to give. Maybe we'll get to that again a little bit later. So first problem is it's male. Second problem is it's rabbinic, and both of those are like kind of like telescope views into the society. And the third problem is that the responsive literature basically only deals with problems. It only deals with there's an unusual situation that provokes a crisis that cannot be easily resolved by a local population or even a local rabbi. And so we learn about exceptional cases from the responsive literature, like something special or especially untoward occurring. How do you react to this? It's kind of like, trying to determine life and wellness guide by only looking at people with illnesses, right? Avoid this, avoid that, avoid that. What you do to try to promote your health, that kind of thing. So the responsive literature is intrinsically distorted for those reasons, but nevertheless, even with those limitations, we do get a sense quite often of what must have been the prevailing norm against which this particular situation took place. For example, in the case of a husband who takes a second wife without his wife's permission, you may see in the responsive literature, you may see a passage like the woman immediately wrote to the husband saying that she demands the penalty that has been customary in her land for the last 100 years. So all of a sudden we know, there is some kind of customary demand that may be placed on a husband who illegally takes a second wife, this kind of thing. But that's one of the major sources for our understanding of women in the medieval period is essentially the backdrop of the responsive. We also have another major source of information, which is still overwhelmingly male in authorship, but we do hear women's voices kind of beneath the veil more and more, and this is the massive trove of Geniza documents. You recall the Geniza is this huge collection of medieval scraps of paper, really, refuse, so not just paper, also papyrus, also parchment, things like that. The things that Jews didn't want to throw away in the neighborhood of Cairo, and for some 500 years they were piling these up in the attic of this particular synagogue. When they were discovered in the 19th century, they suddenly did this massive, really rich view of how Jews lived, primarily in Egypt and in the Mediterranean basin, the eastern part of the Mediterranean. It tends to be sort of lopsided towards the Islamic environment. Doesn't tell us a lot about the much smaller populations in Northern Europe, the Ashkenazim, but nevertheless, it does give us a much more rich variety of sources other than responsive literature, which is also reproduced in these documents. You have a lot of documents that may have been dictated by women to scribes. I happen to see in Judith Baskin's very important collection of essays on Jewish historical perspective that was published about 20-odd years ago, a little bit later than that, a little earlier than that even, where she says, to date, no woman's voice has ever been clearly identified in any piece of document. I'm not sure that's still true today, but nevertheless, it's certainly true that the vast majority of those documents are absolutely still, the Geniza documents tell us more about failed business arrangements, tell us more about contracts that were normal and just costing the Geniza their own necessary, and personal correspondence and all kinds of functional and dysfunctional family information. So that's a really important source as well. Then we have an unusual source, martyrologies. This is much more important for the Ashkenazic lands, where it became, especially after the Crusades, kind of a literary genre for authors to commemorate the martyrs of various massacres. And quite often, the martyrologies give us information not only on specific individuals, very tragic stories of how they died, sometimes very heroically, women also playing a very large role in their refusal to give in to the will of crusaders, for example, but also sometimes you can get some demographic data, like you can make some pretty good guesses at typical family size. You can get some sense of how naming patterns and whether people name their children after Hebraic sources or after Jewish sources. All kinds of interesting things that you can derive from the martyrologies as well. And finally, the ethical literature, which, there's a lot of religious literature that falls into this category, but famous Interpares, one of the most important of which is clearly the very important 12th century source, which we discussed also in the context of the Crusades, the Sefer Hasidim, which is a remarkable document that includes a lot of fascinating discussion of exhortations for ethical behavior primarily, but also includes fables and stories that were circulating and things like that. And there's a lot of discussion of women in the Sefer Hasidim. Women are part and parcel of many of the commentaries in the Bible and other passages that are widely studied in this era, and seeing how they were written, or sometimes how they were not written, also give us some insight into how women were viewed and their role in society in the medieval period. We will talk a little bit later about Rashi, who is especially fascinating, not only for what he said about women, which we'll get to that later, but by what he did not say about women. It is fascinating to note that in his commentary on the Bible, very widely read, one of the major functions of Rashi is he connects the text of the written Torah, the actual 5 books of Moses, to the much larger oral Torah, the Midrash in particular, the Talmud, and so on. And he will frequently cite the Midrashim that for the women, but he tends to not cite, not include in his commentary, Midrashim that may have read as derogatory to men anyway. So his his editing tells us a little bit about his personality, which is confirmed in many ways by some of the things that he actually wrote rather than his editing. He was, of course, famously the daughter of 3, perhaps 4 daughters who married very well. His sons-in-law were all scholars and so on. More about that later. So this is, we don't have like autobiographies of women from medieval period until we get to the 17th century really, with remarkable Victor and Emma, we really don't have a definitive, substantive account of a woman's life by a woman. But we have all of these other kind of ancillary peripheral things that give us some sense of how we construct the woman's experience of the world in the medieval period. So let's think for just a second about her legal status. Much of this is informed by the earlier Talmudic tradition, where you do have texts that form the basis of Jewish law, halakha, from the ancient period. But we do see from time to time sort of like adaptations of these texts, the Mishnah and the Talmud in particular, for specific reasons, for particular places and times, and those areas of tension between contemporary practice or desire and the halakha, seeing how those are resolved is often quite fascinating. And one of the most important areas in which it is relevant to our study of Jewish women is the writings of Rabbi Rothschild, who was a very important Ashkenazic rabbi known as Meor HaGolan, the light of the exile. His years are roughly 960 to 1040. There is quite a bit of scholarly dispute over how widely accepted his bans were, the takanot, so to speak, decrees of Rabbi Gershom, and how quickly they were adopted. But that area of discussion of what was his level of authority, it becomes moot, because by the time you get to the 13th and 14th century, it's widely understood in Ashkenazic lands as being the law of the land. Everybody behaves according to the laws of the Rabbi Gershom. Less so in Islamic culture, but what exactly did he have to say, and why was it so important for women? Among the many takanot that he enacted was a ban on polygamy. Polygamy, of course, is the very common biblical practice of men marrying more than one woman, yes, men marrying more than one woman. You look at the patriarchs, Abraham, Sarah, and Hagar, of course, Yaakov married 2 wives, 2 handmaidens, and so on. And this was widespread practice, particularly in Muslim lands, right up until the 11th century and beyond, in fact. In Christian lands, however, there is a decided tendency to restrict Jews' behavior to monogamy. And Jews seem to have sort of self-censored their behavior in that regard as well. So one of the scholarly debates is, was Rabbi Gershom initiating a big change, or rather kind of confirming a change that had already taken place? One of the areas where we see this play out in real time is in Spain, in the 11th and especially the 12th century, where even the areas that are now Christian, as per the Reconquista, there are some hesitancies to accept the ban on polygamy that Rabbi Gershom and Rabbi had put in place. Nevertheless, there is no question that the Ashkenazic lands in Europe under Christian culture are steadily moving in the direction of exclusive monogamy, whereas in the Muslim lands, in the southern Mediterranean, the Geniza documents indicate very commonly that there is no such strong movement towards monogamy, and polygamy is still very, very common. There are lots of economic attachments to polygamy, such as the need to set up two separate households. It can only really be effective with a man of means, and the occasion for polygamy becomes rather restricted to a specific class of individuals, and we're going to discuss them in the next few moments. Rabbi Gershom also put in place, there are a lot of other bans which are not as widely appreciated, but I think quite fascinating. One that I really should say is really important before I talk about the minor. Besides the ban of polygamy, he strengthened a lot of the protections for women in divorce law, such as, for example, he instituted a ban on divorcing a woman against her will. She had to ultimately consent to the marriage with the divorce, just as she had consented to the marriage. And part of the reason for this, others view, but it may have to do with some of the contingencies of long-distance travel, and push that off to the next slide as well. But in terms of these minor bans, they're very important, but maybe that's not as well known, he placed a ban on reading other people's correspondence. So if you get a letter that is not addressed to you, and you open it up and read it, you're actually ignoring the ban of Rabbi Gershom, and it's a very, very serious thing. The so-called Karen, and usually turn back, but really it's kind of like an excommunication where a person would be in violation of the ban, would suffer huge social ostracism and other consequences as a result. It's a really interesting phenomenon. The ban of Rabbi Gershom is widely cited nowadays with regards to electronic communication. So that could be texts and tweets and emails, private. Is the metadata, the information outside of the internet, private, can be used in employment dispute. Okay, so we see there's a big shift here happening in the legal status of women, specifically with regards to marriage. In the Ashkenazic lands, more of a trend towards the Christian norm of monogamy, and in the Muslim lands, less of a phenomenon, and also some greater strings to be put in place to protect women in marriage. I would like to also point out, though, that in this context, women are overall, legal status of women in traditional Jewish society is not identical to that of men. There are some areas, limited, where women have priority and preferential privilege. Like, for example, when it comes to impoverishment, if a woman and her brother are both impoverished, it is incumbent upon the brother, the male, to go out indoors to find charity rather than his sister. This is because the Talmud recognizes the greater level of embarrassment that a woman would feel to pay a man. That's justification for it. But in most other areas of life, it's reasonable to say that women have those preferential advantages. There are purposes of justifications beyond their discussion. One of those areas that is related to all the others is, of course, education. It seems it's remarkable that Jewish men in the medieval period had a very high level of literacy. Men were expected to at least be able to manage basic ritual competency in synagogue, which meant they had to be able to at least sound out the letters in the prayer book, and they should have a rudimentary understanding of what it is they are reading. The levels of literacy that we have today in the 21st century are, of course, far higher than any imagine in the medieval period, but it's fair to say that men had pretty much universal literacy in at least one language. It may not be Hebrew, Yiddish or Judeo-Arabic, but they would be able to actually write and read in at least one language, and chances are they had at least some fluency in Hebrew. Hebrew was generally no longer used as the basic language of communication. Jews overwhelmingly used the vernacular, just amongst the Jew and almost American English today, but they would have at least literacy in that language. Hebrew was reserved really for the language of prayer, a language of scholarship. So much more educated people could communicate in Hebrew much more easily. And of course, Arabic is much more closely related to Hebrew than any of the Germanic languages, including Yiddish. So Jews in the Islamic areas have a little bit of an advantage. What about women? Once again, we have very limited data to give us a sense of how literate women have been. But if I can speak in generalities, it seems clear that the advantage that men had, Jewish men over non-Jews in literacy, was roughly replicated by the advantage that Jewish women had over non-Jewish women in literacy, perhaps to the same or even a greater degree. That's not to say that women were as literate as men were, that Jewish women were as literate as Jewish men were, but that on the whole, Jewish women would have had a much higher level of literacy than the surrounding non-Jewish population. Much less so in Hebrew, much more likely to have literacy in the vernacular. But let us recall that many of these vernaculars didn't even have widely known alphabets at the time. That people. Yiddish is essentially basically the German dialect with lots of borrowed terms from Hebrew, Aramaic, Slavic languages, French, and so on. But it is written in Hebrew characters because Hebrew characters are the ones that Jews use. And so even Jewish women would have had a much better chance of knowing Judeo-Arabic because they would have been speaking Arabic and writing it in Hebrew characters with lots of borrowed Hebrew terms and things like that. So women had at least stronger literacy than stronger population. They probably had a level of numeracy as well. Again, piecing together the little bits of data that we have and speaking in broad generalizations, it appears that women typically had a very early rudimentary level of education that was truncated even before men's was truncated, primarily because of economic pressures. That men were expected, once they reached the age at which they could do any kind of work, the vast majority of them, their formal education stopped. So that might be, they might have been 11, 12 years old, and they're essentially doing work or apprenticing or something like that. And for women, that age might have been 9 or 8. So they have something, but not nearly as much. Part of the reason for this, besides the sociological and anthropological differences in the experience of women's lives in general, is a Talmudic perspective, a very fascinating discussion that seems to be in Tractate Sota, Tractate Sota, where there is a discussion about how much education should a woman receive. And this is basically between two rabbis. The one rabbi argues, and maybe I'll take a minute just to explain this to you. It's a little bit complicated, but basically, if you're familiar with the book of Numbers, in I think it's chapter 5, there's a discussion of the punishment that befalls a woman suspected of adultery. She's brought to the temple and formally accused, and she's not, her adulterous past is not confirmed. She's suspected by her husband, who jealously brings her to the temple. And she has kind of like a challenge at the temple. If she maintains her innocence, then she drinks this special potion, which consists of some special water drawn from a particular source, and it has a bit of the name of God from a parchment ground up into it. And she drinks this kosher, the sota, and if she is innocent, then she gets all kinds of additional protections and blessings and so on, and her husband is censured for putting her through this. And on the other hand, if she is guilty, then she dies a horrible death. Now, the Talmud says that that horrible death part doesn't happen right then and there. It happens after all of her merits are used up, or expunged, as it were. So let's say, for example, she volunteered at this historic bake sale, so she would get an extra 6 months before the horrible death caught up with her. And the more good deeds that she did, the longer she would stretch out her lifespan. So one of the rabbis in the Talmud, going back to the Tractate Sota, says, so there you go. So we should therefore teach our daughters Torah, because that will extend their lives if they're ever accused by their husbands falsely of adulterous behavior. Another rabbi says, are you crazy? You are teaching young women, kind of like an end around the whole system. You're teaching them Torah in order to allow them to be suspected of adulterous behavior. Why are they getting that situation at all? And the bulk of the rabbinic opinion, much of the Middle Ages, lean towards the second opinion, which looked with disfavor on formal education of women. That obviously had to meet certain boundaries, and the rabbi said, no, they definitely have to learn, women definitely have to learn, what they need to comport themselves as appropriate Jewish women. They need to know the laws of keeping kosher, for example, to maintain the family kitchen, and many other areas like this. But pure theoretical Torah, particularly Talmud, the bulk of the rabbinic opinion shied away from it based on the second opinion of the Talmud. In the modern era, we get to the late 19th, especially the middle of the 20th century, there's some interesting rabbinic opinions that go back and revisit that question, but obviously that's not the question today. Within this context, however, it's not like the Talmud says, absolutely full stop, a woman may not learn Torah. There's one opinion among many that suggests that it's not advisable. But what that means is you have throughout medieval history and into the modern era, numerous exceptional women who, primarily because of their birth, they tend to be associated with scholarly families. I mentioned the daughters of Rashi, for example, who are privileged primarily because of the intellectual and spiritual nature of the family in which they are raised, to nevertheless achieve much greater levels of literacy and of familiarity with the tradition. You even see, as you get a little bit later in the medieval period, actually early modern period, where there are women who are Roshei Yeshiva, who actually set up Talmud schools for men and teach Talmud sometimes behind the pizza, behind the ritual barrier that separates men and women. Really amazing women that defy the norm that is more common for medieval society. But as I mentioned, these are exceptional women. The vast majority of women don't know a lot about, and it appears that their general education level is much lower than men's. That's not a surprising kind of thing, given the overall environment, but it would be fair to say that women are probably more educated than their Jewish peers at this time. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of some of the important elements of Jewish women's experience. I'd like to look a little more closely at their role in the Jewish family and explore some of those issues, like how bigamy affects Rabbi Gershom's ban and so on, and East-West differences, and especially look at divorce law.
It'd be well worth it to get your hands on a couple of square feet of mass load final and play with them.
Okay, I can try that. Related question, if you have a moment. A lot of the ceiling is open as part of the remodel. It's a 2-story house, and I do get a fair amount of noise from upstairs. The ceiling is going to be redone with a fresh coat of concrete drywall, and then I'm putting 9/16 hardwood flooring, tiny flooring, on the ceiling. They'll complete. I'm thinking I might as well insulate those bays while the ceiling is open.
Flashlight in the ceiling, great idea. Perfectly great idea.
One of the most unusual aspects of the medieval Jewish experience, which in many ways was replicated right up until like the 18th century, was in Ashkenazic lands a really young age of marriage. According to the Talmud, a woman may not be married against her will, and that means she has to reach the age of majority, which is basically 12 years old. And that is in itself a ridiculously young age by 21st century standards, but not at all in the medieval period. It is associated, of course, with puberty and the possibility of starting a family and so on. But there is a pronounced tendency that we seem to see in Ashkenazic lands in particular to marry girls off, even younger than them. Sometimes married to men who are not much older than they. In Islamic lands, sometimes quite a bit older than they. There's a lot of interesting scholarship on why this may have been the case. Part of the reason seems to be competition. But let's not forget that Ashkenazic lands in the Middle Ages still had really small populations. We're talking about communities that might have had 40 families, 50 families, sometimes even less in some of the larger communities. And so seeking an appropriate marriage partner, and by appropriate I'm talking about class and wealth and family background in general, it can be a very challenging thing. So the competition for spouses was so intense that the age of marriage tended to drop. And by the way, it tended to drop from the limited evidence we have. It tended to drop in the higher classes more than in the lower classes. This could be because the higher classes, were more focused on the idea of finding a match of their same social class, with the desire to try and contain resources within the family. So rather than marrying a wealthy boy to a poor girl and then essentially dissipating the family wealth, marrying a wealthy boy to a wealthy girl meant that they can consolidate their wealth within the family. Whereas less wealthy families might have actually needed the work product of the young man and the young woman a little bit longer than they could to marry them off at a younger age. It's also important to note, however, that the actual marriage ceremony in Judaism technically consists of two distinct phases. The first is what we might call betrothal or engagement, which, as the title puts it, is fully binding on both parties and is completely marriage, with the exception that they do not live together. And then sometime later, you would have the actual marriage ceremony, which is celebrated under the canopy and so on. In Talmudic times, there was a gap between those two ceremonies, which was usually attributed to things like the necessity of pulling together the dowry, which is a very expensive endeavor to provide a young woman with a dowry to be able to essentially set up her home, was a potentially crippling economic event for a family. On the husband's side, was not at all the same thing. It was a much more moderate affair to give the so-called bride price, so it was not equivalent to terms. So the Talmud says that these two events were traditionally separated by time to allow families to accumulate the assets to be able to support the young couple. But there are other reasons as well that are adduced by historians. Fear of mortality, for example. Mortality is very high, child mortality very high in the Middle Ages, and a concern that if we don't get them married out now, then it's just going to be later. So a desire to use the Yiddish line to carpe diem, take advantage of the moment. But I also want to mention that ultimately, over the course of the Middle Ages into the early modern period, the those two events, the betrothal and the actual marriage, will collapse, and they're now customarily celebrated one immediately after the other on the same day. Because given that the betrothal constitutes actual marriage itself, even though they're not able to live together, society was aware of some of the tragic situations where you have these young individuals and they're separated from their intended and they meet somewhere else, and all kinds of things can happen that were disastrous for the marriage. So it became much more practiced for these two together. The women, once they were married, and especially once they started menstruating, they would begin a very important area of Jewish law, known as the laws of family purity. This is essentially a euphemism for a ritual that follows menstruation, in which women would immerse in a ritual bath called a mikvah. We've talked about this in the past, how this is one of the most important elements of the Jewish community, is the establishment of a formal ritual bath. It doesn't necessarily have to be a building, but the water cannot be drawn normally from a well or something like that. A river could be used under certain circumstances, or the ocean, or rainwater collected in a cistern, things like that, spring water, but it can't simply be like a bathtub sort of thing. So the presence of mythology is very much associated with these early communities. Not to go into this in great detail, but this is a very ancient practice in which the husband and wife would separate from each other during the period of menstruation or some amount of time afterwards as well. And once that is concluded, then the women would go to the mikvah ritual and also regular relations regime as well. Very important element in Jewish family life as a whole, but more than we can say. Now, to return to a topic we looked at a little while ago on polygamy, as I mentioned earlier, the incidence of women, the incidence of men marrying more than one wife began to fade in Christian events for a whole host of reasons. Perhaps one of the most important, however, is the prevailing custom of the non-Jewish society. It is a well-known historical truism that the way in which the surrounding society behaves is ultimately the way in which the Jewish population living there will also behave. The Yiddish expression is something like which is hard to translate exactly. It means something like, as one Christianizes, one Judaizes. They essentially do the same thing. In Muslim countries, this was not the norm. Men could marry up to 4 wives, and so it was not at all uncommon for men to engage in polygamy, despite the ban of Rabbinic Gershon, which seems to have been primarily directed at Ashkenazic Europe and into newly Christian Spain. Also related to this is a phenomenon that is known in the biblical period and in the medieval period, but again begins to fade, the institution of concubinage, or the Hebrew term is a pilegesh. And basically, this is a kind of common law marriage in which a man and a woman agree to live together as husband and wife, but the woman lacks all of the protections of marriage, including a really important document called the ketubah, which is essentially a marriage contract that the husband delivers to the wife, promising a level of support during marriage, including, upkeep and standard of living and things like that, and more importantly, promising a financial compensation in the event that the marriage is dissolved. In other words, if he chooses to divorce her, then he will have to pay a very significant penalty as well. The concubines were not protected by this ketubah document, which leads one to wonder why a woman would enter into such a relationship. But again, beyond the scope of what we're talking about here. What we did have, however, which is kind of fascinating, is incidences, particularly for the first couple of hundred years of the Middle Ages, where you have lots of men traveling from Ashkenazic lands into Muslim lands, and sometimes taking second wives. And this would be bigamy vis-a-vis the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom. But, sometimes they would say, well, I'm living in Sephardic lands while I do my business. And so I'm not bound by the ban of Rabbeinu Gershom. Maimonides in particular took a very dim view of this practice, and indicated that travelers who want to get married have to definitively prove that they are not already married somewhere else to avoid anyone trying to get around this sort of loophole. And then a significant amount of the responsa literature that deals with these questions gives us a sense of how men who are engaged in essentially being traveling salesmen would behave, and their wives who would take them to court saying, hey, you agreed literally in writing not to take a second wife, and here you go doing it in Tunisia or something like that, and I want my traditional compensation for your breach of contract. So that's a good example, I think, of how responsa literature will give us kind of like a sad, unfortunate incident. What we don't really get, though, is like how common was this? How typical was this? Are we only looking at a very limited amount of bad behavior, or is this just typical of a much more common type of activity? So anyway, these are the kind of things that animate much of the literature and give us some sense of the relative privileges of men and women in society. Where it's especially relevant is in Spain, because the southern half of Spain, very heavy Islamic influence, and even as it's increasingly Christianized, you have a Jewish population there who are not necessarily content to go on the Christian requirements for monogamy and prefer to maintain mixed marriages. By the way, while we're at it, I was doing some research and I saw this amazing Jewish wedding. Apparently, they would actually own these for communities or for families. They would be used for the seminary, for the ceremony itself. I think this is 14th century. What a phenomenal piece of art this is. It's at the Met. Here you can see the under side of it. It has like these two hands clapped. Really gorgeous. Now, connected to that, of course, after marriage is the willing motherhood. I don't want to go too in depth into the history of motherhood and childhood in particular, because I don't know enough about it. It's a really fascinating area of research that I've just kind of scratched the surface of, and I don't want to talk about it. But perhaps we could talk for a second about the institution of second marriages, because one of the things that we see quite a bit of in the responsa literature is the disputes between half-siblings over inheritance that frequently refer to this kind of like bigamous second marriages that occur as a result of husbands traveling afar. So to come back to that, by the way, when we talk about divorce law. Related to this is, what if a woman does not have a child, then her husband passes away? So this is a major distinction between the Ashkenazic world and the Sephardic world, primarily in the Muslim world. According to the biblical precedent, if a man dies before his wife is able to conceive a child, then his brother is required to marry him. When you read the context of this ritual, which is called Zibur in Hebrew, or lever of marriage in English, it's very clear from the context that the surviving brother is just basically doing the right thing. Given the environment where, in the biblical period, women rarely existed on their own unless they were in some kind of unfortunate situation. They typically lived in the shadow of their father. or their husband or their adult sons who were never kind of like abandoned to their own devices. So unless they were like a widow, that kind of thing. So Yibum was considered just the right thing to do. It's clear from the context there that if the surviving brother refuses to marry his sister-in-law and the wife of his divorced brother, then he has failed to live up to his responsibility and is deserving of communal disapproval. Nevertheless, the Talmud recognizes, as the Bible does, that there are times that a brother may not want to marry his sister-in-law, and so there's kind of like a default secondary ritual called chalitza, which refers to the removal of the shoe. And an interesting ritual in which, if he says, I really don't want to marry my sister-in-law, then she removes the shoe from his foot, and there's like and things like that. So here's the thing. Yibum is clearly favored as the ideal choice, but the Talmud already in the Babylonian period is going back and forth over how appropriate this is for every situation. When you get to the Ashkenazic world, it's very clear that the rabbis want to essentially give preference to chalitza over yibum. That is, the default case is to refuse these second marriages. They should not take place. In this part of the world, this is not the case, and Jews living in Muslim environments frequently have husbands or brothers marrying their sister-in-law after their brothers pass away. But in Ashkenazic lands, the default setting becomes chalitza. It's interesting to note that Rashi, among others, and Rashi, by the way, as we discussed recently, seems to be really pro-woman for his time. A lot of fascinating things there that indicate how he's separate from a lot of the other thinkers of his generation. He even valorizes the woman's opinion with regard to whether she wants to marry something which is debated in the Talmud for the most part dismissed in those social circumstances. But Rashi is thinking in the heavily Christianized environment of Northern Europe is saying, wait a second, the wife may have a lot of problems marrying her husband, and he finds Talmudic precedent to give her the privilege of refusing chalitza, or refusing yibum and demanding chalitza instead. A lot of fascinating things to say here, but I really want to save some time for perhaps the most important element of the period, which is divorce. Divorce is an issue that continues to reverberate to society today, primarily because the biblical precedent for divorce gives the husband far more power than the wife does. As I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Gershom put in place a ban on divorcing women against her will, which definitely improved the relative power differential of men and women, but there's still a very significant gap between the levels of authority and how to resolve it. Basically, it goes like this. The husband has the right to initiate a divorce, which then goes through procedures like elimination, demand by woman consent as well. A woman, technically speaking, cannot force her husband to divorce her. She can appeal to the court, and the court has a variety of judicial tools at its disposal to try to coax and convince, even coerce the husband into giving the divorce document, which is known as a get. It's the sign that it's a get refusal of abuse. But it's not an unlimited authority. It's not like the rabbis can simply say, well, this is clearly not working, and we don't care what the husband thinks. We grant you a divorce. They don't have a clear-cut authority to do so. And this represents a very difficult problem because the woman who cannot get remarried is called literally a chained woman, or an abunah in Hebrew. This problem, of course, persists to the present day, and in fact, it's much worse in the 21st century. In the medieval period, the primary cause for a demise, not a husband refusing to give the gift, which, there's definitely a disincentive to doing so because he would have to pay her the monetary fee outlined in the to do so. Typically, what would happen in the medieval period is traveling husband would go missing, and perhaps he was killed on the road by bandits, or maybe he decided to just simply leave France behind and adopt a new identity in Egypt or something like that. These cases are described in Islamic literature. This left the woman in a very difficult situation because she cannot prove that she is a widow, allowing her to remarry. And she cannot prove that she is a divorcee because her husband has disappeared. In the modern era, we have this problem where men will use the granting of a get as leverage to coerce something out of the wife, like child custody, or debts, or distribution of assets differently. It's a terrible situation. And there's modern approaches to it, solutions to it that have varying levels of effectiveness, but not for our discussion at this point. At any rate, this is a noted problem in the medieval period, even though it's much smaller than we see it today. It is something which exercises the minds of the rabbis engaged in responsive literature to a quite large degree, and we still not done with this particular situation. I'd like to speak more about this, but it takes us further afield from history and more into rabbinic legal facts. So let us just conclude, though, by thinking a little bit about women and their contribution to the family economy. There's no question that women in the medieval world they worked incredibly hard, both at domestic tasks and at revenue-bearing activities. We should recall that some of the most basic tasks that we take for granted today took an incredible amount of time in the medieval period. In fact, right up until the industrial age, women's work, basically domestic tasks, was huge, overwhelming. Here's a photograph of some medieval women who are spinning thread to have the distaff is sort of like third arm to hold the raw material, like flax or wool, and it's kind of stuck on a stick and then hooked into the cummerbund that they wear so it stays steady. And then with the other two hands, which are now free, they can slowly peel apart the threads, and they use the spindle, which is actually hanging down towards the ground. Young women and older women would all be involved in this for hours and hours every day just to make thread. And then they've got to take that thread and they've got to make cloth. And with a cloth, they've got to make clothing. And that's why so many people only had one pair of pants, because it took forever to make these things. There's a huge amount of women's energy. You didn't have mass-produced things like today. So even if they're working at what is typically called women's work, the domestic activities of making clothing, preparing food, washing clothing, things like that, that's a huge amount of time and value added to the household to provide these basic necessities. That said, let us not forget that we discussed a little while ago that the women, Jewish women, are much more literate in the surrounding society. They're certainly much more urban, most likely numerate as well. And so we frequently find women engaged in business activities. We especially see this in the Geniza, where women are involved in all kinds of business. And sometimes, with tremendous success, like, for example, the remarkable Rusha the broker, who's described in the Geniza archives, and as after her marriage is dissolved, she keeps her business running and defies standards to insist on having her way. She is repudiated by the synagogue for some unrelated activities, but she nevertheless, supports the synagogue with massive donations on Yom Kippur and things like that. Some fascinating women who are really significant businesswomen described in Indonesia. We also have significant evidence that they're involved in the same economic activities that men are, like we discussed when we looked at finance and trade and so on. Sometimes they suffer from similar kinds of depredations as well. Like this terrifying image from the 14th century that described in the caption as people ransacking a Jewish woman's house. Very unusually graphic depiction. Stealing their valuable clothes off their line, breaking into their cabinets and things like this. Jewish women were assisting their husbands in many aspects of trade and commerce, selling, buying, and also engaged in money lending and other financial activities as well. So women are definitely a very important component to the medieval family economics. And with that, I want to do this brief discussion on the medieval period. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you very much for watching.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
They were sweet little ladies. One with a pink bouffant, the other with a Hungarian accent.
We have spent a
They look like very nice grandmothers, in a city named for angels.
fair amount of time in the southern half of the peninsula looking at the Arab Jewish or the
And then another. So sad.
Muslim Jewish period of coexistence, the famous La Convivencia, right? And now we're going to look at the northern half and at the later part of the Middle Ages, specifically the 12th to the 15th century, which will unfortunately culminate in the Inquisition and the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. This is going to be kind of like the scene of medieval Jewish history for this course. It's not an uncommon place to sort of draw a line and indicate that for this event of 1492, things were one way, and then after 1492, they were rather different. You can say the same thing in the 20th century about the Holocaust and the state of Israel. Things were certainly different before those two events, so closely related in time, and then after those two events. So that's why we're going to construct much of the next semester on the post-expulsion era. So here's a map that will give you a sense of what we're talking about. This is the Reconquista, the reconquest. You recall that the Muslims come up from North Africa and they take over the peninsula primarily in the southern region, and they make it pretty much to the very top of the peninsula, but then it doesn't take long before the northern area starts to recede back into Christian lands, and slowly the Christians are able to penetrate downward, and eventually they will ultimately expel the Jews and the Muslims from the entire peninsula. But we're going to focus on the regions of Leon, Castilla, Aragon, Navarre over the course of the next hour. Now, there's a few really interesting phenomena that are going on at this time. First, this is the era of the greatest of the Spanish court Jews. This is an institution which you'll see examples of it throughout Europe, but Spain in many ways has some of the greatest examples. Court Jews, it's hard to really translate that appropriately. It's related to the idea of being in the king's court, like a courtier, sometimes you see that word. It's something like a lobbyist or sometimes a government official, typically associated with some kind of fiscal activity. They often don't have any specific role in the court, but they're very much part of the ruling circle, advising kings, very frequently underwriting the king's activities, and exercising a tremendous amount of power. Quite often, these courtiers are also the titular heads of the Jewish community, so chosen because they are so close to the levers of power and are able to protect the community appropriately in that way. But quite often they are heavily resented by the larger non-Jewish population, and sometimes they suffer terrible falls from grace because they're intimately associated with the king that they serve. We see this, for example, with the great Don Isaac Abarbanel, who of course was exiled from Portugal, and then later he would be exiled from Castile, from Spain as a whole, and spent the last few years of his life wandering around. And it's really amazing, remarkable that he accomplished so much literary material when he was in exile from these places. But he's a good example of a Spanish court Jew, and the Spanish Jewish communities in Catholic northern Spain actually had phenomenal levels of authority, partially because of the tremendous strength of their courtiers. In particular, in Castile and in Aragon, the Jewish leadership was very much involved in an institution called tax farming, which we have discussed briefly in other classes, but let us just quickly recall what we're talking about here. Tax farming is a typical medieval institution where the king is unable to actually tax every individual landowner or certainly not peasants in his kingdom. So what he does is he deals with entire communities as a whole, typically whole classes of people in particular regions, and he hires out sort of middlemen to take care of the actual collection of taxes. These are called tax farmers, because if the king assesses, for example, that from one particular region he can acquire, let's say, 100 gold coins, then he will appoint a middleman, who is typically a Jew, who will go out there and, using a network of employees, typically also Jewish, they will be in charge of doing the actual collection of the taxes, the assessing of the properties, the assessing of the agricultural output, the placing of tolls on bridges and various small taxes with the authority of the king. And the tax farmer will collect maybe 1,200 gold coins. The 1,000 will be remitted to the king, and the 200 will be the profit for engaging in tax farming. So an extremely important venture that the king values very highly, and the kings, as we shall see, tended to protect the Jewish population primarily because they were very valuable kind of way to derive funds from the population. One historian has put it as kind of like the Jews are like a sponge that the king puts on a stick and dips into the ocean of the peasantry and then draws it out, is able to squeeze the liquid out of the sponge. And so the Jews were often placed in that position. Naturally, Jews are involved in all kinds of other activities in Spain. They are landowners. Again, there's this widespread misconception that Jews were not allowed to own land. That is something that is true in some places at times, but typically not true. Jews were able to own land. It was just not necessarily a wise thing for Jews to invest in land, because if there was an expulsion, then you lost all of your wealth. Jews were also involved in various trades and various crafts. Silversmithing and goldsmithing was very common. They often faced competition from local guilds, however, particularly in Northern Europe, and they often were not able to join monopolies in given towns. So things like tax
So that's exactly like so with this picture here.
The economic backbone of the
You see it? It's little people. It's me, Brendan and Brian as little people. And then Rick last week is the first time I met him. And Brian and Brendan were not at the studio at the time. So anyway, he's like looking at the picture and goes, "When did you guys take this picture?" I'm like, no, it's a guy named Photoshop Steve that he put us together. No, but when did you guys actually pose for, like, Where was this? And he literally kept doing this bit, and I didn't know that's his personality. Yeah. I just kept talking about it. No, he goes, no, this is amazing. Like, and you were that tiny? And it kept going on, and it never ended. I was like, what the fuck? I can't tell if that's a real laugh or a fake laugh. It's real, dude. That's funny. I love that he did that bit and kept doing it even though he didn't stop. It never ended, yeah. You gotta commit to the bit. He's such a trip. But then I found out later on, I guess he is autistic, right? Yeah, but he was just doing it. But still, he probably thought that was really neat. He was, and then we suddenly took some medication and we became real adults afterwards. Our lives started growing. Why are you phone here? I just got a text and I had to respond to it very quickly. I still respond. During a broadcast, hey bro, you know what? Everybody else is on their stuff. I'm trying to be like everybody else. Mark's the pull-up guy. Yeah, but I want to be like Mark. I want to be like Mark. You want to be a pull-up guy? Yeah, you actually was a pull-up guy before Mark. And you didn't pull anything up, and then we had Mark do it. I got like, hey, you gotta come in here. Mustafa, I got fired after 2 episodes for not being good enough. I've never done before. Yeah, you gotta rise to the challenge. Yeah, how much do you think you've learned since you've been part of Golden Hour and have you learned cutting clips? Titles and clips? What the hell? What the hell? What you? No, it's I'm saying, Kev, how much do you think you've learned? You must have learned a lot since you've been a part of the shows, right? Or the show. Yeah, I learned how to spell the word Mississippi. Do it, learn what the birds and bees are. Oh my God, here we go. What? I'm just telling you what I learned. Maybe it's because I can hear myself, and that's why I keep trying. Take one freaking, take one of your off. Case. Is that better? Yeah. Maybe I take both yours off, then I can't hear your fucking stupid voice. No, you have to hear my voice. Keep one on. Okay, good show, guys. We love you. We miss you. You know, we're really doing it. Well, hopefully we'll find out if the curse continues. Yeah, tune in next week to see if there's more stuff with the curse. We have another show tomorrow, Dan. Anyway, blah, yada, yada. We did it. And stay safe from the curse.
Power struggles that tends to be revealed throughout much of the Middle Ages is the power struggle between the temporal powers, the king, and the religious powers, the church, specifically the Catholic Church. As we discussed when we looked at Jewish communal structure, like, who really should be in charge? Philosophically, you would think maybe the religious spiritual authority should be in charge, but on the other hand, there's a lot of nasty business involved in governing. There's a lot of patronage and nepotism, for example, is a word actually that comes from the medieval church.
Sexual thing, period. Yeah, unless you're like Nero, you're not doing that. No, even Nero.
Yeah, he's actually his son. So this is like a term that we borrowed.
Sick fuck. But like another thing Adam was pointing out there, he was showing me this New York Times, or not New York Times, this Time magazine cover from like a couple months ago. And it was all about how tomboys are going extinct. Mm-hmm. You seen that?
Yeah,
it's incredible.
Yeah, because they're turning them all.
They're cutting their tits off and turning them boys.
And then giving them fake dicks. I was watching this operation today.
You watched an operation?
I go watch the excuse me, I should say this. I was watching a video of the post-op. I saw images of the operation, that was enough. But it was this poor person who decided they wanted a peak standing up. That was all they wanted from this fake dick. So they have these enormous scars on their leg where they take a giant chunk of flesh out of your thigh and roll it up and make a penis out of it. And they had to do it to both legs for some reason. Maybe one of them didn't work real well. But how old was this person? They sounded young. They didn't show their face. You know, it's fucking insane because a lot of these people, unfortunately, are autistic, and And then there's this other factor when you give them testosterone, it does alleviate anxiety because all of a sudden, you have this new hormone in abundance in your system. Yeah. And you feel different. You feel better. You feel more confident, which is like the same way men feel when they have more testosterone. It's like, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, this is who I was all along. Like, no, you're taking a fucking compound that's forcing your body to change. Like, this is not who you were. You're not affirming your identity. You're doing something that's altering your hormonal structure and turning you into a man. Like, you might feel good, but this is not like your true self. This is crazy. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to do it. If you want to do it, if you're a woman and you want to take testosterone and be a man or be more manly, I feel like I don't know if it's the best decision for you, but I'm not you. And I believe in freedom. I believe in 100% human freedom as long as you're not hurting other people. Yeah. My beef with it is like it translated into them invading women's spaces. And, that's crazy. That's crazy because you leave the loophole for perverts. There could be a lot of them that are legitimately trans people that feel like they are in the wrong body and they want to live their life as a woman. And when they live their life as a woman, they feel healthier. They feel better. They're happier. And also crazy people. And if you don't have a way of determining who is just a pervert who just wants to hang out in the women's locker room and show everybody his dick, and who is a legitimate person with gender dysphoria, and that's the other thing that like Tucker had a really good point about this. He said if someone has anorexia, you don't tell them, yeah, you're fat. Yeah, you're fat. You're right. You're correct. Even though you look like a skeleton, you need to lose weight. No, you tell them you're mentally ill. This is incorrect. You're not overweight. In fact, you have body dysmorphia. You can't see what you really look like, which we know is a real condition. Like, it's a real condition with anorexia. It's even a real condition with bodybuilders. It's a real condition. A real condition when people get plastic surgery, where they get crazy lips and crazy cheeks, and they can't see it. They can't see it. They can't see themselves. It's nuts. They turn themselves into like all these girls look like John Irving's walking around. They look like monsters. They look like monsters, and it doesn't look good. And they keep tweaking and fucking with it, and they can't see it because it's a mental illness. It's the same kind of thing. Like, the human mind is incredibly fragile. That's why Charlie West was fascinated with trying all these MK Ultra techniques and different compounds on people's brains, because human people can be manipulated like very easily, shockingly easily. Not all of us, right? Like you and me are probably pretty skeptical. There's a lot of skeptical people out there, but there's a bunch of people that are not skeptical at all. They're super gullible, and when an ideology forms, they step in line and they follow that ideology verbatim to the line. They repeat the things that they're supposed to say to the line because they think that's what they're supposed to do in order to be in the good graces of this community that they find themselves in. It's a fucking cult. Yeah. And there's a shit ton of cults. It's not just the Moonies. It's not just, whatever, fill in the blank. It's all sorts of political ideologies. It's MAGA. It's the far left. It's the people that are cheering for this guy in New York City that's a communist.
Yeah, and he just promised a bunch of money for transition.
Yay! It's not
government-run grocery stores and all that stuff. Yeah, he won the primary.
He has 100% because the other guy is the fucking Guardian Angels guy. The other guy is Curtis Sliwa, the guy who wears the goofy beret.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's the guy who won the Republican side. Nobody wants to be a Republican mayor of New York City because they know they can't win. So they're not like,
this guy's to the left of Bill de Blasio.
Oh, he's way to the left, yeah. And he's young, and he's energetic, and he's saying all the right things for all these kids that are in the streets, that are protesting. They think they want to make the world a better place, which, hey, I would have been doing it with you if I was 20. It's all the same thing, man. It's all the same thing. You can get indoctrinated into a particular way of thinking without being objective about what's actually going on. All these people that are like just running through the street now saying free Iran. Like, yeah, free Iran from a dictatorship, absolutely. But if you're saying like wear scarves over your head and being forced to do what the Iranian government wants you to do and live like they live over there, no, they don't live free. Like they assassanated the fucking Olympic gold medalist in Russia, in wrestling rather, in Iran because he was protesting against the government. But those like national heroes and killed them openly. Like, it's not a good place to live. Right. And I'm not saying we should bomb them, but like being in support of Iran, the Iranian people, yeah, for sure. But that government is nuts, man. That's like, trans people for Hamas. You know what I mean? Like there's people that are just, they're not seeing what you're talking, they're not seeing the big picture.
Yeah, there's so many contradictions out there, man. It's really hard to follow it all.
Because it's a cult.
And I think a huge amount of the Iranian population supports Israel too. And it's like, you would never fucking know that unless you like talk to them or listen to some of these interviews with these people.
A ton of Persian Jews that moved to Los Angeles. You know, that was like at the fall, I guess it was in the 70s when, so this is the story for people that don't know about Iran. So there was a gentleman who was democratically elected. I forget his name. What is his name? I'm going to fuck it up. So he decided that he was going to nationalize oil in Iran. And they got him out like that. They installed the Shah and turned it into an Islamic dictatorship. But they had access to the oil. So the CIA and the British government and everybody conspired to get rid of this democratically elected guy. Because Iran at the time was like, women were wearing shorts, or skirts rather, walking down the street. You're like, cool, there it is. Mohammed Mossadegh. Okay, so let's zoom in on the story here. It says Iranian Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh was removed from power in a coup organized and financed by British and U.S. governments. The Shah quickly returned to take power and signed off over 40% of Iran's oil fields to U.S. companies. It's crazy, man. It's like, it's so transparent. They didn't even wait a couple of years. They didn't even, well, the Shah's in power now. We'll see how things go.
Right.
No, they immediately came in and signed everything off.
Yep.
1953, the CIA and British intelligence orchestrated a coup d'etat that toppled the democratically elected government of Iran. The government of Mohammed Mossadegh, the aftershocks of the coup are still being felt. 51 Prime Minister Mossadegh roused Britain's ire when he nationalized the oil industry. So the oil, they weren't making money off the oil. They were making money, but not as much money as the British were. Being exclusively controlled by the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. The company later became known as the British Petroleum.
That's not much different though.
BP, which they're the same people that dumped all the oil in the Gulf.
Yeah, exactly.
That's BP. After considering military action, Britain opted for a coup d'etat. President Harry Truman rejected the idea, but when Dwight Eisenhower took over the White House, he ordered the CIA to embark on one of its first covert operations against a foreign government. And Iran's been fucked ever since. I mean, we've been doing stuff like that, not you and I, not Mary Jones. We're innocent. But the United States government, especially the intelligence agencies in the days before they assassinated Kennedy, they were doing all kinds of wild shit. And
we're done now. We don't do that. They don't do that shit anymore.
They definitely don't.
No, they would never. They don't care shit about the oil over there.
No, this government's America first now. We're legit America first. It's a crazy history, and when you don't know the history, you go, like, why are we mad at the Iranians? Well, why are they mad at us? Okay, like, what did we do to them?
Yeah.
Why? How did these Islamic jihadists come to power? Like, where did it all start? Well, go back to the Mujahideen. We literally changed their definition of jihad. Like, we wanted them to become suicide bombers. We wanted them to do things and martyr themselves. So it was the original definition of jihad. Look this up, but I'm pretty sure it was a war against your own vices. This is the idea was you were trying to be a good Muslim, a pure Muslim. You were trying to avoid impure thoughts, no alcohol, all these different things. And they twisted that around with jihadists and through the CIA and Osama bin Laden and Mujahideen to fight off the Soviet Union. Right. When the Soviet Union occupied Afghanistan. Like, Osama bin Laden was our guy. Right. He was working for us. Yeah. And he's like, these fucking people suck.
Yeah, there was a story how it's like
a struggle against the enemies of Islam, a spiritual struggle within oneself against sin. Greatest jihad. Yeah, it sounds great. Isn't that interesting? A spiritual struggle within oneself against sin.
Yeah, I mean, just reading it sounds
so. It seems like it's more than one definition.
There's probably so many
factors.
The
other one is declared a jihad against the infant. Scroll back down again. Struggle or fight against the enemies of Islam. So it's two things. But they made it, they did a lot of mind fucking to those people, and they put them on a war that they couldn't win, again, to try to do the same thing that they were doing with the rocket program, with everything else. Yeah. They were trying to outspend the Soviets. They were trying to bankrupt them.
Yeah. That part of the world is just like, how much of it has to do with the fact that we've been occupying that area, that part of the world for so long, and like going out there and killing all the bad guys, and then the kids seeing their families being slaughtered, and then like, okay, we're going to eliminate terrorism, let's take out these bad guys, but then the kids grow up and you realize it's just the Hydra. You cut the head off and 3 grow back.
Well, if you want to be even more cynical, we pay them and we arm them.
Yes.
And we left behind billions of dollars of shit in Afghanistan that they use for parades now. They drive down the street with their own tanks. They have our Black Hawks flying overhead. It's all the shit we left. Billions of dollars. Like, you couldn't have got that out. Well, do you think they leave it there so that these people are always formidable and they always leave open the door to go back in? Yeah, I think so. I don't think that's the primary reason why they did it, but I've got to assume that would be on the table if it's been on the table in the past. Arming people in the past has always been a thing that we do. There's a Bill Hicks joke about Iraq. You know, it's like they have the most deadly weapons. How do you know? Well, we looked at the receipts. I butchered the joke, but but you know, we've always been doing that. Of course, we've done that forever.
Yeah. What's my favorite Bill Hicks joke? At least I'm not like a historian of Bill Hicks, but the one where he's talking about the sock puppets. He's like, yeah, I like this guy on the right. He seems like he fits my ideas. He's like, well, I think he fits the guy on the left. It's like, what the fuck? The same guy's holding both the puppets.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, that's perfect. Perfectly illustrates the way it is.
Yeah. And again, this was before we really knew things. This was Bill Hicks was saying this in the 1990s, where he just had books. So you know, it was really hard to get these ideas across. He would have been a great podcast guest.
Oh hell yeah!
You know, because he was like saying these things when no one even knew what he was saying. You know, and he was putting it into comedy. You know, like people then were not nearly as aware of the manipulation of money and power. They really thought, a lot of people thought, that the will of the people, you know, the president, we got to get a good president in there that's looking out for us. And they didn't really understand that it's all being bought and paid by special interest groups, large corporations, huge donors, and that when the guy gets in there, he's just representing the same thing, no matter what.
Yeah, the amount of reading and insight and learning that guy was, a lot of those dudes were able to do back then pre-internet is astonishing. Yeah, and to be able to like internalize and process those ideas and rework them, draft after draft, and refine it into like the most perfect way to communicate it to people to where it lands. You know, it's fucking crazy. And in today's day and age, it's almost like you would think it would be easier with all of the access to information, but it seems like it might even be harder because there's just too much information. Like last night, listening to you talk was fucking incredible, dude. Like listening to how you were at the end doing this like Q&A with the crowd. You're like, I ran out of jokes. Who wants to ask me questions? Like you were just on another year, dude. It's like you're so high octane and you're so like up to speed with everything that's happening around the world at all times. It's mind blowing to me how you're able to do this stuff, how you're able to stay up, do comedy late, do podcasts every day, and be like up to speed with all the news, and like have like thought through a lot of these things that just happened yesterday. I'm just fascinated by that, dude.
Well, that's all I do. You know, when you only pay attention to fascinating things, like things that are interesting to you, and they're also interesting to the audience. But I mean, I don't have a regular job, right? So this is my job. It's my job to kind of pay attention to stuff, you know, and have opinions on things. And then the tricky thing is taking those opinions and trying to make them funny. You know, trying to like put it in a way that's going to be hilarious on stage.
What do you think about this Diddy thing that just happened this morning?
Kind of crazy, you know. I'll tell you what, Kurt Metzger called this from the beginning, and especially when he found out that Comey's daughter was going to be the judge. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Yeah. Wasn't she the same judge on the Ghislaine Maxwell case?
Yeah. Oh, yes, I did hear that.
Yeah. Bro, where's the videos? They were telling us that videos are going to come out, incredibly high-profile people doing horrendous things, evil things. People are going to go to jail. People are going to be shocked.
Yeah.
Where? Right. Nothing.
Well, like,
zero.
My thing about the Diddy thing is like, I don't really give a fuck. These people are they're of age. They're like 18 years old. And is it shitty what he's doing, trying to like use people and leverage them into do these weird sexual things and like sick shit, just the most sick shit you could possibly think of. But like the way I look at it is these people are using this Diddy stuff. All it does is like take away from the real child trafficking that's going on with like underage kids, right? There's like what 300,000 something like missing kids. Like talking about Diddy and his oil parties with these 18-year-olds, like, do I think it's good? No. I want to beat up their dad, but other than that, I don't really give a fuck if there's like 18 to 19-year-olds that are doing this stuff, as long as they're not being like actually like physically raped. But I mean, it seems like what's going on is just like this weird cultish thing where they slowly get creep closer and closer and closer to this thing. Like, oh, I'm here now. All these famous people are here. They're doing this. Like
elaborate parties, lots of money, everything you want. The golden carrot at the end of the stick.
Right.
So the thing is, he's not even being charged for any of the things you just brought up. He's not being charged for blackmail, which is kind of crazy. Because, like, what did they do? Why did they tell us that there was all these videos of all these high-profile people, and then silence, and then it never comes up once during the trial? There's none of that stuff in the trial. In the trial, it was his ex-girlfriend Cassie. They were talking about. So, like, he's up for these 2 charges left, and it's like prostitution, something. It's like nothing stuff. It's like stuff that he's going to go to jail for like 5 years, if at all, and probably won't. And he's already been in jail for. So like, what is time served now? It's over a year, right?
Yeah. No, I think he's going to walk, dude. I mean,
I think he's going to walk too. And this is what Kurt Metzger called a long time ago. As soon as he saw that it was Comey's daughter, he was like, "Oh, he's going to walk. Trust me, he's going to walk." There's a bunch of high-profile people that are connected to this. Yeah, they're covering it all up. If he goes down, they go down. So he's not going to go down. Right. So that's the thing. Like, if he really did have like really wealthy, high-profile people at his parties, which we know he did, you know. Diddy prosecutors abandoned multiple allegations against rapper days before trial's end. Hey, he says, "Hey, remember I called it? This is Kurt Metzger on Twitter." Because James Comey's daughter is the prosecutor. Remember how well she swept up on the Ghislaine trail? Yep. Hey, who else called it? Yep. I can't be the only one. Yeah, he called it. Yep. He called it in the fucking green room of the mothership. Right when he found out, he goes, "He's gonna walk." I'm like, "What are you talking about? Have you heard these charges? Yeah. He's going to go to jail."
Yeah.
No, that's what was right.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then we I don't know what happened with
and
his
you don't think they could fake the moon landing? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. They got videotape, and all of a sudden they don't. You know, you have the director of the FBI on the show saying there's no tape. If there was, nothing you're looking for is on those tapes. Like, why did they say there was thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible shit? Why did they say that?
Right.
Did Pam Bondi say that?
What, are you talking about Epstein or Diddy?
Yeah, Epstein.
Yeah, she said it literally, I think, a week before you had the FBI director sitting here telling you there was nothing, right?
She said something about that there was like thousands of hours of tapes of people doing horrible crimes.
There is. And didn't the FBI dude say that there was nothing?
Cash Patel said there's nothing you're looking for. Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, what am I going to do? I'm going to push back.
No, of course.
Obviously, he's saying what he has to say.
Right.
Mystery surrounds the Jeffrey Epstein files after Bondi claims tens of thousands of videos. Tens of thousands. Jesus Christ.
Tell you what.
Oh my God. Was reviewing tens of thousands of videos, the wealthy financier with children or child porn. The comment made to reporters at the White House days after a similar remark to a stranger with a hidden camera raised the stakes for President Donald Trump's administration to prove it has in its possession previously unseen compelling documents, or just bomb Iran. Everybody forgets. Just bomb Iran. Yeah. Everybody forgets about it.
Yeah, it seems crazy that we're just I would think just Trump's demeanor, his MO towards other countries. Like, if we're the ones funding them, giving them all this money, and they're trying to fight a war, like, typically he would be putting his boot on their neck, like, "Listen, you motherfucker," like, he's talking shit, right? Like, you have to do what I want you to do. And it just seems like, and now I think it just came out a couple days ago that they're trying to prosecute Netanyahu, right? And Trump's helping with it, I think, trying to help him, Netanyahu, in that whole rigmarole.
They're trying to try him while he's while he's in office.
Right, and I think that
He's trying to delay it because he's like, look, we're at war.
Right.
And they decided to go through with it.
Yeah, and I think something came out, I think a couple days ago, I could be wrong, but I was listening to Dave Smith talking about how Trump was actually like helping him through this. I don't know, could be wrong.
Okay, here it says, during a Fox News Channel interview in February, Bondi suggested an alleged Epstein client list was sitting on her desk.
Yeah. Well, the list is one thing, right? I mean, there's so many people on the list that are probably innocent, but
They just went to the island for a party.
there's gotta be a fucking hard drive.
It's gotta be.
Sitting in Tel Aviv right now.
Yeah, that's
Listen, the other part of this too.
They asked my Maxwell's lawyers what their
He had like 100 cameras in that penthouse, in every single house.
Do you know his house is for sale in New York?
That's amazing.
Yeah.
And we got a podcast studio.
No, my wife found it on Trulia or whatever it is, one of the maps. And she's like, look at this view, because we were in the townhouse. Yeah, like, it's not a townhouse. It's a house. It's like, it's a big-ass house. It's like multiple stories.
The one right across the street from Central Park?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That one is for sale right now.
How much?
I think it was like 60 or 70 million, something like that, which is what it's worth. But who wants to live in the Epstein house? First of all, if I bought that house, I'd want the Clinton painting. Can you give me that painting?
Yeah.
Clinton in the
It's
blue
got to
dress.
come with all that shit inside.
I want George Bush with the Jenga towers and the paper airplanes. I want all of it.
And then the lady just died too. The lady got hit by a car. One of the witnesses. One of the Jeffrey Epstein witnesses. And apparently she had like a husband who was abusing her. And people like to. It's just like people like to use this stuff as like a political football to like argue for whatever they believe in.
And also, when you get rich, powerful people, so here's the thing that happens with rich, powerful people: they can't go anywhere, right? If you're, like, say, a Jeff Bezos type or something.
Eventually becomes the bishop of Burgos, and he devotes his life to attempting to convert Jews to Catholicism. So in this kind of environment where there's forced conversions and not a big follow-up of negative consequences as a result, and you have like Jewish leaders like Shlomo Halevi converting to Christianity, there is an increasing feeling of despair, like, where is our God? Where is Mashiach? Shouldn't he be here now? Shouldn't the Messiah be here now? And the conversion rate actually expands. We see this especially in the disputation of Tortosa. So we've already discussed the disputation in Barcelona. At Tortosa, which occurred first after the waiver of the Roman presentation, you have a very long,
Denver, Colorado to Albuquerque, New Mexico, and stopped at a gas station in Las Vegas, New Mexico. I believe it was Phillips 66 at approximately 100 on 10/18/2013. We pulled off of I-25 southbound to the gas station parking lot. When we were driving down from the frontage road towards the gas station, we saw a few vehicles on the far end of the parking lot with 3 to 4 people talking, and a New Mexico State Police officer cruiser was leaving the lot. However, upon parking in front of the gas station, we discovered that it was closed. I needed to pee rather urgently, so I ran around to the back of the station to find a dark place to do my business. I walked about 20 meters behind the gas station to be totally out of sight of the occupied vehicles in the gas station lot. As I was urinating, I began to feel uncomfortable. I was peeing in open ground, and initially thought somebody was walking up behind me, probably to do the same thing. I craned to look around and saw nobody, no animals, just a blanket feeling that somebody was very near me. As I finished peeing, I turned and began briskly walking back towards her vehicle. As I was hurrying back, I turned to look behind me, and this is when I became a believer. Before I continue, I would like to preface that my anecdote by alluding to my high level of academic credentials alongside my occupation as a healthcare executive. I also provided executive and technical advice to elected and appointed officials. I have worked very hard to become an expert based on empirical analysis and studied fact. I did not believe in Bigfoot, ghosts, or another unexplained anomalies. I believe in results, hard work, and, well, results. My perspective is now very different. As I turned and looked over my left shoulder, I saw an enormous, lurking animal. The animal was crouched over, almost as if taking cover in the sparse and cold vegetation. In fact, I think the creature watched me the whole time and did not make such a noise. However, the creature noticed when I saw it. It stood up and quickly lumbered into the dark way from the direction of the parking lot. The one attribute of the creature that resounded with me was how heavy the footfall was. It sounded like somebody dropping a sack of potatoes over and over again, and it was fast. I observed the creature for about 11 seconds, from the moment I realized I saw it, to watching the animal dart into the woodline. Due to the radiant light from the parking lot, I can make steady detail of the fleeing creature. Here are the salient points from my memory, aside from the footfall. The creature was approximately 8 to 10 feet tall. I'm 6'2", and this animal would tower over me, since I observed it on flat land leading to my estimation. The hair on the creature was matted, like dogs that live outside. The coloration was dark brown. The creature had a very defined gait. It took strides that I would estimate to be 3/4 of my stride to 1 of its strides. It had massive human-like hands. The creature was very skittish, not moving until realizing I was observing it, lending to a higher intellect than that of a brown bear. I believe the creature may have fled in fear. I did not make eye contact, but noticed a massive brown and defined jaw and cranial structure. There is one other trait that I've since read about that may allude to this being a New Mexico Bigfoot. The air was rank with what I thought was the dumpster behind the gas station. However, this might be the musk eyewitnesses have reported in the past. I cannot be sure, but it was very powerful, and somewhat reminiscent of what I perceived to be urine. This incident was fearful and moving. I was unable to sleep for days and could not bring myself to tell my wife until recently. Due to my profession and reputation, I have extreme reluctance about openly sharing my encounter. However, I have personal visual evidence of a so-called mythical beast, and I do not know what to do with it. Another fact, I have a concealed carry handgun license in the state of New Mexico. I was carrying a 1911 45 at the time of the incident. I was so scared that reaching for my weapon wouldn't have been an afterthought. I was actually scared stiff. I also noticed that the animal was trying to stay hidden and very cognizant of what I was when I noticed it. It was Saturday, July 16th, 2011, about 12:30 a.m. Early last Saturday morning, we were going to the Cheska Mountains on the Navajo Reservation for a family reunion. We just left the main paved highway through Narbonne Pass, Indian Service Route 32, Highway 134, between Sheep Springs, New Mexico, and Crystal, New Mexico. We went south on a dirt road, Indian Service Route 32, into the Cheska Mountains. We were about 5 to 8 miles into the mountains when we came upon a small hill that curved towards the east, then to the south. As we approached the hill to go up, the road quickly turned right or south. As we reached the top, we saw the full moon, and it lit up a flat green pasture that was on top of the hill. And as soon as we made the turn to the right, I noticed a big black figure standing there. As I looked at it, it stood with the full moon behind it, so that all I could see was a black outlined form. I kept my eyes on the figure while making the turn right. I said to my wife, "Did you see that?" And she said, "What?"
Has its
I said,
economic roots, and it
"Something
also
is
has
standing over there by the road."
roots in religious
As I
activity,
looked,
because, hey,
I
look at
noticed
this.
that the figure was standing by a small pond, which was about 10 to 15 feet from the road.
Jewish identity. This
I
is
could
not
see the
fair.
figure's
You look
reflection in
around
the pond,
as people
along with the
authority,
full
even in
moon.
the church, and say, that was a Jew, and that
I
was
would
a
say
Jew.
when I
So
first saw
it's
it,
a very kind
it
of,
was about 75 feet away.
discerning feeling.
As we got
So
closer,
the,
our headlights turned to the
the
right,
church
away from
asserts
the black
itself,
figure.
and
But I still
not,
could see it,
without
because the
the
moonlight was so
interest of
bright.
Queen Isabella and
It just stood
Ferdinand,
there,
who are,
still, as if
thinking
it was waiting for
different
us to
thoughts
leave.
about the Jews than
I
their
told her I was going to pull the truck onto
whereas
the edge of the road,
kings and queens
the
typically
road being dirt,
protected Jews
and because of the rain,
against
it had been
church quite
plowed,
often, as we discussed
so
in
there
the
was a
past.
ridge of dirt
That
on both
rule
sides of
does
the
not
road.
apply when
So I
there
pulled the
is
vehicle
a
left towards the
strong
Bigfoot
need
to flash my headlights on it. As my headlights flashed at the Bigfoot, it turned. We could see the legs, which there were two of them, turn, and the arms, again, two of them turn, and it started running away from us up a small hill into the trees. It was a quick, smooth run. I mentioned to her that it ran ninja-like, smooth and stealthy. In less than 6 seconds, it was in the trees. As it was turning and running, we didn't see any clothing, buttons shining from the headlights or moonlights. We just saw a huge mass, a body running on two legs, and we never saw any eyes. We noticed the legs and arms, and for sure, it ran on two legs up the hill. We were about 30 feet away from it when we ran up the hill. We could see that it was not a bear nor a human. It stood at least 7 to 8 feet tall. It was right around taller than a person. After it ran away, we were in shock. We sat quietly in the truck, still for about 15 seconds. Then all of a sudden, my oldest daughter screamed and said, "Daddy, what was that?" I was shocked that she was awake the whole time. I thought only my wife and I saw it, but she was terrified, asking me over and over. I couldn't say anything but tell her that it was a Bigfoot. My wife and I aren't crazy, nor are we believers in Bigfoot, until now. In fact, we were the biggest skeptics there are. But we can't deny what we saw. I have to believe it because it was real. My wife also admitted that she saw it too. As we first approached the hill, just like I did. She just wasn't sure at the time if it was the same thing that I saw. It was eerie and exciting at the same time. We also went back there on Sunday to look for tracks. There weren't any. The ground was extremely hard where we ran up the hill. Along the pond, we saw hoofprints from cows, dog prints, deer prints, but no noticeable Bigfoot prints of any kind. By the way, the pond was only about 10 to 15 feet wide. It was just runoff of rainwater, so it isn't always there during the year. It seemed to me that it was not wanting to be seen. I believe if I did not turn my headlights towards him, it would have probably stood there until we passed by. Then it would have left. I think it was very intelligent because it watched us. And even before I could get the headlights turned onto him, he had already started to turn away from us. It had to have known what we were going to do next. That is probably why we didn't see any eyes. I have lots of stories from my grandmother about Bigfoot. She said they have been here since the beginning of time, and that they were like us, living among us, until they saw humans start to fight amongst themselves. Then, they didn't want any part of us anymore, so they went into hiding. They know that if they kill a human or make contact with one, they know that nothing good will come out of it. So, that is why they stay in hiding. After our encounter, we heard a lot more people have witnessed Bigfoot in the same area. We also observed that the Bigfoot noticed us on the hill. It seemed to me that it stood there until it noticed we were turning towards it, because it was already turning before our headlights shined on it. That is why we didn't see any eyes or any face. I've also heard other stories. Many more sightings have happened because of the fires in the Arizona mountains. I even talked to a Navajo Nation ranger once, and he stated that a lot more deer, elk, and other animals have also migrated into the Chester Mountains because of the fires.
These are 3 examples of San Benito's. A friend
was visiting from out of town And so we decided to take advantage of the clear skies and mild temperatures and go for a road trip. We had just been down near Window Rock, Arizona, and we're heading back to Farmington, New Mexico. The easiest way to do so is going over a certain pass nearby. The speed limit on the road is 65 miles an hour, and I was traveling at 65 when coming around a corner, just south of the picnic area. There's only one area that is located east, just off the highway. As I came around the corner, I noticed something moving rapidly in a diagonal direction up the side of the hill, just where the forest meets the meadows, lining either side of the highway. It would be the east side of the road. I slowed down and said to my friend, "Did you see that?" He had seen it as well. I hit the brake to get another look, but knew that by that time, I backed it up, and whatever it was would have been long gone. What we saw was larger than a black bear or an elk. Blackish brown hair that could have been seen hanging from all over its body. It was running on two legs up the hill. It never looked over at us, and we only saw its backside. Broad and at least 7 feet tall. We were both under the impression that we had startled it, and it was quickly trying to get into the forest for cover. We stopped a mile or two up the road, where the road crosses this creek at an ancient lava flow. The whole time we were looking out at the rocks, there was an eerie feeling that we were both getting, that something was watching us. We stayed around for an hour, when the sun started to get lower behind the mountains, and we decided that it was best to leave. Late in the afternoon, early fall, getting ready to move our livestock back down from the mountain to the winter camp. My brother and I with our mother were looking for our cattle. Mom had cooked, and we ate lunch, got some rest, and talked about what areas we haven't checked yet. My brother was still eating, so my mom and I decided to check the area below us to our sheep camp. We got in my truck and started driving slowly. We had driven about a mile or two from the house, down the mountainside. Thick brushes and pine trees. Driving slow enough to look around for any cows in a definite way. Usually there are some, but today there weren't any to be found. So we kept driving. Mom talking about how the weather was changing and getting a bit chilly. I kept looking left and to the right, driving slowly. Then I saw movement just behind the pine trees. First, I thought it was a man, so I stopped and backed up for just a bit and said to Mom, "Who's that?" And she goes, "Where?" I said, "Right there, look," and pointed for her in that direction. That person was standing right next to a pine tree, tall, reddish brown. The person went behind a tree and stood there. So I backed up some more, and then that person turned and started moving fast away from us into the thick brush. That's when Mom and I both noticed that this person had long, hairy arms, because when he turned around, the arms span around. It was reddish brown. They ran into the woods. We were still parked there, puzzled. Mom goes, "What was that?" I told her I didn't know. Then I got scared and looked at my mom and said, "Let's go." We turned right there on the road and headed for home. We drove back fast, and believe me, this particular road requires slow driving, but not that afternoon. We got back to the house and told my brother. He goes, "It's probably a sheep herder." I told him a sheep herder wouldn't have gone and had long, hairy arms. Then he tells me that no, they wouldn't. He wanted to go back down there and look for that person, but I was scared, and the sun was about to go down behind the mountain. It would be dark soon. I'm going down there that evening, no way. We packed up our stuff and left from the mountain. At approximately 8:30 p.m., I was on my back way from dinner with my grandfather near Shiprock, New Mexico. While sitting on the passenger side of my mother's truck, I was looking out the window. On State Highway near Crystal, New Mexico, before Bull Canyon turnoff. At that moment, I was feeling calm, bored, and frustrated with trying to calm my younger cousin, who was very hyper. So, while I was looking for something to amuse him, I sighted something unusual moving. It was huge. It was as tall as the cedar trees that are around there. I was very scared and shaking when I saw it. I thought, what the heck is that? It looked like a man, but as I was watching it, I noticed it had hair covering its whole body, with a mixture of gray, dark brown, and white on its chest. The head and the feet, also the hands, were all dark in color, and the legs were a dark gray. The face was lighter in color, and when I saw the face, it was turned towards my direction. The forehead was the most unusual, and it really stuck out to me, with no neck. It had a little slip in the shoulder, and its arms spanned down to its knees. It took large steps, and its arms swung back and forth. The distance from the highway was about 60 yards in total. I told my mom to stop, but she was scared, too scared to turn around. Due to witness request, the name will be removed, and Stephanie will sit as the placeholder name. It was back a few years ago, when we were still scouting put-ins and takeouts in the non-commercial sections of the San Juan River. We would ride these narrow 2 tracks to find river access, and then float and scout these sections accordingly. We could not find any real info either in print or the web about the river from Shiprock, New Mexico, down here to this creek in Utah. We had to explore ourselves via kayaks and canoes. Nowadays, we have a river company through the Navajo tribe and take people down the sections all the time. We found a put-in at Mile 10, just outside of Shiprock. It's about 10 bumpy bad road miles to the river, but provided a good launch area. We used my truck to put in with the boats. We had already dropped a truck off at Four Corners Bridge, some 17 river miles away. The day was fairly warm for early March, mid-60s I think. We did the run in under 5 hours. We loaded the boats and geared the truck, and headed back over to my pickup truck. It was getting dark by the time we got there. My ex-wife and my partner pulled up at the small canyon before me. We carried walkie-talkies up the river and in our vehicles. I turned mine on and told him to wait up. My partner replied with, "Sure, no problem." Just then, before he let go of the button, I heard Stephanie, my ex-wife, screaming. "What's going on up there?" I shouted through my walkie-talkie. "Stephanie sees something up by that old sheep corral. Turn your brights on. I can't see it because I'm trying to get out of here and not wreck this truck." She says, "Look, it's on your right. You'll be coming up right up on it." Sure enough, I got right behind them. I saw the back of it as it turned on my headlights. I saw a few swings of its arms, and it was out there. This was not what I expected to see at all. I would put it at about 7 feet tall, skinny, gray in color, arms past the knees, like looking at the back of a Grinch head pony. Stephanie got a better look at it than I did. She said it looked right at her. Does not much want to talk about it. In the very first incident, 2 sisters and daughters who was in her 80s were on their way to their mother's place to pick up their children for a birthday party. As they turned onto the dirt and gravel road to the house, they saw something sitting by the left side of the road. When the car lights illuminated it, it stood up to a height estimated to be 7 feet or more. One of the sisters refused to look at it after one glance. It was reported to me that the eyes seemed to be red in the headlights. It was hairy all over, with a kind of pointed head, long arms and no neck. It moved toward the river. The sisters turned into their mother's driveway and did not see it again. They were very frightened and were sure it was not a bear nor a human. This happened in March of 1987, as I recall. My husband and I were visiting our adopted family in August of 1997. Having arrived there on August 21st, we were in our pop-up camper, parked by the river and behind the brush across the driveway from Grandma's house. Next door to her house lives her son and his family. Her son was away on a fire, along with his son, but his wife and daughter were home. On August 21st, we had set up our camp, ate, visited, and went to bed early, around 11 p.m. Everyone was asleep, except me, and I was drifting into sleep when I felt a very strong jolt to our camper, which made everything rattle. I thought it might be a horse or a cow, but the impact was higher than a horse or a cow, like at the roofline. I was too scared to move, but didn't know why. Nothing more happened, so I went to sleep and told my husband about it the next morning. He sleeps like a log, so of course he didn't wake up. On Saturday, August 23rd, the whole group of us, maybe 20 people, had cooked and eaten outside, and after cleanup, we all sat around the fire in the brush arbor, enjoying the cool evening and visiting old friends. I was talking, and way off somewhere, kind of remember hearing a sound like a baby crying. The little girl sitting next to me said, "Did you hear that?" I responded that I didn't hear anything, and she said that weird howl. Immediately, the adults stood up and told the children to go in the house. That was it. Time for bed. They all heard it, whatever it was. My husband and I and our two little granddaughters sat there for a short while, wondering what was going on, and then went into our trailer and went to sleep. The dogs barked and howled almost all night. The next morning, Sunday, August 24th, I woke up and went to the house for coffee. All of the family members were already there talking. I listened for a while on the topic of conversation, and it intrigued me, so I asked what everybody was talking about. Dead silence. I jokingly said that it sounded to me like they were talking about Bigfoot. One, yet another of them began to talk about it, and I said, "Why didn't you tell me?" Their response was that they didn't want to scare us off. I told them I'd been interested in this for years. Then, the stories came out, such as the first one cited herein. Two of the grandchildren the previous night had been on their way to their grandmother's house. As they turned off the main highway to the old highway, where there's a sharp left-hand curve in the road, about 50 yards in, and where the remains of an old highway continues to a dead end to the right, they saw the being. It was right at the curve where they saw the crossing of another vehicle, a very large, hairy, long-armed figure, which they observed to them cross the dead-end portion of the road and crashed up the hill to the brush. They continued on to Grandma's house. As we all sat and listened to this, and every one of us believed them, L.S., the son-in-law, suggested that we all go look for a sign of the site where this occurred. L is an Eskimo from Alaska, and he is also a hunter. I wanted to go, but still my pajamas and robes, so I told him to go without me. When I got there, they were gone, so I returned back to the house. When they returned, Lewis said there were droppings, tracks, in matted down grass, and chicken feathers, but no signs of bones or other scraps. His view of the droppings, as related to me then, is that they didn't belong to a bear or any other animal that he knows of. They contained seeds and plant material, and bore a resemblance to human feces, except for size and quantity. Before we went, in early August, she said she woke up early one morning and noticed a huge handprint of her dining room window, which is a large window beneath which the table sits. She went outside to clean it off so the grandkids and others wouldn't see it to be scared. Grandma is proud of her flower garden of lilies. She said the flowers were trampled down by something heavy. Again, there were no horses around. In the kitchen on August 24th, I was told that the howls and screams occur frequently at night, that they have all heard them and cannot identify them. All remarked about how bad the odors have been and smelt on nights when the dogs, which are tied up, have barked and barked. In fact, one of the granddaughters was sitting in the living room one night, watching TV, when she happened to look out the window to see something looking in at her. All she could say that it was big and hairy. The family advises that these strange sounds and occurrences begin in their area about November of '96. There is plenty of cover in the area, including a wash in which Grandma and her daughters go to gather tea, which activity they told me they were now afraid to do. They told me that easy access to the river etc. That's why there are sightings. They do not believe that there is anything that they could have done.
But one of the ways in which the Jews kind of pivoted at that point was they recognized that,
I used to be a scuba instructor in Indonesia. Others could book me for a casual lesson, or for like a week's worth of diving, where they could then earn a diving license. So this one group books me. They're a mixed group in their early 20s, couples and friends, good people, silver spoons galore, but I'm not one to judge. Our first activity was underwater walking. Now, I had never tried underwater walking, since it was relatively new at the time, but I'm keen to try it. So we pile into a little boat and take the short trip out towards the mothership. Now, this is just a naval term for a larger boat that the smaller ones like ours can work from. But we get on one step further to justify this, having spray painted one of those huge gray alien heads onto the hull. It looked awesome, and naturally the kids loved it. Underwater, walking itself was similar to the time I did scuba, which is scuba plus snorkeling equals scuba in the Caribbean, and that the oxygen tanks float up on the surface of the water instead of being on the diver's back. The other major difference to regular diving is that instead of having a scuba mask to breathe out of, we had these big old sci-fi looking helmets on. I mean, they looked like they were props from the old Lost in Space show that used to be on TV. I went first, and the procedure was pretty simple. I held onto the ladder with the majority of my body in the water. They placed a small foam rubber ring on my head to cushion the helmet, and then they finally put the helmet on. The second that it was on my body, I felt its weight forcing me to the bottom of the ocean. It was kind of scary because I went down pretty fast, which caused the pressure to build up quickly. I made sure to swallow a yawn push to negate the effects of the pressure, and I was fine. Also, I could feel never really to get a deep breath of air because as I breathed in, the helmet began to make a vacuum, and I would have to stop to let it fill in with more air. Then, two members of the mixed group of teens followed suit before a scuba diving man came down to be our guide. He handed all of us a piece of bread in a plastic bag, which drew the fish to us. That was a lot of fun, watching otherwise timid fish practically swirl on us. There were metal guiding handrails in the ocean floor, which I followed. The two kids followed behind me. It was very difficult to walk because the current was surprisingly strong and the helmets were quite heavy. We found it all incredibly enjoyable though, and I had been diving for years, and even to me it was a novelty. As I breathed, there was a constant loud whirring sound as the water, the pressure on the oxygen tube. It was kind of annoying, but it meant that I was getting air, which was obviously good. That's why it was so scary when the sound suddenly stopped. I was confused, but it quickly came back on. After about a few seconds, and I could breathe again. It happened one more time, and again, it came back on very quickly. I rationalized it by assuming that my tank had run empty, and they were switching it to a different one. No big deal. I did not understand how they would run out so quickly, but I didn't think too hard about it. It soon came back on, and I could breathe, so no big deal. After about 10 or so minutes, I'm guessing, I have no idea how long we were down there. The guide points at me and indicates that he wants me to climb over the railing. I was very confused, but I did it after he made it very clear that that was what he wanted. It was kind of hard to see out of any peripherals out of the mask, so it was easy to get lost. I looked back behind me to make sure that the teenagers saw where I went and did not get lost. We made eye contact, so I assumed we were all good, and then turned back around to follow the guide. He had me walking in a very small path between two corals, so I went very slowly to make sure that I did not cut my legs up on them. It was hard, due to the strong underwater current, my unwieldy helmet, and an occasional tug by the air tube as I pulled the taut. As I reached the guide, my air stopped again. I figured it was no big deal, like the previous 2 times, and continued on. I followed him a bit, and it still didn't come on. 5 seconds with oxygen, then 10. I began to get confused. Was this some kind of joke? If so, it wasn't funny at all. 15 seconds. I thought to myself, don't panic. They always tell you not to panic. I panicked. I started taking quicker and quicker breaths, but I forced myself to stop that. Thanks to previous training, I knew that was the worst thing I could do. I spun around to the guy and started pounding my fist on my chest. That was the sign for I can't breathe. He seemed to notice and started walking away. I can only hope that he was taking me to the boat. I thought maybe I should just try and shrug off the helmet and swim to the surface. I didn't know if I had enough air to make it, and I didn't know if the boat was above me. I mean, I didn't want to actually hit my head. I didn't know if I could actually shrug it off, and I didn't want to get the bends, so I figured it wouldn't be a good idea. 30 seconds. I started to notice that I was getting less and less oxygen with each breath. Water was starting to seep into my helmet. I had to look up to breathe with what little air I had. I grabbed hold of the guide's arm so that I wouldn't lose him, and also so that he would understand the gravity of the situation. I gave him quite the death grip. 40 seconds without oxygen now, and my lungs burned for air. I saw the ladder of the boat. I knew that all I had to do was make it there, and I would be okay. I must have gotten some sort of adrenaline rush with the renewed hope, because I almost forgot about my lack of air. I fumbled for the ladder for a few seconds. It was hard to tell distances to the helmet, because it was a bit of a magnifying aspect to it. Before I grabbed it and started pulling myself up, as I broke the surface, air came rushing into my helmet, and I took a nice deep breath. Breathing had never felt better. It was definitely the scariest experience of my life, and I would not recommend underwater walking ever. Spring break has always been one of my favorite times of the year. As a child, I used to vacation to the ocean, or sometimes even Disney World. And now, as an adult, my wife and I go on vacations together around the time that children are out of school for spring break. For me, there is no better place than the ocean at night. The way the moonlight glows in the waves of the water, and the sound of the waves crashing always gives me a peace of mind. Well, this particular year, my wife and I saved up a little extra money and rented a private house right on the ocean. It was amazing. Drinking my coffee on the ocean every morning and enjoying an alcoholic beverage every night as the moon rose was truly amazing. One day, I passed out on the beach for a couple of hours, only to awaken with horrible nightmares. They were strange, and the only thing I remember is darkness and screaming. A lot of screaming. My wife asked me if I was okay, and I said, yeah, just a little shook up. The night my wife went to bed fairly early, but I could not sleep. Not sure if it was the long nap I had taken earlier in the day, or the horrible nightmares that woke me up from said nap. Either way, I wanted to clear my head, so I decided to go for a walk on the ocean. As I kept walking on the desolate beach, I approached something that appeared to be glowing in the sand. I started to approach quickly, but with a little bit of caution. It was some sort of glowing red ball. It's kind of hard to describe, but I'll do the best I can. It didn't look cheap plastic. It literally was a glowing red ball of light that didn't seem to have any actual shape. I stared rather intently until it flashed so bright that it knocked me down on the sand. The ball flew in the air and shot itself out into the ocean. And as it reached the horizon, there was a huge blast of light. Within seconds, the sky looked as if it was storming, but there was no rain. I saw all sorts of colors in the sky and a lot of red flashes that I can only describe as looking like heat lightning. But these flashes were lighting up the entire sky. As I watched all the intense flashes of light before, I knew it blacked out completely. The next thing I remember is my wife waking me up in the next morning in a frantic panic because she didn't know where I was. I tried explaining to her what I had witnessed, but she said I had just been dreaming and was upset that I woke her up last night, accusing me of getting drunk and passing out. But it's important to note that I don't get drunk, and I would never just wander off and never come back. Something I can't explain happened that night. Can somebody let me know what I experienced? Could it have been a vivid dream if I passed out? Has anybody else experienced something similar? Either way, I know that I don't have the same affinity for motions and occasions as I did before this occurrence.
Historically, it was very enormous city. It was kind of like a city that was built up by Arab, sort of like.
This happened back when I was in 5th grade. School ended, so we were just playing around. We got bored, and one of us made a Ouija board. We played it. The coin was moving, and I thought my friends were just playing with it. Well, the ghost's name was Rory, and a girl. We didn't finish the game since my mom was already at the gate of the school, waiting to pick me up. That night, I was alone in my room when I heard footsteps outside my door. I went outside my room to see who it was, but there's nobody. After eating dinner, I went to my room. I was shocked when I entered because the sliding windows are open and the blinds are up, and my closet is also open. The papers that are on my desk are scattered everywhere. I was so sure that the windows are closed and that my room is very neat and tidy. My imagination is just playing with my mind, so I thought it was Rory who did it. I just couldn't mess up. That same night, I can't sleep. I would hear footsteps outside of the hallway, and occasional knocking on my window, even though my room is on the 2nd floor. I thought it was the wind, even though it's summer and it's hot, and there's practically no breeze. I still managed to sleep though. I woke up to the sound of giggling of a girl. I opened my eyes and saw a girl standing at the foot of my bed. She looks like the ghost from the movie The Ring. The difference is she has a smaller hair, and her height is smaller. I shouted, but there's no voice coming out of my mouth. Then I realized I'm numb, and I can't move. I love reading horror stories, and I read in one article that moving the pinky finger of your foot will help you move. So I did. It stopped, and I fell asleep. Then, minutes later, it happened again. This time, it happened for like 2 minutes, and then the girl, Rory, took the pillow beside me, and she gave it to me, and then she tilted my head towards the pillow, not trying to break my leg. Then she vanished. I woke up because apparently my mom is waking me up so I can go to school. The pillow is beside me, the exact position where she put it. My mom is a lifesaver. I don't know what will happen if she didn't wake me up. I had many sleep paralysis, and the footsteps and the knocking is still there. Sometimes I can even see a girl's shadow. It's been 4 years since that happened. I don't know what happened to my friends, or if they experienced the same, since we don't talk about paranormal stuff, but I'm the only one that's really into it. When I was in my early teens, I had an obsessive fascination with the occult and spiritualism. Basically anything that offers some sort of proof that there is more to this reality than what we believe. This all started in the early 90s when I saw Ouija boards for sale in our local small-town grocery store. Needless to say, I bought it. I couldn't believe they actually sold these as games. Mind you, I lived in a small town and grew up disconnected from a lot of pop culture staples of that era. I would play the board often, mostly with my stepbrother, Dan, and stepsister, Holly, when they came to visit during the summer months and over the holidays. Both of them were considerably younger than myself. Me, being no older than 13 at the time. The board became an obsession, even though over 95% of the time, nothing would happen. or when it did move, we would receive short, non-descriptive messages. On one cold winter day, this was about to change. My siblings and I retreated upstairs in an attempt to play the board. We lit the usual candles and killed the lights. After a few attempts to summon a spirit, the planchette started to move. This time, it felt different. It glided with ease around the board and answered simple yes or no questions with great finesse. In disbelief, we took our fingers off the planchette. The moment we did so, the flame on the candle began to shrink dramatically. We quickly placed our fingers back on the planchette, and the flame immediately came back to life. We then asked, "Where in the room are you?" A pointer spelled out K-I-T-E. Well, we sat there confused for a moment, until we realized that I had a kite mounted to the ceiling above our heads. At this moment, the kite began to flutter as if there was a slight breeze. We lived in a log cabin that did not have a central air system. There were no fans running, so this was impossible and quite odd. We continued playing, and I decided to ask, "We'd like to know our spirit guide names," which is a very new agey question as I look back. So I asked, "What is my guide's name?" The board spelled out Arthur. Dan asked for the name of his guide, and the board lettered out Brett. And finally, Holly asked for hers, and the board replied Gareth. We were all kind of shocked with the results and discontinued playing to go downstairs and to tell my mother the information we just received. After doing so, she replied, "I don't know, just look up the names in the dictionary." At the time, I thought this was pretty unhelpful advice, but reluctantly, I did. A dictionary probably is not the best resource for looking up names, but this was before the internet, so I grabbed the dictionary off the shelf and began flipping through the pages. Searching the name Brett came up with a few uninteresting results. Next, I looked at Arthur. Not surprisingly, King Arthur, along with maybe a few other Arthurs from the list. I then proceeded to look up Gareth. When I did so, my jaw hit the floor. Gareth was King Arthur's nephew. I was completely dumbfounded. I knew at this moment that the names we received probably weren't the fictional names or actual names of spirit guides. These were purposefully crafted by something with the full awareness that we could hold them up and draw a connection between the two. Now, before you go and assume my stepbrother or sister pushed the planchette, keep this in mind. Dan has always had a learning disability. Even today, he still has difficulty spelling and uses voice to text because of it. I am 100% confident he couldn't have moved it. I am also confident that neither of them at the time were well versed in the genealogy of any mythology. I have observed this with a skeptical point of view since the day it happened. This still remains as one of the few times that the board actually moved, more or less provided us with legible and specific details. To this day, at the age of 39, I remain convinced that what we received was not from us, but somewhere else. Something that I believe knew full well that my mother was going to tell me to look up. This story takes place in the year of 1983. I was a sophomore in high school. I must emphasize the importance of the year, as cell phones, internet, and the effortless forms of mass communication at your fingertips was non-existent. There are ample amounts of backstory, but mainly I cannot get into the feel of the story, as it's the only one I can say to tell you. You'll understand why as the story goes on. At this time in my life, my friends and I were very carelessly using a Ouija board that I found in my deceased great-uncle's attic right after he passed. Again, I will not go into many details here, other than it was wooden and had no instruction. We took it home, and my sisters and I, along with my friends, began to play with it. Weeks went by, a few months went by, and lots of stuff was happening in my house and with my friends. Me, strongly being a believer in the paranormal, didn't push too much of what was happening, as it was witnessed not just by me, but many others. I saw such occurrences change the beliefs of staunch skeptics in a matter of moments. I was terrified most of the time, sleeping with my lights always on, never alone. At times, I was even amused by it. We'll use the term it here, as I cannot call and will not call it by its name. Then came a day in early spring of '93 that my friends and I were sitting at a round table in the library of our high school. The topic always seemed to circle back around to what was happening at my house. There were 4 of us sitting at a table. Myself, Monica, Kim, and Suzanne. I was beginning to get a little agitated and begin to feel arrogant. So arrogant that I said aloud to my friends almost these exact words. If you're so powerful and so real, then you wouldn't be stuck in my house. So, show us a sign you can hear us beyond there in the board. And just like that, the lights went out in the entire library and school for about 5 seconds. When they came back on, I continued my overconfident banter by laughing and saying, "Really? Is that all you have?" The bell rang shortly after. It was time to go home. I don't think much of the incident after, but knew my egotistical, fake act may have caused some consequences down the line. That night when I fell asleep, I had a dream. I'm not even sure I can call it that. I can't even call it a nightmare, because that word connotates fiction to me. This was one of those dreams or visions, if you may, that you wake up from and feel it. You can recite every line in detail, as if you were still in it. To this day, I can still feel the resonation and remember every bit. The dream starts off in the morning, and as I begin to walk into school from the street, I am immediately plagued with the sense of terror, in a sense that I was slowly being chased. There were black hooded figures, fully cloaked, no signs of human life underneath, just a human form. There were 6 of them, all with their heads down. It was broad daylight, and they were each carrying a torch. In the middle of them was a very tall figure, again, all in black with a red stripe in front of its cloak. He was not carrying a torch, but rather a long, pewter staff of some sort. This is when I stopped studying the details of who this was. I knew who it was, and I knew they were after me, especially him. They were not running or in any type of haste. It was slow and methodical. I ran into school fast and frantically began to look for a hiding spot in the library, as that's where my dream put me. I quickly jumped over these bookshelves, which were low to the ground, both in the dream world and in the real world, and balled up on the shelf, hiding and praying not to be found. I then woke up, breathless. I said few words as I got ready for school and onto the bus that morning. None of my friends involved in the library situation or the Ouija board stuff in general were on the same bus route, and I dare not speak a word of it to the kids I rode the bus with, as most of them I despised. When I arrived at school, finding my friends Monica and Kim waiting for me at the north entrance as they did every morning, I began to tell them the details of the dream. We had just entered the main hallway, and as I was finishing the dream details, when running from the south entrance, which was a pretty good distance from us, was Suzanne. I do not feel I need to drive home the point that there were no cell phones and no conceivable way of Suzanne getting any of this info. This is exactly as it happened, and is 100% accurate. Trying as hard as she could to catch her breath, she looked at me and said, "I have a message for you, from him. Not it, I must emphasize. Tell Nicole she can run, but she can't hide." To this day, every time I tell the story, I envision him laughing, still saying, "I found you." So, I got the chance to reconnect with some of my friends over in Colorado. who are also of the Sioux tribe and Arapaho. These are the people that shared with me the same tales recently that I've discussed with you. The Dogman and Bigfoot waging wars against each other to be able to eat the Arapaho tribe that was defending themselves against these beasts. They love and watch your channel, and they wanted me to share more of their stories that they have. These are stories that they have obtained from their own chiefs that have been passed down from generations, as well as more tales from their own tribe that they would like to share with you. My other friend, who is part Sioux, also has very similar tales from his own tribe, dealing with not only Bigfoot and Dogman, but what they consider to be the Thunderbird as well, especially more so in the Great Plains area. There were just certain places that were off limits for hunting and foraging, for any sort of food and supplies, because these large birds patrolled the perimeter of the area. Usually, it was always in the upper mountainside, but other times it wasn't. Supposedly, somewhere along the way, one of the chief's daughters had befriended a thunderbird and was able to ride it before it tricked her and knocked her off its back while up in midair, and she fell to her death. Thunderbirds, from what I've gathered, aren't near as hostile as Dogmen are, or Bigfoot, but they would take pride in stealing kills from hunters by swooping down and taking the deer home, or waiting for the kill to claim the body. Unlike other birds, they have a very distinctive call, kind of like how a hawk does, or even an eagle. You could hear it from far away, and know exactly what kind of bird it was. I wasn't told any story about a thunderbird having a conflict with a Bigfoot or Dogman, but I'm sure it has happened. They were more elusive than the other two creatures, and were not near as hostile or aggressive. They were not attacking villages, but they were waiting and watching a lot of the time. Many of the times, they would show up in full view of the villages, and they would bring upon them storms, droughts, famine, and worse. They almost acted like an omen, even though they weren't seen as much. There's a reason they have a name Thunderbird. Although the Arapaho and Sioux Indians had their own name for them, just like they did with Dogman and Bigfoot, I don't think their name had any direct translation to Thunderbird, but it did mean something similar. The one friend of mine who was Sioux Indian shared with me some stories about back in the early 1800s, that these giant blackbirds with white markings on them would fly out of the mountains in South Dakota, fly down, pick up villagers and hunters, even white men, and fly up high in the air and drop them to kill them. From the sounds of it, these things didn't fly to the villages, but anybody who wandered into a specific area or territory was generally targeted. This leads me to believe that between both my friends, who shared very similar stories, that the Thunderbird is not only a very real cryptid, but, like the other two cryptids, Dogman and Bigfoot, are very territorial beings. While simply much more elusive, they still can be just as dangerous, since they can just easily pick a person up with ease and drop them from 100+ feet in the air to their death. A couple of hunters had found a large bird nest, as they described, near the base of one of the mountains that they were near, and found many human skulls and bones. It wasn't made entirely clear if these cryptids would pick people up and drop them from the sky to kill them and then eat them, or if it was just a killing tactic to eliminate threats. The feathers from these creatures were humongous. These creatures persisted even when white men started traveling to the area and colonizing. They too became victim and knew the ferocity of these cryptids. Unfortunately, muzzleloaders and guns didn't seem to be effective against these kinds of flying beasts. But there were certain areas that they would not venture into, in fear that these things would grab them. I'm almost wondering if states with very rocky terrain, with lots of mountains and hills, makes the perfect environment for these kinds of cryptids. Plenty of places to hide, and more than enough places to have a nest, without anyone ever bothering you or discovering where you are. Even today, there are still miles upon miles of wilderness all over the U.S. that remains uncharted. or too thick for us humans to venture off into. It's very possible that these things have made their nests in places that are impossible for us to get to, especially with the vast amount of mountains and steep cliffs that are all over. In fact, I recently listened to one of your other Thunderbird stories, where a gentleman climbed down a steep cliff, if I'm remembering correctly, and discovered what he thought was a Thunderbird's nest. Well, his description was pretty close to what my friend's story matched up with. And his story, I believe, there were animal bones, but in that story I got from my friend, they only found human remains. I don't really tend to find too much evidence, though, based on what I know about these things, that there's any signs of them ever being on the East Coast. However, the signs that I was hearing about that happened on the East Coast resemble a lot of a pterodactyl. Those sightings go all the way down to the southern Florida area, even into Cuba. No, it's not a thunderbird, but there seems to be a continuity with these large flying bird-like cryptids all around the United States. Going back to that thunderbird encounter that you posted, before the man who went down to the cliff in Northern California, I had heard other thunderbird encounters around that area before. It seems like when you mix mountain cliffs and forests, you create the environment for these things to thrive in. I personally believe that's why there are so many good sightings in the state of Colorado, such as reptilians, Bigfoot, dogmen, thunderbird, and more. I find it very interesting that several of the supposed encounters and sightings that many of the natives recall of this thunderbird are usually all large blackbirds of some sort. They all talk about the same thing, distinctive white markings on their body, which never seem to coincide with the specific pattern or shape. I've heard some descriptions that talk about it being very similar looking to a stark black eagle, while others say that it looks more like a raven. I've heard others say that it looks like its own bird entirely, with a pointed down beak at the end, kind of like a falcon has. Either way, we need to keep close eyes on the skies around us when we're out, and if we see something large flying our way, we know it's near. A family friend of mine operates a small seaplane business in Florida, where people pay a small sum of money, and he takes them out on a tour throughout overlooking the Everglades. Well, it was my birthday, and I had never been on a plane before. Shocking, I know. Just so you can get an idea of how small these planes are, they're practically two-passenger planes, I think. You know, the ones that fly over water. They're pretty small compared to any commercial airline, but large enough for you to get around in. They aren't luxurious by any means, and I'm not a planes girl by any means, so I just know they're called seaplanes. If I had to guess, I'm going to say 20 to 30 feet from the front nose to the very back. I really have no idea how big the wingspan is. As I was saying, this family friend of mine took me in for my birthday, and we're flying over the Everglades, when he starts panicking and pointing up in front of us. Flying a little underneath us and perpendicular was the largest bird we have ever seen in our lives. I had vaguely heard of a creature called the thunderbird, but I've not known what it is. Now, I don't know if this is a thunderbird or if it's real, but I do know now that there are very large birds out there that far exceed any size we know about. The bird I saw was extremely large and a very predatory-looking bird at that. All gray that faded to a smoky charcoal color. This bird had a wingspan that easily matched the size of the plane in. I couldn't believe it. My friend and I were in total awe and could not stop staring at this monstrosity of a bird. It was flying relatively low, only a little higher than the tips of the trees, and it never once seemed to look up in our direction or even care that we were flying over. It didn't come across like it was in a hurry, just calmly flying in the direction it was heading, which was south. It's all him and I could talk about for the rest of the flight. We had no idea what kind of bird it was, and were convinced that we discovered a new species of swell bird. Little do I know now that I probably more than likely saw an actual thunderbird in the flesh.
because they're the only people in society who are able to generate cash on a regular basis, particularly because society is so deeply invested in the modern economy with lots of barter. These are the ones who are actually generating.
Being in the Navy, you get to see a lot of the world. And with 2 deployments currently under my belt, I have seen a lot of crazy things. However, this occurred during my last deployment, and it's a moment that I will never forget. Not just due to the fact that it left me physically shaken, but there was no explanation for what we saw that night. For security and privacy reasons, I will not be discussing the name or type of ship that I was stationed on. I hope you all can understand. I had watched from midnight to 4 in the morning, and my watch station is in a little area right behind the bridge. In this area, I was the supervisor of a small team of 4 others, making sure that they did their job properly, which was to make sure that we knew what other ships are out there, who they are, and where they come from. The midnight watch is usually pretty boring, as nothing really happens around the time. The bridge team tends to keep to themselves around that time, and only come to bug us when they have questions about a ship, or any possible ships in the area. We had one person on the bridge, though, to talk to the lookouts, which are people stationed around the ship, that made visual reports to the bridge on the other ships, or any marine life that could be near us. To ensure that I knew what the lookouts were reporting, I had a speaker hooked up to the station that the lookouts used to talk to each other and make reports. Usually during this time, the lookouts like to talk about nonsense and gossip amongst each other. I will admit, a lot of their conversations were funny. On this particular night, however, one of the lookouts made a report to the bridge, and I knew something was wrong, because she sounded extremely nervous. Here is the initial report. Bridge, Port Fantel. Go ahead, Port Fantel. Bridge, the water behind us is glowing. Say again? I can't explain it in any other way, but the water is glowing. What? I said to myself as I went out into the bridge and talked to my guy out there, making sure he heard what I had heard as well. We both reported it to the junior officer of the watch, and he thought it was weird as well, but claimed that it might be a bioluminescent algae, which, although extremely common, it made sense at the time. I told my guy to pass the word back to the lookout in hopes it would calm her down. As I walked back to my station, I heard the lookouts talking to the speaker, teasing and making fun about how her reporting of a glowing algae. After that, all seemed normal. About 20 minutes later, I heard the lookout come out again, this time talking to one of the other lookouts. Starboard Fantel. Port Fantel. Yeah. Do you see the water blowing in the distance? Yeah, what about it? I think it's following us. You're stupid. No, seriously, look at it. We passed it about 20 minutes ago. We shouldn't be able to see it anymore. You're either really tired or really paranoid. You need to calm down. After that, the lookout again reported it to the bridge, and this time, the junior officer of watch told him to pass word to inform him when the glowing algae got closer. I went outside to check myself, and I did indeed see it. Although it could be nothing, I was a bit on edge also. Then, out of nowhere, I visually see the glow rapidly get closer to the ship, coming in from behind. I ran back inside, and I heard the lookouts making a report. But before I could inform the bridge, the water around the ship started to glow. The glowing faded slowly, then got brighter every few seconds, and everyone on the bridge was completely dumbfounded. No one moved or spoke, just stood in place, watching as the bridge filled in and out with an ominous green glow. This went on for a couple of minutes, but felt like an eternity. I don't know what others were thinking, but I honestly thought that this was the end. We then watched as whatever was glowing beneath the ship slowly moved away from us, moving ahead of us. Then, in a sudden flash of light,
It was completely gone. Everyone on the bridge remained silent for about another minute, and even though everybody was shaken up, we all tried to get past it, and many went on like it never happened. Since there was no official report of the incident, and since it was never passed down to the other watches, this event technically never happened, except for those who witnessed it, which happens more than you think. The captain was never informed on what happened either. I have not been able to stop thinking about that day, and I haven't told anyone about it. Not even to my wife and family. Not because they won't believe me, but because they worry about me constantly when I'm out at sea. So I kept it to myself until now. I just wanted to share in what my experience was and pass the word that there is something in the ocean. What is it? I don't know. And that truly terrifies me. The most deadly shark attack in recorded history began on July 30th, 1945. The USS Indianapolis, a Portland-class heavy cruiser of the United States Navy, was taking part in a top-secret mission of the utmost importance. It was tasked with carrying enriched uranium to an island in the South Pacific, along with other parts required for the assembly of the world's first deployable atomic bomb. As history shows, the crew of the Indianapolis were successful in their mission, completing the delivery in record speeds that are unbroken, even by modern naval vessels. However, as they sailed back towards Leyte for training before the invasion of Okinawa, tragedy struck. Just after midnight on July 30th, the Indianapolis was spotted by a Japanese submarine. Without any escorts to defend her, the Indianapolis was a prime target, and the Japanese closed in for the kill. The Indianapolis did not have sonar to detect submarines. They were completely unaware of the danger in which they found themselves. At exactly 12:15 a.m., two Type 95 torpedoes smashed into the right side of the vessel, instantly killing dozens of American sailors and causing obscene amounts of damage to the ship's structure. It took just 12 minutes of panic and terror for the ship to sink completely, taking down over 300 of the crew along with her. The surviving crew members, lacking life jackets and lifeboats, were set adrift among the waves in almost complete darkness. Many thought the worst was over, but their nightmare had only just begun. Naturally, the sailors floating among the debris were expecting to be rescued in a matter of hours, days at most. But the horrible fact was that nobody was coming to the rescue. Despite sending several emergency signals before the ship went down, the Navy had somehow lost track of the Indianapolis. Nothing was made of the fact that the ship failed to arrive at Leyte, and many of the emergency messages that were received by nearby ships and naval bases were completely ignored. Declassified records later showed that one such commander in the Philippines was drunk and had told his staff to not disturb him. Another wrongly assumed the SOS calls were some kind of Japanese trap. The roughly 900 men who actually survived the torpedo attack were now exposed to a new, perhaps even deadlier danger. It was dawn when the survivors saw the first sharks in the waters around them. The pure carnage and chaos of the sinking had attracted hundreds of oceanic white-tip and tiger sharks from miles around. Some were apparently as large as 15 feet long. It must have been absolutely terrifying for the survivors, seeing huge dorsal fins emerging from the water as the predators began to surround them, circling, picking out the weakest links, those too weak to struggle. At first, the sharks focused on the dead bodies floating in the water. Many men had died of exposure, salt poisoning, or thirst, and it was these corpses that provided the easiest meals for the circling sharks. But soon, the lifeless bodies among the survivors had been completely devoured by the hungry predators, and it wasn't long before they turned their attention towards the living. The survivors later reported that they were losing at least 3 or 4 men to a shark attack every single day.
At some points, they counted 20 to 30 sharks in the water, their dorsal fins breaking the waves to form an almost impenetrable barrier around the surviving sailors. The sharks would often swim towards the survivors, bumping into them to test for signs of life. The sailors never knew exactly when the attacks would come, and this took a serious toll on their sanity. Men would kick and pound the water, screaming bloody murder in an attempt to deter the sharks from attacking. But this only served to attract more and more of the fishy fiends, as if mimicking the thrashing of a wounded sea creature that served as a natural dinner bell for the hungry beasts. Every so often, a shark would lose patience and strike without mercy, rushing up from the bloody depths to drag down the screaming survivor. Imagine it, hearing the man next to you let out an ear-splitting, blood-curdling scream before disappearing beneath the waves, never to be seen again. Some survivors recalled that the elements were perhaps just as deadly as the circling sharks. During the scorching heat of the daytime, men would pray for darkness, their faces blistering as the harsh Pacific sun beat down upon them, while at night, the water grew so cold that their teeth would shatter as hypothermia set in. Some would kick their legs and thrash their arms in futile attempts to keep warm. But again, this only mimicked the death throes of a wounded sea creature, making them a target for the circling sharks. As the floating sailors fought to survive, many of them succumbed to the horror of their experiences and began to lose their minds. Some men even began to hallucinate, seeing islands that weren't there, claiming they had heard rescue planes searching them in the skies above. One such surviving sailor recalls the heartbreaking moment that one of his shipmates finally lost his grip on his sanity. The man claimed he could see the Indianapolis floating in the water just a few feet below them, and that he could access the mess hall's stores of purified water. He made repeated trips beneath the surface, inviting his comrades to join him in drinking the cool, fresh water he had found. But the man was drinking salt water. He died shortly afterwards from the effects of poisoning. Then, on the fourth day of their harrowing survival, a Navy seaplane happened to be passing overhead when they spotted the groups of surviving sailors floating in the waters below. One of the aircraft's crew members leaned out of the central hatch, waving down at the men. That's when the tears came. Tears of pure relief and salvation. They were saved, but out of the crew of almost 1,200 sailors, just 317 survived the ordeal. But for some, the horror, pain, and tragedy of the sinking would never end. Captain Charles McVeigh, commander of the Indianapolis, was one of the last abandoned of the ship sinking. In November of 1945, he was court-martialed for failing to order his men to abandon ship in time, resulting in the 300 or so sailors that sank the ship to the bottom of the ocean. Cleared of this charge, he was instead convicted of hazardizing the ship, a naval term which describes the failure of a captain to properly maneuver his vessel to avoid the likelihood of a direct torpedo strike. Yet, aspects of the trial were controversial, as even the commander of the Japanese sub that sank the ship said that zigzag in Indianapolis wouldn't have made a damn bit of difference, and that he'd always found a way to sink her. The disgraced captain who was cleared of all charges was reinstated to his position and retired as a rear admiral 4 years later in 1949. Yet, while many of the Indianapolis survivors agreed that Captain McVeigh was not to blame for the ship's sinking, the sentiment was not shared by some of the grieving families of the fallen sailors. Captain McVeigh would often receive Christmas cards from the relatives of his dead crew members, but they did not have a remotely festive tone about them. "Merry Christmas, you son of a bitch. Our family's holiday would be a lot merrier if you hadn't murdered my son," read one card that McVeigh had received as late as 1960. Despite being cleared of blame, Captain McVeigh never forgave himself for his failures as a commander, even if it was during the most brutal and decisive war that mankind has ever known. Eventually, in 1968, McVeigh picked up a small toy sailor that reminded him of his naval service, walked out onto his front lawn and shot himself with the very same revolver that the Navy had issued to him upon entering to the service. He was 70 years old. Over 23 years later, the largest war in human history had senselessly claimed yet another life. For context, I'm a 19-year-old male living in Canada. This incident that I will be talking about happened last year in September of 2019. Now, I haven't shared this incident with my family or even some of my friends, since they will say that it's a bunch of hogwash and that I was making it all up for the attention. So, back to the incident at hand. At the time, I was doing a program in cadets, many called it the psych hike, where cadets will be sent deep into the woods and will be required to find a place to stay for roughly 50 minutes to an hour. Mind you, the psych hike occurred after 9 p.m., so we're pretty much sitting in the woods in the darkness with only starlight and moonlight. Another rule for the psych hike is that you are not allowed to talk or make any sound. Also, we are not allowed to walk to other cadets during the psych hike. It was roughly 8 p.m. The sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, leaving a reddish-pink color in the sky. We were instructed to line up in alphabetical order. Then, we were given 2 glow sticks. One was red, and the other green. The red one was to only be used in emergencies, and the green glow stick was supposed to be used for the all-clear signal after the time was up. You were also given a whistle. It was also used to be in an emergency. So, after everybody's names were called, the supervisor asked any of the cadets participating if they would like to walk away now. One cadet, for privacy reasons, we will call him M, walked back to his cabin. The supervisor then told us to get behind him and follow him out to the campsite. I will explain the layout of the camp, as this will help the story make more sense. The cabins and the canteen are located at the center of the campsite. If you keep walking southward from the campsite for a mile, you would eventually reach an airfield. The airfield was surrounded by dense forest. Even in the daylight, it's hard for the sunlight to even get past the branches to the forest floor. Now, imagine the forest at nighttime. Daunting, right? Even the most brave captains wouldn't even venture into there. So, they decided to send us cadets in. Interesting. So, we were marched off to the airfield and were ordered to stand at the edge of the forest. And then, the supervisor started to send each cadet into the forest. We were told to only walk 25 paces into the woods. When it was my turn, I started walking into the forest. The only light source from where I was standing was the stars and moon, and even that wasn't even strong enough to light up my path. After 25 steps, I found a comfortable place to sit behind a tree. I sat down and listened to the cadets in front of me march off into the woods. As the last cadet marched into the woods, everything fell silent. The only sounds were a couple of the animals in the forest running around. I honestly had no idea what I was truly getting myself into, and thought this would just be an innocent experience that I could happily recount to friends and family. Boy, was I wrong. I think it was 15 minutes later when I heard a sound. Snapping. The sudden break in silence startled me. At first, I thought the time was up, and that the cadets before me were making their way back to the airfield. I checked my watch, but we were only a couple of minutes in, and that we still had a long time before the supervisor came and got us. Then, I heard it again. Snapping. I looked around, but saw nothing. The moonlight illuminated only a bit of my surrounding. I could see only a couple of meters in front of me. For the next couple of minutes, I was fiddling with the glow sticks in my hand until I heard this low rumbling noise. Within seconds, this low rumble turned into a very deep and guttural growl. that sounded like it came from something very large with a massive, massive set of lungs. I was freaking out at that moment. I didn't know what to do. If I tried to run away, I worried that whatever was making the noise would appear and rush me, and I'd never be seen again. Maybe that was my paranoia. Maybe that was my fear overtaking me. And then it hit me. A scent of wet dog and rotting meat came wafting over to where I sat. When I smelled it, I retched and coughed a little. The smell was almost overbearing, so I held my nose tightly. Suddenly, in that moment, a feeling of dread and fear washed over me. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I started sweating, and my vision turned blurry. This is when the growling started to move around me, and not just stay stationary like before. It sounded demonic and raspy. It moved closer to me. I could hear it behind me. I was scared by this time, but I managed to look behind the tree. From the tree, at least 20 yards away, I could see a silhouette of something lumbering in the woods. It was tall, and when I mean tall, this thing had to be at least 7 feet tall. It was radiating that horrid smell of blood, wet dog, and rotting meat. At first, I thought it was just a man, but when I looked closer, it clearly did not fit into the category of human. I guess the 2 cropped ears on top of its head gave that away rather quickly. Having hocks just like a dog does, with thick muscled legs and a torso the size of a ripped weightlifter, this thing could tower over me, even from a distance. This thing looked like it could bench 300 no problem. It was covered in long dark gray fur from what I could see in the middle light, and it had large hands that held onto the tree next to it that kind of resembled raccoon hands, with long claws on the end of each fingertip. It was standing perfectly erect, puffing in its chest almost, but what really made my heart stop was its head. The head looked similar to a wolf, but its snout was long, full of teeth that stuck out of its snout, just like a crocodile's does. Long, sharp, jagged teeth that didn't fit at all what a canine should have looked like. It had deep sunken eye sockets and a very strong brow bone. The eyes glowed a very dull yellow. It looked very unnatural. The entire thing looked incredibly evil, and just looking at this thing was paralyzing. The head was also humongous, like it wasn't proportionate to its body either. I tried my best not to scream, fearing that I would draw unneeded attention. It stood there and continued to watch me closely, almost as if it was observing every move I was making, and eventually walked back into the darkness. When it walked back and was out of eyesight, I still kept silent, fearing it would still be able to hear me. I sat there in silence for a while, praying to God that whatever I had just seen wasn't planning on charging into the woods at me to take me away. I wasn't even really sure what to do. I decided my best plan of attack was to just lie in wait for my supervisors to come back, because I was far too afraid to get up and move. That thing couldn't be too far, and maybe, just maybe, it was waiting for me to get up and make a move, so it could trap me. I didn't know what it was, or what it was planning, but it didn't feel right. I had to do my best not to have a little mental breakdown right there on the spot. It's funny, growing up as a kid, when you hear about things like this that look like this, you're always told, oh, those don't exist. That's only in your imagination. All that's doing is setting somebody up for when they actually have a true encounter with something that isn't supposed to exist out here. I wasn't prepared mentally in the slightest. I had no way to handle it properly, and I still don't. It seemed like forever until the supervisors finally came and picked us up. I didn't talk for the rest of the night. The supervisors tried to talk to me, but all I could really do was nod and shake my head to questions. I was too overtaken by complete fear to accurately even process their questions, let alone give them all the information they wanted out of me. I felt like a little kid who had just experienced a trauma or an abusive situation. My brain was still trying its hardest to process what had just happened. Was what happened to me reality? Or did I just dream it all? Was the fear I experienced even real? Next morning in the cafeteria, I was talking to some of my friends about the psych hike when one of my friends asked, "Hey, did any of you guys smell that last night?" Everyone looked at him and started to talk about how they had smelled that horrid scent and felt a sense of dread and fear wash over them. I was the only one that was silent. When I went back home, I did some research and found nothing. Nothing concrete anyway. Everything led to creepypasta and scary stories, which is not what I'm about. I want to be taken seriously. I need somebody that I can talk to and tell my story. Desperate, I have now reached out to several people who are supposed researchers and investigators, hoping to get some potential answers. At least they believe my story, and I can have some resolve and ease of mind, knowing I'm not crazy. In a weird, morbid way, it's comforting to know that there are other people out there with experiences that closely resemble mine. What did I encounter that night? What was that thing in the woods that I saw? And I hope that I'll never see it again.
Right now, the modern period, that's sort of there's a lot to say that
this didn't happen recently, but when I was a younger guy in my 20s, I had made a connection years earlier in a very odd way as a kid. Well, kid being still in my 20s. So that really wasn't the case in the sense that I encountered these entities. Instead, what I had a sense of was awareness. A sense where I knew these things were real and out to get me if I made a wrong move at any given time. Things we don't know about exist in the world and in the wild. Things we can only think belong in our nightmares. But that couldn't be further from the truth. I went out camping in the outback of the mountains in Idaho. The night before, I was attacked. I was sleeping underneath the stars with a group of 6 to 7 other people, and we heard what sounded like a low-pitched hiss, growl sound coming from behind us. It woke us all up, and we sat up and looked back to the sound. We had the impression that it was coming from behind us, and then we began to hear it all around us, surrounding us. We realized it wasn't just a singular sound, but a bunch of them. My roommate, who I was camping with at the time here, started to reach for his revolver, but I was just scared, because I don't know what they were. I had no idea what animals were out there. I was an outdoor newbie at the time. My other friend, not my roommate, just a friend, had a shotgun lying next to him, and he was ready for anything. So I looked over at his gun, and then he looks over at me and grabs it. He gives it a cock, and he's huddled there with it. With him, all practically pooping bricks at this point, and this chorus of hissing and growling noises around us. It sounded like we were in a reptile zoo. You can't even begin to describe the feeling I had. I was too scared to even leave my sleeping bag. Then, in the normal light we had for the night, we saw these tall figures begin to step towards us from the thickness of the trees and leaves around us. Tall, hulking reptile-like figures that stood on 2 legs. There were at least 10 or 12 of them, closing in on us, surrounding us. We were all so terrified that my friends at the time couldn't even fire their weapons. It was like a paralysis. And then this is where the story gets very strange, and I can't recall what happened, because none of us swore no. Even to this day, one by one, we all seem to black out and lose consciousness. Not fall asleep as you would think. When your senses are heightened and you know you're in danger, there's just no falling asleep. Not with adrenaline like that. You're experiencing a complete and primal fear like you never have. We were surrounded by an unknown large predatory animal or group of animals closing on us physically. We didn't know what exactly we were dealing with. The other 4 of us that didn't come equipped with weapons just huddled and shook in the sleeping bag as I did. Like I said, though, we all blocked out and lost consciousness. The next thing you know, the sun is up in the sky, and all 7 of us are waking up in unison on top of this rocky cliff bluff, miles away from where we lay down our heads in our sleeping bags the previous night. No equipment, nothing. All of us were out of our sleeping bags. It's as if we were trapped here. We were scared, confused, had no idea what happened or what was going on. Both my friend with the shotgun and my roommate with a revolver, their weapons were gone. Our wallets were gone, watches, everything. The only thing we had were the clothes on our backs, quite literally. Our equipment and everything else we had could not be found. There were no indication of us being dragged, nor did we have cuts, scratches, or any sort of footprints or marks to show we were ever taken. It's like we were instantly knocked out and teleported to this tiny cliff. Judging by the sun, it was close to midday, and in our panic and confusion, we had no choice but to try and hike down this cliff and try and find our way back to civilization. Because the brush was so thick, there was really only one direction to travel down, and that's when we eventually ran into our camp from the night before. We had been taken about 3 miles in total from our spot. Our sleeping bags were still there. All of our equipment, both our weapons, wallets, personal belongings were gone. There were no footprints, no signs of a struggle, or ripping anybody out of their bags, nothing. It was disturbing. It's haunted me for a lot of these years to know exactly what went down that night. Our sleeping bags were in perfect condition. We gathered what we could and left the area, and everything was normal for the most part. We returned to civilization for the next day, since it was a long hike. And that, my friends, ended my adventuring in the outback for years afterward. I don't know if we were ever abducted, or if it was aliens, or what it could have been. I like to think those 2-legged walking reptile things we saw in the faint light coming towards us had something to do with all of this. But frankly, I just don't know. What I saw left me speechless to this day. It was about 8 feet tall, and you could tell by looking at it, it was a meat-killing creature. It had red markings over its scaly body. It looked very serpentish with long fangs. Even though it looked human, it wasn't. It looked at me and seemed surprised to see me and fled, as if it was nervous that it had been seen. I was walking around downtown in my small little town in Oklahoma in the early 90s, about midnight or 12:30 a.m. I was near a darker alley when I saw it, and it walked right up to the light when our gaze met. I froze in place when I saw this thing, and the thing stared at me. It was sizing me up. I could see it making a mental decision in its head to not reveal itself even more, because it wasn't safe. The creature, after staring at me for what felt like forever, but probably only a few seconds, eventually walked a short distance away, back in the dark alley where it became before disappearing. I called 911 shortly after and told the police dispatch what I saw. They did take a report down, but never said anything. The officer seemed genuinely concerned for me, but in the end, I don't know if he took it seriously. Anyway, I thought I would share my experience with you. High up in the Sierra Nevada mountains, I was with my climbing partner, and this was one of the most intense mountain climbing experiences I've ever done, aside from this encounter. My partner was sitting on top of a large pile of rocks, pulled out his canteen of water, and took 5. That's one of the rocks appeared these creatures. Monsters, I would rather say, because of how frightening they all looked. 3 of them, of large size, about 8 to 10 feet tall, dark scales all over their body from head to toe, lighter green on the front of their torso and body, darker green on the back. They had these spines protruding from their backs that went all the way up their necks. Their faces were very reptilish, but very humanoid. They had large yellow reptilian eyes with slits and mouths full of little bags for teeth. Each one were carrying a dead deer in one hand, dragging them by the neck. As they noticed us, they immediately began stepping over the rocks, and they dropped their kill and began charging us. Because of their large size, their stride was enormous, and they reached us in such little time. Next to us, the pile of small rocks we were on was this tiny drop-off, maybe 20 feet at that. My partner and I both jumped out from it and landed into heavy brush, breaking our fall. These things continued to charge us so fast that we didn't even think. The fear that came over us drove us to jump off this tiny drop-off. And when we landed, yes, it hurt like a mother. We just pulled ourselves up and ran down the way we came. I'd never seen creatures like that before in my life, and it terrified us to our cores. The last few days, I brought this incident back up with my old hiking partner, and Dave remembers it well. We're very careful now about where we go hiking. Had that drop-off been closer to 50 feet, I think we would have been reptile food by now. This was back in 2008, when I was only 12 years old. I'm 24 now. What happened to me has left me with severe PTSD due to what I saw that day. Even now, it's hard for me to talk about it, actually. And to write this out to you is tough. My family has a large creek, which they still own, that runs to the backside of their property, down in this little ravine. It actually feeds from one of the main rivers around here that flows through the area, so you have to be careful with powerful currents pulling you under. Not so much the creek, but as you get closer to where the river feeds into the creek, it can actually be really easy to slip and fall. I was swimming back here this day because it was a hot day in August, and the temp outside was probably 102, I'm guessing. Where I'm at in the creek, I'm probably about thigh deep, and I had just come out of the water from submerging myself as much as I could, trying to cool down my core. The water was cold, since the river was melting runoff water. I heard a noise, and that's when my heart dropped into my body. Coming down the creek, walking in my direction, looking right at me, was this beast, a monster, some sort of creature. It was large, with a slender body, and it was arched over slightly. It looked like a cross between a snake and Smeagol from Lord of the Rings, and had huge, over-exaggerated canine fangs, kind of like how a snake does. It was jet black and covered in what appeared to be scales. The fangs were comparable to that of a saber-toothed tiger. They were exaggerated and extremely large and long. I had a very strong feeling of death, and I knew my time was up in that moment. The second I made eye contact with this creature, it reached its hands out to me as it kept walking in my direction. Not like it was reaching out its hand to help, but to try and get me. It had long, sharp black claws at the end of each of its fingers. I screamed so loud I probably blew out a lung, and I ran out of that creek, tripped on a large rock, and fractured part of my leg from the impact. I had so much adrenaline pumping through me, though, I didn't notice right away. And this creature continued to pursue me and chased me out of the ravine and backwoods. It's weird because I felt like it was strong and fast enough that it could have gotten me if it really wanted to. But it did keep a short distance between us, like it was just there to terrorize me and chase me out. This is still really hard for me to talk about, so I'm sorry if I'm leaving out details or not making sense, but that's what happened to me. I ran back to my house crying, my legs swollen, and I needed medical attention. I told my mom what happened, and she called 911. My leg got treated, and my dad thought it was a bear that was chasing me, and he goes back there with a rifle, but comes back about a half hour later, saying he didn't see anything like what I described. I didn't care if you or my mother believe me or not. It's a trauma that I'll have to live through now, and I still have frequent reoccurring nightmares. Just several years ago, I was on my way home from work in the financial district in Lower Manhattan. I worked in an office building, literally a block away from Wall Street. This was late 2011, around the time of those Occupy Wall Street protests in the park. The streets were packed with people wearing backpacks and headphones, carrying signs and megaphones. It was pretty much impossible not to bump into people as you tried to navigate the narrow sidewalks. The hassle wasn't anything special to me. I had my earbuds in with music playing to drown out the noises during my commute, just like any other day. I do consider myself a New Yorker, through and through, after all. However, in order to get to the subway and back home to Queens, I had to either go around or right through the park, which did get a bit annoying after a while. Still, crowded streets are a part of our reality. Unfortunately, the same is true for the millions of homeless people taking refuge in the various nooks and crannies of the city. I am not a saint or anything, but I do try to at least drop a spare bit of change in their cups every so often. I wish I could say it was every time, but it's not. I want to help out when I can, but I'm embarrassed to say that I'm sometimes in such a rush that I don't even notice them there. I guess that makes me no different than the people who just breeze by the needy without giving the poor souls even a single glance. Sometimes, it's as if the homeless are an invisible element in our cities, subsisting on the scraps left behind by those more well-off. I think that may be the reason what happened that afternoon. Right in the midst of crowds of people, was able to go unnoticed. I don't think anyone but me realized or even cared about what was happening. The park was too crowded for me to walk through. Instead of trying to find my way across to the subway, I decided to circle around and try a different stop in a quieter area. To get there, though, I cut inside to a side street with significantly less busy. The moment I set foot there, I was struck with a feeling of heaviness and dread that instantly plunged my previously decent mood into an abyss. I couldn't understand why or where it was coming from, so I pulled out my earbuds and turned my music off. I felt I needed my senses to be as sharp as possible for whatever danger I was sensing. As I tucked the earbuds away in my coat pocket, a pungent odor began to creep into my nose. It was the smell that hits you when you walk into a subway car that a homeless person has made their home. I looked ahead, toward the corner of one of the buildings to see a surprisingly young man, torn up jeans and hoodie. He had wild black hair and long, unkempt beard. He rocked back and forth with a look of utter hopelessness etched into his face. He clutched a small cardboard sign covered in writing. I picked out a section that read, "Help please, Army vet. Lost everything. Just need $40 to get back home." There were very few people walking down that particular street, but enough passing through that he would occasionally pop up from his corner with his arms outstretched, holding the sign, begging for some acknowledgement. It was a sad sight to behold. I felt terrible knowing that I had nothing on me to spare, so I would inevitably end up being one of these people myself, walking by him without seeming to care at all. Just as that thought crossed my mind, I saw an odd-looking man further down the road, walking toward the homeless guy. The strange man stopped and crouched down to the homeless one's level. After staring at him a moment, the stranger reached into his pocket and pulled out a large roll of cash, holding it out in front of him as if to offer it, but clearly holding back. It was a bizarre sight, especially in New York City, but at least I no longer felt guilty for being unable to help the poor guy. I wish things went as you would expect from that point on. But unfortunately, that's where things began to get weird. To be honest, I've been building this up a long preamble, because every time I think back to this event, A sharp chill runs down my spine, and I swear, my eyes, they tear up. So, as I continue to walk toward the pair, I realized that everything, like the world around me, began to slow down somehow. The loud noises of the city streets faded into a soup of auditory blur. Every sound muffled, as if I was holding my hands over my ears and head underwater. As this was happening, I realized I was staring at the strange man holding the wad of cash. I noticed how ordinary he was. Everything about him was plain. He dressed like any other white-collar worker. A simple, or even slightly ugly brown suit hung loosely on his slender frame. He wore a tie and dress shoes and carried a generic leather briefcase. He also had a matching brown hat on his head, angled to hide the top half of his face. Looking back, I wish that was all I had seen. As I slowly made my way closer to them, the stranger lifted his hat to meet the confused gaze of the homeless man. That's when I stopped dead in my tracks. The formerly bland appearance of the man became clear to me, and I noticed two haunting features. His skin was bizarre, ashen white, not paper white, but not gray either. His eyes, they were a deeper black than I could describe. I tried my best to rationalize what I was seeing. A guy wearing black contacts in a business suit would be a little weird, but I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time someone made those particular fashion choices out here. I can tell you this though, a regular guy dressed that way would not be enough to stop New York in their tracks like it did me. It was more than the look of him. It was the feeling I got from it. It was like being punched in the chest. As a child, I dealt with frequent asthma attacks, and as an adult, I've had more than my share of panic attacks. But this was something else entirely. Much worse. A heavy, nauseating feeling that was born in the pit of my stomach crawled up to my chest before nesting in my throat. The air had become solid around me as I stood there, frozen. I could see in my peripheral vision that other people were still walking through the side street, although they moved in slow motion. After a few moments, the strange man and the homeless man's voice seemed to emerge from the muffled white noise of the rest of the city. Their voices slowly became clearer and more clear. I missed a lot of what was being said, but certain words stood out. I don't want to die. The word shuddered from the homeless man's mouth as he reached for the money. His eyes were fixed on the roll of cash, yet steeped in hesitation and fear. The stranger smiled at him, and I swear to you, Mr. X, something about that smile made me want to scream. It was that moment I realized I couldn't scream, even if I had wanted to. I could do nothing but stand there helplessly, my feet nailed to the concrete sidewalk as the scene played out just a few yards in front of me. The stranger's response was chilling. Oh, well, you're gonna die either way, Robbie. Judging by the man's reaction, that must have been his name. At the mention of his name, Robbie sat straight up, with a look of slack-jawed amazement, tinged with horror. Silent. Going forward, I'll refer to the man in the brown suit as Brown. This will be important in just a few minutes. So, before Robbie could say anything, Brown lifted his hand as if to get an important presentation and spoke again. His voice was just so wrong. I can really describe it as oily, gravelly and wet, like someone trying to talk through a mouthful of phlegm. If you think the description sounds gross, just imagine how foul it made me feel hearing it. This is what he said. Question is, do you want to die happy and comfortable, wanting nothing? Or here in this alley, where no one will ever notice you until you've been rotting with it? I still don't know how that scream went flat out of my mouth after what happened next. If I could have moved at all, I might have jumped right out of my skin. A third voice chimed in before a corresponding figure stepped into my view. Another strange man, nearly identical to Brown, except taller, and somehow even thinner, wearing a gray suit. I'll call this one Gray for the sake of organization. Gray held a lit cigarette, stared down at Robbie with a tired look. Take the money, Robert. We have things to do. Robbie nodded with a re-signed expression as he took the cash. He gasped as he clawed at the bills, unfurling the surprising amount. This is so much, he exclaimed. I couldn't make out what was said next. I saw Brown stand up next to Gray, followed by Robbie standing and gathering his few possessions from the ground before thanking the two strange men, and briskly walking toward me. He brushed past me in a hurry, thanking God over and over again, crying. I still could not move. I was stuck there as the two strangers' gaze fell onto me when Robbie was out of sight. The two sets of pitch-black eyes staring at me gave me the distinct feeling of being watched by something not human. Their mouths had moved as if speaking to each other, but I couldn't make it out. The volume of the white noise around me was going crazy. Up and down. It was disorientating. Eventually, I could hear a few bits of their conversation, but the language wasn't like anything I've ever heard. Now think about this. I speak fluent Spanish and understand bits of many other languages. Italian, French, a little Japanese, Arabic, and even some Yiddish. You tend to pick up little things here and there living in New York City. I can certainly place a language roughly when I hear it. The strangers were speaking. It was just unlike anything I'd ever encountered. The sounds they were making weren't even sounds that people made. It actually caused me physical pain in my ears when I really began to hear it. Like when your ears pop on an airplane. The feeling when you know there's pressure there, but you can't get it out. So it stings. The pain got so bad that I wanted to vomit. Brown snarled the word his friend in the same wet voice. English. Gray made a bizarre clicking noise, smiling the same horrific smile Brown did earlier. That far gone, huh? It'll be fine, Brown responded. Yeah, then why'd you lie? What Brown said next still keeps me up some nights. Even all these years later, he rolled his shoulders back and grunted. Does it matter? I'll be wearing that stupid shit by the next morning. Followed by a clicking noise. My eyes began to well with tears as I tried desperately to look away. I was still paralyzed. Slowly, the world began to creak back to a normal speed again. Mr. X, I'm telling you, I'm trying so hard to cry as I sit here typing this. Just like the plight of Robbie or any other homeless man. No one bothered to even look at me as I stood there in terror. People were there, moving slower than normal, at least from my perspective, but nobody stopped or noticed that I was in trouble. Gray looked directly at me. My head started swimming, and I immediately felt dizzy. My vision blurred and I lost focus, and all of a sudden, Gray's voice. Well now, look what this one can do. Cute. Suddenly, Brown stepped forward from the blur in my eyes, his black face sneering up from me just inches away. Whatever. A chimp's a chimp. They're all the same. Hey, leave now. He snarled again, and I felt it in my bones. Keep walking. I wish I could tell you what happened next, but the next thing I knew, I was standing on the sidewalk all the way up to Columbus Circle in Midtown, almost a half hour's walk north of where I was. A man I didn't know was holding my shoulders as random people passed by with concerned looks on their faces. When things came back into focus, I could finally hear the man's voice. You all right, Sam? He asked with a trembling voice. Damn near walked into traffic, man. You okay?
Somebody said I must be on drugs, they yelled out as they scooted by. I told the man I was okay, as tears began to run freely down my face. I apologized and fled the scene, rushing over to the escalator to a train, having no idea how I got so far out of town. By the time I got home, I realized I wouldn't be able to tell anybody, not even my wife. She would definitely think I was losing my mind. I haven't seen the strange men, or whatever they were, since that day. Thank God for that. Over the years, I've done research into the paranormal to try and identify what they may have been, but I haven't found anything with their description or actions. I heard of black-eyed kids, and the vibes people seem to get from them that are similar to how I felt with brown and gray, but the situation was different. These were grown, at least middle-aged men, I think. I don't know what I saw. Were they aliens? It still messes with me. I've been in therapy about this, and I've tried to rationalize, but no luck. Whatever the case is, I'm not sure. I can hopefully go back to my daily life. Without thinking about the incident, whenever I allow myself to reflect back on it, it just shakes me up. And I'm not immune to late nights of insomnia for fear of nightmares. So, I still question my own sanity every so often. Was this real? Did I really have an encounter with half-human hybrid aliens? I grew up around many Navajo and Apache natives who shared with me many ancient tales and warnings not to travel into certain blacklisted regions in the deserts for what evil lurks there. People who started villages and sects of life were destroyed by this evil. The same evil that is said to come from deep within the Sonoran Desert has made its way far north to where we thrive and inhabit. I myself am half native and try and embrace my culture and belief system as much as I can. There is truth to the wisdom that is spoken to me, to my people and friends. I have a deep love for this nation and do not wish to see it tarnished by the black magic of those evil doers that wish to wreak havoc upon it. The peace that is currently being upheld today is only because of certain protections and wards against those of the darkness, the Great Spirit. I know your channel is all about bringing awareness to these creatures that exist and practice evil out in the world, so that they can grow in their power and prey upon the weak. But I can share this information with you in hopes that you can share it on your channel, and then maybe more people will become aware of what truly exists out there and to stay away from it. The more victims these creatures of evil claim, the more power they obtain, the more reign they have. You have spoken much about the shapeshifters of my land that practice magic and wear the skins of coyotes and other kills. But there is a far more powerful and smaller sect of shapeshifters that lie beneath the ground in caverns and underneath the deserts. The more power they obtain, the more their influence reigns in my region, the Navajo Nation, and even further north. These shapeshifters take the form of large desert reptilian serpents, serpent beings that devour dreary wanderers and tourists alive, or capture them to be taken back to have the life force sucked out of them. I have heard others call this same life force adrenochrome. I believe that's the scientific name for it. But that's what these shapeshifters feed on. They come out at once the sun is set in the sky, to wander the deserts at night, seeking those that they can prey upon easily. They are said to inhabit the bowels underneath the sands. There are many caverns underneath the deserts that should be closed up, and people should stay far away from. Several have already been turned into tourist attractions for those that enjoy underground caverns. This is very dangerous and potentially invoking the presence of these beings. I'm still not clear whether this sect of shapeshifters is even humans or something far more vile.
Unlike the shapeshifters here, these entities possess far greater strength and can hide away much easier, revealing themselves only where they want to be revealed. They will even go as far as camouflaging themselves as a regular native, just to try and lure persons from nearby tribes away. I don't think it to be a coincidence that these shapeshifters are the only things to come out of the area of the desert. My people have talked about flying demons that also live beneath the desert sand. I personally believe these to be in alignment with the shapeshifters, or possibly even under their control to scout the area, looking for the next victim. I'm giving you this information because people who want to tour the area or just passing by need to be extremely aware and understand that driving through the area at night is incredibly dangerous. You need to be very careful, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you how many people go missing that are taken captive by these things but are written off as lost to sex trafficking. It's horrendous. I'm just trying my best to keep my people safe by informing and educated. Please, it would mean the world to me if you could share this message. At least many who listen to it will take my warning and understand the true dangers that lie outside beneath the sands. My uncle, who was a Navajo Nation police respondent, came across a group of teenage girls huddled together in the morning hours of September 1st, 2018, startled, crying, and frightened, dying of something. They were far out in the desert, miles from the nearest road, and claimed to be driven there by what they described as a man who turned into a demon. The man was not like your typical skinwalker, and did not wear animal skins and religious garments. He dressed with a black clay covering his entire body and a single loincloth. And then he changed into this demon, they said, with eyes so black they were almost white. This man, or demon, was intent on killing them, so it chased these girls far out in the middle of the night in the desert. It grabbed one of the girls, ripped a clump of her hair out, and she had a huge clump of hair missing. Blood had dried and ran down her scalp. One of the girls that was with them was reported missing and was actually never found, even after a thorough investigation had been in full effect. The 4 girls out of 5 claim this demon man took this girl and took her away. They have no clue to where he took her. The girls were questioned why they were there and what they were doing. The nearest road being only a few miles away, they were en route to going home after a party in the early morning hours when they got flat. While trying to change the tire, they were approached by a fierce-looking man who came out of the desert and threatened them with rape and violence, which led to him physically chasing them into the night, where they ran for a long time, where they were eventually found huddled up together around this large rock. The slowest of the girls was the youngest at 14, and was the one that was grabbed and taken away. Stories like this happen all the time here on the reservation, and it's kept very quiet, so not often words get out. Encounters with beings like skinwalkers and evil spirits are far more common than just drunks and thieves. It's a dangerous world out here, and it's currently not welcome to visitors, even if they are of Navajo descent. My story takes place in Bryce Canyon National Park in Utah. I encountered a handful of strange creatures, or what I would like to call desert witches that can shapeshift into reptilian beings. I would later find out from an experienced Navajo medicine that this was indeed true, and of course my friend. At the time, I was with my ex-wife, who during her time was my current wife. For the story, I will call her Jamie. I also feel the need to be aware that even a canyon isn't quite a Navajo reservation. It does border, and many of the Navajo have experienced wandering through the same canyon. Their experiences, from what I've learned, are very growing, to say the least, or so I've heard. They claim this to be the territory of shape-shifting witches, not the same thing as a skinwalker. On this day, We were the only few people on the trail, and nobody else was really around. The isolation made it bittersweet, although I rather enjoyed the privacy. It made the situation so much more heightened. On this day, we made our way about 1.5 miles down into the canyon before this strange lady was walking in our direction, muttering some strange things under her breath. We got a really good feeling about her and kept away. She wore a strange veil over her face, and her clothes seemed out of place. I can't quite place the description that would accurately describe to you what she had, but it reminded me of Middle Eastern clothing. We soon forgot about her and continued walking past and continued on. Shortly after, we began to hear strange sounds behind us and around us. My wife Jamie at the time began to express to me that she felt uncomfortable, like she was being watched. I told her to look around, but there's nobody out here. I didn't hear the sounds, as she did. She still couldn't budge the feeling though, and we soon found an area to sit down at, take a break, and have some water, and collect ourselves. We were in conversation for only a couple of minutes before we began to hear, both of us, what I would describe as religious chanting. It seemed to be coming from all around us, and nowhere at the same time. Behind us, around us, above us, and below us. I thought we were hallucinating, but it kept getting louder and louder. Jamie and I could both hear it, as we're both frantically looking around, trying to find the source of this noise. This chanting starts to evolve into something much more disturbing. Growls and roars. The chanting grew and grew in volume, and then began to fade in sound as the growls and roars took over. And then there's no more chanting, just roaring and growling. It sounded close by, but also far away. With the canyon structure and the rocks, I know the sounds can reverberate and play tricks on your ears, making me think there is something much closer than it actually is. Now, there was no more chanting, but it sounded like there were 20 lions trapped behind a rock or something, and it was seriously giving both of us the creeps. I didn't even have to motion to Jamie for us to get out of there before we ditched. Later on that day, after we had left, I told a close friend of mine what had happened, who happens to be full-blooded Navajo, and knows the area around the reservation and the canyon, and multiple other areas very well. He seemed scared when I told him what happened, and told me that I had apparently witnessed a shape-shifting ceremony, or at least heard it. This is what he described to me, that they were shape-shifting witches that go down into the canyon, and they usually sacrifice humans or animals and drink the blood and turn into these creatures. He did not exactly specify if there needed to be a sacrifice for them to shapeshift, but he did make it clear that they would get together and have some sort of ritual ceremony and turn into creatures. That would explain the loud roaring I heard and growls. It was terrifying. Even if his story that he told me did seem far-fetched, it matched up with everything you heard, which is terrifying. It would also explain the religious chanting that I heard. It very well reminded me of something you hear out of the occult, or something along those lines in just another language. This can be marked as easily one of the scariest experiences I've ever had in my life, but I just can't explain what it is. This happened when I was 14. For a little bit of background, this takes place at my grandparents' house. They live in Virginia, in a forest by a large river, in a loose community. There are about 3 roads in the community, one of which has about 15 houses, a short road that leads to some wetlands that smell terrible. And then there's a long road that leads down to the river that has 3 large houses. That's the road that my grandmother lives on. Her house is by the water. On the other side of the house, across the gravel road, is her garage. The garage is about 100 to 200 feet back from the road and looks more like a large house rather than a garage. It is nestled against the tree line of the forest. When this happened, I was with my siblings along with my cousins.
So it was dark out, and someone had the amazing idea of playing man-hunt. The boundaries were set to the land which my grandparents owned, which included the garage. One of my cousins and I decided it would be best to stick together so we could split up if somebody found us. We crawled into some bushes by the road and waited. Not long after we settled down, I started to get a feeling. It was very soft at first, just a tugging sensation in the back of my mind. Something was off. I slowly started to pay more attention to the noises around me. Everything sounded normal. By normal, I mean the cicadas were buzzing so loudly I could hear anything else. Still, it was the feeling that I needed to move. At this moment, I suggested we were too close to the road and maybe we should change spots. We crawled out from the bushes and moved across the gravel road, making a wide arc around the garage just to prevent the motion lights from going off and showing my sister, who was hunting us, where we were. When I stepped out to the field that the garage is on the other side of, I was aware of something. I couldn't tell what it was, but I had something's attention. It wasn't the feeling of being watched, but more like a knowing that something was out there, and it knew it was here. But it didn't know where I was exactly yet. I downplayed it and thought it might just be my brother, as he likes to sneak up on people. Besides, me and my cousin often get feelings that things are watching us, and if I brought this up, she would only freak out. So, my cousin and I head for the tree line next to the garage. Now, the ground behind the tree line slopes down suddenly, at what I would say is a steep angle, for about 3 feet before flattening out. Kind of like if you Google forest roads and look at how just off the sides of the ground slopes down suddenly. We laid on our stomachs and watched the road from a no hiding spot just inside the forest. I noticed after a minute that things were quieter. I looked back for a second and just kind of was listening to my gut for a minute. My gut was practically screaming me to get up and run. I knew that something was watching me. I decided to just lay perfectly still and observe my surroundings closely. It was dark, and I could only see the barn in the field. I had no chance of seeing anything in the forest due to the leaves blocking most of the moonlight. It seemed very quiet and very wrong. I noticed the cicadas had stopped buzzing, and I couldn't even hear the crickets. It got so quiet that I heard ringing in my ears, and the only noises I could hear was the light crunching of leaves under my cousin's stomach as she breathed. By this point, she was looking around, clearly frightened. When I slowly looked up at her, I could tell she had the same feeling of dread, the feeling that something was waiting, and it was about to do something. When she opened her mouth to say something, we both heard a sudden crackling noise behind us, and both of us decided we did not want to die.
Ancient period. And we basically have 4 different types of population that inhabit the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews, who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent. And then you have the B'nai Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of the United. Let's have a look at these 4 distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, who are the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also a possibility that this remarkable, mysterious Ophir, that is the source of much of Solomon's wealth, may have been a place called Saqqara at the mouth of the the Indus River, which also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, and not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time we get to the medieval period, the Radhanite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all across the Europe and the Asia continents, and they're the primary art historians. So we know that there are Jews who are visiting India and who are possibly setting up settlements in India. The first of those settlements is the so-called Jews. Now, we know of their history from their local legends, but one of the most early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are a series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. And this kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry. A remarkable level of coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism. I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that pagan empires, ironically, tend to be more tolerant of other religions than monotheistic faiths. Perhaps that's because of the approach being, like, we have lots of gods, what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these 3 copper plates offer some kind of charter, which essentially promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Laban, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves date from probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in Malayalam language in the Telugu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And as one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talked about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many, many different civilizations. Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have evolved with local indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs. So, for example, this is a parochus, a curtain that is placed in front of the ark that holds the Torah. This is a common element in synagogues all over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain would separate the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parochus itself. It's a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of orasa, as a bride that is to be married. Fascinating kind of thing. But anyway, we incorporate that right into the parochus. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and and light it from the Ner Tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that sometimes makes it look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized by Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer, who took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements, but we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background with that distinct clock tower is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And they have this famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Israel. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish group, that would be the so-called B'nai Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of B'nai Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are certainly legends of their arrival. Once again, we recall they primarily settled a little bit further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the brother of Maimonides, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai, and these are the so-called B'nai Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership, meaning they did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis as far as we can tell, at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that we don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the B'nai Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel, as they said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you can teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah, Talmud, and so on. And they ended up developing really a right, rich connection with the rest of world Jewry, so much so that, like the Jewry in the 20th century, was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel to make Aliyah, to move to Israel. I'm not going to discuss 20th century issues in this particular class. We'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry, and especially to the land of Israel. Just to have a look at some of these interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel. Here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stalks as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune and fertility. Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel in this particular photograph, which is from the mid-20th century. I know I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contact with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and the generational differences in this picture alone. And there are many such examples of these photographs in the early 20th century. Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Haradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as their name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move through the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they tend to be known as Sephardim, even though the term Sepharad really applies to Spain and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many missionaries from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrach missionaries, also have tendency to refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from Ashkenazim, who also had some migration to India, but not nearly in the same numbers. The so-called Haradesi Jews follow many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term Haradesi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous populations all from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community. You can see him here on the left, and then with his sons, who all were very, very important in developing the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British 19th century that adds to it classism. And you have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India would begin to break down in a caste-like status associated with their occupation, so sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some complications that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste, the Kohanim, are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertains in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that will offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British norms, focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at the early modern period as determinist, so we'll have to talk about the other elements more relatively. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and look forward to you in more videos. Thank you.
I could get him to thoroughly calm down and relax. He told me that what had happened was we came upon a Wendigo's territory in the woods. He should have known by the feel of the energy around us, but chose to ignore it because he thought his gut was misleading us. Wendigos are cannibalistic creatures that lure you in and devour you. Many have been lost to these creatures, even more during the night. They can read your thoughts and mimic those who are close to you in order to lure you in, trap you where they can get you. Had we gone just a little further into the woods, they would have gotten us. He had me freaked out by telling me all this stuff. His brothers and family confirmed this to be true with me right there and told us it's very dangerous to be in that area of woods. There's a reason that many of their people will not venture out into these places because, plain and simple, that's Wendigo territory. That is why his people and family only go out there hunting for food if they absolutely have to, because they know there is such a large risk involved in going to these places. You know, thinking back on it, the utter silence of the woods was incredibly disturbing to me, at least in this context. I've been in those situations before, where a mother bear was around with small cubs, but never like that. And I don't recall the woods going silent like they did there. You could hear pencil drop, it was so quiet. To this day, Wendigo or not, I can't be 100% certain of what I encountered. Could it have really been a bear? Or maybe something else, and my friends were overreacting? Possibly. But if that's true, then what was calling out my name in his distorted voice? And why was it following us so closely the entire way back to the creek, where there is supposed territory markers? It just didn't make any sense. That was one of the last times I went super far into the deep woods, and probably won't be going back anytime soon.
And Portuguese exiles. The Spanish exiles were typically not forced to convert to Christianity before departing the Iberian Peninsula, and as a result, they left the region as Jews and had to deal with the disabilities that continued to be placed upon them wherever their destinations were. Portuguese Jews were subject to a mass forced conversion in 1497, so as a result, they occupied a very unusual space in Jewish and European history, because here were people who consider themselves to be, at heart and in their core identities, clearly Jewish. Obviously, there was a spectrum where some who embraced Christianity, but they really dropped out of the story and Egypt for the most part. They still consider themselves Jewish for generations and often hid their identity from their neighbors and sometimes even from their own children until they reached but they had all of the freedoms associated with Christian identity, which meant that they could travel, they could enter universities, they could enter professions, even enter the church. Fascinating and unusual history. So Portuguese Jews in their diaspora are often quite different from Spanish Jews, and they have a marked impact, perhaps even more than the Spanish Jews, for reasons that we will discuss. Furthermore, there are many Jews who are not of Spanish or Portuguese descent who nevertheless identify themselves as Arabis. For example, one of the greatest of the Sephardi thinkers of the 20th century was this Rabbi Rothschild, who was the chief Sephardi rabbi of Israel, and really a brilliant thinker, very prolific. And he was from Baghdad. The Baghdadi Jews go back centuries upon centuries, all the way back to the Talmudic era and possibly beyond, without having anything to do with Spain directly. Nevertheless, it is their intellectual identification, religious identification with Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who is perhaps the most famous of the Sephardi exiles, that brings it within the larger campus Baruch. To be sure, more sophisticated discussions of ethnicity and ethnic identities would require a distinction between Sfaradi, Mizrahi Jews, or maybe the Mizrahi, few of that Sephardic intellectual religious tradition call themselves Sephardians, even though ethnically they're really more Middle Eastern than Spanish. Another interesting kind of example where you might see it is, for example, there are significant populations of non-Eastern European Chabad Jews. So they identify as Chabad, which is a very Ashkenazic movement, but they are not Ashkenazic. So it's possible by way of accumulating identities that they can overlap, even though they don't necessarily make sense on a basic conversation. But anyway, the Sephardim that we're talking about today are primarily those who were sent into a diaspora, but they would have a much larger impact on their indigenous populations that they encountered, as for example in Baghdad. Here's one of my favorite maps of the Sephardic diaspora that gives you a sense of the scope of it. It's hard to get a really good sense of how many Jews actually fled Spain, first with the expulsion of 1492, and then with the more gradual process that took place over a century from Portugal in particular. But it wouldn't be unreasonable to assume it's about 250,000 Jews. And as you can see, significant numbers of them went to the most
I am hearing something that I can't quite explain, so bear with me, because I'm going to give you the story in full. Every detail I can remember, the entire story, all the way to the very end. So, without further ado, here is my encounter. My dad retired from his job recently, but his career used to take him to all sorts of places around the globe. When I was young, I can't imagine that I was any older than 10 years old at the time. He had taken up a project which was located in Rio de Janeiro. My mom figured if my dad was going to be in Brazil for a couple of months, our family might as well reunite with him during a nice vacation there. They ultimately plan to stay at a resort in the Amazon rainforest. While we're not exceedingly rich, I'm from a pretty well-off background, so such trips are viable for my family to make. Typically, time was more of an issue than money when it came to things like that. It came time for vacation, and we reunited with my father in the resort's lobby. Since he had traveled all the way from Rio, the rest of us from Austin, our entire family was exhausted, so we didn't expect much that first night, except to get dinner. The place was pretty nice. It was widespread and airy, and had a warm breeze to it. Despite its openness, the resort was secluded by dense array of trees, giving it a sense of privacy. After dinner, we walked back to our hut. It was pretty dark by now, but the soft lights which illuminated both the buildings nearby and the path we were traveling down made the area feel safe and cozy. We arrived at our place and wound down by watching a movie before heading up to bed. Actual activities would start the following morning. When we woke up, we got dressed and went back into the lobby, which had a large open dining room off to its side. We ordered our breakfast, and when my mom went to use the restroom, my dad snuck me and my little brother a few sips of his coffee. I think it was the first time I'd ever tried coffee before. It made my heart race beyond what felt comfortable. Our mom returned, and we had our meal, and then headed out for the day. I remember my brother and I were a bit hyper at this point, but I'm sure our mother just wrote it off as us being excited. We were slathered head to toe in sunscreen and began to head off on the hiking trail. We got about 15 minutes into it, and my parents managed to come across a couple of other adults, except they didn't have any children. They conversed together, leaving me and my brother to talk amongst ourselves. We passed a waterfall, which I'd say was about 30 feet tall, and had a cool, crystalline blue color. Surrounding its pool, at the bottom, was a wooden fence, about 3 feet tall, with signs all over it, warning how to swim. I pointed it out to my brother, and he asked why we couldn't swim in it. And I said I didn't know, but that I wanted to. He said he wanted to as well. We were so caught up in looking at the waterfall that we hadn't realized our parents and the other couple had trailed off so far ahead of us, they were calling out for us. We caught up to them, and once we finished our hike, parted ways with the other people. We then had lunch, did a few more activities such as kayaking and exploring where else the resort had to offer. Before we knew it, dinner had approached us. During our meal, our parents let us know that the couple they met invited them to hang out at the bar later in the night, which would leave us by ourselves. After dinner, we returned to our hut. Our parents took a little rest before leaving us with one of the key cards and relaying where the bar was located, in case we needed them, telling us to not let in any strangers, don't go wandering off, and so forth. Looking back, I think my brother and I were a bit young to be left alone by ourselves, but perhaps my parents had become accustomed to the resort at that point and figured it was pretty safe. A few minutes after our parents left, my brother and I were bored and trying to figure out what to do. We put in a movie, but it was one we had watched a million times before. So, we were quickly bored. My brother brought up the waterfall that we had seen earlier in the day, and that we should leave to go swimming. I mentioned that my mom and dad didn't want us to leave. He argued that they would never find out. Within an hour or so, we'd be back anyway, because they'd still be gone at the bar. I asked him what he thought about the signs on the fence that surrounded the pool. I remember him shrugging that he didn't know. I was tempted, I'm not gonna lie. We didn't have the chance to go swimming that day anyway, and I really wanted to. I wasn't sure if the pools were still open, but even then, just like how we'd seen in the movies we brought along with us dozens of times, I'd also gone swimming in regular pools many times as well. I was craving something new and adventurous, and the resort offered the perfect opportunity. I figured it'd be really cool to tell my friends that I would swim in the waterfall when I got back home. We finally agreed to go and changed into our swimming attire, bringing everything we needed with us, including the key card. We made our way to the area where we entered the hiking path and noticed the gate had been shut in front of it. Although it was left open, allowing us to easily push through. We made our way down the path, and what I remember the most about it was it being loud as hell due to all the animals and bugs that were sighted within its vegetation. My brother and I argued a bit on where exactly the waterfall was, and whether we were going in the right direction at all. But eventually, we heard the sound of it in the distance and picked up our pace. We arrived at the site, and surprisingly, somewhat easy to see, as the moonlight had reflected itself off the water. We made our way over to the wooden fence, not even bothering to give a second glance to the warning signs it fostered, and climbed over. I put the card on top of one of the fence's poles, because I wasn't sure if it would get damaged and wet, and feared losing it in the water. My brother put his finger to the pool and asked him whether the water was cold. He said a little bit, but still made his way in. I followed, and it took a bit to get adjusted to the temperature, but before we knew it, we were swimming around and splashing. The waterfall had created a current, which pushed us further down the pool, so we had to make sure to not get too far away. But even then, it wasn't terribly strong. We played at the waterfall, pretended to shower ourselves with it, along with swimming behind it. I heard some odd noises in the distance, and I paused and shushed my brother. I told him to listen in. They happened again. This time, I can make out the sounds more clearly. It sounded like heavy footsteps and the squawking of a bird, and it lightly echoed across the sky. As time went on, noise seemed to get closer. At first, I was paranoid that our parents were looking for us, but I soon realized there was no way that was a human being. My brother and I anxiously whispered to each other, trying to figure out what it was, but to no avail. Soon, a creature revealed itself in the distance. In the dim light, I can make out a vaguely human shape. My brother asked if it was some sort of ape or monkey, and I told him I didn't know. As it moved around, it only looked more bizarre. I remember odd spiked shapes poking out of its body.
and it had a long tail, which seemed to whip around behind it. They got even closer, and was easier to make out by now. The first thing I noticed was that its eyes reflected a yellowish-greenish tint in the light, and then I could make out that its body was covered in a brown-green scales, with talons at the end of each limb. It leapt across the surrounding area of the pool, and when it rested, it crouched much like a human would. It couldn't seem to decide whether it wanted to move on 2 legs or 4. Then, my eyes met its own. It let out the familiar bird squawking and dove into the water, swimming in a doggy paddle fashion towards me and my brother. We screamed, moving as fast as we could, and I didn't dare look back as we heard this thing splashing behind us. We finally got to the edge of the pool, and as I went to pull my body up, I felt one of its talons slice my ankle in an attempt to grab it. I screamed once more, and not knowing what else to do, took a shot in the dark by taking my other foot and kicking this thing in the face. It let out a hissing noise, and my brother and I clambered over the fence and ran into the forest. Our arms and leg getting snubbed on all kinds of plants. We eventually got our way back onto the path, but we weren't entirely sure which direction ahead. Ultimately, we just took a guess. I wasn't even sure if that thing or monster was still following us. We could still hear the noises it was making in the distance, which was enough to keep us from running for our lives. We ended up back at the gate from which we entered and ran out screaming, crying. A couple of women passing nearby stopped us to ask us what was wrong. We told them something tried to kill us, and they asked where our parents were. It took me a moment to recollect, but I told them they said they were at the bar. They took us back to the bar, asking for our parents' names so they could call them out. After a few minutes, they came to us. We told them what we had told the women. My parents were a bit upset and pretty irritated that we left when we were told not to. Long story short, we finally got to some dry clothes and into bed, and I managed to get my wound cleaned out. Luckily, it wasn't too severe. As the women reported the incident to the resort, the next morning, the path was closed off for the day, so the staff could try and find out what we were talking about. But they told my parents they hadn't come across anything. The rest of our vacation was normal, but regardless, it was most certainly difficult to enjoy myself after that experience. And to this day, I'm still very hesitant to go back. So, there's my story. Take it for what you will, believe it if you want, but I still think about this encounter from day to day, and it still bothers me. I don't know what kind of creatures live in the Amazon forest, but I have never heard of a creature like that, and I certainly hope we don't have creatures like that living up here in the States.
Very powerful woman, and I would like to suggest here that it is not inconsequential that we're
This happened to me back in the winter of 2012. At the time, I lived in Florida, right outside of Live Oak, right around Highway 90. In fact, I was out behind my house, hanging out with my dogs. It was the evening time, just as it was starting to get dark. For the record, my backyard has tons and tons of grass in it, and a little bit of woods all throughout. I have about 10 to 12 acres, so there is a decent amount of woods that goes on. My dogs were walking around and started acting weird. I was asking them, what's wrong? Seeing if they smelled something or acted different. They kept looking into the woods. Also, I thought I heard what I can only describe as movement, so I thought maybe it was a deer, since, well, there are plenty of deer up here. But they started acting dodgy, which kind of put me off. Right at that very moment, my face, my nose, my entire being began to be slapped with this awful odor. It was like a mix of skunk, wet dog, blood, death, dumpster. I can't even begin to describe it accurately. It was terrible. And just as I smelled that horrible odor, more movement began to occur in the woods around me. Both of my dogs began to act really weird at this point, starting to low growl and watch closely as something, some animal, moving in the woods, started to make its way towards the opening, right where we were. Then, before I knew it, even in the dusk, out stepped this shaggy animal that stood on two legs before us. It wasn't much taller than me. In fact, if I had to guess height, I would probably say somewhere between 5 and 6 feet, since I stand about 6'2". I'm not a huge dude by any means, but I'm definitely taller than most men. I was pretty utterly shocked by what I was looking at. It just sat there and stared at me and my dogs for a second, before turning right around and walking back the way it came. This thing looked like a dog that stood on two legs, covered in long, shaggy black hair. I couldn't really see the face very well, but it looked just like that of a dog. Like, I want to say a German Shepherd, but it looked different. Like the face didn't have much hair on it, if that makes sense. The snout was a little more slender, and there was hair all around its face. It's really hard to describe. I guess the best way would be to possibly describe it like a monkey, in the same way that their faces have virtually no hair, but they have hair all around their faces. That's kind of what this thing looked like. It didn't act aggressive, growl, or make any hostile movements. It kind of came out of the woods, glared at my dogs and I, and kind of seemed stunned that we were there, as if it wasn't expecting us. It looked like it kind of had a deer in the headlights look, or it wasn't really sure what to do next, before just turning around and retreating back in the woods the way it came. I was shocked more than anything. I have never seen or heard of an animal that looked like this before. So me and my dogs went back in the house. My dogs the entire time, however, were on edge. And when this thing stepped out of the woods, my dogs still acted pretty hostile. The hair on their backs rising up, refusing to come with me. I know dogs generally chase animals and will growl at animals, but this was different. Whatever this animal was, and again, I don't know what it was, my dogs definitely did not like it. So after we went back inside, nothing really happened the rest of the day or night. And there was no sounds, no noises, nothing out of the normal. It's pretty common now for my dogs to have our little evening time, walking around, checking out the sunset, and just enjoying the nature. I mean, I love it, but I mainly do it for my dogs. And out of all the time that I've been out here, I've never had anything weird like that happen before. Nor have I ever seen anything out of the ordinary in my entire life. And I'm 36 years old, and I've been around quite a bit. Out in the woods, out in the mountains. The only thing I can really think of is that people here in Florida talk about seeing the skunk ape, which this thing didn't look anything like an ape at all. It looked more like a dog that stood on two legs, which I already told you about. So unless you can tell me what it is I saw, I'm not too sure. I know there are some animals that live in the swamps, like cougars and bears, but this didn't resemble any of them. Its frame and stature and build was completely different than any of those animals. One of the most terrifying things that I've ever seen in my life happened just last spring. It was April 16th, and I was on my way to go see my brother for his birthday, who happens to live north of Lexington. I was right around Port Sanilac in Michigan, probably about a couple of miles south of the time, and driving northbound on M25. At the time, I believe I was the only witness because there were no other cars on the road. But this road is not a dead back road by any means. It is a pretty frequently driven road in this area. For those that don't know anything about the geography of Michigan or the M25 road, it's littered and sprinkled with houses and neighborhoods all throughout, but mainly lots of heavy forest all throughout, with large pastures in between here and there. You would just have to see it for yourself. I mean, you could always drop on in on Google Maps and check it out on Street View if you're really that curious. In fact, I'll go ahead and recommend you do that, since it will give you a better idea of what to look for. All of a sudden, I'm driving and running out of the woods to my right, crossing the road and going into the woods to my left, was what I can only describe to you as a werewolf. Now, because I've seen my fair share of horror movies in my day, I feel pretty adamant that I can give you a decent description. The thing that comes to mind the most, have you ever seen the movie Dog Soldiers? If you've never heard of it before, it's a werewolf movie that came out in 2002, and it deals with werewolves in Europe. I can't exactly remember the plot, but whatever this thing that jumped across the road looked very, very identical to the creatures in that movie. Very hairless, almost a human-like body, no hocks in the back legs, not super ripped like a bodybuilder, lean, but not overly ripped. The entire neck and head, however, covered in a thick mane like a lion, with the face of a very large wolf. No real humanoid features at all. I mean, maybe the body, but the face is very wolf. Very fierce and demonic looking, with large hands, just like a person's, with large claws. No tail, and again, most people describe dogmen around here, or so I've heard, that they look just like an every dog. Hocks, tail and all. But again, this had really no fur on its lower body, and if it did, it was very minimal. The legs, again, were just like a man. I couldn't really see the feet, which is why I thought at first it was a man running in a werewolf costume, because it looked so natural in the way it ran. Like it didn't have to force itself to try and run unnaturally. I hope I'm making sense to you. Then again, seeing what I saw really doesn't make sense. But then again, this is 2020, where stuff is out of control. So I guess we have to expect the unexpected. It ran in such incredible speeds that it freaked me out. I slammed on my brakes, and it's a good thing that nobody was behind me. As in just 2-3 strides, this thing had not only jumped out of the woods out onto the road, but had cleared the entire highway and off into the other portion of the woods, all in just a matter of seconds. Whatever this was incredibly powerful and fast. Like I said, it scared me, especially after seeing it, and I got a pretty good look at it, even though it only peered out in the open for a few seconds. It was enough to see almost every detail that I needed to. To clarify, this happened right around 2:30 in the afternoon. It was sunny, no real clouds in the sky at all, so I had a perfect viewing of it right in front of me. To give some estimate to you about how far it was in front of my car, I would say no more than 50 feet at the very most, but no closer than 20 or 30 feet. Again, I'm just using rough estimates. Had I been going probably 10 miles an hour faster, I might have collided with it. But then again, who really knows? After the sighting, I called up my brother, freaked out on him, and told him, "Dude, you have werewolves around here," to which he just laughed at me. But once I got to his house, and after a while, explained to him what it is that I exactly saw, he started to tell me of some other stories that he had, as well as his friends. Now, it wasn't until a little later that I learned that these things were called dogmen, and that I guess they're pretty well known in this Michigan, Wisconsin area. At the time, I didn't really know that. Even though he didn't have any personal sightings of his own, he's had many friends and coworkers who have seen the same description of a creature I have, while driving to work or just being out in the area, especially here in northern Michigan. I guess up here, north of Lexington, there's a hotbed of them, and they're supposedly all over the area. I guess, in hindsight, none of this should really surprise me, as there are stretches of woodland all over, with a lake, and tons of rural farmland all along the west side along this road. Who knows what could really be living out there? I mean, after all, the forest in the area give plenty of space for something to stay hidden if it really wants to.
And so on. This is not the place to have a discussion of this philosophical concept, but the notion that
I grew up in a very religious, conservative, and traditional household in rural Georgia. I practically lived and breathed my church, and to me, I've attended private schools,
So we have,
all the way up until I graduated.
the generation of Sinai,
Part of the
which is called
curriculum, in order to graduate from high school, was going on a missionary trip. After Hurricane down in Florida, my school gave us the opportunity to volunteer to help feed those who were now homeless from their houses being destroyed. Most of my class, myself included, decided to go and help out. We took a bus down to an old mansion that my school had rented out. It was just far enough away from the storm to be able to not have to be touched by it. So despite its age, it was in pretty solid condition. working electricity,
early 3rd
plumbing,
century, and then they're
and even
followed
had air
by the
conditioning, and
Moraim,
so forth.
who are the main scholars
I was told that it was
associated
usually
with
rented out as a venue
and as I
for
mentioned,
things like weddings,
skipping over kind of
but
like
the landowner had
subdivisions
appreciated the
within
school's
these
thoughtfulness so much
sometime
that he gave him a
after
huge
the
discount.
Moraim, then you have the
The staff
so-called
also figured keeping every kid in one area
they
would
represent
ultimately be cheaper and easier to pull off
type of
instead of stuffing us in multiple rooms across the hotel.
that we have a whole
All in
lecture alone.
I was pretty excited to check the place out.
Back in the series and
When we
listen to
arrived,
that if you want to know
we
more
were
about the
greeted
Haronim.
by a
But
huge
that's where
room
we are right
in
now.
which a backyard bordered with a
Haronim
swamp.
are the
yard
scholars
had a
who
shed,
lived after the
a swing set,
16th
and a garden,
and
which
they
included
are
benches to sit
mentally
under the
quite
trees that were there within
distinct
it.
from the Rishonim.
The inside of
We
the
haven't
mansion is
had
very open and
anyone
bright,
really innovate
reminiscent of Greek architecture,
for
and
late
it had
20th,
lots of
early
fireplaces
21st
and
century
somewhat unnerving
but
statues.
we might be getting
The
close to
bedrooms
that
housed up to
as
6 people each and had strange paintings on the walls.
Let's
The
think
place
about, well,
even
what
had an
exactly
indoor
are the
pool,
Apollonians? What
although
exactly
we weren't
do they
allowed to
do
swim
that's
in it,
different from the Rishonim?
mostly
So,
because the adults didn't want to deal with
the
boys and girls being
characteristics
scantily
of the
clad
Apollonians,
within close quarters
this
at
is
the top.
something that
Had to
I
make sure
haven't read
nobody
a lot
drowned.
about it. I just have to sort of think to myself about what
We
it's
had pretty
like
basic
studying
rules
the writings
and
of
a schedule
Apollonians as
relayed
opposed
to
to the
us.
study of writings of
No
the
sneaking
Rishonim.
off,
And I
no
think
swimming in
that,
the sword
first
of
of all,
pool,
they
no boys and
tend
girls'
to write
bedrooms,
super
and vice versa.
commentaries
No
rather
stealing
than
food from the kitchen,
commentaries.
no sleeping in,
Rather
and
than
so
write a
forth.
commentary on
Our
the
schedule
Talmud itself,
consisted of
on
waking
the
up at
Bible
7:30,
itself, on
breakfast
the
at 8,
Mishnah itself, they
volunteering
tend
from 9
to
to
write
3 with a 45-minute
commentaries
break in
that,
between,
even when they
and
are
4
based on
lessons
that
from 5
core
to 7.
text, they're
Big
widely
windows were set from
cognizant
7 to
of a
8:30,
broader
and lights out by 9.
um,
We'd start
by way of
volunteering the
contrast,
following
for
morning,
example,
and dinner was being prepared for us
Maimonides
kids.
will quote
So,
directly from
me and
the
Tony
Talmud.
Kill,
He's a
we would
Rishon,
learn to swim
but
in the
he
swamp.
will not spend
The
a lot of
adults
time
didn't have a problem
talking
with us
about
fishing in it.
other
So,
commentators.
my friend and I,
He will
let's call him Sam,
really
had
base
brought
his
some girl along with us
halakhic
to see what we
discussions
could
based on
catch.
his own
A
assessment
girl we
of
knew,
how to understand the
we'll call her
Talmud.
Jasmine,
Whereas
decided
super
to join us and
commentaries
talk to us
will be
while we did our
commentaries
thing.
on Maimonides
She
on the
mostly
Talmud.
talked to Sam,
So it tends to be
as I have a
sort of
tendency
a net
to zone out when I'm
analysis
doing mundane
rather than a
tasks.
first order analysis.
We ended up catching a
That's
couple
also, I think,
things,
very much
but released
characteristic
them
of
back into
modern
the water.
research in general.
Just as we
That
were
you
about to
have to do
finish
like
up,
kind of a literary
Jasmine
survey.
pointed
Who
out a
else is
strange
written on
shape
this topic
that just
and what
poked
do
up
they
out of
say?
the water.
That's the kind of thing that
My fishing has
tend
always
to
been
do
kind of
much
bad,
more so.
and I forgot to bring my glasses on the trip.
Secondly,
So
in
at first
terms
I thought
of
it was a
their
rock,
expression,
but then I
they
realized it was a
are
crocodile.
almost always written in
We
rabbinic
watched it
Hebrew.
for a minute or so, before collectively agreeing to not tell any of the staff as to not risk any
And
more
their language is
restrictions.
still coded,
We soon had
but
dinner,
not nearly
and
as
afterwards,
cryptic as
Sam
the
pulled me aside and
like
said he wanted to
when I
wrestle
went
the
to
crocodile
yeshiva,
in
which is
submission.
I went to Bor
I
Sameach,
wanted to impress Jasmine.
Lithuanian style yeshiva.
We were still very
Almost
early in
all
high
our
school,
time
and only
learning
14,
how to decode
so for a boy his age to have such ideas,
the Ritva,
was stupid,
the
was
Rashba,
unheard
and
of.
so on. And then
Even though
when
I
we
was
got
the
to
same
Apollonian,
age,
it was like all of a
by
sudden we
that
went
point,
so fast.
I knew
Even
better,
though we were
and I called
so
him an
much
idiot.
more
He
text,
called me a
covering
wimp.
so much more mileage,
I
the
told him
language
Jasmine
just
think
kind
he
of
was
like a
stupid,
breath of fresh
but
air.
he insisted
But
that
we've
she
shown him
wouldn't,
every
so
single
we
syllable,
went back and
every
forth for a
single
bit,
little
but
jot
neither
and
was
tittle
budged
in
in
the
our
text
positions,
so
and our
much.
conversation
And
got
you
into
have
the
to
time we
pause,
started
you have to
lessons.
contemplate what it
He
means
didn't
and
bring
what
it
are
up
the
the
possible
following day,
ambiguities.
or at
Whereas
breakfast,
in
or
the writings of
volunteering.
the Apollonians
So I
tend to be
figured he
far
must have
more
either changed his
straightforward,
mind,
less
or simply
scripted,
forgot.
more prolix. They tend to be much
It
more
wasn't until the bus brought us
longer.
back to
They
the
take a
mansion
lot more
that I
words
almost
to
tried
say
to sing
something,
out.
but more words
I found him
help
in the
keep
swamp with
precision
Jasmine,
and rapid
and he was
understanding.
letting her fish with his
And then
gear.
third, in
I remember
general,
enjoying that,
they tend
but
to
for a few
lean
minutes,
towards the
nothing happened
pragmatic.
until
They
Jasmine mentioned
Apollonians still
spotting a
deal with
crocodile again.
theoretical
He was
questions,
swimming to the left of
but
us.
those theoretical
That is
questions
when
are not
Sam
pure
brought up
theory.
this bold
They tend to
idea
be linked
of
to
wrestling
an
the crocodile
actual
with
situation. They tend to be
Jasmine just
linked to a
laughed.
specific question that
Not
was
taking it
raised
very seriously
about
at first.
a real life
But then he
case.
began to follow
And
the crocodile down its
they will
path.
use all of this other
I once
body
again tried to
information that
convince
they've
Sam that he
accumulated
was an idiot,
in order to bring it
and
to
both
bear
Jasmine and I chased after him.
Those are three
We were
characteristics
beginning to stray pretty far from the
in my
property,
humble opinion,
to the
are
point
associated with the
that we had to make our way
It
through
may be
some
helpful
wild,
in this
unkept
context to
forest
sort of
stream.
look at the
I knew that
first
if we were going to move
author
on,
who was
we
widely
could get into
considered
serious trouble.
as the
Sam
so
stopped
the
and
initiator
extended
of
the
this
ground.
era, a
By
liminal
the time we caught
character
up to him,
whose
he'd thrown it into
writing
the water.
really straddled
And
the
Mr.
theory of
Crocodile
him and the
would seem to get
theory
its attention.
This is, of course, none other
Both
than
Jasmine and I
Rabbi
were
Rothschild,
begging him to
Rabbi
knock it
Yosef
off.
Karo, the author
He
of the
picked up his stick
Shulchan Aruch,
and
as
told us to take it easy
book
and
and
through it.
subtitle explains.
I tried to stop him,
Who
but couldn't
was this
block an
individual?
entire.
He's a fantastic
This time,
scholar,
it did hit the
remarkable
crocodile.
legal scholar,
Its
also
head
a
poked the
Kabbalist,
water.
as we shall see in
It
the
hissed
next
at us.
lecture, God willing.
I
And
swear to say
he's
that
the
he pissed
author
it off
of
when he
the
did leave.
most widely
Before any of
used
us knew
code
it,
of Jewish law,
it descended
the
into
Shulchan
the water
Aruch,
in
or
a
the
completely
set
upright
table.
manner.
However,
The
why don't we
swing
call
couldn't have
him
been more than a few
Maran,
feet deep,
which is a title of
and we could
respect,
see the upper half of this thing's
our
body.
rabbi? Why don't we call
It
him
had a
Maran
toned humanoid
Shulchan
shape,
Aruch? Why do we call
despite
him
being covered in
Maran
dark green
Beis
scales.
Yosef? Also, by the way,
It began to trudge through the
Thomas
marsh,
Haber,
hissing all
the
the while.
author.
It caught
To say,
glimpses of its lower
this is
arms,
really the
which seemed
model
nearly long
of
enough to go down to its
So the
knees,
reason is
as
because
they would
it
in person.
is a magnum opus.
Like I
He's
said,
not the Shulchan
I don't
Aruch.
have great
In
vision,
fact,
but its hands looked to be very
placed
similar
much
to the
less
shape of a
emphasis on the
person's,
importance of the
except they
Shulchan
had
Aruch.
long,
His
black nails and
greatest
hands
work
of
of
clay.
scholarship is
You
undoubtedly
recall
this
flying his
incredible
claws.
work called the Beit Yosef, which
We
is
strained to
a
bring off,
reshowing
trying to make our way to the
style
shrubbery
commentary
in order to get
on
back
an
onto the
earlier
property.
code called the Tour.
We yelled,
And
warning
what he
everybody
does to the
inside about
Tour
the nearby monster,
is
and most people
begins
just looked at
this
us in
kind of
confusion.
meta-analysis,
Past
but
the
he really
forest
goes
trap,
deeply into
it
the
let out
sources.
another hiss.
Once again,
Some
using
heard it,
the
and others did
kind
not, causing only more confusion.
pragmatic tools
One of the
to
adults
draw
nearby
out
ushered us
the
inside,
theoretical
and
foundation
after a couple of
of the
minutes of
decisions
gathering
as
everybody,
laid down
they
in
began counting
the
heads.
Tour. Now,
Once it was
amazingly, he
confirmed
went and he
on
wrote
the side,
commentaries on other
say,
great codes such as
Jasmine and I
Maimonides
began to get
and Torah.
questioned about what we
And
saw.
when he had finished all of
We
these,
repeated what we
only
had
then
already said.
did he go on to write the
Most
Shulchan
people
Aruch,
had their own
which he
opinions and
clearly
comments on that.
intended,
They
actually,
were
not
shushed.
as the
The
primary
adults didn't know what to
text to
think.
study. He hoped
They
that
weren't
people
sure
would
if we were
study
just pulling
his
a
Beit
prank.
Yosef and his
We
Kesef
stressed
and
that we
other
hoped.
works like that on other
One of them
great
pointed out that
commentaries.
regardless of our
The
specific
Shulchan Aruch was
story,
intended to be kind of like
Target
a
wasn't trying.
short form of all of
She
the
did hear the hiss of a
decisions that
crocodile
were
in the nearby
reached
marsh,
after having
meaning that there was
discussed
definitely
all
one
of
out
the
there.
previous codes.
One of them
And
were
yes, he intended
superstitious.
for people
Older
to
staff
review
members
it
didn't
every
believe us.
30 days.
They presumed that the
Studying the
crocodile
entire
was an evil
Shulchan
spirit.
Aruch every
They
month.
debated
But that's
going
really
to
what
us.
it was kind of like
And
a
at this
short form.
point,
It was a
many
concise
students
version
were debating to
of
have
the
their
much
phones so they could call their
longer
parents.
reshowing style
I knew it was going to be a long
in
night,
terms of thinking
so I just laid
that
on my
he
bed
put into his
upstairs.
earlier commentaries.
We ended up
So
being
the
kept
Beit
inside the
Yosef
rest of
is
the day,
considered
and had
widely
an
the
hour-long prayer
last
session
work of the
solely
Rishon
dedicated to
era,
banishing
and
the
the
spirit.
Shulchan Aruch, by the
Cutting
same
into half
author,
of our
considered
lesson
the
time.
initial book of
I couldn't tell which I'd rather do,
period
if I'm being honest.
He also had a
I
fantastic,
was still making
amazing
sense of
life,
the creature
which
myself,
also
and
straddled
trying to come to a
the
conclusion
great
of what
Iberian
exactly I saw.
He was among the
The next
exiles
morning,
from the
I woke up to
Spanish
some
expulsion.
ruckus
As a
going on
child,
downstairs.
he wandered throughout Europe,
Apparently, while checking out the area at dawn to make sure it
Constantinople,
was
and ended
safe,
up in Spa.
one of the staff members saw a crocodile in the distance. She said it stood at about
So that's
7 to
sort
8
of like
feet tall.
what the Acharonim
Its
are all
body
about.
looked like a
Just ask
mouthful
one
of
last question.
person's, with its
What
bones
about
jutting out at strange
the
angles.
period we're in right now?
As
It's
the
been
day
a long
went on,
time.
we
5
skeptically
centuries that
volunteered
we have been
as the adults
thinking
figured out
about
what to do.
Acharonim and writing
They ended up
Acharonim.
letting us have our
Is
cell
there
phones back
something
and
new?
called the landowner
Are we
in a nearby
in
hotel to try and move us instead.
period? So
Around evening,
there are definitely
we were all ushered into
who
the
are
bus
still
and
alive
driven
and
out to a
well.
hotel about 30 miles away.
Greatest rabbis,
Once we got
very
there,
widely respected.
some parents had driven down to pick up their kids.
Whose work
Jasmine's
belongs
parents
to
did,
the genre
but
of
otherwise the mission trip was
So
going to
there's
resume
this
as
kind
usual.
of development
So we got
that,
set.
and I'm kind of going out on a limb
I
here.
gave Sam some
Really
crap about how he
area
really
of
built the mission
expertise.
trip
They say that
and his own
historians
chance to
shouldn't
get with
talk too
Jasmine.
much about our own
But
times
I
because
figured
like
that the
pressing our
incident
windows
alone
up
was
against
enough
the
of a
glass.
lesson
But
for him
when
not
I
to
look
mess
at
with wild
like
animals.
new books
The rest of the
on
trip
Jewish
resumed as
law,
normal,
particularly in
although the
Halakha, which is
crocodile
where
was basically
Jewish
the
law,
main talk
where
amongst
the
us kids the
Acharonim
entire
tend to
time.
be concentrated most.
Because one of the staff members said the monster faster for herself. Most of the adults had believed it was some sort of demonic entity from the point. So, we were often shushed and even punished for discussing with them. Some kids had their phones taken away from the rest of the troop as well, and some would have detention upon returning to school. The staff were worried we'd attract its attention and potentially even risk it following us back to Georgia. Of course, being forbidden from chatting about it made us want to talk about it even more. Now, it's been a long time since this event. And I've had a lot of time to sit on my thoughts regarding the whole matter.
I'm sure many of you who are watching
These days, I don't consider myself as deeply religious or conservative as the way I was raised, but I still am a Christian and am active in my local church and community. I've told my story to many people within it since. While some believe it was some sort of demon, most seem to figure it was simply a bizarre-looking creature that's from this earth. That's the conclusion I've come to as well. I've been down to Florida many times since then. A few times, not even being too far off from the location of said mansion. I have never seen anything like it since. I mean, not that I particularly wish to.
But they are hollow and they're typically filled with jelly or custard or something like that. I know you don't really want to hear about this, but there's a reason for this. And
if that's
just a
not
couple of years ago,
self-explainable
this
enough,
remarkable,
it's basically when somebody willingly lives in a van, rather than a house. It's not too bad. My van is equipped with basically everything a regular house would have. It's just in a more compact space. And ultimately, it is cheaper in the long run.
Donuts
if I need
on
a
the
shower,
holiday of Hanukkah.
I can stop by the gym. If I need to use the bathroom, I will either use the closest gas station or the great outdoors.
So,
in recent years, it has become pretty trendy to van dwell. And that is no surprise, given the ridiculously housing rent prices these days. Listen, I'm not here to sound like a hipster, but I have been at this gig for nearly 2 decades now. So I'd argue I've got a lot more experience than most people do on the road, good and bad.
What's next?
I've had people try to steal my van or steal things from inside my van.
I don't know how long this can
Sometimes they've tried to steal my van while I'm still inside of it.
We'll just have to wait.
And I've had weirdos follow me for miles. Meth breaking in my windows. Cops calling me over, thinking I'm a home immigrants, and so forth. If you and I met at a bar, I can keep you occupied all night with all kinds of crazy tales from my life on the road. At the same time, I have met many wonderful people throughout all sorts of cultures in both American continents, and have seen countless beautiful sights, whether they are cities with skyscraper towers or open ranges where the population is sparse. I have gotten to try so many kinds of foods and hear all kinds of music and listen to unique stories and perspectives on life. Van life isn't perfect, and it's definitely hard work, but I wouldn't trade it for anything. I'll die knowing I've lived my life to the fullest, and that's all I can really ask for. Still, none of my experiences, good or bad, compared to the surrealness of when I was lurking in the mountains of Montana about 10 years ago. I had been traveling around the northwestern U.S. for a couple of months and was preparing to drive back down south as fall was getting ready to make its return. It was a night in around early September, I'd say, and I found myself inside an old campsite somewhere in the western part of the state. Whenever I could, I slipped in a brightly lit, busy area. Sounds like hell, but curtains over the windows along with earplugs make it, so it's really not that bad. I did this for safety reasons, obviously. Less chance of someone trying to steal my stuff. Being in the western half of the U.S., though, I had to get used to the idea that I wouldn't always find a place like that, given how spread out its geography is. A lot of nights in my van and I were completely alone in wide, empty areas. I had trouble sleeping through the first few nights because of it, but I grew accustomed to it, eventually. I even left the curtains open so I could see the stars through my window. The lack of light pollution was quite a nice change of pace, and I began to dread having to sleep in cities again. On this particular night, I had begun a fire and cracked open a beer, playing on a banjo that I had gotten just a few months prior. The cell service and internet was shoddy where I was at best, and at the time, I hadn't yet gone out of my way to get a home plan, which involved usage of satellites, so I wasn't left with much to entertain myself with except my banjo and a few books. I stopped playing as soon as my eye caught sight of an animal somewhere in the distance. The fire provided enough light to make out a figure of what appeared to be an elk, but there was something extremely strange about its appearance. It seemed to be discolored. Its legs were abnormally long, and it looked like it had too many joints. When I squinted my eyes to get a better look at it, my heart began racing as I noticed its face was only a skull. The rest of its body was covered in fur, but past its neck, it was just bone. No skin, eyes, no nothing. I was trying to make sense of it in my head, but no matter how I tried to come to a conclusion, I always thought of another way that it couldn't be explained. And that's when I noticed it didn't have any hooves, but what seemed to be human hands on both the end of its front and back legs. Even though it didn't visibly have any eyes, it seemed to stare at me. It didn't move, however. Not wanting to move myself, I simply froze. I couldn't do much but try and calm myself down by focusing on the chirps of the bugs that surrounded me and the thing. And after what felt like forever, which was probably actually only a minute, I began to slowly play my banjo again. I don't know why I did this, if I'm being honest. It didn't react. I continued this for a bit until I ultimately decided to get up from the log I'd been sitting on and walk backwards into my van, silently closing the doors and shut the curtains, all the while making sure to keep the interior dark. I was tempted to climb into the driver's seat and take off, but at the same time, I didn't want to cause any disturbances. I wasn't sure whether or not it was a hostile creature. It was just standing there and staring. I didn't want to alarm it and cause it to lash out and damage my van, especially in the middle of nowhere. I crawled in bed instead and tried to sleep. After a few minutes, I heard what sounded like the snort of a horse, and I heard something shifting around my van. The fire inside was still lit, and through the curtains, I could make out the silhouette of the elk, mere feet away from me. I continued to pace around, and it seemed to do this for hours. Somehow, I fell asleep. By the time morning came, I pulled back the curtains to check to see if it was still there. I couldn't find anything. The fire had put itself out and was still smoking, and I decided it was still safe to head out and take a leak. As soon as I opened my car door, I noticed a pile of sticks right in front of it. I was confused, but I figured I must have not noticed them sitting there in the evening before. I had to go to the bathroom pretty bad, so I ignored it and did my business. Then, what about my day? I was on my way down south, and when I stopped again that night, I noticed I was still in Montana, but pretty far from the campsite I'd stayed the night before. I slept in the parking lot and woke up the next morning to what I swore was the same pile of sticks just outside my van, except this time, it was slightly less in quantity. Again, I ignored it and continued on my travels. When I took a nap in northern Wyoming, I still woke up to the sticks, and yet again, in an even smaller pile. I was freaked out as anybody would be. Part of me was tempted to take the sticks and lock them in my car, so whoever or whatever was messing with me would have to go out of their way to bother me. Still, at the same time, I did not think it was a good idea to touch the things, and at that rate, they disappear soon enough anyway. It wasn't until I'd gotten towards the middle half of Wyoming did the sticks finally stop showing up. For the rest of that year, I had no problems. I told my family and friends of the strange incident, but they treated my sighting as nothing more than an urban legend. And the stick incident as a mere coincidence. If I'm being honest, so did I. And I figured I was just seeing things. That maybe it was something about the high altitudes that threw my brain and vision off. The following summer, I traveled back up to the northwest and stopped about 50 miles from the campsite where I first saw the elk. My heart sank when I woke up the following morning to another pile of sticks right outside my van. I swore it was even smaller than the last time. My paranoia then got the best of me. So I decided to say screw my plans and leave then and there, going like a sleep when I only had to. When I did rest that night, I found two sticks crossed over each other, like an X the following morning. When I drove even further, I woke up to none at all. It's about said her probably stop. But during the sleep, it could the less I had, was only left to the imagination. Because either my band I like deep down because I know help me. Sometimes wonder if since I'm visiting help from Saskatchewan, but something mind by whatever the, I'm glad I've stayed far away to know what had happened. I didn't listen to things it's given them. And that's why so many mountains return up. Filmmaker. Special problem. Deal breaker.
So many
What to do is by the way I dress. Special. Local values regarding entertainment. So, people would often, very often actually, refuse to have anything to do with us. So, we kept touring down the road, looking for an old abandoned farmhouse, or barn, or grain bin. Anything that looked rural and spooky and vacated. So then,
specifically with regards to the question of why this evil exists. For the teacher, Rabbi Rothschild, evil was, as it were, built into the system, that it is a natural consequence of the way the spirit are designed. Whereas for the Ari, evil was created as a result of some kind of early cataclysm, which he termed the Shvirat HaKelim, the bursting of the vessels. Put very briefly, when the universe was created and divine influence was poured into, to use a metaphor, the clay containers of the Sphirot, they could not handle the overwhelming nature of godliness, and they shattered. And the earth, as it were, absorbed the combination of godliness and the actual clay that held the outside of the vessels. I know this sounds confusing, but basically that's where the material world comes from, according to the Kabbalah and the Ari, that everything that we have, like my phone or this book or my desk that I'm sitting at, they all have a mixture of godliness, which is somehow buried in the physicality of it and allowing it to exist. But at the same time, there is the shell, a klipa, that is formed from the original vessels that were intended to create the contain godliness. And one of the major ideas that emerges from the Kabbalah of the Ari, which really energized much of the later Hasidim, who borrowed much more heavily from the Ari than from the teacher, Rabbi Rothschild, was the idea that humans have an extremely important role to play in rescuing those sparks of holiness that are buried within the physical universe. That it is the goal of Jews in particular and of humanity as a whole to raise up the holiness that is buried in physicality, and that is really kind of like the driving dynamism behind Hasidism in particular, related to the vision of Kabbalah according to the Ari. Fascinating material, all kinds. There's so many other figures who are active at this time, but let's just turn very briefly in conclusion to one other fascinating thing that occurs, and that is the debate over the renewal of smicha. This image is from a movie that had a tremendous impact on me when I was a very young child. The Ten Commandments, a great movie directed by Sister Eden. This is a picture of Joshua, and the biblical Joshua. One of the few pictures that I could find online in which he's wearing a shirt. And Joshua was, of course, Moses' deputy. And at a key point in the Bible, Moses transfers his spiritual authority onto Joshua through a process which is known in Hebrew as smicha, or ordination is the way it's translated to English, but literally means the laying on of hands. You put your hands on a person's head and you put your weight on them and you transfer your authority to them. So a lot of interesting discussions of this in the time as well. Now, in ancient times, the spiritual lineage of Moses to Joshua, Joshua to the elders, elders to the prophets, and so on, is something that is preserved.
I wanted to tell you that I used to work as a veterinarian's assistant for a few years in a small veterinary clinic in a far rural area. I'm not normally from this area, but because I have family close by, I went through some really rough personal times that required me to move in with said family. I ended up working at this place for a number of years. This clinic saw a lot of animals, farm animals, and exotic animals alike. Maybe exotic isn't the right word for it, but more than your typical cat and dog. You see a lot more bigger animals out here than you do in the cities, and we had people bringing in horses and all other sorts of animals. But this is not why I'm writing to you. I wanted to get some background information clear out of the way before I wrote to you what is really going on. See, I listen to a lot of these dogman encounters that you've posted, and I've heard multiple occasions where cats and dogs alike have gone missing. Same with livestock. But people are not talking about it. It's what it's like to work in my field, where you have people working with animals, and they bring these animals into you who've been attacked by said creatures. I've seen some pretty gruesome sightings. Horses, for example, that have been attacked by what I determined to be a very large canine. This one horse, for example, nearly had its jugular vein ripped open, and its back leg was severely ripped open. I'm telling you this now because there's no known predator in the area that attacks the way this did. Because my veterinarian clinic that I work at is really the only one 4 miles away. If I give up the location, you could figure it out, and I kind of want to keep it private for the sake of my older employees. I have a lot of respect for them and the hard work they do. I apologize for that, but it's ultimately to protect them. I've seen cats and dogs come in that were nearly mauled to death. In fact, I can remember this one German Shepherd that was brought in recently. She was such a sweetheart, but she was blinded and had her front paws ripped off. Of course, in the job, I couldn't outright say this was a dogman, because there are cougars and black bears. But if you take time to study how these particular predators attack their prey, it's nothing like the way a dogman does. Unfortunately, there is not an in-depth study of how a dog would attack. Other than listening to episode after episode of what these things will and can do to animals, something without a doubt is going on, and I'm trying to get to the bottom of it. Don't think I know this all by myself. I have friends in other veterinarian clinics across the East Coast that we talk, and we talk. Clinics that are in far more rural areas like this one that I work at, we're prone to situations like this happening. It doesn't stop. This is a real situation that we need to take seriously.
Hello and
If
welcome
anything,
to another video.
even if you don't believe in the existence of crickets or dogmen, there's some sort of large canine predator out there doing severe damage to these animals. It's shown itself time and time again. Of course, there's always going to be the occasional bear attack, and bears can do a significant amount of damage to an animal. Upon further inspection of the wounds,
this is
bite
not the
marks, and
first
method of
time
attack,
that false
these are
messiahs
without a
have
doubt
made
canid.
their appearance in
The
Jewish
only
history.
thing that
But
points
this
me
happens to be
is to that
without
whatever
doubt
reason
one
all
of
these
the
animals
most
are being
consequential,
attacked
particularly
by a
in
large
modern
group of
times,
wolves
because
possibly.
the impact of
That
Shabtai
doesn't make
Tzvi's
any
activity
sense
was felt
unless you add
both
in dogmen to the
geographically
mix with the
broad,
population ever
uh,
growing.
far away
There
as
has been a
England,
couple
in
of
particular
clientele
Amsterdam,
that I've
was
gotten a chance to
affected
speak
by
to about their
his activities,
experience with dogmen.
and also
In my profession,
chronologically, because over the
talking about
next
such things
200
would be
years,
nonsense to
there
so
would
many.
be continuing
I have to be very careful who I
reverberations
speak
of
to,
the,
and when I ask
the
them,
challenge
I
that
tell
we
them.
pose to
There's an
conventional
older
Jewish
gentleman
thought.
in his
So let's
60s
spend a little bit of
that
time
has some
looking
farm
at
animals that
exactly
he's brought
who
in.
was Shabtai Tzvi
They're pretty
what
banged
did
up,
he teach,
and he's a man who's openly
what
told me
actually
he's seen
happened to
some
him
things
and
that
his
I won't
followers.
probably believe
Let
if he told
us
me.
recall that
On a
this is
personal
happening
level,
in an era where
I
there
got him
is
to
much
open up with me,
more ready
and he's seen these
communication.
creatures try to
Their
take down some of his
print media,
horses
of
and
course,
animals.
has been circulating
He doesn't
widely,
know what to call
and
them,
the idea of
and I
the
haven't brought up the
Jews
term dogman to him,
enthusiastically
so he just
adopting
calls
a
them large
potential
wolves.
Messiah is
He
something of
described
great
them as
interest for
unforgiving,
Christian readers as well.
vicious,
So
and
there's actually
without
quite
mercy.
a good number of
They've already claimed the lives of
newspaper
several
articles
other of his
that are the
animals,
contemporary
and he's in
equivalent
the
of
works of
newspapers like
moving these
broadsheets
horses
and things
that
like
I was
that,
working
and a
with.
lot of
I'm
popular
pretty sure that he
publications
wants
that
some of the gruesome
explain
details,
to
but
non-Jews
out of
exactly
respect
what
for
was
him
going
and
on with
myself
Shabtai
for
Tzvi,
having to
and this
alert,
tended to circulate
I'm not
back
going to
into
go
the
into very
Jewish community
detail
as well,
all the
where
dangers that
many
was done.
Jews who were followers of Shabtai
Let's
Tzvi would
just say
actually
that they
bring
needed facial
copies of these
reconstruction,
broadsheets
and their
to their
limbs needed to
gatherings
be
and so
sewn
on.
back together properly.
We have a wide
As of
variety
now,
of them.
though,
This is
both
an
of his
example
horses
you
are
see on
doing
screen
great
right here from
and are making
Germany.
full recoveries in a
66th
different
grade
area
height of
entirely.
the activities. And
That's just one
he's portrayed
clientele.
here as some kind of an
Another
emperor,
client, not even 20 miles
on
away
a prancing
from the ones with
horse.
horses,
See
had
this kind of
issues with
pose
the
with,
same supposed creature,
Louis
taking
Hands or
or
something
small
like that in
dogs.
France. Certainly one of the
Anyway,
Austrian emperors, even
had I
Napoleon,
not known about
appeared
crickets
like
and
this.
dogmen in general,
Because, many people
I
weren't
would
exactly
probably
sure
have zero
what to
clue
make
as to
of
what was going
Shabtai
on.
Tzvi. The political
At this
context
point,
is,
it
of
has
course,
to be a
very,
dogman.
very significant.
There are
In the
no
previous
other
video, we
options.
discussed
I'm
the impact of
convinced.
the Khmelnytsky rebellion on Eastern European Jewry in particular. There was a follow-up
This happened when I
conflict
was
between
14,
the Russians and
and I
the
was spending
Swedes
the
that
night
had
at a friend's
similar
house.
kind of
Well,
repercussions on
long
the
story
northern
short,
communities
a bunch of
in
family
Eastern
drama
Europe,
erupted at
and
his
it
house,
resulted
and
in
their
a
family
huge
drama got
demographic
pretty
upheaval
physically
as there were
violent.
a lot of
I felt very
migrant Jewish
uncomfortable staying the
population
night,
who ran
so I
away
just
from
decided that I was going to
violence.
walk home,
You see an example of
which
it
was only
in
about 4
none
miles
other than
away.
the journals of
Even though it was at 11 p.m., I was 14,
German
and I had no
territories,
real
who
problems
writes
walking home
about
by
the
myself.
displaced population.
Besides, I do this
Reminds
all
me
the
as well
time.
of the post-Holocaust
This
era.
is where my story turns from
My own
domestic
grandparents
abusive
took
depressive
orphans
to
from
horror
the
story
Holocaust
to
displaced
reality.
people, and they
On
were
my way home,
one in
I begin
particular
to
was
notice I
raised
was being
alongside
followed.
my
At
father.
first, I thought it was a
Rest in
person,
peace, like a brother.
but then I
So we're
realized
talking
it
about
was something
like
else.
a
I would
post-Holocaust
turn,
kind of era in
and I would
which
see
there's
it dart
huge
behind the
amount of
trees and
uncertainty
cars.
and
At one
confusion
point,
and
it had a
depression
really hard time
and
disguising
anxiety
itself in the
over
shadows
the status of
because
Jews in
I
Europe,
don't
the
know if it knew any
stability
better
of
or what,
life in Europe, and
but
in
this
many
thing
ways
looked like a
an
flipping
eager
marble.
anticipation of a
I
messianic
could see a
future.
long muzzle and
There's
12 pointed
also,
ears, and
into
the way
this
it was
mix,
hunched over.
the very
It was like this
heavy
entire
drop
time,
of
the entire walk
capitalistic
home.
thought,
This
which
just
is
was keen on
emanating
following
from
me.
Swat, as
But it
we
never got
discussed
any
a couple
closer.
of lectures ago,
It stayed a very
especially
specific
in the
distance behind
variety
me.
that
and just kept trailing me, hiding every chance it got, watching me. I kept looking over my shoulder constantly, trying to stay aware of all my surroundings. When I got about a mile from my house, I had to cross this back road that goes over this tiny creek and connects to another road. Before I continue my story,
implies
If I
that
would have stayed in the neighborhood I was at,
get
it would have
involved
taken me
in
an extra 2
fixing
whole
the
miles
damage
plus to get home,
that has been
because I
wrought
would have had
on
to go
the
down a
fabric of
long, busy
society
street,
through
and I
acts
just wanted to get
of
home.
deeds and
I
study
was pretty
Torah
freaked out at
and
this point,
pious activity.
but I
So
figured I was
this
walking already
very,
at a
very
good pace, and I didn't feel
apocalyptic
like
vision
I was in
is
total
circulating
doom.
through Europe at a time
At
when
least
Jews
not
are
yet.
also, reeling
This
from
back
the
road,
huge
which is
losses
more
that
just a
are
back road
displaced
curve,
populations of
doesn't have any houses on
rebellion.
it,
And
and there's a
finally,
long
it's
concrete
really
bridge over
important
this
to not
creek,
overlook the
and there's
technological
virtually no
change
lights.
that's happening in society.
Look,
In many ways,
I
it's
understand
not
that
at all
14-year-old me
unlike
was
the
crazy
period that we
enough
live
to
in
make this
today.
decision
There is a
when I
radical
spotted a werewolf-looking
expansion
creature
of
following me
the
over the
circulation
highway.
of information
But I felt
through the
confident that I would
increasingly
make it,
available
and that if
print
anything,
media.
I could always run,
There's a lot
since I
more
was a
ideas
pretty good
that
runner.
are able to circulate that
As I'm
have
walking up to this back road
precious
curve area,
hand-copied
I
manuscripts,
could see the
and
bridge in
all
sight.
kinds of ideas are
I
now
only had a little
accessible
further to
to a
walk,
much
and the noise
wider,
behind me had stopped.
broader reading
I
public.
kept checking behind me
There's
real quick,
also an
and
implication
I didn't
here
see
with
anything
regard to
following me
gender,
anymore.
because
And in that
books
moment,
are a
I
much
felt a
more
quick sniff of
accessible
relief.
way to gain information
Maybe I had
than
just been dreaming it.
classrooms.
Maybe it
And
was a
women
hallucination.
often have much more access
However,
to printed
that relief
information
was
than
quickly
they might
washed
have
away
had to
when I heard movement in the woods off to the left of me,
educational circles
in the
like
right of me.
yeshiva. And this may
It
be
sounded
actually
like there
one
were
of the
multiple
areas
people
in
coming
which
toward me in my direction.
impact is
So
felt
I decided
with
to
the
double
greatest
time it,
resonance in
and it
our
scared
era
me
of literature.
because I thought I was going to get mugged.
Shabtai Tzvi was born in
I reached the bridge, and I began to cross over it.
Smyrna. He spent quite
I'm
a bit
still
of
hearing
time
more and more noise following me from the wind line
Greece,
on
and
both
he was
sides.
widely regarded as something
Then,
of a
as the
talented
noise continues,
intellectual young man.
I begin to hear a noise in
His
front of
good
me in
looks
the
were
woods to my
noted.
right.
He had a very sweet singing
Now,
voice, and he
my heart
proved
is
to be,
racing even more than it
quite
ever has all
an able
night.
student of
I was
Talmud
thinking I was going to be
and of
ambushed,
Kabbalah as well, which
knifed,
he
or
began
left
to
for
study
dead
at a very
by a
early
mob of
age.
homeless people,
He was a
or
sought-after
thieves,
candidate
or
for
God
marriage,
knows
and in
what.
fact, he was married
But
once, possibly
the noise
twice,
never left the
although
woods.
both of those
It
marriages
just stayed
ended
there,
because they were never
beyond the trees.
consummated. Later, he
I began
engaged
sprinting
a
once
few
I
other
got across the
marriages,
small bridge
including one
until I got to
to a
another
Torah
section of the
scroll.
neighborhood
That's right,
that
not
would
to
safely lead me back to where my house was.
And his longest
Looking
lasting
back,
marriage would be
I was
to
expecting to
Sarah,
be chased
that
by an angry mob,
momentarily.
but I never
At any
saw
rate,
anything
around
or
age
anybody.
22, he began to
I wish I
exhibit
could explain what
increasingly
happened to me
bizarre
that night,
behavior,
but
which
I
most
really don't know.
scholars looking backwards
I believe I saw
tend to
something,
ascribe to some
some
form
sort
of
of
mental
monster.
illness, perhaps some kind of
I don't believe it
bipolar
was somebody in a
or
costume.
manic depressive
It
cycle,
looked far too real.
he would have sometimes
Sometimes I
moments of
think back
great
to that and
elation,
wonder if I was just
in
having a
which
strong
he
vision,
would ascribe
or
to
again,
himself
maybe I was
miraculous
dreaming.
activities such as
I don't know what
levitation.
this is. It
Called
was straight up in
experience
the realm of
the
horror fiction.
illuminations in which he
That's
would
just how weird I feel my
engage
story
in
is.
really
My
unusual
parents are
behavior, like
religious, so by
pronouncing
the time I
the
got home,
forbidden name of
everybody was
God
already in bed,
aloud,
asleep.
something which was
That
only
entire night,
pronounced
I felt paranoid,
by the
constantly
high
looking out the
priest
window.
in the temple
I
on
didn't know
the
if I was being
holiest day of the
followed,
year, Yom
or
Kippur.
possibly if these
And,
things or
he
people
claimed to be
were
able
going
to
to follow me back
levitate
to my
and all
house,
kinds of
or
other
what.
things. And
I
he
didn't
would
know
also
what to
do that
expect.
with periods of apparent
I called my
depression,
friend as soon as I got back to check up on him,
silence,
and
so
things
on.
I guess had
And these
calmed
went
down at
back
his
and forth
house.
for much of
Oh,
his
he
life. There
wanted
were
to run
some
away
periods of time in
because of
which
how
he
bad his
was
home
a little bit
situation
more
was.
stable for an extended period of
I
time,
didn't have the
and then
guts to
other
bring up
periods
what
of time
happened
in
to
which he
me
was
and
absolutely
kind of put
off
his
the rails
situation down.
completely over. For
Even
the
though I
most
felt like I
part,
was
these
followed.
eccentric behaviors were
Even just
sort of
typing
written
this out
off, and
sounds
he
so
was
silly,
regarded as
but
something of
I see what I
perhaps
do
a
with my own
holy
two
fool.
eyes. I don't take it
His
back.
mastery
About
of
4 years later,
Talmud
that
and
same
of
friend
Kabbalah
hung himself in his
and
closet
his
right before
otherwise very
graduation.
original nature
I guess his
tended
home
to stand
situation
in
had
good
gotten so
stead,
bad
and
that
people
nobody
tended to ignore
realized.
the rather bizarre
Anyway,
behaviors.
this story isn't just
And
necessarily
on
about my
occasion, he
encounter with
actually
Father Mill.
ascribed to
But
himself
in a way, it
messianic
reminds me of
identity,
him,
but
paying
this really
homage to a
didn't
kind of
attract too
lost
much
friend.
attention, except when Nathan of Gaza, who's shown here in this image, shown leading the imaginary
Back in
10
the
tribes of
1990s,
Israel back
a lady was said to have committed suicide on a portion of highway that borders a swamped area, crashing into an oncoming car.
And he became
I don't know if her suicide has anything to do with one sighting, but the fact that the two coincide together just makes my skin crawl. In place of her death, or the part of her road that she shot off and died, is a memorial. You know, one of those typical signs of the road white crosses, adorned in flowers and other memorial-based items. Well, because of my work, I have to drive this two-lane highway every day, to and from,
So, what were the
I've been very
characteristics of
fortunate
the
in these
things that
times of
Shabtai Tzvi was talking
COVID-19
about? Well, first of
that
all,
my
it
work
was
has actually been steady.
at the peak
In
of his
fact, my
mania,
workload has
he
actually
proclaimed
doubled,
himself the
if
Messiah.
not tripled.
He would
And so
regularly
because of
hand
that,
out
I've been very
various
fortunate
titles,
in these times of
kings of
COVID-19
Europe,
that
things
my
like
work
that,
has
to
actually
his friends and
doubled, not
associates.
tripled,
He would
because of
demand
other people
of
being
them
laid off and
various
me being kept
acts
on.
of obeisance,
I
which
want to keep what
typically
I do
involve
anonymous, so I'll
antinomian
leave it at
behavior.
that.
Antinomianism
And I'll
is
just say
really
that I
defined
help businesses create
perhaps one
revenue
of the most
and bring more clients.
characteristic elements of his
I was coming
activity,
back
and
from
the
eating
one
time.
that garnered both the
Keep in
most
mind that because it's
enthusiasm
spring
among
and
his
summer,
followers
it
and
doesn't get
most
dark out
criticism
till
from
super
his
late.
detractors.
So at this point,
Antinomianism
the
means
sun was
basically
just starting to go down, but it was still
anti-law
bright outside.
behavior, nomos meaning
I'm
law.
coming up the hill,
And he would
getting
like
ready to turn,
take
and
the
the ladies' memorial
strictures
is
of
right there on
Judaism
the side
and
of
the
the road.
calendar of Judaism, and he
Well,
would
as I'm
simply
coming
turn
up,
it on its head.
my headlights, which by the way I keep on
fast
24/7
days. Now,
because I
these
prefer to
days,
practice good
he
driving.
totally
They reflected
disrupted
these two lights to the
the
side of
calendar
the
he
road,
once celebrated
directly to my
with the
right, where the
pilgrimage
memorial
holidays
is.
of Passover
Because the reflection of light caught my eye, out of reaction,
Shavuot,
I
all
look
in
over,
1 week,
and I see this
spread
lizard-looking
out
thing
throughout
with
the
2
year.
legs
He
that's
regularly,
looking
as I
right at
mentioned,
me in my
pronounced the
car.
name of God aloud.
What exactly was I looking at?
He would transgress
I'm
the
not
Sabbath
sure.
in various ways,
Was I seeing
and
a real-life alien?
these were
Was
quite
this
alarming
somebody in a
to
convincing
traditionalists,
costume
but
that
who
didn't
saw
get the
him
memo
as the
that it was
Messiah
not
who
yet
read
Halloween?
these behaviors
It
a
had a
type
look on
of
its face like,
new
oh crap,
evaluation
I've been
of the
spotted.
laws. In
And I went
particular,
from
things
doing
like taking
45
the
miles an
fast
hour
day of
to a
Tisha
slow
B'Av,
15,
the ninth day
not
of
the
the month
gate
of Av,
at
which is
all.
regarded as the
I didn't
national
expect to
day of
see
Jewish mourning for
whatever
the
this
destruction of the
was.
temple. But
It looked to
there
me
are
to be
prophetic
4 or
teachings
5
to
feet
say
tall,
that that
with a
particular
long
day
tail
will
that dragged
become
behind it.
a feast day
I
because
thought it
it
was a
will
person in a
herald the
costume
birth of the
again,
Messiah.
but it
Shabtai
looked to be
Tzvi
just
also,
like
by
a
the way,
lizard man,
claimed to have been born
a
on
real-life
Tisha
lizard
B'Av,
man.
which was very
It was
convenient,
really ugly too.
perhaps intentionally
After
so.
staring at me for
So
a couple of
by making that
seconds
into
as
a
I'm
feast
passing,
day, that was
it
something
turns
that
around
really
and
appealed
jumps
to a
right
lot
back
of
into the
people
trees
and
where it came
was
from.
in line with his claim
The
to be
longer I
Messiah.
spent looking at it,
Perhaps the
the more
most
I came to the conclusion more and more that
tempting,
this was a
certainly
real animal.
salacious aspect of
If it was a
anti-Roman
costume,
behavior
by any stretch of the
was
means,
his
then it was a
argument
Hollywood
that
peer making
traditional
an acting job.
rules of sexuality no
Why would
longer
anybody be
apply
out here in the side of the highway dressed up like
and
that?
there was quite a
I
bit
know
of
people do
free
crazy
love
stuff,
happening in
especially in this
Shabtai
day and age with
community
YouTube and
with
everybody wanting views
the
and fame.
exchange of
But it just seemed to be
spouses
too
and
far-fetched
he
for me.
himself.
And this
As
thing
I
looked
mentioned,
far
he
too
actually
animalistic to be a
married
person.
a woman named Sarah,
I didn't want to
who
believe that, of
was
course.
a woman
I
of
wanted to believe it
questionable
was actually a
reputation. She
person.
was apparently
I saw what I
orphaned
saw,
from
and I cannot argue with myself and
Magnitsky
say that this did
massacres
not
that we
look
discussed
animalistic.
last week. And
Even
she
the
had
look in
quite
its
a
eye had
broad
that
kind of
wild
range of
animal look.
experience. But Shabtai
So
Tzvi saw in
afterwards, I
Sarah
called up
his
my wife
opportunity
immediately
to
and
fulfill
told her
yet
what I saw.
another type of messianic
Because, well,
prophecy,
her and I
just
tell
like
each other everything,
the prophet
no matter how
Joshua
crazy.
married a woman of
I told her that I was
the
worried
was
and that I
married
wasn't
Sarah.
getting enough
She
sleep,
actually would
and that I was
remain
starting to
by
have
his side
visions.
right through to the
What
very
I saw
end.
didn't look like a vision, though.
So
It looked like a
this
real flesh
kind
and
of
blood,
licentious
living being.
behavior and
It looked intelligent, and
challenge
it
to
looked very
traditional
much kind of like a
norms
human
was something
does.
that was really
The
very
stature,
controversial.
the
When
way
he
it
was
carried
at
itself when it
his
walked,
most manic,
everything.
he actually would
It's kept me up at night, that's for sure. The next few days and evenings, when I would drive past that
to
memorial
break down
spot,
the locked
I kept
door
looking for this
of
thing
the
to see
synagogue
if I could see
because
what I
he was
saw.
barred from
I
praying
never did see it
with
again,
him.
and I have
when
no
he
idea
came
what
in,
it
he
was that I did
insisted
see.
on
I'm not even sure how
not
to wrap my
only
mind
reading
around
the
it,
Torah
because it
from
is just so
a printed
left
book
field for me.
rather than from the
It
traditional
didn't look like a
school. He
monster,
actually
but
invited his
maybe a
friends to
lizard
come
that was
up
exposed to
and
radioactivity.
they had to
That became
read
part
the
of
Torah
human
from the text.
mutant
He
or
actually
something.
invited women up
I
for
know I'm
Aliyah,
venturing into
which
the
is
realm of
not
comic book
controversial
reality,
today. Many
but the thought
non-Orthodox
of it is
Orthodox,
just
but
so
you
out
can
of the
imagine how
norm.
much much of a
I can't even come up with words to accurately
landmark that
picture
was
what I
in
saw.
the 17th
It
century.
was a human reptile that
And
walks
he
just like a
insisted
man
on doing things
and
like, for
acted like a
example,
man.
singing
I
out
find the term
loud
lizard man to be the
Castilian
best way
love
to accurately
songs,
describe
which
this
he
thing.
believed there was like lots of Kabbalistic information encoded while he's in synagogue
In my
leading
early
these Sabbath
20s,
services. So
I was an
in many
outdoor
ways,
junkie.
it was like
I
really
traveled all
bizarre,
over the
strange
northern
behavior
United
that we
States
would
and
not
even many
tolerate
parts in Canada
otherwise
to see as
organized
much as I
synagogue life.
could.
But this tended
My
to,
whole ideology is
enamor
that
him
life
to
is so
his
short.
followers.
I
This
don't want to
idea
miss
of
what this beautiful earth has to
egalitarianism,
offer me.
the idea that he was
I had just gotten out of a
removing
very
the
toxic
sin of
relationship
Eve
for 4
from
years with a girl
women
that I
was
probably should
something
have never
that
dated.
actually might have
And to put it
engendered
lightly,
still more
the drink
interest
had
among
devastated me.
followers. And in fact,
So,
this seemed to have
I
had
wanted
a
to turn my life
significant
around
later
and give my time and energy towards being out in
particular,
nature.
perhaps even through
That's what really
feminism.
sparked this whole incident.
He was also,
Had none of that
as
ever
I mentioned
happened,
by the example
I
of
wouldn't have had my sightings as I did,
very open
and I
to
certainly wouldn't have been
new
at the
ideas of
Algonquin Provincial Park
technology
that day.
and how this was
To
actually
make a
part
long
of
story short,
the Messianic
I
era.
sold everything
So
I had,
what ended up happening?
pretty much lived
The
for
whole story
hitchhiking
is
and
one
walking
broadsheet
everywhere I went.
that printed in
It
Germany.
sounds crazy, but emotional turmoil will make you do crazy things. And I
1665
wanted to remedy my pain with nature
what ended up
instead
happening
of
is
substances and
he
alcohol
figured it was time
and
now
things that would
to
make me feel
proclaim his
empty.
messiahship
Anyway,
before the
enough
Sultan
talk of broken
the
hearts and
Ottoman
trying to heal.
Empire, and to
Let's get on
claim
to what happened.
Jerusalem
I had a sighting
initiate
of a
the
reptilian-like
Messianic period.
creature at Algonquin
The
Park
Ottoman
in
Sultan
Ontario
actually dealt with
5
him
years
in
ago.
a fairly
I was hiking by
measured
myself,
manner,
and I came to the end of one
seeing
of
that
this
there
trail.
really was quite
To
a
the right, the trail
groundswell of support
curves, but there's a
for him.
sudden
He didn't
drop-off.
want to make
If you were to
Shabtai
fall,
into a
it's
martyr,
about
but on
50
the
to
other hand,
60
obviously
foot drop.
could tolerate
As I'm
someone
approaching this
proclaiming
drop-off,
himself the
and
Messiah
before I can
and
even see
demanding a
down,
major chunk of
I
Ottoman
hear a
territory.
commotion,
So when
like something big moving
Shabtai
around. At
came
first,
to
I
the
get
Sultan,
excited
he was
because I think maybe I'm about to see a
intercepted
large
at
bear
sea
or
and
something.
held
But I
offshore for
look
quite
down,
some time, and then
and I see
eventually
this large
he
reptilian
met with
thing
some of the high
running
officials
off
of the Sultan,
forwards
but not
off
with
into
the
the
Sultan
woods.
directly, who,
I had a
according to
double
some accounts,
take
actually
because in
listened
my
in
head,
from high
I'm
alcohol,
thinking, what am I
and
seeing?
his
I wasn't high.
demands were
I was
stated,
not
but
drunk, and I
ultimately
certainly
the Ottomans
was
were
not
not
on acid.
prepared to give Jerusalem
I
to
was sober
Shabtai
as a
Tzvi,
honeybee.
but if he liked, he
I
could
was also
remain
the only one
alive
around
so long
because
as
I did a
he
lot of hikes by
decided to
myself.
convert to Islam.
I looked
Now, there
around
are a
to
lot
see
of
if there's
conflicting
anybody
accounts
else
as to
around me
actually
that I could motion to
what
ask,
his
did you
approach
see that
to
too?
this counter offer was at
Unfortunately,
the time.
I was the only
Unfortunately,
person
we have
around
no
me.
Turkish accounts
I
because
stood
of a
there,
major fire
looking
that
out over the
destroyed the
small
archives
drop-off into
period.
the canyon
But some
below,
accounts indicate
if you
that
can
he
even call it a
approached
canyon.
this counter offer with a
About a
certain
few
amount of
minutes later,
passivity
an older
and
man comes
perhaps
walking
even
up the
going
trail
into one of his
and smiles
depressive
at me
moods. But
and greets
ultimately,
me
what
with a
happened
friendly
was
hello.
he was duly
I
converted to
turned to
Islam.
respond to him,
He
but asked him
received
if
a
he's ever
high
seen
title
anything
as a
weird up here.
guardian of the gates and a
He politely
stipend
says
from the
no.
Sultan, who once
And
again
you could tell by the
didn't
look on
want
his
to make him
face
a
that he
martyr
wasn't quite sure what I was
and
getting
wanted
at.
to
I pointed down at the
capture, if
drop-off
possible,
and said I just saw this
the
weird
support
reptile
of his
creature
Jewish
running
followers.
on all fours
In
like
fact,
an
that's
animal
exactly what
down
he
there.
did. Some
And I wanted to know if
200
you've
to
ever seen such a
300
thing.
families who
He
were
shook his head
ardent supporters
and
of
continued
Shabtai
on with his
Tzvi
hike.
assumed that
Now,
if
I was
converted
struggling
to
with
Islam,
reality.
it must mean
Did I
that they
really see
must
that?
also convert to Islam. That's
Well,
somehow
I
part
let
of
it
the
go in the
unfolding
moment, and I
of the
continued on with
Messianic
my
period.
hike.
And so they
Fast
follow
forward
him
years later,
into that faith.
and I'm
They're
telling my
called
friend
the
about
good
it
men. They
because
exist
we got on the
really right
topic
up
of
to the
seeing
20th
strange
century in
animals,
particular.
and he was
His
telling me
wife
about
Sarah,
his Bigfoot
shown
sighting
here,
that he had had.
also
I
converted
don't
to
believe in
Islam
Bigfoot
and
or
joined
anything
him.
that
By
challenges
the
the
way,
realm
this
of
is
reality
an
that we
image. You
live
can
in.
see that Sarah
And I
also had
can't
a lot
refute
of
my
impact on
experience, and
later
so
fashion.
I was telling him about what happened to me.
Here's Natalie Portman
He told me
as
that I should go check out this
Abdallah.
YouTube channel
You can see she
called
has
What Lurks
exactly the
Beneath,
same
and that I should submit my story to you.
just
Well, I
At any
checked out
rate,
your channel,
what
and I
happened
was
to
blown
Shabtai
away to
Tzvi
find
in
that
the
you had a
aftermath?
series, an
It
entire
appears
series
that
at that,
his mental
dedicated to
illness
just
did
reptilian
not
cryptid
fade.
creatures.
He
I learned so
continued
much in just
to have
spending a few
run
hours
with the
listening to
Turkish
these
authorities
encounters
who
back to
exiled
back.
him further and further
Crocodilian
away,
man,
eventually ultimately
Komodo
jailed him.
dragon-like people, very
Shabtai
similar
Tzvi
to
continued
what
to
some
have
of the
some
creatures that I
relationship with
saw.
not only his own followers,
I guess I'm
good
not crazy
men,
after
but
all,
also
and I'm
to
obviously not the only person
seek some
seeing
kind
these
of
types of creatures.
reconciliation with his
Unlike
earlier
a lot of
Jewish
the
attitude.
encounters you
He's
feature
known
on your
to
episodes,
still
mine didn't
participate in
happen
reading
anywhere
the
close to a
Psalms
swamp,
and
to
engaging
my
in prayer.
knowledge,
And in
but
fact,
it
his
did
very
happen
last
out in the
request before he
Then,
died was to
my
receive
story
his
gets
prayer
slightly
book
weirder.
so that he could
Before I actually
recite
wrote
the
my
my story and send it to you. I learned about these large mountains that apparently reptilians are drawn to, and I didn't even know if they lived underground or not, if they lived in these mountains, but they seem to be in all these reptilian stories. Well, I reached out to a couple of my friends who frequently hiked in the Algonquin Provincial Park. I don't know why I didn't think of this initially when I had my sighting. I reached out to them and asked if they had ever found anything weird in their journey traversing to the park and hiking. This is where my jaw hit the floor. One friend of mine was telling me, which by the way, he's a very experienced outdoorsman, but doesn't know anything about cryptids or certainly reptilians. He discovered what he found were really large mountains, about 9 feet tall, just roughly 6.5 miles of trail. I couldn't believe what he was telling me.
were
This was
accused
after I listened to
of
several of your
harboring
reptilian
Sabbatean
episodes,
beliefs. They were
and I immediately
definitely
put the two
Sabbatean
together.
circles, sometimes
can't believe what I'd
openly admiring
I had to
subtext
sit down and
much more
process
commonly,
everything
however,
all these years later
secretly
to realize that
reporting
this was
to
reality. And I
circulate
actually
his
saw a
doctrine and
reptilian being.
anticipating even his
I never would have
resurrection
thought in
as
a
the
million
Messiah,
years they
which is,
existed,
a distinctly
let alone resided
Christian
in the
idea
Algonquin
that
Provincial
nevertheless found
Park.
expression among some of his later followers. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai Tzvi's career. I do have a few other longer
I
lectures
truly
on
believe
this.
that
If
what I
you're
saw that day
interested in learning
was
more.
indeed
But
something
for
real.
the time being, I want to
This
thank
happened
you
to me
for watching.
back when I was just a
Please do
teenager.
subscribe. It
I was
really is
14
nice to see
and
that
visiting
the
extended
number
family
of
in
people who are
Missouri.
interested in Jewish history
They
is
kind of live out in the
significant.
sticks,
And
so it took a while to get all of us out there. Although meanwhile, my father getting lost a few times just trying to find it. After we had, our plan was to stay there for about a week and then move on to go see my grandfather and grandmother who live in upstate New York. While we were here, I had some cousins that I hadn't seen since I was very little, so reconnecting with long-forgotten family was very great. I do remember that one evening, we were out there at nighttime. We had a big bonfire out in the backyard. My cousins that I hadn't seen forever were telling me spooky stories, trying to scare me, but I wasn't buying it. Then we got into the topic of exploring,
thank you very much for
and then got
watching
into the
my
topic of
online
Bigfoot.
lectures. I hope you
I wasn't a believer in Bigfoot, so again, it didn't scare me at all.
continue to find them of
Then
interest.
they
Today I'd
started
like to
talking about
announce something
zombies,
really exciting.
and that's
As
when they
many of
started
you know,
mentioning that there's an old gravesite
I've been
just
working
beyond
on
the
a
trees somewhere
3-volume
down the
history
way.
of the Jewish people
It's a
for
very
foreign
old gravesite
publishers.
that has been there long before this house was
And
ever
as
built.
far as the
Instead
online
of being
lectures go, I'm
demolished,
about
it was just
2/3
kind of
the way
left there.
through the
The
material,
forest grew around
specifically
it.
in Jewish history
They
lab
kind of
series.
pulled the
Now
whole
I'm
pet
working
cemetery
hard on
vibe,
getting the
you know,
text version
where you can
just
bring in that
right.
cat
And so
and
to
bury
that
it
end,
there.
I've
And
created
it's
an
supposed to
online
come back
course
with
that's
some evil magic
passively open
or
to
something like
anyone who
that.
would like to
But
join,
again, I wasn't buying
specifically
it.
to allow you to
However,
interact
the
with the
thought of
videos that are
exploring
already
uncharted
available
spooky
online,
graveyard
but also
did
with
pique
some
my interest. And I asked them if I
self-guided
could go see it.
quizzes that are
They
automatically
kept making
graded so you get a
comments like,
sense of
yeah,
how
but you're
well
going
you
to be
absorb the
scared
material.
and the Bigfoot will get
Some
you.
more interactive
I couldn't count the
opportunities with
times that I
myself,
rolled my
with other
eyes.
members of the class.
It
And
just became
I
a
think
passing
most excitingly,
conversation,
you're going to
and we
get a
ended up
good
moving
look
on to
at
different
the
things.
draft
And the days went
text
by
of each
before the whole
chapter as
gravesite
they are
thing would ever
prepared
be brought up
over the
again.
next few months.
I believe it
And
was a
you'll
few
be
days
able to
later
actually
when a couple
comment
of my
on the
cousins were
text
getting ready
in
to
this
go on a
course,
night night,
which will give
and
me
they
a
asked
chance
me if
to
I
really
wanted to join
improve it.
in
So when we
and to
finally
go
go
show
to
me the
print,
gravesite.
it's going to be something that is
And this
literally
time, I'd
crowdsourced
completely
with
forgotten all
your
about it.
input so we can
I
create
was
a really
excited,
great history.
so of
I'm very
course I said
excited
yes.
with the prospect
My
of
father
learning
and my mother were
what
very lenient
lacunae
people,
you
not
observe
to
in
mention
the work that
forgiving.
maybe I should
And
add
I
in
was
some more
14, so I
details.
don't think they really
What
could care.
areas, maybe
They wanted to
perfectly
make sure
clear
I
to
had
me,
the
but
proper
perhaps I'm not
flashlights
explaining
and
very well,
equipment
and to
and what
give me a
have you.
sense of how I can
Luckily
change
for me,
perhaps the
my extended
presentation
family
material.
was also
I think it's
partial
going to be absolutely
backgrounds,
fantastic.
so we
The
had
course
everything from
material
heavy
for this
to
first
big
course is
mag
going to cover the
flashlights
first
that cost us
volume.
to use.
That is
Don't
biblical
ask me how
Jewish
they
history.
acquired all this stuff.
We're going to go from
I
the
think they hunted garage sales like mad
pre-Abrahamite era
and bought
of
as much as they
Israel
could.
before the arrival of
They
the
were what
early
I like to
Hebrews.
call
We're going to go
preppers, so
through
they weren't
discussion
sure of
of
anything
how to
survival related.
approach the Bible
It
as an
was me
historical
and
text.
3 of my
The
other cousins.
archaeological record,
We
we're going to look
decided
at the
midnight would be the
Assyrian
perfect time
exile
to
and
go
the
out.
10 lost tribes. We're looking
I
at the
can remember that
Babylonian
night
exile
pretty
and his
vividly.
return.
It was
We're
so
going to
dark
try
below
to
the cloud
understand something
coverage,
of the
and there
world
wasn't
of
much
the
light.
sages from that
It's
ancient
probably a
period.
good thing that
The
we had high
Maccabean
quality
revolt is
flashlights.
the
We
first
had to
revolt
cross a
against the
couple
Romans,
large
the birth of
pastures
Christianity,
and through about
and
half a
the
mile of
second revolt,
woods.
of course, under Bar
During
Kokhba.
the
We
trip,
also look at
I remember
topics like
complaining,
women in
saying
the
that this is
ancient period
further than you guys
early
made it seem,
diaspora communities.
while giving me the
I think
whole,
it's
it's
really
just a
a
bit further
fantastic
rhetoric.
outline. If I didn't
I'm
teach
sure
this
you've all
course,
heard
I
that
would
one
love to take
before.
it.
When
So
somebody
please
tells you
have a
something
look
is just
at
right
the
there,
link that's
they
produced
were
below,
right though.
and
When we got to it,
I would
it
love
was
to have you in
incredibly
this
hard to
course.
notice at first
I hope you
because things
enjoy
had been
the
so
lectures
overgrown.
and take Take care.
This grave site was so old that we couldn't really find any information on it at first. There was a big stone slab in front that had been taken over by the years of growth in the forest, but the writing was so worn away. It was illegible. The grave site was smaller than I expected it to be. Maybe 30 graves in total, with some not having much of a tombstone left at all. Most names we saw had been so weathered away that we had a hard time making out dates and names. But a couple of the dates we saw were in the
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish
whole
History
grave
Lesson.
site felt forgotten about, as if we had stumbled onto an old relic of time. The forest was so thick on all the surrounding sides of the gravesite.
Today, I'd like to spend some
Massive
time
pine
looking
trees
at
and
the
thick
origins
brush
of the
pretty
Jews
much
in
kept
the
all visibility
Americas.
nil.
Now, we're all familiar
trees
with
were so
the
tall
famous
around here
voyage of
that
Christopher
I'm sure even
Columbus
during
that,
the
of
day,
course,
there
coincided
probably
with
wasn't a
the
whole lot of room for
expulsion of the
daylight.
Jews from
We
Spain.
spent a
And
little
one
bit
of the
of
most
time
fascinating
going to the
questions
site
regarding
from
that
grave to grave,
specific
seeing
moment
what we
in
could
history
find for
is
information
the question
and
of
to get a real
Columbus's
feel for
own
how old this
identity.
place really
He
is.
himself liked
There
to
wasn't really
kind
much
of
of a
cultivate
fence
the
or
idea
boundary,
that he might
at least
possibly
anything that
be
was
of
left.
Jewish extraction.
This was pretty
As the
primitively
great
built.
historian
So
Cecil Roth
whenever
once
this
put it,
gravesite was
the mystery
erected,
regarding
it probably
Columbus's
didn't have a whole
origins
lot
is
of meaning put
largely
into
the
it.
outcome of his own
This would lead me to
mendacity.
believe that
I
this
wish I
gravesite was
lived in
probably
a time
owned
when
by
people
somebody
still use
extremely
words
poor.
like mendacity.
In
At any rate,
fact, the most
and as a
expensive
result, it
things
is
that
equally
were on the
impossible to
gravesite were
exclude
probably the
or to
tombstones,
confirm the
and even
hypothesis
names
that
were
he was
falling apart
descended from
and
a
eroding
Jewish
away from heavy
or
weather.
ex-Jewish family.
There
He
was a
himself
single
liked
stone
to,
that had been set
use
apart from
Jewish
other
phrases from
stones,
time to
which
time
was one of the
and
last
to
graves we were going to go
have
check
some
out.
kind of
It
very
was larger than
coded,
the rest,
mysterious
and
things
kind
in
of
his
in a weird
signature
circular
and
shape I'd
elsewhere
never seen.
to suggest that
We
perhaps he
figured
was
it
of
might have
Jewish
been
origin.
somebody
He
important.
liked to use
This grave
Jewish
was
phrases
also
from
away
time
from
to
the rest of
time.
the
He
graves,
liked to,
probably about 20 to 30 feet
kind of
in
very
its own little
coded
area.
things in his writing
Potentially an owner
that
of the land,
suggested
a
that
mayor,
perhaps there was a Jewish
somebody of
background.
power.
And he
This
famously,
gravestone
for
had much
example,
less erosion
pushed
than
off
other
the
ones.
actual date of
In
departure
fact, the writing
in
on it was
order
even much
that
more
it should
legible
not
as well.
fall within the
The thing that
inauspicious
was
time
odd to
of the
me
Jewish
in all of
calendar,
this
the
was
9
the
days
gravestone
that
didn't
begin
have a
at
name,
the beginning of the month of
but
Av.
I'll
And
never forget
at
what
the
it said.
9th of Av, he actually pushed off
Master
the
of
departure
heaven,
so that it would
priest
not
of
fall
black.
within those
We kind of
inauspicious
chuckled to
calendar days.
ourselves, saying,
But
what?
without doubt,
What does that
Columbus
mean?
certainly
The date
cultivated
was from
relationships with many
1806 to
Spanish Jews
1890.
and conversos. A
We
case
decided
in
to spend
point
a
that
little more
well
time looking around
illustrates his
before calling it a
relationship
night.
with these
But there really wasn't
Spanish
much left to
Jewish
look at.
crypto-Jewish
As we're
backers
gathering
was
ourselves,
the fact that
getting ready to
after
leave,
he
we began to hear
embarked
what
on
sounded
his
like
great
heavy
voyage,
leaves
one of
flapping.
the first letters he
Then,
sent back
the most
were
horrendous
to
feeling
two
hit
Jewish
us like a
sponsors,
fist to the
Louis de
gut.
Santagel and Gabriel
Everything around
Sanchez.
us went from calm to
Furthermore,
downright
he
terrifying.
certainly included at
I
least
never
one
had gone from
Jewish
calm
member on
to
his
complete
crew,
and utter fear
one
in
Luis
such
de
a short
Torres, who
time
was
in
an
my life.
interpreter, who was
We were hearing these
baptized
wings
just
flap,
before
and it sounded
departure,
extremely close
enabling
by
him
up in the
to actually
trees.
take part in
We
this
all looked
great
at each
mission.
other,
When Columbus
confused,
landed at
because
Cuba,
we're
de
wondering
Torres was
what kind
actually
of
one of
bird
the very
this
first
large is
people
flying
to
around
actually
at this
step
time of
foot
night.
on the
We
soil
heard
of
the
the
loud
New
crash
World,
of something
Europeans that is
very
setting foot
large
in the soil
standing
of
on
the
a
New World,
thick branch
and
around
he was
us.
dispatched by
We shone our
Columbus
lights
to
around
the
to see what
interior
was
of the
there,
island to
and
search
not
for
even 50
gold.
feet away
Now, it
from us,
happens that
on a
he did
branch,
not find
was
gold,
this
but he did
gargoyle-looking
establish very
creature
good
peering
relations
at
with
us.
the indigenous people
When
living
we
there,
flashed our
and
lights,
he brought back
it spread
something
its
which would
wings
prove
and
to
gave
be
us this
very
vicious
profitable
scream like it was
indeed.
there to kill us.
He brought back accounts
It's
of how
important for me to really
natives
describe to
in
you
Cuba
just
like
how
to
ugly this
roll
thing was.
tobacco leaves and then
This thing
smoke
was
them.
massive
So,
and had to have been
ironically and
easily the size of a
unfortunately,
lion,
it was this
if not bigger.
Jewish individual who played a
I
key
mean, it
role
was
in
huge
actually
and
bringing
sitting up
the
on this
habit of
top thick
smoking
branch,
back to Europe.
probably
At
6
any
to
rate, he
8
ended
inches
up
in diameter,
settling
if I
in
had to
Cuba,
guess.
one of the first
I mean,
Jews on the
any
soil
thinner
of
of a
the New World.
branch, and there's no way
Perhaps
a
the
big branch
greatest
would have held the
historian
weight of
of
whatever
the
this
Jews
was.
of America is
It
Jonathan
looked
Simon,
just like a
and
gargoyle,
he points out in
but
one of his
much more
works
evil.
that, quote, the
It
seeds
was
of
very
Judaism
smoky
sown in
charcoal gray
mid-17th
in
century
skin color,
colonial Africa
and we all
fell
can
from
recall the
plants
faint smell of
nurtured
the
in the
sulfur-like
soil
smell.
of the Iberian
It had
Peninsula.
piercing
This is
red
an
eyes
especially
and
important
millions of
observation
jagged pointed
because
teeth.
the
It
earliest
must have been
Jews to
watching
arrive
us.
in the
I don't
Americas
know where
were
it came from,
essentially essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese Inquisition. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades.
We all screamed louder than we ever have.
It's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of Jews in the Americas, and that is
My cousins were checking
independent
behind his
Calvinist
to see if
Amsterdam.
we'd been followed by
Amsterdam,
that
of
thing.
course, was not a Catholic
After
country.
making
It
it
was
into
a
the house,
Protestant country,
we weren't
and it
quiet
had
about it
a
all what
uniquely
happened.
mercantile
We're
approach
screaming and sobbing,
to the
waking
entire
up just about
endeavor
every other
of
adult in the
settling the
process.
Americas,
My
which
parents and
actually
family
favored the Jews
freaked the heck
because, of
out.
course, they had a long
Here are a bunch of
association with
teenagers,
commerce.
14 and 19,
Furthermore,
crying like
the
babies and
Protestant
shaking over what we all
ethic
just saw.
extended not only
They were
to
for
work
us to
values,
protest
but
all
also
seeing
to
the same
a certain
thing.
degree of toleration of
Surprisingly,
difference, which
our
also
parents
is
and
extremely
family
helpful
actually
for the
kind of
Jews.
believed
So
us.
Jews are
And I
settling
will
in
say,
Amsterdam. They have a
thankfully,
somewhat
all
tenuous
the
situation there,
was
but
just
in
one.
general, they have
I do
tremendous
believe
freedom
it added so much
associated
more
with
validity
the
and
expansion
credibility
of
to our
Dutch
story.
West Indies Portuguese corporation.
Our parents
If
just
you
haven't
look
been
here at
so
the
comforted
Portuguese
us.
holdings in
We
what would
eventually
later
calmed
become
down, but
Brazil,
we all slept in the
the
living room
region
that
of
night.
Pernambuco
After
is
being awake
especially
for hours
important
and
because
hours.
in
I
1630,
mean,
Holland
you don't easily
conquered
go to
these
sleep after
territories
something
from the
horrendous like that.
Portuguese, and
The
that
next morning came
allowed
and went,
Jews
and we
to
never really talked
openly
about it again.
establish their
It was never
presence
brought back
there
up on that
as
trip,
believing Jews
and
and
things sort
not
of returned
simply
to normal
as
for the
crypto
remainder
Jews
of short
pretending to
time
be
we were
Christians
there.
living in the region.
There was
So
no more
the
mention
action
of
of
hikes
an
in the woods
explosion
or
of
anything like
Jewish
that.
activities in
We just didn't talk
Pernambuco,
about
in
it.
particular in the
My
city
one
of
cousin,
Restream,
though, was
which
really
was
quiet after
home
it,
to
and
about
he didn't speak much
1,200
or show
Jews
much
in
emotion the following days.
early 17th century.
I think we all
It was a huge
process
number
trauma and fear
of the
differently.
European
I
population
respected it.
living in that
It
city.
wasn't until later
Jews
on in the
constituted
years to come
1/3,
that we would
which is
talk about the
rather
event again in
remarkable.
passing
And they actually
and learn more
established
details
quite
here
a
and there.
communal settlement there.
Later
They had
on,
rabbis
I
there,
learned
they
that
had
a
synagogue,
coven
and they
is
had two
actually kind of a
schools.
secret
I
group
wonder
of
why they had
witches
two
that
schools.
conduct
Perhaps one was
witchcraft.
Hasidish, one
They're
was a little
generally
more
run
modern.
by a high
I don't know.
priestess and a
Actually,
high
it's kind
priest,
of funny because
or
normally you would
sometimes
expect
one
them
of the
to
other.
establish one school and
Sometimes
two
same-sex
synagogues,
couples as
right?
well.
Because you always have to have,
Whoever
as
this
the joke
person
goes,
remained
one
nameless,
synagogue
but
to
they were
pray
clearly
in
the
and
leader
one
of a witch's
synagogue
coven.
you wouldn't be caught
I
dead in.
think we stumbled upon
At
a
any
common
rate, this
gravesite that is
experiment would
potentially
prove to
family
be
ran.
very successful
I'm
for the
not too
Jews of
sure,
Recife,
since I tried to
ending
research
in
his sentence
unfortunate
and haven't been
tragedy
able to find
because
anything
on
on it.
January of
Whatever demonic
1654,
being we saw that
the
night is,
Portuguese
I believe, to be the
captured the
guardian of
region,
my
and
gravesite.
all of a sudden the
You
Jews
think
found
with that kind
themselves
of
under
graveyard,
the
it would
control
possess
of
some
the
sort of
Inquisition once
off-putting
again.
demonic energy,
They were
bad
given just
feelings,
3
but it
months
didn't.
to leave, and
I don't
the
recall feeling
entire
anything out of
community
place
was
until that one
dissolved as
extreme
Jews
fear.
found other places to live
Listen, I know my
throughout
story sounds crazy
colonial
and probably
regions, some
made
of
up,
them returning back
or like
to
some sort
Europe.
of rookie horror fiction
Now, this
story, but it
reconquest of
happened to me.
Recife in
I don't
particular
really tell a lot of
meant
people
several things
because
to
most
Jews
will write me
around
off.
the world.
I have
First
to
of
live
all,
with the
if we go back
experience,
to Europe,
and I
there
figured
is
telling
a
people like you
significant
who could
push
share
from
my
the
story
Jews
would
of
be the best
Amsterdam
way to overcome it
to
and to live with
gain
it.
admission
And
to
it,
England.
in
You'll
the
recall
future,
that the Jews were expelled from
they
England in
emailed you a few months back
1290.
about the
That was
gargoyle
the
encounter
result
that I
of
believe I had encountered in
a
my
problem
teens.
with money lending,
I had
where the
expressed to you at the
nobility
time
was
that my firm
much
belief
too
was that this
indebted to
creature was
Jewish
the
money
guardian
lenders,
of this
and they found
family
it was
coven,
more expedient to
or some
simply
sort of
expel
small
them
operating
forever
coven.
than to
Well,
pay
since
back
I
their
emailed
debts.
you
So
that
the Jews
story,
had
I
been
reached out to my
formally
extended family
excluded
that still
from
lives over on
England
the property,
from the
and I was
13th
able to get a
century.
little more information on
Under
it.
pressure from
Apparently,
Amsterdam
they know a
Jews,
lot more
Oliver
about it than I did.
Cromwell,
What
the
happened was
ban
long
on
ago,
Jews
one of the
entering
first few
England
settling
was
families that
quietly
started
lifted,
developing the
and
land
actually
there and living there
population in
had
London
formed a
began to
secret
grow.
coven together
Very
in
significant, of
which they
course,
would
would have
practice
much
black
greater
magic.
implications later on in
It was
history.
actually a
But
band of
looking
about
at
4
the
or 5
colonies, we
families,
see
with the
that there
family
are
that
a
owned
few
my relative's
major
property
new
being the
settlements
main
that
ones
are
operating the coven.
created out of the ruins of
It was
Recife.
run by a
First of
lone
all,
man,
in
whom
Curacao,
they
in
called the Black Priest,
1659, there were
and he
Jews who were
operated all
already
things
living
within
there,
this
but
coven.
the formal
The
community was
graves in that
established
area
in
are all from those
1659,
families
and
that
also in
participated in this
Cayenne and
coven of
Suriname,
witchcraft.
and these
Not all
populations
founding
would
members
later
served in the
extend
coven,
elsewhere in the
but
Caribbean.
it sounds like
Jamaica was
most did.
established in the 18th century,
We
for
couldn't
example.
find much
But
about the
most
nitty-gritty
significantly, I
details
think,
other than
on a
that there was heavy
demographic level,
witchcraft going on.
is the implications
I
of the
couldn't find
Jews who
anything
made it from
conclusive,
Recife to a
like on
place called
sacrificial
New
rituals
Amsterdam
or
in
things like that.
1654. New
I was
Amsterdam,
never
of
able to
course,
find out the
is
head priest's
New
name
York,
either,
which would be
the
one
one who
of
ran
the
the coven.
greatest centers
It
of
sounds like
Jewish
he and the
population
coven kept on the
throughout
down
the
low
rest of the
pretty
Roman
well
era.
and operated
Now, there
entirely
were
underground.
Jews already living in
Not literally
North
underground,
America
just secret.
prior to the survival of
He is actually
1654,
still
but
buried there
they
today,
were,
along with
isolated
most of his family.
individuals individuals
and the
that
other families that served
you
in
know,
that
came
covenant.
and went without leaving
Then,
a lasting
I guess as the
impact. For
years went by
example,
after
one
he passed,
Joachim Gauss,
much of the
who
covenant
was a
split up,
metallurgist
fell
and
apart,
engineer, was
with the remaining
living in
practitioners
Roanoke in
operating in small
1585.
covenants.
He was actually
He was
arrested and
actually
accused
one
of
of the last ones to
blasphemy in
die and wanted to
1589,
be placed at that
and he
gravesite.
didn't leave much of an impression
After
on
he had
Roanoke.
passed,
Another
his
Jew
family
was
passed
Solomon
the land on
Franco,
to
who
other
arrived in
owners
Boston in
who decided to leave the
1649,
gravesite
but he
as
ended up
is.
leaving because
The
he could
land
not
just grew
host
around it for a long
bond
time.
for himself
It was kind of just left
as a
abandoned.
new arrival in the country.
It
So
borders state
we have just a
gangland now,
couple of
but
scattered
the gravesite
individual
itself
Jewish
falls into
explorers,
that relative's
no real
property.
community
So
developing
it's just
until
been left
September
there,
of
left to rot
1654,
and
a
be
few
forgotten
months
to
after
time.
Recife is
After the ownership
dissolved
had
by
been
the
passed on,
Portuguese, where you
it had
have
finally gotten
23
passed on a couple more
impoverished Jewish
times where my
refugees on
relative's
a boat
house
called
was
the
then
St.
built
Catherine,
and used for
landing
farming
in New
or
York
other
City
stuff.
Harbor.
But that entire forest and
Of
forest
them,
area
according
was
to one
left
account,
completely
were women and
intact
children.
and
So
untouched.
small group
I
of
believe my relatives bought it right before the Great
penniless
Depression in the 20s,
refugees arriving in New
and
York
it's been there
ended up
since.
becoming the nucleus
They've
of
been
the
updating the
mighty
house ever
Jewish
since they've had
population
it.
here.
since
Now,
it's
they
a house
were
that's
met
been in
by
our
this
generation
man,
for a
Peter
long time.
Stuyvesant, who
The
I
grave
know what you're
site is not
thinking. You're
incredibly
looking
far
at him
back
and you're
there,
saying, wait a minute, are you
maybe
sure he's
half a
not
mile.
Jewish? I mean,
And with
look
how
at
much
that
overgrowth there
massive,
was,
healthy
you wouldn't just be able
yarmulke
to
that
see
the
it
guy
and
is
go
wearing,
right to
right?
it.
I have to
It could
say,
have been very
you know, it
easily
kind of looks
missed if
good
you
on
didn't know
him,
it was there.
but he certainly
Sorry,
was not
I'm
Jewish.
not trying to make this email
And I
long.
think
I
perhaps
just
the
wanted you to
reason
have
why
more
he wore
information
it,
for
perhaps very,
story. I wouldn't be
faith-based,
shocked if
there
he had
was
placed some sort of hex or
fashion
voodoo
statement, but
spell over that
speaking
place.
for
Have
myself
some
and
sort of
personally, I have to say
demonic
that
guardian watch over
men of
their
a
internal
certain
resting
age
spot.
and a certain
With
receding
witchcraft,
hairline
who
find
knows?
that a large black
Anyway,
yarmulke covers
the
a
thing still
multitude of
gives me
sins.
the chills thinking about it.
At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed
I was out
Church.
camping with
He
some
was the
friends
son of
just
a
a couple
minister,
of months
and he
ago,
himself was an
and I
elder
had
in
an
the church.
extremely
And
bizarre
he
and
was
somewhat
aghast
terrifying
at the
encounter
idea of
I cannot
admitting
explain.
Jews to
We
his
decided to
new
go
colony,
and camp
which only
near
had 750
Frog
people
Marina,
living there at the
Lake
time.
Powell, Utah.
This was
And
not
since
out
the
of character for
campground
Stuyvesant.
was
He
closed due
was
to COVID,
intolerant of
we
many
decided
other
to find a
groups.
camp
If
spot
they
on
weren't
a nearby
Dutch
road.
reformed, then he
We
was not
spent the first
interested
night
in
in a
promoting their settlement.
hallucinogenic
He was
state,
especially
with a full moon shining above us.
irritated
It
and
was
energized over the
amazing
Lutherans
spiritual
and would not
experience.
allow this
The
Christian
next
group
day,
to
we
establish
went
a
down to the beach
congregation
at
in
Frog
New York at
Marina
the time.
and spent
So
the
when
day in the
these
sun.
Jews
When
arrived
we
from
got back to
Recife,
the
he
camp,
wrote to
most of my
his
friends
bosses in
decided to take a
Amsterdam and
nap.
said, listen, can we
My
please
brother and I
expel
knew
these
if we took a nap,
refugees? They
we
are,
may as
to
well
quote
call
from
it a
his
night.
letters,
So
deceitful,
we chose to go
repugnant,
explore the gold
hateful
on the dry
enemies,
riverbed
blasphemers,
around our camp.
and he basically wanted to have nothing to do
A
with it.
very beautiful
Ultimately,
area.
Stuyvesant lost
We
the
actually
market
found a bullfrog
forces.
hopping around.
Jews
and
in
we were
Amsterdam
determined to be lunar
put a
for
lot of
this.
pressure on the Dutch
It was
West
after
India
dusk at this
Company
point
to
and was starting to get
allow
pretty
the
dark.
Jews to remain there.
I told my
They
brother
had
that I
suffered
wanted to check
tremendous
out
losses
this
with
canyon
their
near the
communities in
riverbed
Recife.
before
It should
we
be
went back
noted
to
that the
camp.
Dutch West India
He
Company
agreed.
also included
So
Jews
we made our
among
way
its
into the canyon.
shareholders. And so
It was actually
Stuyvesant
pretty
received
dark
a
in the
reply
canyon, and I
that
only had a small flashlight
conceded
with me.
that the Jews may
I
not
was
be
walking in
the
front,
most
and my brother
ideal
behind me.
residents, but
I
nevertheless,
figured that it
he
was a fairly
was
small
to
canyon,
permit them to
and
live
I
there
assumed that the
on
rock
the
wall that I
condition
was
that they
looking at
would
near the
take
back
care
of the
of their
canyon
own
was the
poor.
end.
And that's actually a
But as I
fascinating
thought we were
kind of
nearing the end,
point, because
I
this is
noticed that the
something that
canyon actually
certainly
curved
has
back to
medieval
the right.
origins, that the Jews
As I
were
saw that,
very
went back
focused
further
on
than I
building a
speculated.
social support
I
network to
remembered
make
that
sure
it
that
is not uncommon for
all
there to
of
be
the Jewish
bobcats and
poor
cougars in
were
this
cared
area.
for. They
I
developed a
started feeling a little
significantly
uneasy at the thought of
sophisticated
potential
level
dens
of
for
charitable
predator.
giving and
When a breeze
distribution
blew
of
to the
alms
canyon
that
and the bush
prevented
near me
Jews
moved
from
as a result of
becoming,
the wind.
utterly impoverished.
Oh
But
shit, I
it
said.
was
My
underlined
brother
in their
responded
very
with,
first settlements
"What?
in America that
Same
they
goes
had
straight.
to take care of their own
Oh,
poor. And I
it was
believe
just a
we'll see
bush," I
this
replied.
repeating itself
As I made my way
generationally
around the
as
bush
new
and
waves
peered
of
in the back of the
Jewish
canyon,
refugees make their way to
I saw
American
something
shores,
walking
and
toward me
prior
fairly fast
generations
pace.
of migrants
Oh
feel
my,
the
go!
responsibility to make sure that
I
they are
hollered at my
cared for.
brother, and
So
we ran back, I think,
Stuyvesant was
into the
forced to
canyon
allow the
to
Jews,
higher
and
ground.
lucky for other groups,
"What?
because
What did you
Stuyvesant was
see?" he
ultimately
asked me
forced to
as I was shining
grant
my light
similar
down near the
concessions to
bush that was near
Quakers and
earlier.
even allow the
I
hated
saw
Lutherans
something
to
darting toward me.
establish a church.
That was
He was
terrifying,
ultimately
I
removed
replied.
from office when the
"What did
territory
it look
was
like?" he
ceded to
asked.
the British in
"It looked humanoid,
1664, and New
bony,
Amsterdam
and
formally
standing on two
became
legs,"
New York.
I said.
Okay,
He
that's
felt
a
uneasy
very
too at
quick
this
look
point.
at the origins. In the
I
next
couldn't see
lecture, we're
too
going to
well.
look at
It is
some
so
of the
dark in here.
major generations of
Maybe it was my
migrations
imagining.
to the Americas.
Right as I
If
said
you
that,
enjoyed this video, I
my
really
light
hope that
shined
you
down
will
on two
subscribe,
eyes
because
behind the bush,
it's kind of nice to see so
sweating
many
as if it
people
was trying to get a better
subscribing
look
and
at us through the
studying
bush.
Jewish history with me.
"We need to go," I
And I
yelled.
guess that's about it.
and we took off out of the canyon. We made it back to the riverbed and paused for a moment. I looked back to see if whatever it was, that whatever I saw, was following us. We saw nothing at this point, and we kept moving back toward our camp. Part of me wanted to go back for a better look, because I've always wanted to experience something supernatural, if that is what this was. But the other part of me wanted to get out of there. Eventually, we made it back to the camp, and our friends were still sleeping. We ate a little food.
Hello and welcome to another episode of
We
Jewish
decided it was best to
History
go to
Lab.
bed. When we woke up the next day, as we're getting ready to head home,
In
I
the
told my friends
previous
what had
video,
happened,
we looked
and they were
at
freaked
the
out hearing
arrival
the
of
story. One of my friends told me that he woke up to the sounds of somebody walking around his tent in the middle of the night. He said he thought it was one of us, but hearing that
Americas
made him
and
think it could have been
the
someone
remarkable story
or something
of
else.
23 refugees who landed in New Amsterdam, later New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration to the New World, with emphasis on the United States and to a certain degree Canada, because these waves of migration had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York, and it's under the British. And there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700s, with only about 300 Jews in total living all in the colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, which we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Truro Synagogue was established. Philadelphia, in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Riviera is also significant later on. Most of the Jews living in North America at this point are observing the Sephardic rite, a tradition that would continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derived more from Ashkenazic, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition from Europe, but nevertheless it was the established tradition. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition. Here's another way to look at that migration from Eli Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese retake the formerly Dutch territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. And you can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, the major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of Jewish migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on in 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who seek out their same fortunes in America. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of the often penniless young men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame. They take it upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this Jewish migration. Have a look at these numbers. In 1826, it was estimated there were about 60,000 Jews in America. By 1840, that had increased to 50,000. By 1860, to 150,000. Really dramatic increase, largely as a result of German migration, but dwarfed by the migration at the end of the century. The economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and are moving from house to house seeking donations or making small purchases of used clothing and things like that, then repairing them and reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with one particular kind of craft or sales, or as often happens when they moved out west, and in also the case sadly with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area. And sell everything that anybody in town wants. And they'll be the beginnings of commerce in many of these frontier locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that was developed in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's, and things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping space that ultimately results in significant wealth. So, the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism. Much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath and keeping kosher and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like
I want to first mention that I'm a huge fan of
New York and
I'm
elsewhere,
very interested in the paranormal
as we shall see.
cryptids.
These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western regions of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant, Julius Meyer, together with some Indian chiefs in Omaha in the 19th century. I believe the Jewish guy is standing in the back on the left. I know it could be a guess here. But this is kind of like typical of the Jews who penetrated the far west, looking for economic niches and seeking to make their fame work. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of these German Jews, reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877.
I've come to open my mind a lot.
The
I believe my interests have shaped and changed my opinion more
largest
in the past 15 years
of course,
than actual life
occurs at the
experiences.
end of the 19th
My
century
opinion
and
has
the
now
20th
changed,
century.
but before I
This
get into my
particular
story,
map shows
let
only
me
a
give you a
piece
little
of
bit
it.
of background
It shows
info on
only
me.
Jews migrating
I'm
from the
37,
scale of settlement,
and I'm
that is
currently
the
living
region
with
where
my mother.
Jews were allowed
She's
to live
extremely
in
sick,
Tsarist
and I'm
Russia,
needing somebody
and it
to help
only
take care of her.
calculates the numbers
I am
from
an
the
only
beginning of
child,
a
and my
pogrom wave
father
in
passed away when I
1881
was very little.
until the dissolution
I don't
of
have
the
much
Tsarist
memories of
Empire
him, so I
in
grew very
1917.
close with my
But
mother.
it gives you a sense of some
I
of
moved out
the
of state when I turned
proportions
18
of
and went to
this
college.
major
Got a
migration.
good
About
paying job, and around my 31st
1.75
birthday,
million
my mother
Jews
started getting very
seek
ill.
to make their lives
Soon
in
after
the
that,
United
she was
States.
diagnosed with cancer
About
and
70,000
decided that she
Jews
didn't want to go the
looking
chemotherapy
for
route
universal health care
because her
decided to
saying
go to
she didn't want
civilized
me to
countries
remember
to the
that
north.
way.
111,000 to South America,
She
about
was
a
able
quarter
to make it
million
on her
to
own for
Western
a while.
Europe in
But
general,
in this past
smaller
couple of
numbers,
years, it's gotten
45,000
really bad.
to both
So I've opted
South
to kind of live
Africa
with her for the time being,
and
just to help take
45,000
care of her.
to the
She's still
experiment
able to go
of
and drive her
Zionism
home and do
in
things,
the
but
Middle East,
she's very
Israel, of
limited
course.
in what she
And
can
then
and can't
5,000
do.
make their way
I'm
to
still mentally
join the very
preparing for the
tiny
day
community that
where she
actually
is
goes
going to
back to the
pass,
colonial
which
era
I know is in
in
the very near
Australia.
future.
So
If
we'll
anybody
talk a
has
lot
ever
more
lost a
about this a
parent,
little bit later
then they will
on
know
in
what
this
I'm
series,
talking
but
about.
let's have a look
But
at
anyhow,
a couple
my
of
background
maps
info
from
isn't
Avitar
super.
Friesel's really
What I'm here to tell you
fascinating
is my
atlas of
story,
Jewish history, just to get a
I was
sense
staying
of the overall
especially with the
population
whole
of real
COVID-19 thing
Jewry
going
at this
on.
time.
There's not
Here
really
you see
room
what
or
real
time to
Jewry
go
looks
outside
like,
too
let's say in
much.
the year
My
1800. There are
mother
less
was
than a
opening
million
groceries
Jews
and running some
around
errands,
the
which she
world.
still can,
About 70%
which, by
of
the
them
way, is
live
very
in
minor
Europe,
since she
and the
can't
rest
do
are
much.
roughly evenly
She
divided
gets
between
home at
North Africa and
7:38
Ottoman
at night, and
when
she's
you
definitely
get to
quiet.
a approximately
She
the year
comes to the house,
1800, you
doesn't
see
look at me,
that the
doesn't say
population
anything.
overall
It just
grew
goes to her room.
significantly to 3.2
Number one,
million Jews.
that struck
But
me
once
as
again,
extremely odd
Europe
because my
dominates with
mother
about
is a chatty
2.7
Cathy,
million.
and her and I
There
are very
are about
close.
250,000 in
She was
North
always
Africa
willing to have
and
conversation and
Asia,
talk to me.
which is basically the Ottoman
My
Empire,
first
but
inkling that she was
also
mad
in
at me
Central
or
Asia at
something,
this point.
and I
The
had no idea
Americas
what
have
or
increased
why.
to about
So I
10,000
followed
by the
her
time
into
we
her
get to the
room
year
just to try to
1800. And
talk to
that's
her.
all the
But she didn't
Americas,
respond
South
to me.
America, Canada
That's
as
when
well.
I knew something was off.
Oceania,
She
very
called me
small
sat
numbers
down
still,
in her bed,
500.
and I could see
By
just
the
how
time you
pale
get
and out of
to
breath
the
she
end of the
was.
19th century,
I
say
asked her
the
if she
year
was feeling okay, to
1900,
which she
now
quietly
you've got
shook her
about
head no.
10.3 million Jews
Now I went
worldwide,
from
a
wondering if she
significant
was upset at
population
me
increase.
to grossly
And
concerned
much
for
of
how
it has
wonderful it
shifted
being.
to Eastern
I
Europe.
sat down next to her,
Poland and European
put my
Russia
hand on
has the
her, and
largest
empathetically
population, the
wanted
largest
to know what
increase
was
as well.
hurting my beloved mother
But
so
there's
much.
also a dramatic
She wouldn't even
expansion
make
of
eye
the Jews
contact.
living in the U.S. and
She
Canada,
just opened her
with
mouth
over a
and said
million by
something
the
along
time
the
we
lines
get
of what
to
I
the
have
year
to tell you is
1900.
too
The
crazy
rest
for
of
you to
America is
believe.
about 35,000.
I just said, Mom,
So this gives you a
there's nothing
sense
you
of
could tell me
how
that I can
the
call you a
overall
liar for.
proportions are changing.
She went
Okay,
silent for
we
maybe
will
another
spend
minute
much more
before she
time
spilled
later
the
on
beans.
talking about that last
I
migration,
listened
but for
intently,
now, I
making
want to
sure
thank
to
you
give
for
her my
watching. I
full
hope you
attention,
enjoyed this short
so
video.
she did not feel in
I
the least
do
bit
enjoy
ashamed
when you
anymore
subscribe
or not
because
paid
seeing
attention
those
to.
numbers go up
On the way
makes me
home,
feel like, wow,
my
there's so
mother
many
pulls
more
into
people
a
who are
pull-up on
enjoying
the side of
Jewish
the road
history
to respond
as
to
I
a
do.
couple of text
So
messages from a
please do
friend.
subscribe.
She
And
does this
otherwise,
often.
I hope you have a great day.
She's not the
Thank you
type
very
of
much.
person to wait till she gets home or to a certain location to spawn. She will pull over at the very next pull-off she can and pull out her phone and text you back. In a way, it's really nice if you're trying to have a conversation with her. But at the same time, if you're on the passenger side and you're trying to get to somewhere, it can drive you crazy, constantly pulling over all the time to her responding to people. But she is very anti-texting and driving, so I guess safety is best. During the course of her sending a response text to one of her friends, she looks up, and running at her out of the woods to the right of the car
Hello
was
and
what
welcome
she
to
said was
Jewish
a
History
lizard
Live.
man.
Today I'd like to look
It
at
jumped on the hood of her car and tore her front bumper off entirely before speeding away and knocking the thing off
the
her vehicle.
emancipation of the Jews in
Then
Western and
she
East
said
Central
chased
Europe.
after her
In
car
many
for a
ways,
couple
this
of miles,
particular period,
nearly
which
jumping on the top of
begins
the
at the
car
end of the
before
18th
veering
century
off
and
down into
extends
an
into the
embankment.
19th century,
As she's
represents
telling me
really
the story,
the coming
she
together
is
of a
visibly
lot of
physically
pre-modern
shaking, and
impulses
her voice is
and
tensing up.
results in the ultimate
I was reliving
political
her trauma through
emancipation
her
of the
eyes
Jews,
and
or
her
the
physically
granting of
expressing the
equal
story to
rights
me.
to Jews throughout
Either she's a
Western
liar
Europe.
and a
As we
damn
shall
good
see,
actor,
the
or she
legal
went through something
emancipation
that
of the
she
Jews is
believes
not quite
is
the
not
same
of this
thing
world.
as the social
My
emancipation of
mother
the
isn't
Jews,
the type of
but
person to make up
nevertheless, it's a
stories.
fascinating
She
story,
is
and
a
in
very
many ways, it
honest, do the
represents the
right thing kind of
beginning of
person,
modernity
and always
as
has
we
been.
understand it today.
I give
Now,
kudos
it's
to her
really
for
important
raising
for
me
us
with
to
a good
just
moral
take a
compass.
second to think about what
Thanks,
does this
Mom.
word emancipation
I asked her
actually
afterward what she
mean.
thought it could have
It's a
been,
word that
and
Jewish
she just shook her head,
historiography
saying she did not know.
has seized upon,
I had her
although it
describe it to
clearly
me,
is borrowed from
and she
the
said it was about
experience of
9 feet
African
tall,
Americans
built
and
like a
a much more
bodybuilder,
dramatic
head
emancipation
like a
that
massive lizard,
occurred with the
yellow
context
eyes,
of the
large
American
teeth,
Civil War
and
in
long
the
claws.
1860s.
When it jumped onto
There's
the
a
front of the
huge
car,
contrast. In
it
many
kind
ways,
of
it's
belly
really not a
flopped, as
fair
she
word
described
to
it.
use,
It kind of
but
slid
that
off the
is the
front
accepted
and
term.
used its
So
other hand to tear the
we'll
front of
go
her
with it.
bumper
The
off
Jews,
and nearly
prior
pulled out
to
her right
their
headlight.
emancipation, were
She
not
was shaking and
slaves. It's not
screaming
the
so
same thing
bad.
as the African
I
American
guess she never once thought
experience.
to call the
They were
police
largely,
because her
you know,
thoughts
living
were,
with a
what would they ever
series
think?
of
That this
disabilities,
woman is clearly off her
residence
rocker and
restrictions,
she has not taken her medicine.
the hated
But
Jewish
there's
oath,
something
and
she
so on.
included into what she told
They
me.
were not
It was
directly
even stranger
enslaved
than the events
owners.
that had taken
They had a
place.
certain degree of freedom of movement.
Apparently,
They
when
had
this
a
thing had showed
limited
itself and
degree
charged in her
of
car,
freedom to choose
all the
different
electronics,
occupations,
including her
very
phone,
isolated and
started
narrow
glitching
opportunities
out.
for higher education.
Even
But
though her
it's not
car
at all
remained running
running and operational. The radio was in and out the whole time,
nevertheless, we
and
use
her
this
phone
term
had died
to
completely.
try
She
to
was sitting at about a
find a
70%
word
battery
to
charge.
express
Next thing she knows,
release
her
of all
phone
of
is
these
completely dead
disabilities
and
in
drained
the
of
late
all
18th
charge.
and 19th century.
There's
So,
also a
by
very
way of
strong
background, it's very
electromagnetic
important for
field
us
in
to
the air,
understand that,
but she described
if we're
it
using
as
the term
static electricity.
emancipation, what do we exactly
I
mean
don't
by
think she
it?
inherently
So,
noticed it right away,
for
but
the
over
modern
the course of
era,
driving and
Jews
escaping
lived
this
in a
creature
culture
chasing her car,
structure, which is a little
she
bit like
noticed it.
feudalism,
All the
meaning
hair on her arms was
everybody
standing
in
straight up,
society lives in a
just like when
certain
somebody takes
box
a
that
balloon
is
and
related
rubs it against your
primarily
hair.
to their role
She
in
said
the
it was
overall
very thick in
economy.
the
You have
air,
this massive
kind of like when
box
a
that
thunderstorm
is
approaches,
primarily
but they
populated
were
by
not.
serfs,
who have the least amount of rights. They are kind of attached to the land, and although they are also not enslaved, they are nevertheless highly dependent on the ability for their rights of movement, even the rights of marriage and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of nobility or the knights. So people like that were engaged in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal builder status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional guilds, things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we've discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially servi amarai regius. They were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on. And obviously were very active in money lending, and a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king. In exchange for which, the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in medieval Europe. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, some 50-odd years later. And people were like moving into cities. Industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures of rural agrarian life, but it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms and essentially do serf-like activity during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these local factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence to whoever they wanted to be free from the hated Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure rituals of humiliation when they were making an oath in court. Like they had to stand on a pigskin sometimes with their chest there, holding on to a sacred Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to, generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation movement was something that slowly, in fits and starts, granted these things to Jews. Obviously, it was very closely related to the Haskalah that we discussed in the previous video, the Jewish Enlightenment, because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way Jews thought and bringing it more into line with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement, saying that, if Jews can be reformed in terms of their use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationship to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the legal rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered
normally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when things in general were in decline, and the idea of societies being made up of equal citizens, particularly white males, that's something that was come of age, and the Jews were claiming their rights to be there as well. So let's look for a moment now at the United States, which was technically the first modern country to formally emancipate the Jews. And it was not the hardest thing in the world for the United States to do. This is because the Jews did not constitute the major challenge to emancipation. Obviously, African American slaves were the big challenge. America is very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its history. And the Jews were nearly, but not quite, white. This is not the place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews, but one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered like not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, these people were considered kind of like off-white in the skin tones of social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well. They were not quite the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are skin tones that we can discern visually, but especially when you get in the kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually not white. So Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. A tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who are also generally Catholic. There's a lot of hesitation for giving rights to, first of all, African Americans. That, of course, the Americans fought a war over that, but also these nearly white peoples like the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics, and then, of course, the Jews. So viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There was quite a whether or not they could hold some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1737, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities. Although the official oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was moved, that was applied specifically to New Hampshire. So, in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step and emancipate. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. I think one of the great examples of this is David Solomon, shown here, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated Jewish oath, that he would not take the oath that indicated that he was a Christian, which of course he was not. So, in other words, we have this situation where, and this happened, by the way, to many elected officials in England until the whole process was eventually solved, where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the
Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates in English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish oath. So emancipation for Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the voting population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizen. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it decrees the kind of ideas of equality for all citizens. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations to these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration, all men are created equal, was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration for the Rights of Man and Citizen, a revolutionary figure named Marie Jules actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? And so she proposed a declaration for the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French can be defined either as a male or a female, but the French government is not willing to accept that. They're really only thinking about men. Honestly, it says man and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France it was legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books before society was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that includes Jews too, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and the much more highly dense and concentrated and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern border in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue, were much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. And so what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to the Sephardi Jews in Bordeaux and Bayonne. It was much easier to accept them. And after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted to the Jews of Alsace-Lorraine. Now, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted. And Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. And they rushed all kinds of occupations where they had a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate, numerous, they were well connected with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on. And large populations of Christians in Alsace began to complain that, hey, our entire business environment is changing as a result of these Jews rushing into fields and undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things. And so a lot of complaints went to the Emperor Napoleon.
almost
So
as if it
it
refuses
is
to let me
typically
find the help I
grand
need so
kind of way of
desperately.
thinking about things that,
If anybody
well,
knows where I can find one to
obviously
come
we've
and
got to
bless the
talk to these
house and the
priests.
property,
So
I would
do
be
they have
elated to
like
get
a
this over with.
representative body or something
These
like
past
that?
few
Do they
days
have a
in
pope
London have
like
been
we do
hellish,
Catholics?
and I would rather
And
not
so
have to
his
see
advisors told him,
whoever
well,
described
they
many
have
a
this thing
times
called
for
the
myself.
Sanhedrin, which
Thanks
was
for
the
reading. If you made
ancient
it this
court
far,
of
any
71
advice is
judges
welcome.
back in the ancient period.
I swear,
But they haven't
this
met in
entire story is
1900
true,
years since
through
they
and
were
through,
exiled from
and I just want
Israel.
peace.
Actually, not quite since they were
Sorry if
exiled,
any of
but
this doesn't make a ton of sense right
shortly
now.
thereafter.
It's
And
past
so he said,
4:30
fine,
here, and I'm still shook
Napoleon,
awake,
let's
so my brain isn't
reopen
fully
the
functioning
Sanhedrin.
at the moment.
And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin. In that gathering, he was going to ask them a
So,
series
my
of
uncle is now
12
79 years
questions.
old, and
This was actually
unfortunately,
the
he now
assembly
sits on
of
his
Jewish
deathbed
notables that
with
was
not too
prior
much
to
longer
the
left to
reading
live.
of the
He's
formal
doing what
Sanhedrin.
most people do on their
The
deathbed,
questions that he asked were
professing
actually
all the
quite
bad things they've
fascinating,
ever
and they
done in
really
their
gave us an
life,
insight as to
all the wrongdoings, and trying to
what
make
he
the best
wanted from the
wrongs
Jews.
right
He
when they
asked
can.
questions like, for
He's well
example,
aware he doesn't have a lot of time left,
do the
so
Jews have
he
their own
shared with
police
us some of
force?
his crazy
Like,
experiences in
what's
life,
the point of asking
which
about
were
the police force?
heartbreaking
Well, the point is
and
because
hilarious all at the
he
same
wanted to
time.
know if he was going
These
to be
moments are very
accepting a state
bittersweet,
within a state.
but he
It doesn't
shared with
make
my mother and
sense
I
for
something
there to be
very
two
disturbing.
judiciaries
For
and
about 9
two
years,
police
my uncle was
enforcement
heavily
agencies.
involved
What
in
if,
the mafia.
Jews
I
wanted to
don't know
run
if the
their
mafia
affairs through
or
a different
gang he
legal
was
system?
affiliated with
Would
had
they
any
be
association with the
culpable
Italian
to
mafia,
French law?
the
All
Russian
kinds of
mafia,
things like this.
etc.
He wanted
But
to
I
know a
do
little
know
bit
that they
about
were
the
bad guys.
assimilation
He
ability,
told me
is
that
that a
he
word?
himself
The
had killed a bunch of white
assimilability
people
of the
for
Jews. He
drugs,
asked, for
for
example,
money,
are
for
Jews allowed to
sex,
marry
for ripping
non-Jews?
off the
Now,
mafia.
in
The
basic
list goes on
Jewish
and on.
law, that's like
It's
a
something
really
that my
short
uncle was
answer.
very,
No,
well, not
intermarriage is
proud
not
of.
permitted
It didn't tell
under
him my mother
Jewish
and
law.
I. It was one of the first
Obviously,
time he's ever
there
really
are
professed it.
interfaith
He
relationships,
went on a
but that's
tangent,
really more of a
and he told us
20th
this
and
strange
21st
experience he
century
had.
phenomenon,
I
and
still don't know
certainly
what to
not
make of it.
countenanced by
It's
traditional Jewish
disturbing,
law, although
but I know
some
my
of
uncle.
the
I saw
denominations
the
that
look in
are
his
active
eyes as
today,
he's
of course,
retelling
have
the
been
story.
relation to that question.
This is not
But
made up.
in the 18th
I
century, the
saw
answer
his
was
genuine
no,
reaction as
not
he's
allowed.
explaining this to
It's
us.
fascinating to note that
Whatever
the
this
Assembly of
was,
Notables, the later
scared him to the
Sanhedrin,
bone.
which were made
Even
up
though the story that I'm
largely
going to
of
share with you is his
Maskilim, there was
story.
only a very
It is
small
disturbing,
number
but
of
bear
Jews
with
who
me.
represented the
To retell
traditional
this event,
viewpoint,
we're going to go
what we
back
call
to
today Orthodox,
1972.
and they
My
essentially
father and
hemmed
his
and
mafia
hawed on
partner
this answer. They
just
said,
got done
well,
putting a
not
bullet to this man's
exactly,
head
what
whipping
could
them off on a
precisely
drug
be
deal.
recognized,
I
but
think the whole thing involved
and
cocaine
they essentially
in
they
mass
knew what kind of
quantities, to be
answers
exact.
Napoleon wanted,
And
and
I
they
think when he was
provided them with
confronted
that.
about it,
I think the
told
most
him to go
dramatic
F yourself, to
moment
put it
in
politely. Well,
the
being the
Sanhedrin,
mafia,
or the Assembly of
they're not going to
Notables
stand for
gathering,
that.
was when he asked
They
them,
took care of business, as they
would
like
the
to call it.
Jews
My uncle and
defend
his partner
France?
disposed
Do
of
they
his body
consider
in the
themselves
only way they
French,
knew how
or
back then.
would they
To
join
take his
with
body
their
out to the
enemies?
middle
Now,
of the swamp
the fact
and
is that
dump it and
France
bury
and
it.
Germany are
Let the
having
alligators
wars
and whatever other
just about
bugs out
once every
there take
30
care
or
of the
40
rest.
years, which means
I'll
that
never
God forbid
forget
we're
when
pretty
my
much
uncle
used
looked us
to
in
one
the
right
eyes
now.
and
Let's
said,
hope that we
the amount of
put
times
that
we did
behind
this
us.
to get rid of
But,
bodies
he
and
was
never
really
caught,
concerned about those Jews
it's a
living
number
in
that I
Alsace
myself have
who
lost
were,
count.
Yiddish
Anyway,
speaking.
going
Yiddish is
back
a
to the
much
story,
closer
my
language
uncle
to
and his
German
partner
than
are
it is
out
to
there
French,
in
and
the
that
middle
they
of the
had all
night
kinds of
in northern
contacts with Jews
Louisiana,
on the German
somewhere
side of the
out in the
border.
middle of the
What would
swamp.
happen if France and
He
Germany
couldn't
got
exactly recall
into a
where,
war?
because
Who
I don't
would
even think
French
he knew
Jews
exactly
fight
where.
for?
I think they
And
just rode over
dramatically,
somewhere
the
and
assembly
dragged the
rose
body out
up
of the
and
car
said,
and walked
jusqu'à
into
la
the swamp
mort.
of it with
They would
shovels.
defend France
They
to
were
the very
originally going to
death.
dump the
That was the
body,
whole idea of it.
but they
So
thought it
Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zinsheim, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I mean, I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned forest scholar of the day with a significant commentary in Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but I'm going to leave it at this point. Spend a little bit of time talking about these central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzpatent in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria Austria
He
a
wasn't even sure if he was
formal
following him.
understanding
He
of
was just in a
what the
complete state of
rights
shock
were
and panic.
within
Made it back to the
Austria.
car
And that's
and
very
got out of
important
there.
because
He had
you
bigger
know, rights
fears.
as
His
opposed
partner,
to
now dead,
concessions, is
and
an
the body
extremely
was
important
left exposed
notion,
in a trash bag,
and a
sitting out
big
in the
stepping
open
stone
with a
towards
shovel.
full
If
emancipation.
caught,
But what
their
happened over the
DNA
next
was all over
100-odd years
everything.
was really
All
quite
of this, coupled with the
distressing
fact
and
that he
confusing.
just encountered some sort of
Austria,
giant
like
swamp
much of
lizard
East Central
that
Europe,
killed
went
his
through
partner
a
in
revolution
one
in
quick swipe.
1848-49,
What was he
and
going
that
to say
revolution was then
about his
pushed
partner
back,
going missing?
and
What
the
he told
revolution
us is
came
that
from
the
the more
mafia
liberal
believed that
side
he
of the
had some
spectrum.
part to play
So with
in his
the
partner's
general
death and
constitution that
tortured him
was created in
consecutively for
1849,
4 days straight.
civil and political
He never
rights
exactly
were
told the version of the story
issued
that
for
he told
everyone in
us
Austria,
about a swamp lizard
and
coming out
quote
and
unquote not
disemboweling
dependent
his
on
partner.
religion. But
They
then
would
in
never get their
1851, when there was kind of like a conservative backlash to that
my
revolution,
uncle is very glad and humbled to be
those
alive.
rights were
He claims
taken
he's very
back, the
surprised they
Constitution
didn't
was
take his
abrogated,
life, but
and
that they
then
would rather
slowly it
teach
was
him a lesson.
reinstated again over
I had
the
asked him if he could
1860s.
describe
The
what
same
he
kind
saw
of thing
in
was
more
happening
detail,
in
the
Hungary,
thing that killed his partner.
although
And he
you
just
also
kept
had
saying
very
that it looked like
significant
a big
opposition
lizard
to
with huge
emancipation
teeth
from
and long
Jews
claws,
themselves in
and that it
Hungary,
ran on
led
2
by
legs,
the
just like a
Assam
person.
Sofer, a very
But was shorter
rabbi,
than him
Rabbi
and his
Rothschild
partner,
Sofer,
which,
who
by the way, him and his
essentially
partner
said
were
that
pretty average height,
emancipation is
5'10",
going to
5'11",
result in
in the dark,
assimilation. He
lighting
was not at
conditions of
all
the
wrong.
swamp,
Emancipation
and the
and
lantern being his
assimilation
only real
should go
source of
hand in
light.
hand.
It's hard for
And
me
he
to
said we
accurately
should
guess
not
how much he
accept
truly did
emancipation.
see,
We should
but it must
demand
be
to have
serious to
unequal
traumatize a
rights because
cold-blooded
that's
man
really
like him,
a very
a
important
man who had no
tool that the
problems killing
Jews
you if you
use
came
to
between him
maintain
and his
group
mafia
integrity.
family. In case you didn't
Nevertheless,
catch it the first
this
time,
was the
this was in
zeitgeist, the
northern
trend of
Louisiana,
the times, and
sometime
with
in
the
the early
formal
morning hours, I was
uniting of
told.
Austria and
My
Hungary,
uncle then veered off to a
Austrian-Hungarian
different
Empire,
story, but
then
I can
there
tell
was formal
it was hard
emancipation
for him to
granted
retell
to
to
the
us.
Jews as
It
well.
was clearly a
This
very
is also a
traumatic
period of
event.
tremendous
Since
social
hearing
change
my
in
uncle's
urban
story,
areas, in particular
I've
in
had the chance
Budapest.
to check out a few of your
Hopefully we'll come
reptilian
back to that a
encounters
little
on your
later.
channel, just to
Finally,
try and
in
verify
Germany,
if there's any
this
corresponding
region
details that
had the
exist
most
between his
extensive,
story and
prolonged
the stories you've
struggle
posted.
between
While I
liberal
can't
and
pinpoint
conservative
anything
elements,
exactly,
specifically with
it's
regard
pretty
to
eerie that
Jews.
other people besides my uncle
So
have seen
emancipation in
reptilian
Germany
creatures
over
in
the
the
19th
swamps.
century, which was,
I've
by
always
the way,
known that the
not
swamps were
united for
dangerous
most
and
of the
home to
19th century,
alligators.
it was very
But if you would have
piecemeal,
told
it
me
was very
that they were
limited.
home to
Rights
man-sized
given to
carnivorous
Jews were
lizards,
frequently
well,
extended in a very
that's a totally
grudging
different
manner.
thing on its
There was
own.
a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England,
My sighting
where
takes place
social
in
change
southwestern
demonstrated the
Tennessee.
readiness for
This is in a
emancipation
place known as the
well
Cross
before it was
Creeks
actually
National
granted.
Wildlife
In
Refuge,
Germany, you had
right
a
alongside
situation
the
where there was
Cumberland River,
definitely
not too
very
far
little
outside of the small
social
town of Dover,
readiness for
east.
emancipation.
I
There
was
were
driving home
some,
late one
you know,
night
bright
on the
lights here and
49.
there, like
This is
Christian
where I had a
Williams
sighting
Dome, who
of
wrote
what I
very
would like to
important
call
work
the man
advocating
iguana
for
from
the
hell.
emancipation of
The
Jews.
49
But
is
by and
pretty much a
large,
straight
German
two-lane
society as a
highway
whole was
that
just not
travels
ready
all
for
throughout the
emancipation.
wetlands.
But a far more
There's really nothing
representative
too
figure would be
exciting to
someone
see,
like this man, Heinrich
except what I saw
Reitzke,
in my
a
case
very
was
significant
extraordinary,
historian
and not
who
in a good
entered
way.
into a
This two-lane
very
highway
heavy debate with
traversed throughout the
Heinrich Reitzke
wetlands,
over the
covered
publication of
with
the
thick
latter's
forest on both
history
sides
of
of
the
the road.
Jews.
And again,
Von
the Cumberland
Reitzke
River,
coined the
right nearby.
unfortunate phrase,
It's
the
important to keep an
Juden
eye out for
Insel
deer
Unglück,
and anything else that the
Jews
river
on
might
tunnel
draw, like
misfortune.
any other nocturnal
And he
animals.
articulated a
I'm not a Tennessee
position that
native
was
by
later
any
be picked up
means,
very
but I've been
enthusiastically
around here
by
long
none
enough
other than
that I
Adolf
feel
Hitler,
pretty confident
and he
driving here,
argued that
especially
the
around nighttime.
emancipation of the Jews
It
had
was
to
getting
be
close to
rolled back,
midnight,
and of
so
course,
it was pretty
the
dark outside.
disaster of
No other
the
cars on the road at
Holocaust
this time.
ensued.
Out of the woods
So that's
to
a
my
very
left
quick look at
comes a
the
creature,
emancipation of Jews
what I
in
called the
Western
Iguana
and
Man.
from
East
hell.
Central Europe.
I call
In
it
the
that
next video, I'd
because
like to
that's
look at
exactly what it
Eastern
looks
Europe,
like.
which is a
Every
very
detail
different
of this
trajectory.
thing,
If
this
you enjoyed
being
this
was
video,
horrifying.
please consider
Down to
subscribing.
every
We
inch.
have a
This thing
great
comes
learning
out of the
community that
forest
is
to my
always
left,
expanding,
crosses the
bringing
road in
in
front
lots
of
of
me,
people who want
and
to
heads
study
north
Jewish
down
history.
towards the
And
river. This
okay, I
thing
guess that's about
was
it.
so
Thank you very much
large
for
that
watching.
it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce alpha predator. The entire being just looked unnatural, and it was not only large enough, but strong enough to carry an entire dead doe in its mouth like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in full because it walked right out in front of my car. but it paid no mind to me, didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt zero threat for me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge me. I felt a mixture of primal fear and total shock at what I was seeing. This thing looked like an experiment gone wrong, and then dumped off into the swamps. It took me a little bit to process that I had just seen a real-life lizard man, assuming that there never was such a thing before. Afterwards, I struggled with, who do I even tell about this? Who's going to believe me? This isn't just as simple as seeing a Bigfoot. There's even people in that community that won't believe you if you've seen something else other than a Bigfoot. They were the first group of people that I went to about my encounter, and even they seemed reluctant to believe me. I went through a phase where I somehow convinced myself that I dreamt the whole thing up. But eventually, I came to my senses and realized that this is indeed truth. This was a real life, living, breathing creature. As much as it scared me to death, I just learned to be overly cautious now about when I drive, especially at nighttime. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me, and that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, what do I do with the information now that you've told me? So it's more just about being cautious and knowing that there are things out there that we don't quite understand. The takeaway from my story is to be alert as possible and to always be aware of your surroundings.
Was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition.
Because I still work as an officer in this department, I'm going to keep my identity anonymous, just for the sake of my own protection and my job. I could get seriously reprimanded for sharing this information with my superiors if they were able to trust this back to me. Back in 2013, I started working for the same PD I still work for now. I had only been an officer for around a year this time, and still felt new in certain situations, especially when I was put in this very night. The county I work in operated is smaller, so you get more sense of knowing a lot of the same people. Trust me, I've encountered the same drunks and addicts that we see on the roads many times, but that's not today's story. I'm going to share with you something a little different. This night, I was responding to a call, a noise complaint behind this small neighborhood. This neighborhood that I was going to was bordered by a small area of woods and a medium-sized body of water. Again, I'm purposely refraining from mentioning the lake or town because I don't want my name anywhere attached to this. This lake stretches on and streams out into a river that runs into a larger river just a few miles away. It was not uncommon to get noise complaint calls in this area, especially behind this neighborhood in this area, because teenagers would take it upon themselves to get drunk and rowdy and create a lot of noise in the summer nights party. I'd gone a few other times to break up underage parties with drinking and sex in the same area before, late at night. I figured this would be just another run-of-the-mill call. I pulled up to the address of the individual who placed the call about a noise complaint, and I asked the person if it was the same party and music that had been happening previously, to which they responded no. They said they were hearing lots of strange loud animal noises that they could not describe. This had been going on for almost an hour, and was so loud, it was disturbing the neighbors in the area. This individual was not the only one to place a call about it the same night. This portion of the neighborhood I was in was directly in front of the wooded area, which then follows to the body of water. I went to inspect the area in question, not hearing any of the previously mentioned animal noises. Between a section of houses was a dead-end road that led directly to the heavily forested area, and then to the lake, a larger body of water. Upon approaching this area, I began scanning closely, looking for any signs of what could have made a loud, disturbing noise. I found heaps upon heaps of dark cans and trash blankets that were probably fresh, maybe from a night or two ago. It looked like somebody had been partying out here for a minute. After maybe 7 minutes, walking through the thick forest and approaching the larger lake, the feeling around me felt very hostile. It was dead silent, not even crickets. Very unusual for a summer night like this, clear skies. I began scanning the shoreline and area directly behind the neighborhood in question. looking
it
for
was
any
something that
clues.
really just got way
I
out
began
of
to feel
control.
multiple
Now, this
presences
map
around
and
me,
the two charts that I've
from
been showing right
behind,
now,
in
curious
front,
as an
in the
article
water,
published
and off to my
by
right in
Rabbi
the woods.
Rothschild, Sequence,
When you're an
colleague,
officer,
and
there are certain situations where you don't have time to think.
something that
You just have to
is very
react.
obvious, but no one
I knew I was about to be one of those just out of feeling alone. My initial thoughts were
why
that I
did
was
they
about to
happen?
get choked or
There's definitely a
stabbed by
certain amount
possibly
of
some
latent
junkies.
anti-Semitism
I kept my
in
hand
traditional
close on my pistol,
society, and we
ready.
can tie it to
The noises got closer and closer.
certain economic practices of the Jews.
I had stopped, shining my light around me, directly to my right and forced. Out of the brush stepped something that looks like a canine alcoholic.
Jews basically live.
When I tell you this, I need you to understand that as an officer, we're not trained to deal with these kinds of situations. If you have ever seen that movie in the 90s, I believe it's called Carnosaur. Whatever stepped out of the woods seemed very identical to some of the creatures in that film. It reminded me of a half dinosaur, half human, very reptilian looking, long snout, glowing yellow eyes with a very humanoid body covered in thick skin. It showed its teeth right at me and hissed. The teeth of this creature were just like that of the velociraptors in Jurassic Park. Long, pointed, and tipped towards the inner part of the mouth, as if to hold the meat when it bit. I might be calm explaining these details out to you. Mind you, in the instance, I was petrified. I could not even unholster my weapon. This thing was as tall as I was, and I'm 6'3". I work out here and there, and I'm lean, but I'm not bulky by any means. This thing was very bulky. It looked like it could bench press 3 of me any day of the week, any time. I was shining my light directly on it, and the details I saw were vivid. When you're in that state of worry and panic, you don't perceive everything as you should. Whatever this was stood there, staring at me, hissing, showing its teeth, as if it was readying itself to lunge forward and attack. I don't know how to explain it, but I just knew I wasn't alone. The presence, the energy this thing gave off was horrendous. It was ominous, like you were going to die. I felt that same presence from all around me, and I just knew in my heart, in my soul, that it wasn't alone. I also knew that judging from the sound I was hearing around this creature, because there was more from the brush moving. After some time, I was able to finally come to a standoff, and I pulled out my firearm and fired 3 shots at this thing as it began to crouch back, as if getting ready to lunge. I knew I hit it with all 3 shots, because it made this horrible scream like I've never heard, and retreated back into the brush in which it appeared out of. The screaming, howl, whatever this thing let out was so loud, it hurt my ears, and it sounded nothing like any animal I had ever heard before. I can't even think of a film to base it off, because I had yet to hear something that sounded familiar or similar in sound. It was terrible. I used that opportunity to flee back to the area my cruiser was in and call for backup. I had encountered an unknown animal and was so far deeper than I could have ever imagined. The standoff between me and this creature probably lasted 10 seconds at most, but it felt like 10 minutes. As soon as it started screaming and fleeing back into the brush, there was a frenzy all around me. Much of the brush surrounding me and the area began moving and going crazy. I knew there was more of them, and I knew if I stuck around, I was going to be killed by whatever dinosaur thing I run into. Within minutes, my supervisor, again, I'm not going to mention his name, arrived with more officers, and he resigned me from the call and told me not to talk about it or mention this ever. His actions and his demeanor were very strange, like something bigger was afoot. He and 3 other officers went to the area I was just in, and I was told to leave immediately. I was then relieved of duty for the rest of my shift that night. There isn't much else to tell the story. Life went on, and I continued serving as an officer in this county. Still do. That sheriff passed away last year from a stroke, but served the county for many years, well before I ever went to the academy and was known in the area. I've been wanting to share this experience for a long time, but never knew when or how I should go about it. I wish I could describe it better when I ran into that evening. but my best description is that it looked to be part dinosaur, part
The
human.
second major strategy says no.
There was just
We're
something
not going
so
to leave
evil
this
about it.
country. We're
The
going to
glowing
change
yellow
this
eyes,
country.
the face
And
and
that
teeth.
is the
It's like he took the head of a velociraptor
widespread
from Jurassic Park
adoption of
and
socialist
stuck it on the
ideas
body
by
of a
many
humanoid
Jewish
lizard
youth,
thing.
in particular during this
I
time.
know that
Here's
probably
a
doesn't make
mugshot
any
of Leon
sense, but
Trotsky,
it's the best way I can describe it.
Jewish socialist
I got
leadership
the
period.
impression this
He
thing was
was the
designed or
mastermind
created
behind the
for killing.
1905
It had
wildcat
muscles
strike
wriggling
that
beneath its scales
ultimately
or flesh or
forced the
lizard-like
Russian
skin.
government to change
Even though my light was
way
on it
of
for only a
operation.
matter of
It's called
seconds,
the 1905
it was enough for
revolution.
me to
It
see the
really wasn't a
details and
revolution because
contours
Tsar
of
was
its
still in
muscles
power,
underneath
but he had
its
to
lizard-like
cede
body.
more authority to
I have been in all sorts of extremely dangerous
what
and
is not
hazardous
as well
situations
known
as an
about
officer, and that
Trotsky's
was the only
personal
one true
problems
time
with the Russian
I'd
Empire
ever felt
is
such
that
genuine
in
and absolute
1905
terror
it was
like that.
virtually
It
impossible
was
to
beyond
get
the
a
fear of
decent
dying.
haircut anywhere
It was
in
like
the
being
Russian
in the
Empire.
presence of something truly evil.
So anyways,
I
Jewish
don't know if it was an
socialism.
animal
This
or
was
whatever
something
it
that was
was.
antithetical to
I don't have an
Jewish
explanation for the
values,
sounds the neighbors were
primarily
hearing
because
before I
socialism,
responded to
following
the
the
call.
ideas of Karl
Perhaps
Marx,
it was
who
from
was
these
himself
things that I
born
saw that
Jewish and
night.
baptized as a child by his parents, was rather anti-Semitic himself, a self-hating Jew,
I
and
sat
he had
down and
lots
listened
of
to your
terrible things to say
reptilian
about
characters
Judaism in
and lost a
particular,
couple of
and
weeks.
Jews as
And
well.
after listening to
So
it,
the
I felt it was
socialists
time
tend
to
to
share my
have
own
very
story with my grandfather.
anti-religious, anti-clerical
Normally, I
positions,
wouldn't share this
so it
kind of
did not
story
represent
because
the
not only
mass
did I
of the
think he
Jewish
was crazy,
population, but there
but
was
I
definitely
believed
a
that many
segment
would
of
find
the
me
younger
crazy for sharing
population who
it.
felt like socialism,
But
although it
after hearing
represented a
several
radical
stories
break
that others
in
had
Jewish
submitted
culture,
to you,
thought, and so on,
I
nevertheless
thought maybe I'm
represented
not
a way
so
forward
alone
for
or
a
share
more
with me
enlightened
by him.
society. We'll
I
continue
knew
with
about
this stuff in
Bigfoot
the next
and
video.
stuff like that, but just
Thirdly,
recently came to the knowledge of
rather than
knowing
saying,
about
let's
other
emigrate,
things and
hope it gets
creatures.
better someplace else,
Cryptids, I guess
rather
they're
than
called,
saying,
like
let's not
dogman,
emigrate, let's not
mothman.
change the country here,
The list
the
goes
third
on and on.
strategy is Zionism,
My
saying, let's
grandfather,
emigrate,
what he
but we'll
experienced and
emigrate
has
for
the
the
scars
last
to prove,
time. We'll
encountered what
emigrate
he
back
described
to
to
our
me as
national
crocodilian
homeland
people,
in
the
the land
swamp.
of Israel,
I
and
knew
we
that
will
sounds
there
far-fetched. I didn't
reestablish a
believe him
Jewish
at
polity,
first,
a Jewish
but
state,
bear with me.
a Jewish
In
army,
your first
Jewish
episode
flag,
of
Jewish
Reptilian
passports, and
Encounters,
so on.
you
And this
shared
would
a
be
story about a
representative of
person
some
who
kind of
encountered
secular
very similar
messianic
beings
ideal
like what my
that we
grandfather
represent
described
here in the time,
attacking
because
these
we no longer
villages in Africa.
wander from one
When
place
I
to
heard about
another.
that,
Here is
I
an
think it
image
was
of
probably my
the
first
first Prime
epiphany
Minister of Israel,
that there might be some real weight
with the
to my
large
grandfather's
picture
story,
of Herzl,
and not just some
founder of the
made-up,
Editor
far-fetched tale.
proclaiming
Here's the other piece of the puzzle.
of Israel.
This encounter my grandfather had
This
constant.
was also very, very
One of these
popular
things
option
completely tore his
that
leg,
many young
nearly
people,
ripped him
particularly
open, and disfigured his arm
even though,
entirely.
like
I always
socialism,
figured he had
most
a
of
bad
the
run-in with an
traditional
alligator,
rabbinate
but
and
things are
leadership
starting to make
opposed
more
it,
and more
saying
sense.
that it was kind of like
My
a
grandfather is well in his
chutzpah,
90s and has always been a hardy,
act of
strong
insolence
person.
towards God, in
He
the
grew up
sense
with
that,
a hard life,
you know,
and a lot of his
returning to
brothers and
Israel is part of the
sisters
Messianic view.
always told me
And by,
that because he had survived the Great Depression,
forcing God's
went to
hand
Pearl Harbor
by
in
moving to
Vietnam,
Israel
that's
and
really made him
trying to
numb to the
establish
fear
a
of
state
man
before the
and the
Messiah
world.
arrived, that was
One of the few
considered
times he
almost
was ever
heretical
truly
to
terrified
some
was
rabbis,
this
and therefore
experience.
this also represented a great
My
option.
grandfather has done and seen
The
it all.
fourth option
Farmed and
was
survived
the
the Great Depression,
least popular, but
enlisted in the
nevertheless
Army,
had
and survived
a
Pearl Harbor.
significant impact
Met his first
ideologically.
wife,
This is the
had
notion of
kids, went on to
diaspora
serve in
nationalism.
Vietnam,
That said
walked
essentially,
for a
okay,
while,
we're not going to
guided
leave
for a
for
while,
immigration.
hunted,
We're
tracked
not going to
professionally,
change this
all that
society
crazy
to
stuff.
become socialist. That's
I
like
also
a
truly
radical
believe that how my
change.
grandfather
Not going to do that.
survived this
Also
airport
not going to
God
move to
condition he was
actually
found
put
in.
the diaspora
He should have been
nationalism
let out
sort
and
of
died,
represented a
but he
step
didn't.
backwards
He's
in
alive
terms
to tell
of
the
the
story and proves to me
evolution
that
of the
miracles do
Jewish
happen.
movement. Because as
Anyway,
the founding
here's the story.
ideologue of diaspora
This happened in the
nationalism
late 70s. My granddad was out fishing deep in the bayous of Louisiana. He never disclosed the exact location, but he said it was away from other popular fishing spots at the time that the locals knew. And his friends knew. And he would have to go in deep to certain spots to treat the isolation feeling he loved it so very much. He had a small boat he would go on and spend days fishing. Well, not being out there for days at a time, but would spend all day out there fishing with plenty of food to eat or hang out. He would go in the morning, come back at night, rinse and repeat. You get the idea. He knew all the dangers of the swamp life. Alligators, poisonous snakes, you name it. He always carried his famous Model 19 Magnum with him. He preferred it over his 357 due to its nifty size of weight and being able to swim. He
Jewish
didn't want to be lugging
groups
anything that
around
he
the
didn't
country
need to be lugged
to
around.
collectively raise
He
money
usually
for
always has
charities
a
to
couple of spots
represent
he'd like to
Jewish
go and
interests
visit.
before
But
democratic
notice that on
governments
this
and so on.
day,
There's
the
a
fish
huge
weren't
difference
really biting
in
as
the way
usual.
the diaspora
In
nationalists
fact, a lot of the
envision
swamp life
their
seemed to be much more
plan
dull,
on how to
is
deal
the word
with
he
identity.
described it.
And the way the Jewish
It wasn't
Federation
as
works
lively.
is that the Jewish
In a
Federation
pursuit to
is
catch fish,
entirely
my grandfather
voluntary.
being stuck
Meaning
as
a
a brewer,
person can choose to
he headed deeper
identify
into the
as a Jew,
swamp waters to
affiliate with the
declare
community,
territory.
or not.
He would
That's,
do this
well,
often,
modernity
so
doesn't
it wasn't
really
a big deal
demand that you
being in
have to
areas
fit
that he
into
had
a
not yet
particular box.
explored.
The diaspora
He said that the
nationalists had
deeper
a
he went
vision
in,
where
it
you
started
would
to feel
actually
different,
be
and
in a
it couldn't
fit
describe what
Jew.
he meant.
They would
The
pay a
brush
certain
was
amount
much
of
thicker,
taxes
and there was a
to
lot
their own
less light
leadership.
coming through,
They would have the
making it
right
harder to
as a
see.
group to
Even
draw
though it
on
was bright as
state
could be out with the
resources
sun,
for mineral
it still eclipsed
practices.
us
They
on
would
the
have a
way.
certain amount of protection in
He would
terms
make
of,
several
you know,
stops
not having
as he
elections
kept
on
venturing
Shabbat and things like
further
that.
to see if he could
But
get a
it was
bite,
a much more
but nothing.
kind of like
The further he
well-structured
ventured into this area,
organization than the
the
Jewish
duller it
Federation,
became,
which is
and the
essentially
overwhelming
a
feeling
volunteer
he described was
organization.
growing.
However powerful
The way
and
he best
effective it
described
is,
the
it
area was that
ultimately
he
depends
shouldn't
on
be
people
there.
wanting to belong to it,
I asked if
which
he
is not
felt
the
anything
fact.
ominous or that he was going
And
to die,
finally, the
and he told me
last
no,
national
but
strategy
it didn't
to
feel like that it
deal
was his
with
place to be
the
there. He
evolution
had
of
never felt that in
Jewish life in the
swamps or
modern
wilderness
democratic
before.
area are
I
the
should note that he has
so-called,
never had any
so-called by
sightings
me
or
anyways,
encounters with
renewed
Bigfoot or
traditionalists.
anything like that
These
was
are
said to be
Jews
fiction.
who really are
He
still,
didn't believe in
in
any of
many
that
ways,
stuff
thinking
anyway,
to the
and
pre-modern
hence the
era
countless time
of
in the
traditional
wilderness.
Torah
So to
leadership,
him,
definitely
that
very
was the
much
last thing to be thinking of.
orthodox kind of
As
way
he
of
kept
thinking.
progressing
And
further
they're
into
saying,
this
wait a
section
minute,
of the swamp,
why are Jews organized
desperate for
politically?
fish,
We
he
should
had
be
seen multiple
investing much more
alligators who
energy
swam
in
past his
our
boat
religious
swiftly,
activities. We should be
completely
focusing
ignoring
on
him.
things we need
They
as
seemed to be
religious
in a
Jews.
panic and in fear,
However, given
as if they were
the
swept away
rapid
from something,
advance
and
of
rather swiftly.
democratizing
That should
movements
have been
in
his
Europe
first indicator
and
that something
the
was wrong
promise
and leave.
of a
But
democratic
stubborn Grandpa
Russian
pressed on.
Empire, which turned out
Instead of stopping
not
for a
to
fourth
work
or
out that
fifth
way, but
time to see if there were any
20th
fish
century,
or insect
at
activity,
the beginning of the
he
20th
just
century,
decided to keep
we'll talk about
pressing
that
on
later
to
as
the
well, by
unknown
the way.
area.
They said, you know what?
He explored for
If
probably
we
what
don't
he recalls
organize
being maybe 30
politically
minutes, if he
like
had to
these other
guess.
non-religious
He had been out
movements,
since the
then
morning,
we will
and it was
lose
now
an
late afternoon at
opportunity
this
to
point.
express the
Coming to
voice
the evening,
of religious
the brush
Jews,
in this
which
part was even
represents a very
thicker.
large
It had the
proportion
least
over the
light,
overall
in
Jewish
combination with the
so
sun
these
shifting in
renewed
the sky
traditions
due to the time
with
of day.
parties like
It
Agudas
made it seem
Yisrael,
almost
Brit
dusk-like.
and several other groups,
On the verge
they
of giving up
essentially
and about to
try
turn around to
to
go home, he
promote
gives it
a
one last
religious
shot
agenda,
to see
an
if he can
agenda
get
that
anything.
really
He tells
demanded
me he knew
things
better.
specifically
What
for
little sense
religious
of life there
observance
was before
within
this was
this
now
new
nothing.
democratic,
There was
proto
barely any
democratic
insects
environment.
around, let
Okay?
alone signs
Those
of
are the
fish.
5 basic
He
strategies
said it
that
felt
Jews
very
chose from.
unusual,
There were
and that
lots
he
of
felt very
shadings
unwelcome
between
now,
them. Let's
even
just
more
have a
so
look
than
at what
previously
they look
stated.
like on a political
He
spectrum.
talked about how this feeling was
Essentially, I'm
more
going to
intense
be
than ever, but
reviewing
we're not going
the
to let that
material in the
stop him
last
from
couple
doing what he
slides,
was out there to
but
do.
we will be putting it in a
This is the
graphic
part of the
format
story
so it's a
where
little bit
things go
easier to
south
understand.
very,
So here you
very
go.
quickly.
Here's a typical
His line is
political
cast into the
spectrum,
water,
the way
and
we
he's
study
maybe
it
spent
in
about 10
American
minutes.
political science.
He's
Like
waiting
that.
for anything at
You
this
have a
point,
line, and on
and
the left
feels
you
a
have
large bump
socialism,
underneath his boat
and on the right
and
you have
rocks.
capitalism. Right?
Not hard,
If you think about
but
American
enough that he
politics,
thinks it's a big
at
fish
least until
and gets
recent years,
excited.
you could say that
The next thing he
Democrats would be
knows,
just
out of
slightly
the water,
left of
coming
center,
to greet him
Republicans
face
would
to
be just
face,
slightly right of
was this
center.
thing
But
he
basically,
believes
they're
came
really
from the
close to
pits
the
of
middle.
hell itself.
Jewish politics are not like
He
that.
said it had
Where
a
you
head
can
that
have
resembles a
really
crocodile,
wide
but much more hideous and
ranges
distorted looking.
But
Those were
Jewish
his
politics
words,
is not
not
so
mine.
simple that we could
With
all
the upper
live on
body
just
and
one
arms
spectrum.
to assembly out of a human
a
with
second
long black
axis has
claws.
to be added, and this
This thing
relates
comes
to
out of the water on the side of his boat that he's facing, grabs onto the side of the boat, and pulls him into the water in one motion. The force of this thing grabbing onto him and pulling him in capsized his small boat. He was immediately pulled down to the mud and slipped below the water, but was able to break loose of the grasp that this thing held against him. He resurfaced and managed to almost pull himself back onto his capsized boat. As he's pulling himself up, this creature resurfaces behind him and bites onto his right leg, then grabbing onto it, and in a ripping motion above the knee, rips and pulls his entire leg off
with his now bow exposed. He was able to make his way lying flat on the top of his capsized boat and out of water. When the second one of these things, slightly different in color and variation, in stripes, comes out of the water from the opposite side and nearly rips his radar off with its claws, severely disfiguring his arm, but not ripping it off. He was bleeding out so badly after having his leg torn off, his chest scratched, and his right arm disfigured, that he was trying to paddle with his only good hand left. But soon after that, he lost consciousness due to blood loss. He had sworn he died, but it doesn't stop there. From that point, he doesn't recall time passing or any of that. He remembers waking up and floating above his body, his body being operated on, and the doctors and nurses rushing in and out, trying to save his life. He was able to recall conversations, things that were said during the operation. He said he was out of his body and realized that he had died of not breathing. He recalled the doctors stressing that they had lost him, and they kept trying. He said this went on for some time before he was sucked, his words, back into his body, where he regained consciousness days later in the hospital. He woke up and was told by the doctors and nurses that they don't understand how he's even alive, and he should have been dead by the sheer amount of blood he lost. He was pretty badly dinged up. In fact, they even announced him DOA, which, for those that don't know medical lingo, is dead on arrival when he showed up. But one of the doctors there wanted to pursue trying to save his life, and it's a good thing that doctor did. Because had he not, well, my grandfather wouldn't be alive to talk about it. But it turns out there was another fisherman doing the same thing that my grandfather was that same day in the same area. It just so happened to be exploring that same area of swamp and found him unconscious, bleeding out on his capsized boat. Rescued his body and brought him back to shore, where he was even taken to the hospital. Like I said, he was announced DOA due to his blood loss, but the doctor who operated on him wanted to desperately try to save him. I don't even know if that's proper protocol or if that's something doctors do or did. But that's what my grandfather tells me happened to him. His chest had been torn open, revealing muscle and tissue. His arm disfigured, and his leg torn off above the knee. He spent some time in the hospital, but ended up making a full recovery. Doctors considered him a miracle that he was still even able to walk. He now has a prosthetic leg, and after much physical therapy, he is able to work both his legs comfortably. He simply just tells me now that it wasn't his time to go, and that's why he did not die. As far as the things he encountered in that portion of the swamp, he explains them to be pure fear and called them crocodilian. I've asked him all sorts of questions regarding descriptions of what he saw, and if he can go into more detail on what was the tap and form of the sound. So here's more of what he told me. When I pulled him out of the water, he grabbed onto him, ripping his chest open, but letting go, allowing him to pull himself up back onto his capsized boat, before biting his leg and ripping it off. The teeth on these things were large, very similar to that of a Nile crocodile, but uglier and scarier looking. Now, personally, I don't really know how you can get scarier looking than a crocodile, but that's what he said. It was almost a smoky black-gray in color, with green reptilian-looking eyes. The other one that worked out his arm was more gray in color and had slightly different head shape variation. A more narrow snout was what he said. When it originally came out of the water and held onto his boat, it was sitting up in the water with its entire upper body sticking out. It was a monster, pure and simple. He's not sure why he was allowed to live, because these things could have easily torn him limb from limb if they really wanted to. But they didn't. They didn't try to pull him off his capsized boat and eat him. He only was able to paddle a short distance before losing consciousness. So that means he must have drifted for a while before being found by the other fishermen. And the other fishermen stated that he was bleeding bad and was very pale. I know it sounds crazy, but the man has scars on his body from his incident, where his chest was sewn up, his prosthetic leg, and his arm. He's still alive well today, and says even though that was the most terrifying thing that ever happened to him, he still goes out and does what he enjoys doing, which is being a fisher or hunting.
An abrogation of divine will? Maybe that was precisely what
I'm not
God
sure if
wanted.
this
That
constitutes something
maybe
you'd ever
the
read on your
coming
channel,
together of
but
secular
I thought I'd
Jews
send it to you
for
anyway
the holy
because it
purpose
does
of
make for an
rebuilding
interesting
Israel,
story.
in fact,
In
represented
2007,
the gradual
2008,
unfolding
in the
of the
first half of
Messianic
09,
idea. They
I
followed
was
in large
involved in
part the
distributing
teachings
meth
of
and other
this
hard
individual,
drugs.
Rabbi
I
Abraham
had this
Isaac
partner of
Kook,
mine who would drive
who
from
was a
California,
brilliant scholar
meet
who
me in
lived in
Nevada,
Israel and
usually
was a
just
very
outside of
profound
Las Vegas,
scientist,
and I
although
would then
he was
drive
not
to different parts of
specifically
the country,
politically
usually
motivated. He
Texas,
didn't lead the
Kansas,
party or
or
anything like that,
sometimes
but he was
Illinois,
kind of like the
depending on where my
ideological
other
founder
partners would be.
of many of the
I
ideas that
don't
were
engage in this
encapsulated in
lifestyle
Islam.
anymore,
And
and
then
haven't for a
finally,
long
and
time
I'm
after
actually
getting
saying
clean
finally for
myself.
real right now, we
Many of
also
my
have
old partners
those
and bosses are
traditionalist
currently
Jews,
serving
these
for
elite
prison
traditionalists,
terms, and
who
I was lucky
did
enough to
not
get out
agree
before I got
that
caught by the feds.
Zionism should
There was
be
one particular drug
embraced
run
by
we were
religious
doing
Jews.
back in the
And
spring of
furthermore,
2008,
they
where
certainly
I was to
disagreed
meet
with
my partner
everybody on the left
100
side
miles
of the
south of Las
spectrum
Vegas,
who
Nevada. This would be
anti-religion
right around an
or
area
at
called
least
Colton
neutral on
Valley in
religion.
Arizona.
They wanted to embrace
We would be
religion.
just outside
So
the area
these were the
and
groups,
transfer
like the
our
Anti-Baptist
deliverables.
Israel, that
On this occasion,
basically
my
decided
partner
to
never
organize
arrived at the
themselves in
location
order to
designated.
defend the rights
I
and
had waited
opinions
a full
of
72
religious Jews.
hours for him to
Among
arrive,
their many
and he never
great
did.
achievements are
Finally,
the
after getting a hold of him and meeting him at a different undisclosed location,
program, which I'm
he
very
didn't have any of the
participate
product
in
with him.
myself.
On his way, before he reached the borders in Nevada, he was driving early in the morning and was supposedly attacked by some unknown animal. He described it as a huge lizard, larger than he was. It attacked his car, and he simply fled. When he came back to his car, it did a number on his vehicle, and he ditched the drugs that were inside of it for fear he would get caught by the police. At this time, I didn't care what his reasoning was, even though his car was visibly torn up on the side, and his tire he was practically riding on was near flat. It had looked like he had gotten attacked by a pride of lions, but I didn't care. In a bout of anger, I pulled out my 9mm and put 2 bullets into his left hand, rendering it completely useless, and told him to call 911 as I left him there, bleeding out in agony. He would later be detained for messing up another future run of product through South Carolina, where he is currently serving a prison sentence. The person whom him and I both worked for almost had him killed, but he somehow weaseled his way out of it. I continued in the business until mid-2009, when I realized the risk was getting incredibly high with how reckless aspects of the business were becoming, so I left that life behind, and then ended up getting clean. The man I used to work for also got caught years later and is serving full-time with the feds. I know many of these details are not relevant, but in the last few years, I've really grown to like these monster stories, and I know your channel has a bunch of them. This is really the only experience I have in my life that could somehow come close to that. My grandmother told me recently about things that she's seen and experienced when she was in her youth. My grandmother is part Sioux, Apache, Navajo, Ute, and another tribe that I can't remember. She's moved around a lot as a kid because her father couldn't hold down a steady job, and her mother and her father, well, that's another story. They would get evicted and forced to move place to place. Her father was able to hold on to a decent job for about 6 years before getting into a terrible car accident that nearly cost him his life and his ability to move. Shortly after, he would pass away. For those 6 years, they lived just outside the Teton National Forest in Arizona. My grandmother always described to me how beautiful our backyard was. It stretched out for miles and miles, and even had a small creek running along the backside with multiple bridges and cross points that led to old deserted logging roads and game trails. She also spoke of that when the property was first being constructed years and years back, they had built a small community cemetery on the backside of that same land. A small cemetery for that area that probably held around 50 to 70 gravesites. Years down the road, as they expanded the area and industrialized more and more, they actually dug and moved all the graves that were in that cemetery and transported them to their gravesite.
I'm not sure what the point of it was and at what point they discovered, but she spoke about them finding during this time that there was a larger area further back that was used as a native burial ground. It had been largely gone over and lost to man, as it was described to me through years and years of abandonment. I was told this was a burial site that dated hundreds and hundreds of years back, far before the property of her family's was ever set. When she was a little girl, her father never allowed her to play back there on that side of the land because of the energy he would describe to her was bad. She could get taken, hurt, or even worse. There were times as she got older, she would wait for her father to either leave or get preoccupied with something. She would sneak back to that area of the land when she could, and always regret it. She went back there a small handful of times without getting caught. She described it to me as very dark. You just got this feeling you were alone and surrounded by hostility. It was very uncomfortable to be walking around there. You always felt like you were being watched, like a visitor in a home that you were unwelcome in. That will always stick with me when she told me about that. When she had gotten far enough back, she discovered what she explains as large mounds of dirt and rock. These are very large mounds, and they looked well constructed. The first time she saw them, they were further back in the thickness of the woods, but still visible from the burial ground area. That's when she thought the idea of coming back in the early morning with a flashlight while her dad was asleep was a good idea. I explored a little more thoroughly and get a much closer look at those mounds. Even though it was very creepy being back there, it was an immense thrill, a total adrenaline rush. My grandmother has always been that kind of lady, anyway. So, when she told me about all this, I guess I shouldn't be too shocked. This is the same kind of lady that goes skydiving, bungee jumping, rock climbing, you name it. She's always been crazy like that, and being the free spirit that she is, this story that she told me isn't the first, or probably the last time she'll experience things beyond her plane of existence. That, and her native roots and cultural roots. Her father was half Navajo and half Ute, and at the time, worked alongside a few others at this ranch, not far away from where they lived at the time. He was a great dad, she would tell me, but was overly protective of her. Even when it came to the spirits, and my wild grandmother would tamper with in her teenage years, like witchcraft herself. But I'll save that for later in the story. Sorry to veer off so much. Anyway, so she waited a few days until where she could sneak out at night and have a flashlight handy and ready for an early morning adventure. She went to bed like normal that night, pretending to be asleep, only to wait till the moon was directly overhead in the sky before she made her descent from the window. There was cloud coverage, but the moon still had plenty of time to shine through, sometimes casting its own shadows. It was mostly cloud coverage that made for the journey into the pitch black complete. Anything she could do to defy her father and push forward in the face of adventure. This was around mid to late July. The night was still warm from the day, and everything was lush and thick. It made things even darker. She recalled the walk to just get to the area of land that was uncomfortable. She began getting hives on her skinny points, and feeling this burning sensation on her arms and legs, like someone was touching her with a hot poker. She talked a lot about how the walk to the burial ground area was even more unnerving. The darkness of the thick night, it felt like it was alive and surrounding her. There was a strong sense of bad feelings and energy all around. Even more, now that she was enshrouded by the darkness of night. As crazy as my grandmother is, she continued to push on, despite her whole body telling her to get out of there. That's right about when she had her first sighting of this creature. She makes it to the back burial area and goes further this time into the area out towards the burial mounds. This is when she was talking about how it became hard to physically go back there. It was like this unforeseen force trying to hold her back, so she couldn't go further. But she did. Once into the small burial site,
they tend
She said
to
her
speak
flashlight's
German very
light
well,
reached
just like
less and
Germans
less
tend
further.
to have less
The darkness physically
outward
became thicker,
adherence to
which is something she had
traditional
never
Jewish
experienced
observance,
before,
whereas
but
when
would
you
later
move to the
encounter
east,
in
you have a
different
lot more of the
scenarios.
masses of
Again, we'll
traditional
talk about that later.
Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews.
Here is where things
who
go
are much
haywire.
more obviously
Upon
Jewish
reaching the
from
burial
that.
mounds,
But that didn't
she noticed
stop
there were three of them,
anti-Semitism from spreading
spaced no
in
more than a
Germany
few
in
more feet
particular. In
away
fact,
from each other,
a lot of
with small
the
overgrown
anti-Semitism the
paths made
Nazis
to each
relied on
one.
had a specific
These mounds
coloration.
were
We've
large,
spoken in previous
far
lectures
larger than
about the
her.
development of
On the
anti-Semitism in
backside of the
several
first one,
phases,
she noticed a large
from
hole
ancient
that dropped down
xenophobia
into the
to
ground on the
medieval
back of
Jew
this
hatred.
mound.
And
It was like a
when
hole
we get to the
that
modern
then
period,
dropped down into the
there
earth.
is a very
Think like a small
quasi-scientific
outcropping,
quality
and
to
then
it,
a hole that
which
leads down on the
the
backside
Nazis
of this
have
first mound.
largely abandoned
With her
the
flashlight,
outwardly
she couldn't see where it
religious
led to.
aspect
She
of
just knew it was down into the
previous
earth.
forms of anti-Semitism,
Every
and
fiber
they
in her
focus
being
on
was
this
screaming to get
racial
out of there.
quality
She
connected
knew
with
she
the
was being
idea of a
watched, that
conspiracy,
this place was full of
specifically
bad
that the
spirits and
Jews
energy.
constitute a
But she didn't care.
distinct kind of
If she could
race
just check out the mounds,
that
she
are
would have been satisfied.
altogether going
Just
in
as she
a
was
global
able to walk to the
conspiracy
second
to
mound,
dominate
she
other
began
races.
hearing light
And the way
footsteps
in
from
which
all
they
around her,
dominate, which
approaching.
obviously is very difficult because the Jews
She
are a
shined her
tiny
light
minority of the
rapidly,
population,
but never
is
saw anything,
specifically in some kind
calling
of
out and asking who was
cancerous
there.
or
Of
bacteriological
course,
form.
no
For example,
response.
here you see a
Right at that moment
a
is when
German
something
language
very
novel
large
from
came out of the hole
1920
behind her
that
from the back of the mound.
shows a
She shined her light,
hideous
and
kind
to
of
her horror,
vulture
what
that's
she
weighing
describes as
down
this large
this
reptile
shirtless man.
humanoid
And
creature
what this
steps
picture is
out,
meant to say is that the
eyes
Jews,
like a cat,
who are
sharp
like
and
carrion
piercing,
eaters, they're
and a face so
vermin, they live
hideous and
off
fierce.
decay,
She
they're
froze
going
up.
to dominate
Before I
the
go on,
otherwise healthy,
this is the point
strong,
that I began
muscular
asking her
Aryan
all sorts
races.
of
And
questions of
once
what this thing
they
looked
eat
like,
them out like
because
a
even I was
cancer from
apprehensive to
within,
leave her at the
then
moment.
they will feed on their
I know my
corpses. The
grandmother is
title, by the way,
crazy,
reads,
but I know she is not a liar. And the genuine fear she expressed to me when describing this creature she saw is a little disturbing, to say the
the
least.
fact that the Jews of Germany were much
They
more
had larger
assimilated
scales,
actually
a
fed
very
into
snake,
a lot of this,
serpent-like
such as, for
face,
example, you see
with
this
sharp,
really
jagged teeth
bizarre
protruding from the top
form
and
of
bottom.
children's propaganda
The
published
teeth
in
were
the
long
1930s
and
by
pointed.
Elvira Bauer,
Its
who was
arms were
a
long,
twisted
extending
kindergarten
further
teacher
than its
and
waist,
propagandist.
and had hard,
This is
exaggerated
a book for
hands.
children called
It had hard,
the
defined, rippling
poison
muscles underneath its thick scales, and stood
and the
much
thing about
taller than her.
toadstools is that they look
She
like
knew down
mushrooms,
her being,
but unless
in her
you
very
are
inner core,
very
that
careful
she
and
was
you
going to
know the
die,
signs, you will
or be taken
always
by this thing
mistake them for
down
healthy
into that hole
mushrooms. And you
that
might
crawled
eat
out
one
of
of
her.
these, but it's actually poison.
This being
So too, the
that she
metaphor
understood
goes that
was
the
pure
Jews
evil,
look like
and had
regular
dark
Germans,
energy
but in
radiating off
reality
of
they
it.
are quite
So
distinct,
much so
racially different,
that she
and
told
they
me she felt
represent
this
a
creature
threat.
coming
That's
before
the
it stepped out of the
on
hole
that particular
behind her, along with the
piece
approaching
of propaganda.
footsteps
The
around her.
Nazis
That's when
frequently
this
referred
being
to Jews as
spooked her.
various kinds of vermin
She talked about
who
never
are bent on
experiencing
destroying the
telepathy
entire
before her
world through a
life,
global
and
conspiracy
didn't
like
know that could
this French
exist
language
until this
piece
very
of
moment.
Nazi propaganda that shows the
Whatever
Jew as some
kind of
kind of
being this
vicious
was, speaking
tarantula scavenging
telepathically to her,
world,
that
or
this
here
being
some
lured
from
her in,
the
and now was going to
Warsaw
kill her,
ghetto that shows
and
that the
began to approach
Jews
her.
carry
And that's
typhus
when
is
she described
associated
to
with
me
this
like a
deadly
large
lice
hand that was
disease
holding
and so
her
on.
tightly.
So,
Let
and
go.
here finally, here's an
Her
Austrian
body
example.
bolted,
This
and
is
she ran
terrifying.
as fast as she
Again,
could.
from the elections of
And
that
it was like this
early
unseen
war
force
period,
inside of her
the Jew is
that
portrayed
drove
as
her as
some kind
fast
of
as she
like
could away
devilish
from
snake
this
who
being.
is strangling
In that moment,
the
she wasn't
Austrian
able to
eagle.
think or control her
And
own body.
the image
It was
reads
like
in
God
German,
took
Deutsche
possession
Christen
of her to
rettet
save her
Österreich,
and to
which
take
means
her far
German
away from that
Christians
being of evil. The
save
retreat back to
Austria,
her house
right?
was a
Meaning you
lure,
have to vote
but
for a
remembers
particular
being so
political
full
party
of
in
fear
order
and
to save
anguish
Austria
that as soon as she got
this
home, her father
Jewish
had a
snake,
vacant
who, by the way,
before
is associated with the
waiting for her
communists, because you
return.
can see the hammer and sickle
She
are
was just so
lying
happy to see her
her dad,
So
and to be
that's the
safe,
kind of
she
atmosphere
practically
that
collapsed on the
Hitler
ground in
was
tears.
aging. Now,
Her father
here's
wasn't so
an
angry
image of Hitler
as he
as
was
a
worried,
baby.
and she
kind of
told
a
him
children's
everything
image to
that had
look at.
happened.
Hitler had a
Her sneaking
difficult
back there,
relationship with his
discovering the burial
father, who
evidence,
was
all
much
of that.
older than his
Her
mother.
father told her
And
that this is
when
why
his
he
father
keeps her from
passed away
there.
at 18, that allowed
There's an
Hitler
evil
himself
that
a little
lingers
bit
in that
more
area
freedom
for dark
because he had
magic
always
and
wanted to be
negative
an
energy.
artist. He had some middling talent here. You can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young adult, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art. A rejection that stung him bitterly, and in fact he complained about it in his memoirs later. And he always felt that somehow his rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory. Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the coming body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of nationalists, white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and
at the end of the 6 years, he got to that car
and he was actually wounded during World War I.
And ended up moving out of state with my grandmother until he passed away shortly thereafter.
Discussed in a
My
previous lecture.
grandmother, during the 6 years at that place, never ventured
Surrendered in
back
November
further up where the
1918.
creek
He,
was.
like many
And
other
it really
Germans,
robbed
felt
her
that this
of her
was a
adventurous spirit
stab
for
in
a
the
while.
back that was
The
somehow
times that she had
orchestrated
gone
by
out there
Jews.
before
You can see
in the day,
another Austrian
why she had wanted to go out there in the
propaganda
early morning
cartoon
hours like
that
she did,
captures the
was
idea
because she
of the
wanted to
stab in
see
the back,
just
which
how
in German
active
was
the
the
evil spirits in that
Dolchstoß.
area were.
You can see the
It's
by
almost
the way,
like
I'm
she had a
using
sort
some
of
Austrian materials here.
disbelief.
We should mention that Hitler
She's not a
himself was
Christian at
actually
all.
an Austrian. And
So
Austria
when
and
I
Germany,
asked her
although they are
questions
separate
about what
countries,
she
they're
meant,
really
when she
in
said
one
that she felt
larger
like God
cultural
grabbed her
unit.
and sent her
Austria
running,
would
what that
join
meant,
with Germany in the
it
Anschluss,
was this force that took over her and
they
pulled her back in the
would
direction of
prosecute the war
safety, she
together.
explained.
But that's for
It
later
was
on.
almost
Anyway, here is
impossible to
an
describe,
Austrian
but
depiction
said her
of
mind was so
the
overtaken by
anger
this
that many
horrible
Austrians
being
felt
approaching
over
her.
the
Deep down,
surrender in
if
World
given
War
a
I.
chance,
There's
she
a
without a doubt in her
lantern-jawed
mind knew
Austrian
that
soldier
lizard
with a
thing
steely
was going to
gaze,
harm her
you
in
know,
some way or another.
defending the Western
Then
front.
she
And
went on to tell me
sneaking
a
up
whole
behind
other
him
thing
is
about
this
when she was older.
hideous-looking woman
Right after her
that
dad had
has
passed,
a
that makes an interesting
Jewish
connection.
star on the
She was in high
French-style
school
hat that she is
and had
wearing,
befriended a
and
group
with
of
this
kids who were
leering smile,
considered
she's stabbing him
outcasts.
in the back, meaning that the
Remember,
Jews somehow
this whole first
betrayed
encounter happened
Germany
when
and
she was
Austria
about
from
11. Her
within,
dad had just
causing
passed,
a
so
lot of
she was
anti-war
very
sentiment
vulnerable
and
and emotional.
causing the
She
Germans
had become
to
heavily involved in witchcraft and dark
surrender
magic with
prematurely
a small group
before
of
they could have
kids.
actually won.
They
in
even
World War
formed
I.
their own
Hitler,
artificial
when he
covenant.
came back from the war,
Most of
got
her high
very much
school was
involved
spent
in right-wing
furthering her
politics. He
magical
participated
abilities,
in the
casting new
year called
spells,
Putsch,
and
in which there was
lingering on
actually
the
an
darkness and
attempted
hatred she
insurrection
now
for
bared
which
to
he was
center her
arrested
heart,
and sent to jail.
and learning how to
Here's a
summon
picture of him,
beings to
believe it or
do
not,
what
in
work
jail.
for
He
her.
actually had a
Shortly
very
after
cushy time
graduating,
there.
she had
The
gotten to the
judge
point where
who
these
sentenced him
malformed
was
reptilian-like
clearly very
beings
sympathetic
would come
to
and visit
Hitler's
where she was
aims, and
living.
although he could not
They would
let him off
scratch in the
scot-free,
windows
he gave
and
him
try
a
to
very,
break in
very
the
light
house.
sentence in jail,
All the
very
while,
brief
she would
duration,
cast spells that
and
were
allowed
supposed
him
to
a
banish
personal
them
chef,
away.
all kinds of
It only
ridiculous
seemed to
things.
draw them in
And
more
it was
and more.
in jail that
As my grandmother
reputation
described, different than
got
the lizard-like being that she saw
credibility for
that
having
came
gone
out of
to
the burial
jail
mound
for
of her.
his right-wing beliefs.
These were
And
much
while he
more
was there, he
disproportionate,
wrote his
had long
memoir,
claws at
My
the end of their hands and feet,
My
and
Struggle,
were more
in which he essentially
toothpick-like,
laid out his
even being
political
taller
program.
than what she had
It's a
seen when she was a
rambling,
child.
frequently incoherent
Equally
document
as
that
frightening,
lists all of his
the more and more
anti-Semitic
she
complaints
practiced,
and his
the more spells she
ambitions
would
in
cast,
Germany and so
and
on.
try
And
to hex
essentially,
somebody,
this gave
the more
him,
these
when he
creatures
was
would be
released
drawn to
from
her.
prison, a lot
She was
more
filled with so
popularity.
much anger,
He
hatred,
used
and pain
these
from her father's passing
thugs that were
that
organized
witchcraft
in
was
the
the
so-called
one thing
brown
that really
shirts,
took
the
her away from it all.
Sturm to
She was
intimidate
determined to
much of the
control magic
population
enough
in the various
before she
elections
could
that were
overcome
held
anything,
in the
but she never
1920s
did.
and 1930s.
When I
But
asked
he
her about
never
the mentioning
gained a
of trying to summon
majority of the
demons or
votes
beings
with
to
his
work
Nazi
with her,
party.
she
Here you can
explained
see
that through spells,
the elections of
they were to obey
1928.
her.
He only got
She controlled them,
2.6%
and they
of
worked
the
only for her
popular vote.
to
He
handle
got
her.
actually quite a bit
The
more
more
in
and more she did,
1930 and
the worse
1932
it
as
got.
primary
She never got
opponent
to the
to
point to
the
where she had
Communist Party.
sacrificed
In
humans,
March
but
1933, he
her and her
garnered
coven had blood
33%,
sacrifices
with a
with
lot of
several
dirty
small
tricks. But
animals that they would
ultimately,
find.
when you look at the
Cats,
comparison with
dogs,
the other
etc.
parties, you can see
and didn't even go by
the
any sort of
communists lost
religious
quite a bit in
text,
that last
like a
election.
satanic
The
Bible.
Social Democratic Party, the second largest,
They were just
only had
witches
20% of
practicing
the vote.
dark magic
So in
in exchange for power from Satan.
coalition-style government,
In turn,
that was
appreciate to
European
her life.
history.
Even though
Given
these
the
alien
opportunity
reptile-like
as the leader of
beings
the
would
largest
torment
single
her
party, the
and try to get into her
plurality, to
house,
form a
they never
government,
did.
and that's when
During my
he was
grandmother's
able
early
to come out.
20s,
He
she
proceeded
had enough of
early
that
on
secret lifestyle
to
and departed from that group
identify
of friends
Jews
in
with the
witchcraft
so-called
and
Nuremberg
denounced
law
it
that
altogether.
really identified them by
She moved
racial
over to Kansas for a
characteristics,
while
that
for
is,
career,
how much
and then
blood was
onto
in them
Ohio,
as measured
where
by
she
their
met her husband,
grandparents,
who just
creating
passed away
very
last year,
racist
where
society
she got
that
rid of all
was
her trinkets and
dependent
witchcraft
for all
paraphernalia,
kinds of
spell
advancements
books,
in
etc.,
various
and
careers
stopped
and
actively
public
practicing.
services like
Things
education and so
stopped.
on whether or
In
not
between the time that she had the
was
encounter with the
free of
being
any
out of the mound
Jewish blood.
and the time she was in high
Jews who
school
removed from
and
civil
started to
service,
practice
from
dark
the
magic,
courts,
she never
from
really thought about
education,
evil or the
and
being she encountered
a
being
whole
evil.
series of
Even though she
measures
knew
were
it
put in
was,
place.
she tells me how
gradually
relating
push them
witchcraft was
out
the
of
thing that
German
really
society.
cemented it into her.
This
That
culminated
the first
in a
reptile
dramatic
being she
attack,
saw and these
the
other ones that
largest
came to
attack of
torment
its
her
kind,
were all cut
called
from the same
Kristallnacht
cloth.
in
They had
1938,
ill intent,
where there were
and if possible,
it was really a
would have killed
nationwide
her.
pogrom
She
against
knows
Jews,
this
a
deep down.
widespread attack,
My
widespread
grandmother
burning of
is also
synagogues. The name
agnostic.
itself,
Where
Kristallnacht,
I don't
comes
believe in
from
any of that
the
stuff.
broken glass
I know
that
my
littered
grandmother
the
is not
streets
lying
of
about
German
what she told
cities.
me.
And it was
She's
kind of like
just a
the
sincere
last
person,
warning
so
for the
I can't
Jews of
explain
Germany
what her
that
experiences
they
were
had
like.
better get out.
I
The
just feel
difficulty
like for me,
was
religion
that although many
doesn't
Jews
answer
were
any of
really
that.
quite willing to leave
It's
Germany,
highly
and a
probable
large number
that
of
the
them did,
natives who built and
there were
constructed
very
those
few countries
mounds
who
by
would
that
actually
burial
accept
site
them at that time.
practiced
As
dark magic
immigration
themselves.
quotas were
It
imposed,
was more common
and
than you
fewer
would
and
know,
fewer Jews
but
were able
many
to
hide
find
it.
safe haven elsewhere.
Growing up, my
We're
grandmother
going to
knew several
continue
who
with
practiced
the
magic
onset
in
of World War
secrecy,
II and the Holocaust.
and that it went back
lecture.
hundreds and hundreds of
Thank you very
years.
much for watching.
Scores of them would get together in secrecy and worship the darkness, casting spells of protection and illusion, bindings on the burial sites for protection, wards to give off bad energy. It's a very serious part of their culture, a part of their culture that they don't talk about. It's very similar to what the Navajo people experience with what they describe as skinwalkers, people who have given themselves over to evil. It transforms them, even contorting somebody's body to a whole new being of darkness. My grandmother's take, which is an educated guess on what the mounds were, and that lizard being is, were evil beings assigned to protect that area. She knows this kind of thing exists in many other tribes and cultures. This is what she firmly believed her father had tried to keep from her and protect her, was this evil energy that laid there and waited.
We're going to focus our remarks on the region that was conquered first.
For my 18th birthday, I had gone up on a small road trip with my extended family, mainly my cousins on the East Coast, driving from Florida up to New York and back down. Years later, after I had my encounter, I came to find out that a man had seen close to the same thing I had when traversing through the same area. My encounter happened in 2009. We were in Lee County, South Carolina. I can't tell you what town we were close by because I don't remember. I can tell you that it was nighttime, and we were not just on the freeway. Even though we were on a road trip, my brother, who was driving at the time, insisted on taking all these back roads in every state to get a real feel for the area. This caused our road trip to take 10 times longer, which I didn't want. We had been driving through swamplands for the better half of an hour, not seeing a whole lot because it's dark and there are not many lights. If you're not familiar with the area, we're out in the middle of the swamps on a 2-lane road, just cruising in the summertime with the windows down. My brother, who's 21 at the time, pulled over slowly to the curb of the road. Not even a pull off, but slightly off to the side, and while keeping his foot on the brake, in case another car came swinging in, told me to reach into the glove box. I did. He had brought several rolling papers and some weed. He was going to roll us some joints, and we were going to drive around smoking. But in that moment, as I'm handing him the stuff, we heard this strange screaming noise close by, closest to the driver's side of the car. It's pitch black out here, except for the stars in his headlights. There's not another soul on this road. Maybe 5 seconds later, after that scream, we hear this noise of something big coming toward the car.
I don't know what it was, man, but out of the swamps to our left comes this freaky-looking gangly thing coming straight for our car. It was almost gliding in motion, not at all like a physical animal running after something, even though it made thudding noises as it moved forward and it looked so weird. Instinctively, my brother throws down the weed and swerves back onto the road while smashing the gas pedal all the way down. We were driving his crappy Volkswagen Jetta at the time, which, I remember, had a faulty knock sensor, so its acceleration was off. We go flying back on the road around this bend, and this creature, whatever it was, still hot on our tail, reaching its long arms out to try and grab a hold of the car. Everyone in the car is screaming, including me. Even though it's dark, we can see this thing. It had these yellow glowing eyes, almost white, unnatural looking eyes. Another car comes down the hill in front of us, and the thing chasing our vehicle hops off into the swamps to the right of the vehicle. My brother doesn't realize this yet, and he began losing control of the car. That's when he tried to stabilize the vehicle. Ended up flipping the car because he was driving so fast. Luckily, we were all wearing our seatbelts, but it knocked me unconscious, along with my brother. I woke up later in the hospital with a mild concussion. My cousins had worse injuries than me. My brother somehow managed to avoid getting any drug charges, because I guarantee you they found his stash in the car after the crash. I guess when each one of us gave identical recollections of the events leading up to the crash to the police and hospital staff, I think they just left it alone. Life ended up going on after that, but years later, my friend on Facebook sent me this thing about skate or swamp. This young man was over on the side of the road, and something that looked almost identical to what he described charged and tried to attack him. He got away, but by his accounts in the article of the paper, it's almost to a T what we saw. There's a rough sketch he did of the creature he saw, and it looked very much identical to that. It was also very, very fast. I have no idea what it was, but it really sent a chill down my spine to know that there had been somebody else who'd seen and experienced what we did. The best part was, at least this young man was even documented by the newspaper. I tried reaching out to this man, who would be now 20 years older, to only learn that he had since passed away in a shooting. I don't know what's out there, and if you would have told me my own story before it ever happened, I'd call you crazy. Now, I'm a lot more open to people who have similar experiences as I do, and believe in things that the world says does not exist. Good day. 3 years ago, when I was down in South Florida, I'll never unsee what I saw walking into the mangroves. I was walking along a small sector of deserted beach, very close to the thick swamps and Everglades that opens up right into the ocean. This is one of the many spots of the state where fresh water and salt water clash. I was kind of in the thickness of the swamp, but at the same part in an open enough area where there was plenty of empty beach. As I continue walking straight, I'm looking ahead. It was far away from me, but I could still make out details to know this wasn't a man. Something on two legs, standing like a man, walking like a man, and moving like a man, walks out of the mangroves onto the sand, and its back is turned to me. It takes a few steps, then stops like it was caught. I'm talking frozen mid-step. It turns its head and looks right in my direction. While keeping its head fixated on me, it bolts off into the swamps and mangroves in just a flash. When it had emerged out of the mangroves, I didn't see it at first. I thought it was just an animal, until it came out to a clear view. It was heading in the direction of the water before it noticed me. What it looked like to me was this large lizard man. It had what I guessed was a small tail on its backside. It looked dark, and its head was shaped like a lizard head too. I couldn't see any eyes or anything specific about its body or skin because I was walking far away. The movements looked natural, fluent, organic. There's no way somebody in a random suit was just walking around out here in the middle of nowhere. Not even a camera crew, Nobody to prank me. No cameras, nothing. The speed in which it took off at, back into the Everglades, wasn't human either. It took 3 huge strides at breakneck speeds, and bam, gone for good. It scared me and shook me. I really don't know how to describe with words what it was. Florida is home to all sorts of crazy animals. Last thing I would ever imagine is lizard men. There was nobody else around me or near me for miles that I could see. This was kind of out there. Not exactly on a big, popular Miami-style beach. This was very secluded, an area that you have to travel through some swamp to get through, but anybody can access it. It wasn't hard, just took about a 15-minute walk. I feel like writing this out is helping me get over it and understanding what I saw. Even though I can understand it, it's like my brain is having a hard time processing the reality of it. When you're told your entire life, things like this are real. Well, they sure are. And if you see one as I did, it can throw your whole world upside down. Now, I just need to work on getting over that and living with it. Thanks for being an outlet we can send our stories to and get these off of our chests.
On the other hand, there are other ways of looking at resistance in the ghetto that affirm life without necessarily taking up arms against the Nazis. One great example of that is the spiritual resistance that was organized by Rabbi Shapiro, shown here, known as the Eish Kodesh.
It's probably no surprise to you that you've heard things about dinosaurs still existing. Missionaries who have traveled deep into the Amazon rainforest have seen things that many forgotten tribes have seen. Real-life breathing sauropods. Although extremely rare, these are not the only large reptilian sightings to come to surface. While the details to these particular sightings might be as elusive as the dinosaurs themselves, there have also been creatures spotted in the Arizona deserts, identified by what many would consider to be a velociraptor of some kind. Not the Jurassic Park renditions, though. These are much more bird-like. While there is at least some evidence that points to these things existing still, the real purpose of this message is to relay to you the several encounters that happened near Guantanamo Bay in Cuba. Now, Guantanamo Bay already has a pretty bad reputation, but for much other reasons, like violence and tyranny, and not so much dinosaur sightings like you would imagine. Over the years, there has been several witnesses, from locals who live on the islands to U.S. Marines, to all reported seeing the same pterosaur kind of being. Some of these accounts stretch all the way back to 1965 and before then.
One of the
However,
historiographic
due to
challenges of
technology
studying the
increasing
Holocaust is
and the
to
more
define
frequent
precisely
traveling
what
between the
is
U.S. and Cuba, there have been far more sightings.
Are we
Many
talking about
undocumented by the
the
public.
overall
One pair
period
of
of
U.S. soldiers
persecution
who
that
prefer
the
to remain
Jews suffered
anonymous,
through,
both
as
of
well
whom
as
are still
other
serving the
peoples
Navy to this
during
day,
the reign
back in
of terror
1994,
of
were
Adolf
on
Hitler?
Papua New Guinea,
That
so
could
they
easily
spotted
take
this
us back
pterosaur-like
to the
creature.
early
However,
1930s.
they wouldn't give
Or
their
are we
account
speaking
until
about
much later,
something
in
more
2009.
narrowly focused, like
Both of them
the
actually stated that the
persecutions that
pterodactyls
came
portrayed in the
along with
Jurassic
the
Park
invasion of
films were
Poland in
actually not
September
too far off from the
1939?
depictions.
That's
All
also
the
quite
skin
a
tone,
reasonable
coloring,
possibility.
and
But
leather
the
texture of skin was
Holocaust
the
and
same.
World War II
These
are
creatures did look a little
overlapping
bit
and not
different.
identical
Roughly
phenomena.
as tall as a man,
Coming
but
to
with a bill
the
filled with
core
tiny sharp
of
teeth,
the
which can be
events which we
expected
associate
from a
with the
predatory
Holocaust
ocean bird like
involve
this.
two
It
major
shouldn't come off as
periods
too
of
much of a
Nazi activity.
surprise for something
The
like this to
period of
continue
the
surviving
Einsatzgruppen
in such a
and the
desolate,
period
forgotten
of
area
the death
like
camps.
Papua New Guinea
This is the
and many
era
parts
in
of
which
Cuba
the
where
Nazis
man does not
enacted
venture.
actual
Even with modern
mass
technology,
murders as
they do a good
opposed to the
job at
horrific
hiding and
conditions
staying
that
elusive.
were
The good news being
endured
is that
by
they don't appear to
Jews
be
during the
hostile
period of the
or show
ghettos.
any form of
So let
aggression.
us look
I
at
mean,
those two
maybe if
moments
you
in
came
particular.
upon their
We
hatchlings,
recall
but
that
that's
one of
expected
the
with just about any
prerequisites
species of
of
animal,
the
whether
beginning
it be
of
a bird,
hostilities in September
dinosaur, or man.
1939 is the
I
sealing of
wouldn't
a
exactly
non-aggression
lump these
pact
things in
between
with
the Soviet
cryptids
Union
and
and the
things of
Third
the
Reich,
unexplained.
which allowed
This
both
seems like a
Stalin
situation
and
kind of
Hitler
like Sturgeon,
to
a
invade
creature that just
Poland and the
maintained the
Baltic
right living
states and simply
conditions
divide
in
up the
order to
territory
properly
between them.
survive all these years.
That meant
Whereas
that a
sturgeon are much
significant
more
number
known
of Jews
because
found
there's people that
themselves
actually
inside
fish
the
and find them
Soviet
constantly.
orbit
The
between
bottoms of lakes and
1939
rivers
and
are a lot more easier
1941.
to get a visual
I have
than the
a
tops of
longer
New
lecture
Guinea
on that
or deep
topic
in the jungles of
specifically
Cuba.
And it might be a
different
situation,
series,
kind of like endangered species,
my YouTube
where
channel
there's
on the
only a select
Holocaust
few
for
of
a
them,
longer discussion
where
of
they
what
have a
happened
very
there.
small
But
population.
basically, Jews
Again,
there, like
there
the
are many locals and
surrounding people,
villagers
were
who have all
subjected
sorts of
to
oral
rapid
stories and their own
communization,
first-hand
collectivization of
accounts of
farms,
seeing these things up
arrested,
in the
intelligentsia,
skies.
and
I
so
have
on.
not
The
been able to find
Holocaust per
anything
se
where face-to-face
really
encounter
begins,
with one of these
in my
things.
humble opinion,
But that's because
with
nobody
the
I
end
know
of that
has been
Soviet
brave
period
enough to
on
travel
June
to some of
22nd,
the altitudes that
1941,
these things are
with
probably
the launch of
existing.
Operation
Maybe existing is the
Barbarossa,
wrong word.
which was the
Whatever
Third
their
Reich
nests or dens
double
look like,
crossing
they're
of
probably
the
pretty high
Soviet
up,
Union,
perched on top of places that
abrogating
man would
that
never be able to
non-aggression
reach.
pact as
Patty
Hitler
Carson
surprised
and her
Stalin
brother
with a massive,
supposedly
rapid
spotted a real-life
advance
terror
into
storm
Soviet territory.
right outside the
Now,
Guantanamo
why that
military
is
base in
specifically connected to the
1965.
Holocaust is
This
because
proves that there are even
behind
sightings that predate the
Wehrmacht
1980
troops,
encounters
behind the
of the
regular
two naval
army
marines
that were
and
sent in
another
to
one
defeat
by
the
U.S.
Soviet
Marine
Union,
by the name of Eskin Kuhn,
Hitler
who
sent
saw
4
two
mobile
large
killing
pterodactyls
squads
at
called
the same
Einsatzgruppen.
Guantanamo military
As you can
base.
see in this
But
map
his
here,
sighting
these
was back
4
in
squads
1971.
spread out
But
throughout the
sightings of
territory that they
supposed
conquered in the
pterosaurs
Soviet
don't
Union,
end there
and
in
their
Cuba and New
task
Guinea.
was
There have
not
been
to
numerous sightings
prosecute
all
the
over the
war
United
against the
States,
Soviets,
along with
but
what
to
people refer
prosecute
to
Hitler's
as
war against the
Thunderbirds,
Jews.
which I
They
firmly
would
believe
go
are two
into
separate
the local
animals.
villages known as
Thunderbirds have
Shtekla,
been
little
described as being
Jewish
a large
townlets
black
that
bird or
dotted the
eagle-looking like
countryside,
animal,
round
where, as a
up the
dinosaur,
local Jewish
there's really no
population,
mistaking
along with
if you ever see a
other
dinosaur.
enemies of
I
Hitler,
feel like
such
pop
as
culture and our society in
communist
general
leaders.
has
The
a pretty good
Einsatzgruppen
idea of what a
would
dinosaur
march
looks like.
these
That would be
Jews
a
and
hard one
others
to
out
mistake.
to local
An encounter
ravines.
was
If there
had
were no
on Wednesday the
dry
18th of July,
riverbeds in the
back in
vicinity, they would
2012,
have the Jews
where an
dig their
individual,
own graves,
unknown,
and then they
was
would
traveling
simply
down Highway
shoot them
27
by
in
firing
Franklin,
squad.
Georgia, with their two
This
sons,
is sometimes
around
called the
8:15 in the
Holocaust
morning,
by
where they
bullets
apparently looked up
because it
and saw what they
represented a
described as a
remarkably
flying
large
dinosaur.
number
Many
of
other supposed
casualties,
witnesses are
civilian
not just
casualties
storytellers or
of the
people with
war.
nothing to do.
Estimates range from
These are
1.5
legitimate
to
professional
2.5
individuals,
million
like
Jews
attorneys in
were killed
California,
during this
college
process.
professors,
And here you can see a
former
map
biology
of the United States
professors,
Holocaust Memorial Museum
scientists, and
that
even
gives
a
you a
president
sense
of
of
an
the
electronics
scope
company.
of the
And not only has there been sightings in the
that
United
were attacked
States,
in this
but
nature.
also Australia,
Kiev, which
New
was not a
Zealand,
town but rather a
Tasmania,
large city,
and South
had
Africa.
one of
There
the
seems to be a
largest
general
of
common
these
link
mass
between
killings.
sightings of featherless
33,000
flying
Jews
creatures of
killed in
great
the space of
size.
2
This
days.
pretty much
The
excludes the
ravine
whole
called
concept of a
Babi Yar
thunderbird
was
and really
used
much
for
only
a
leaves
much
flying
larger number
reptiles,
of
which then points to a
Ukrainians and other
dinosaur or
opponents of
pterosaurs.
the Third
Now,
Reich.
the hard thing is actually
The
acquiring
so-called
proper
Holocaust
sightings,
by bullets, however,
because the whole
proved to be a very
concept of a
inefficient
pterosaur or
and
pterodactyl
psychologically a
is
very
so
taxing
rare,
form of
and it's
mass
a
murder.
creature that we
So the
believed to have been
Nazis
long
looked to
extinct.
a new
It's a
way
much more harder
to
thing to
rid
grasp than a
themselves
Bigfoot,
of
or
their
say even
Jewish
something
problem,
else.
so to speak.
Even large sea monsters
This
are more
was
believable.
discussed at
Something in
a
the sky makes
important
it hard to
conference that
believe,
took place at
because
a
if there is
resort
a
at
witness,
Wannsee
well, there's
on
really nowhere to
January
hide.
20th,
Something flying
1942.
in the sky
Note the
that
rather
nobody's
late
ever
date.
seen.
Now,
It's
the
very
war
vulnerable
began in
and open to
1939,
all other sorts of
Operation
sightings.
Barbarossa,
While many
which
of the
represents the
eyewitness
first
reports are for
mass
adults,
killings of
there are
Jews.
quite a
The
handful
only thing
that
that
are
comes
actually
close
for
to this
children.
before that would have been
Children who wouldn't even know what a
Kristallnacht in
pterosaur
1938,
is, or
which
how to
had
make up a
about
description of them.
260
So
Jews
how
killed.
is it
Now we're
that they
talking
can
about
accurately
hundreds of
give an
thousands,
exact
even
matching description
millions
of
of
one
Jews
when
killed
they've never
in
even heard what a
Barbarossa?
pterosaur
But
is?
that was not
It's
fast
sightings
enough,
like
and
that
it
as a
proved
skeptic
too
that really
hard
make you go
on
back to the
the
drawing board,
psychological
so to
makeup
speak.
of the
I mean,
soldiers who were
take something
engaged
like the
in these
coelacanth,
killing squads.
which was
So
thought
at
to be
Wannsee,
extinct
this
for a
conference,
very
which
long
was chaired
time,
by Adam
until
Eichmann,
finally
shown here,
discovered again.
they drew
Really,
up a
in
list
1938.
of all of the Jews in
Remember
Europe, a
that all it
terrifying
takes is
list,
one living
in my humble
fossil,
opinion,
or
perhaps the the most
case,
terrifying
specimens.
documents that
Underwater
survived
specimens are a little
the
easier to
German
obtain,
archives
considering in the
period.
past
And
100
you can
years,
see from this
our
list of
underwater
countries that
exploration
included
technology has
countries that had
skyrocketed
not yet even
exponentially.
been
But there's
conquered
no doubt
by
that one of
Germany,
these
such
days,
as, for example,
somebody's
the
going to
United
capture
Kingdom.
one of these things
And
on
it
footage.
included even
With how good
200
cameras are getting,
Jews living in Albania,
DSLRs,
giving
phone
you a
cameras,
sense of just
it's
how
bound to happen
determined
at
the
some
Nazis
point.
were
The
to
real
hunt down
question
every
is if these
last
things
Jew
are
of
making
Europe.
themselves known to
They
the public,
counted up 11
even if it's in
million
increments.
Jews, and
Where
from
are
the
they
Wannsee
nesting?
Conference,
It
it
must be
appeared that
somewhere
they
high
intended
up,
to massacre
and not
all
the
of
top
them.
of a cell phone
The
tower
means
or a
to be
telephone pole.
used
The amount of
was
distance these
gas
things can travel
poisoning,
is unknown.
which they had
It's even
already
possible
been
that they burrow
experimenting
and
with for
create
some
nests into the
time.
ground.
Chelmno was
But
one
again,
of the
nobody has a living
regions
species
where
to be able
a
to tell.
gas chamber was
Doing
constructed
a little bit of
in order
digging,
to see if they
I
could
found
scale
an
this up,
anonymous
and in
report
fact,
from
the
a
Nazis
67-year-old
committed themselves to
individual
do so
who
at
claims to
that
have seen
Wannsee
one of these
Conference.
pterosaurs
Here
back when
is
they were
a
12
map
years old.
that shows you
Around
the
the years of
6
1960 and
so-called
1961,
extermination camps.
in Ontario,
Unfortunately,
Canada.
don't like that term. The German
Here's
term
their
was
story.
Vernichtungsleger, which
It
means
was a dull rainy fall morning.
make into
The rain
nothing
had just
camps,
stopped,
or
so the
destruction
kids were
camps, or
forced to go
perhaps
outside during
most
the
simply
morning recess.
death camps.
It was
These
cold and
6
wet,
death
and
camps,
low-hanging fog
Helmholtz,
covered
Soviet
about 20
Majdanek,
feet above
Belzec,
ground.
and Auschwitz,
Us
were
guys started
situated
a
in and
ballpark,
around the
but
Gemena
quickly gave
Gouvernement,
up
which still
because
had
the
a very
ball kept
large
disappearing
concentration of
to
Jews
the
in the
overhead
ghettos
fog.
that we discussed in the previous
So
video.
we
And they were
decided to
very
quit
different
and
in
just wait
terms
for
of
the bell.
camps from the concentration camps, which
We heard
Hitler had set up
screams.
from the early
We looked up to
1930s.
feel that the
Unlike the
girls,
concentration
the ones
camps,
farthest away
which
from us, were
held
pointing into the
largely
overhead fog
non-Jews,
bank
particularly
and
in the early
screaming.
period, they're political
Then
enemies
the girls
of
below
Hitler.
them began
The
screaming
concentration
and
camps
pointing
were
into the
horrific,
fog.
awful places
I was
with
curious,
a
as were all the
significant
other
death rate
girls,
of
so we
people dying
positioned
from
ourselves
things
under
like
the fog,
starvation and abuse,
hoping
but
we
they
would
were
get to see
nothing like
whatever
the
it
death
was they were
camps. The
screaming
death
at.
camps were
I can still
intended
remember me placing my
primarily
legs
for the
apart
purpose
so
of
as to not
creating
lose my
death.
balance as I
They were
looked up into a gray
factories
cloud.
of death. Many of them
Suddenly,
had
it
satellite
appeared.
camps that were
An
used for slave
airplane-sized
labor,
blackbird
but it only
was
represented a
silently
very
gliding
small
just at
proportion
the bottom
of the
of the
Jews
fog
who were
bank.
interned in
It must have
these
been that
death
low,
camps.
so we could see
Here
where
you
it
get
was
a
going
sense
by
of the
looking at the ground.
process of the
It appeared to be maybe
deportations
only maybe
from
20
all
feet over
around
my head,
Europe,
and I
including
could see
regions
it clear
that
as a
were
bell.
conquered
The
as
first
nearly
thing
at
I
the
noticed
very
was
end of
obviously
the
its
war, when
sides.
it was clear that the
I was
Nazis
directly
were
under
going to
one
lose
knee,
World War
and it was
II.
much wider
Places
than
like
myself,
northern
and
Italy
a group of
and
my buddies
Hungary,
put together.
Jews were
I would
deported there
estimate
in
one
a
wing to
last-ditch
be 20
attempt
feet in length.
to murder as many
Then
Jews as
I noticed a
possible.
good
What was the
3-foot long
process?
pointed beak and a
Jews
short
were
2-foot
rounded up
bump
and
on the
placed
back of
on
its head,
cattle
which
cars,
was not pointed
some
as if it was a
6,000 a
beak.
day, leaving Warsaw.
Usually,
And then
when
when
people
they
report anonymous
disembarked,
sightings like
often
this,
after
there is
a
very little to
terrifying
gain.
and
So the incentive
horrific,
to
long
cultivate a fictionist
journey
story is
from
minimal.
places as far away as
While
Paris,
revisiting the
where many
idea
of whom
that
had
these
died
so-called
actually en
pterosaurs were
route,
mainly not
they
hostile or
disembarked
aggressive,
and they were
there
subject
have
to
been
selection,
reports of
where
so-called large
those
flying creatures
small
killing
numbers
people
of
on the
Jews who
mainland
were
of
deemed
Papua
to
New
be
Guinea.
healthy enough to
In
work
villages
in a
around
slave labor
cities,
camp were
and adult
isolated
humans
and
even
sent
being
away
carried
to those
away.
satellite camps.
Although news
The
like
vast
that
majority of the
rarely
rest of
ever
Jews
finds its
were
way over to the Western
shorn
world,
of anything
especially
that
dealing
was
with cryptids of that
possibly be
nature.
of value on
One
their
quick thing
persons,
I wanted to
not
point out
only their
before I ended
personal
this email to
belongings,
you,
but
and
also
it almost seems like
their
Quetzalcoatl, a
prosthetic
revered
limbs,
flying god
eyeglasses,
illustrated
gold
in
teeth,
many of the
even
ancient
their hair
Aztec and
was
Mayan
taken from them.
cultures.
And then they
Although
were sent
commonly
to
depicted with
these
feathers,
gas
it's
chambers
very possible
where they were
that it
made
could
to
have very
think they were
well
being
been
sent
depicted
to be
from a pterosaur of some
deloused, have
kind,
lice
considering
removed from their
back in those
bodies.
days,
Was
they
very
lived in
common
total
in
desolate
many of these
jungles
camps.
with a
Even
high
the Americans
probability
later would use
of all sorts of
DDT
other creatures
to
that
try
flew
and
around
remove
and
lice
lived in that
from
time.
troops
Back in a
and
time
from
where much of the
prisoners.
jungles
But in
and
reality,
surrounding
the
areas
gas that
were
was
long
used was
forgotten about.
Cyclone Bay, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof. And then
So
Jews
my
were
uncle is now
exposed
79
to it
years old,
and died
and
in 20 or
unfortunately,
30 minutes.
he now sits on
Horrible
his deathbed
asphyxiation.
with
Their
not too
bodies were
much
sent
longer
to
left to live.
crematoria in
He's
an
doing
attempt
what
to
most
get
people do on their
rid of
deathbed,
the
professing
huge
all the
number
bad
of
things they've
corpses,
ever done in their
perhaps
life,
1,500
all
a
the
day in
wrongdoings,
Auschwitz that
and
would
trying to
pile
make
up.
the best
The
wrongs
crematoria,
right
however,
when they
was
can.
very inefficient.
He's well aware he doesn't have a
Basically,
lot
the
of time
bodies
left.
simply had to be
So
burned
he shared
out
with us some of his
in air.
crazy
Those
experiences in
small
life,
number of Jews
which were
who were sent
heartbreaking
for slave
and
labor were sent to live
hilarious
in
all at the
barracks
same time.
and labor under
These moments are very
unimaginable
bittersweet,
conditions.
but he shared
The
with my
vast
mother
majority
and
of
I
them died
something
within a very
very
short period of
disturbing.
time because they were
For about
considered
9 years, my
disposable.
uncle was
But
heavily
those
involved in the
Jews who
mafia. I
survived
don't
the
know if the
Holocaust
mafia
in
or
these
gang
camps
he
were
was
typically
affiliated
Jews
with had
who
any
were not
association with
immediately
the Italian
processed
mafia,
or
the
gassed,
Russian
but
mafia,
rather
etc.
managed to
But
live
I do know that they
because
were
they
bad
were
guys. He told me that he himself had killed over 20 people for drugs, for money, for sex, for ripping off the mafia. The list goes on and on. It's something that my uncle was very, well, not proud of. And him telling my mother and I was really the first time he's ever really professed it. He went on a tangent, and he told us this strange experience he had. I still don't know what to make of it. It's disturbing, but I know my uncle. I saw the look in his eyes as he's retelling the story. This is not made up. I saw his genuine reaction as he's explaining this to us. Whatever this was scared him to the bone. Even though the story that I'm going to share with you is his story. It is disturbing, but bear with me. To retell this event, we're going to go back to 1972. My father and his mafia partner just got done putting a bullet to this man's head for ripping them off on a drug deal. I think the whole thing involved cocaine, in mass quantities of it to be exact. and I think when he was confronted about it, told them to go F yourself, to put it politely. Well, being the mafia, they're not going to stand for that, so they took care of business, as they like to call it. My uncle and his partner disposed of his body in the only way they really knew how back then. To take his body out to the middle of the swamp and dump it and bury it. Let the alligators and whatever other bugs out there take care of the rest. I'll never forget when my uncle looked us in the eyes and said, "The amount of times we did this to get rid of bodies and were never caught, it's a number that I myself have lost count of." Anyway, going back to the story, my uncle and his partner are out there in the middle of the night in northern Louisiana, somewhere out in the middle of the swamp. He couldn't exactly recall where, because I don't even think he knew exactly where. I think they just pulled over somewhere and dragged the body out of the car and walked into the swamp a bit with shovels. They were originally going to dump the body, but they thought it would be better to dig at least a loose grave to hide any evidence. My uncle's business partner has this lantern, and my uncle is the one digging the shallow grave. As he's digging, they both begin to hear what he described as a jaguar sound. They both look at each other and just nod their heads to keep digging and to ignore whatever sound it was. My uncle continues to dig, and he recalls this exactly. And he says, quote, "I had just shoved the shovel into the soft soil, put my foot down, pressed it in, and I heard my partner scream bloody murder. When I looked over, this lizard, larger than a man, was running at him and swiped his claws, disemboweling him with one swipe. The lantern he was carrying and his intestines both hit the ground at the same time." My uncle had to pause here and catch himself because he was getting kind of emotional. This is where you could tell that the story was getting really traumatic for him to recall to us. He then continued. Without even thinking, he threw the shovel down and sped back to the car at record-breaking speed, while turning around and firing a couple shots off at this thing. He wasn't even sure if it was following him. He was just in a complete state of shock and panic, made it back to the car, and got out of there. He had bigger fears. His partner, now dead, and the body was left exposed in a trash bag, sitting out in the open with a shovel. If caught, their DNA was all over everything. All of this, coupled with the fact that he just encountered some sort of giant swamp lizard that killed his partner in one quick swipe. What was he going to say about his partner going missing? What he told us is that the mafia believed that he had some part to play in his partner's death and tortured him consecutively for 4 days straight. He never exactly told the version of the story that he told us about a swamp lizard coming out and disemboweling his partner. They would have never believed a word for him and probably would have killed him. In fact, my uncle is very glad and humbled to be alive. He claims he's very surprised they didn't take his life, but that they would rather teach him a lesson. I had asked him if he could describe what he saw in more detail, the thing that killed his partner, and he just kept saying that it looked like a big lizard with huge teeth and long claws, and that it ran on 2 legs, just like a person, but was shorter than him and his partner, which, by the way, him and his partner were pretty average height, 5'10", 5'11", in the dark lighting conditions of the swamp, and the lantern being his only real source of light. It's hard for me to accurately guess how much he truly did see, but it must be serious to traumatize a cold-blooded man like him. A man who had no problems killing you if you came between him and his mafia family. In case you didn't catch it the first time, this was in northern Louisiana, sometime in the early morning hours, I was told. My uncle then veered off to a different story, but I could tell it was hard for him to retell to us. It was clearly a very traumatic event. Since hearing my uncle's story, I've had the chance to check out a few of your reptilian encounters on your channel, just to try and verify if there's any corresponding details that exist between his story and the stories you've posted. While I can't pinpoint anything exactly, it's pretty eerie that other people besides my uncle have seen reptilian creatures in the swamps. I've always known that the swamps were dangerous and home to alligators, but if you would have told me that they were home to man-sized carnivorous lizards, well, that's a totally different thing on its own. My sighting takes place in southwestern Tennessee. This is in a place known as the Cross Creeks National Wildlife Refuge, right alongside the Cumberland River. not too far outside of the small town of Dover, east. I was driving home late one night on the 49. This is where I had a sighting of what I would like to call the man iguana from hell. The 49 is pretty much a straight 2-lane highway that travels all throughout the wetlands. There's really nothing too exciting to see, except what I saw in my case was extraordinary, and not in a good way. This 2-lane highway traverses throughout the wetlands, covered with thick forest on both sides of the road, and again, the Cumberland River, right nearby. It's important to keep an eye out for deer and anything else that the river might draw, like any other nocturnal animals. I'm not a Tennessee native by any means, but I've been around here long enough that I feel pretty confident driving here, especially around nighttime. It was getting close to midnight, so it was pretty dark outside. No other cars on the road at this time. Out of the woods to my left comes a creature, what I called the iguana man from hell. I call it that because that's exactly what it looked like. Every detail of this thing, this being was horrifying, down to every inch. This thing comes out of the forest to my left, crosses the road in front of me, and heads north down towards the river. This thing was so large that it had a dead adult doe hanging right there in its mouth. This creature, so tall, probably around 9 feet, and if I was to guess, shoulder to shoulder width, I'd say 5 feet easily. This thing was a hulking lizard. It's like you took Conan the Barbarian and crossed him with a demonic-looking iguana. The head was like a human crossed with an iguana, which is where I get the name from. This thing just looked evil. The expression on its face was like a fierce alpha predator. The entire being just looked unnatural, and it was not only large enough, but strong enough to carry an entire dead doe in its mouth like nothing. This thing just trots out of the woods, casually walks across the road and down off into the river. My headlights lit this thing up in full because it walked right out in front of my car, but it paid no mind to me, didn't even give me a glance. I'm sure that it felt zero threat from me, or so I guess. It didn't even acknowledge me. I felt a mixture of primal fear and total shock at what I was seeing. This thing looked like an experiment gone wrong and then dumped off into the swamps. It took me a little bit to process that I had just seen a real-life lizard man, assuming that there never was such a thing before. Afterwards, I struggled with who do I even tell about this? Who's going to believe me? This isn't just as simple as seeing a Bigfoot. There's even people in that community that won't believe you if you've seen something else other than a Bigfoot. They were the first group of people that I went to about my encounter, and even they seemed reluctant to believe me. I went through a phase where I somehow convinced myself that I dreamt the whole thing up. But eventually, I came to my senses and realized that this is indeed truth. This was a real-life, living, breathing creature. As much as it scared me to death, I just learned to be overly cautious now about when I drive, especially at nighttime. I do share my story from time to time, but most people don't believe me, and that's okay. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like, what do I do with the information now that you've told me? So it's more just about being cautious and knowing that there are things out there that we don't quite understand. The takeaway from my story is to be alert as possible and to always be aware of your surroundings. I've been living out here in rural Mississippi for the past 6 years now, and it's pretty common to hear a variety of different animal noises. Still, I can never pinpoint an animal to the sound that I've been listening to lately. It's pretty common to hear coyotes like that all the time, and my partner wants to say that this was a coyote, but let's be honest. A coyote doesn't sound like a dinosaur screaming. I only hear the sound at night, but it seems like I'm living in Jurassic Park. If you ever have seen the movie Jurassic Park, there are multiple times throughout each film where a dinosaur roars or makes a noise, and it just has this reptilian sound to it, where if you are blindfolded, and even though the T-Rex sound, for example, is made up of a few different tones, if you've ever watched a documentary on the making of it, it still sounds like it's coming from a large reptile or a dinosaur. I'm telling you this and including this in my email because that's the only way I can accurately describe and explain how this sounds. It sounds nothing like a coyote, and my partner seems to want to disagree with me. I don't know if it's because he's scared or what the deal is. It does not sound natural, and it is not anything that I've ever heard before. We live close to a rather large part of swampland, so already that's a strike against us. I've listened to all sorts of weird horror stories about people getting lost in the swamps and all the monsters that are supposed to be living in the swamp. Quote unquote monsters. And then I start hearing this at night. I don't believe monsters are real necessarily. I think I'm probably just hearing an unidentified animal, in my honest opinion. Still, scientifically, I've never heard any animal sound as loud as this, or matching this exact animal's timbre. I don't know how much you know about giant reptiles that live in swamps, but it almost has this hissing quality. As I'm typing this to you, I'm trying to sit here and think of what animal I can explain to you that would make the most sense. If you've ever heard a Komodo dragon, for example, they have this deep roar, angry groan, hiss sound. That's not quite what I'm hearing, but imagine that amplified, with more of a roar, guttural quality behind it. Now you're starting to get close to what I'm hearing. Again, a reptile sounds like a reptile, and there's no mistaking that. I'm sorry if this email is too long. It's just been really scaring me lately. So I thought I would reach out to several different big YouTubers, because with all these stories you guys get sent, I'm sure you get knowledge and are able to clarify some things that might be out there, or possibly be unknown to man. A couple of years ago, some friends that we made since moving up here told us about some Bigfoot encounters they've been having in the same area. Now, I'm not a believer in Bigfoot by any means, but their encounters and sightings were frightening with how they retell their stories. I guess Bigfoots run rampant out here, but I didn't know that before moving out here. I thought to myself that it could be a Bigfoot that I'm hearing out here in the swamps at night. But from what I've been told, and from what little I know about Bigfoot in general, they don't sound reptilian. Maybe they do. Hopefully you can answer me and reply. Perhaps it's an entirely new discovered species of animal that's only living here in the Mississippi swampland. I have held on to this encounter for a very long time, and I haven't told anybody about it because I fear I would be mocked and called crazy. But maybe it's about time for me to finally share my experience with the world. After listening to all the stories people have shared with you, it's really encouraged me to step up and share what happened to me back in the late summer of 1979 in Columbus, Mississippi. Your video series about reptilians is precisely what I wanted to talk about. Until recently, the past 6 months, I had no idea that there was anybody else out there who's seen a creature like I have. People talk about Bigfoot, and even I've heard about a thing called a Mothman, but I never would have guessed that other people have seen large reptilian humanoid creatures just like I did. I thought I was crazy because I thought I was the only one. I have never been into conspiracies or wanting to dive down that rabbit hole. But the more I listen to some of these stories, the more real this all makes it seem, and the more it all brings me back to that evening. I can tell you, it was July 10th in 1979, and it was beginning to get dusk. I lived out of a small house that I was rooming with a few friends. I'd only been there for around a few months, and by nature, I'm a small town boy from Colorado. So a few friends of mine moved out here to start up a small business, and they really wanted me on the team to work in their department. I didn't have a job at the time, so I thought it would have been the perfect fit. Rooming with some friends, working at the same position. We could party and work together. What more of a life could you want at only 22 years old? Now, you need to understand something. At the time where I was living, it wasn't fully developed like everything is nowadays, with stores and businesses everywhere. Commercial real estate in general has very much expanded in just about every area. Back then, this was about as rural as you can get, with only a few plots of land here and there, and with houses sparsely spread. At the time, there was only a few other houses in the area, with mainly large empty fields and thick woods all around. You bet it was humid as hell. Our drive to work was approximately 25 minutes, which we enjoyed, because that means we could party and be as loud as we want to, without having angry neighbors calling the police on us. In fact, that's actually one of the reasons why we decided to go in and rent this house together. If you look out from the front door, it goes out all the way to the front road. And beyond that, it dips down in a small embankment to a thick grassy field that goes on for acres and acres into more and more denser woods. You can call it an empty meadow because the only thing that's really there is probably some marshland and some really, really tall grass. At the time, there was zero development, and the closest house is probably a half-mile down the road in either direction. Again, perfect for young kids in early 20s to party without disturbing anybody purposefully. And might I say that at that age, I drank like a pirate. At the time of the sighting, though, I was stone cold sober, and I really want to hone in on that. I was the only one home at the time, because my few other roommates were out doing something, I don't remember what. Probably out chasing girls like they always did when they weren't working. I was usually the more reserved one. I was outside having a cigarette, and I see this giant lizard stand up from the tall grass in the field opposite of the side of the house. I stared at it intently for a few seconds, just trying to comprehend what I was looking at. Then, it turned its head, and its whole body followed. It slowly began walking towards the woodline, which was probably about a few hundred yards. I watched this thing walk all the way towards the woodline before finally entering and disappearing. This thing looked like a Komodo dragon crossed with a human. It was dark and scaly looking and had long arms. It did have a tail, but because the grass was so tall, its lower body was obscured. I almost dropped my cigarette and thought to myself, I just seen a lizard man. When I was outside smoking my cigarette and happened to see it, I wasn't necessarily looking for anything. I was just kind of spacing out, looking off in the distance, thinking about my day, when this thing rises up out of the tall grass. It was tall, though, because that grass is easily 3 feet tall, and it only came up to about mid-thigh to this creature. That meant that it was probably around 7 to 8 feet tall, and it had a massive reptile head. I don't know if it actually saw me, or didn't, and just chose to ignore me, but it never looked over at me, and it's not like I was obscured by any trees or bushes. I was out there in the open, this small, tiny, skinny guy. We don't have any trees anywhere in the house or the yard, so I was sticking out if it would have looked over. I don't know if it was hunting or what it was doing, but it was obviously there before I even came out with a cigarette, crouching down in the grass. I was out there for probably 5 to 7 minutes before I saw this thing stand up and walk off. And when it walked, it was just like a human. It had a very natural glide with long strides. It was incredibly muscly, and there wasn't, or at least looked to be, an ounce of fat on that thing at all. You could tell by the muscle mass that it was strong. It never made a noise, and I never smelled anything either. After it vanished into the trees, I dropped my cigarette, like I said, and ran inside because even though I was in total awe at what I saw, I was pretty freaked out. I had no idea that we had upright walking lizards out here. Like I said, just being a small town boy from Colorado, this was way out of my environment. I didn't tell any of my friends when they got home later that night, and I kind of kept this encounter to myself for a really long time. But I do think about it from time to time. All these reptilian accounts you've been posting over the last few months have really brought me back to that moment. And I figured it was time for me to share mine. Now, I know many of the accounts you share explain vastly different creatures, most of them acting very hostile and aggressive. Well, I don't think I saw any of those creatures you told. I definitely can stand behind the fact that it was an upright walking reptilian humanoid creature. It was very tall and enormous. I never saw it again after that, because the following year, I moved back to Colorado. Anyway, thank you for letting me share my experience with you. Back in the late 90s, A lady was said to have committed suicide on a portion of highway that borders a swamp-like area, crashing into an oncoming car. I don't know if her suicide has anything to do with my sighting, but the fact that the two coincide together just makes my skin crawl. In place of her death, or the part of her road that she shot off and died, is a memorial. You know, one of those typical sides of the road white crosses, adorned in flowers and other memorial-based items. Well, because of my work, I have to drive this 2-lane highway every day, to and from. I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually been steady. In fact, my workload has actually doubled, if not tripled. And so because of that, I've been very fortunate in these times of COVID-19 that my work has actually doubled, if not tripled, because of other people being laid off and me being kept on. I want to keep what I do anonymous, so I'll leave it at that. But I'll just say that I help businesses create revenue and bring in more clients. Anyway, I was coming back in the evening time. Keep in mind that because it's spring and summer, it doesn't get dark out till super late. So at this point, the sun was just starting to go down, but it was still bright outside. I'm coming up the hill, getting ready to turn, and the ladies' memorial is right there on the side of the road. Well, as I'm coming up, my headlights, which, by the way, I keep on 24/7, because I prefer to practice good driving, they reflected these two lights to the side of the road, directly to my right, where the memorial is. Because the reflection of light caught my eye, out of reaction, I look over, and I see this lizard-looking thing on 2 legs that's looking right at me in my car. What exactly was I looking at? I'm not sure. Was I seeing a real-life alien? Was this somebody in a convincing costume that didn't get the memo that it was not yet Halloween? It had a look on its face like, oh crap, I've been spotted. And I went from doing 45 miles an hour to a slow 15, mouth agape and all. I didn't expect to see whatever this was. It looked to maybe be 4 to 5 feet tall, with a long tail that drug behind it. I thought it was a person in a costume again, but it looked to be just like a lizard man, a real-life lizard man. It was really ugly too. After staring at me for a couple of seconds as I'm passing, it turns around and jumps right back into the trees where it came from. The longer I spent looking at it, the more I came to the conclusion more and more that this was a real animal. If it was a costume, by any stretch of the means, then it was a Hollywood tier, makeup and acting job. Why would anybody be out here on the side of the highway dressed up like that? I know people do crazy stuff, especially in this day and age with YouTube and everybody wanting views and fame, but it just seemed to be too far-fetched for me, and this thing looked far too animalistic to be a person. I didn't want to believe that, of course. I wanted to believe it was actually a person. I saw what I saw, and I cannot argue with myself and say that this did not look animalistic. Even the look in its eye had that wild animal look. So, afterwards, I called up my wife immediately and told her what I saw. Because, well, her and I tell each other everything, no matter how crazy. I told her that I was worried, and that I wasn't getting enough sleep, and that I was starting to have visions. What I saw didn't look like a vision, though. It looked like a real flesh and blood, living being. It looked intelligent, and it looked very much kind of like a human does. The stature, the way it carried itself when it walked, everything. It's kept me up at night, that's for sure. And the next few days and evenings, when I would drive past that memorial spot, I kept looking for this thing, to see if I could see what I saw. I never did see it again, and I have no idea what it was that I did see. I'm not even sure how to wrap my mind around it, because it is just so left field for me. It didn't look like a monster, but maybe a lizard that was exposed to radioactivity, that became part human, or mutant, or something. I know I'm venturing into the realm of comic book reality here, but the thought of it is just so out of the realm of normal. I can't even come up with words to accurately put a picture of what I saw. It was a human reptile that walked just like a man, and acted like a man. I find the term lizard man to be the best way to accurately describe this thing. In my earlier 20s, I was an outdoor junkie. I traveled all over the northern United States and even many parts in Canada to see as much as I could. My whole ideology is that life is so short, I don't want to miss what this beautiful earth has to offer me. I had just gotten out of a very toxic relationship for 4 years with a girl that I probably should have never dated. And to put it lightly, the breakup devastated me. So, I wanted to turn my life around and give my time and energy towards being out in nature. That's what really sparked this whole incident. Had none of that ever happened, I wouldn't have had my sightings as I did, and I certainly wouldn't have been at the Algonquin Provincial Park that day. To make a long story short, I sold everything I had, pretty much lived for hitchhiking and walking everywhere I went. It sounds crazy, but emotional turmoil will make you do crazy things, and I wanted to remedy my pain with nature instead of substances and alcohol and things that would make me feel empty. Anyway, enough talk of broken hearts and trying to heal. Let's get on to what happened. I had a sighting of a reptilian-like creature at Algonquin Park in Ontario 5 years ago. I was hiking by myself, and I came to the end of one of this trail. To the right, the trail curves, but there's a sudden drop-off. If you were to fall, it's about a 50 to 60 foot drop. As I'm approaching this drop-off, and before I can even see down, I hear commotion, like something big moving around. At first, I get excited because I think maybe I'm about to see a large bear or something. But I look down, and I see this large reptilian thing running on all fours off into the woods. I had to double take because in my head, I'm thinking, what am I seeing? I wasn't high, I was not drunk, and I certainly was not on acid. I was sober as a honeybee. I was also the only one around because I did a lot of hikes by myself. I looked around to see if there's anybody else around me that I could motion to ask, did you see that too? Unfortunately, I was the only person around me. I stood there, looking out over the small drop-off into the canyon below, if you could even call it a canyon. About a few minutes later, an older man comes walking up the trail and smiles at me and greets me with a friendly hello. I turn to respond to him, but ask him if he's ever seen anything weird up here. He politely says no, and you could tell by the look on his face that he isn't quite sure what I was getting at. I pointed down at the drop-off and said I just saw this weird reptile creature running on all fours like an animal down there, and I wanted to know if you have ever seen such a thing. He shook his head and continued on with his hike. Now, I was struggling with reality. Did I really see that? Well, I let it go in the moment, and I continued on with my hike. Fast forward years later, and I'm telling my friend about it because we got on the topic of seeing strange animals, and he was telling me about his Bigfoot sighting that he had had. I don't believe in Bigfoot, or really anything that challenges the realm of reality that we live in, but I can't refute my experience, and so I was telling him about what happened to me. He told me that I should go check out this YouTube channel called What Lurks Beneath, and that I should submit my story to you. Well, I checked out your channel, and I was blown away to find that you had a series, an entire series at that, dedicated to just reptilian cryptid creatures. I learned so much in just spending a few hours listening to these encounters back to back.